Chapter 1, The System Descends, Beast Taming Academy. In the classroom, students gathered in small groups, chatting amongst themselves. Did you hear? Tomorrow's another practical beast combat assessment. Losers get 10 credits deducted. What? It's starting again? It's only been half a year since school started, and we've already had 5 practical beast combat exams. Is this never going to end? Practical beast combat exams are a good thing, they help us gain real combat experience. The real issue is the credit deductions. If you lose all your credits, you get expelled. That rule is way too strict. Tell me about it. Over the past 6 months, I've already lost 60 credits. It's been so tough on me. Speaking of which, Lu Xiaoxiu in our class probably has it the worst. I heard his credits are down to single digits. If he loses tomorrow's practical beast combat exam, he'll have to say goodbye to us. As the words fell, everyone's gaze involuntarily landed on a student sitting in the last row of the classroom. Feeling the mixed gazes of sympathy, pity, indifference, and schadenfreude from the crowd, Lu Xiaoxiu walked out of the classroom with a gloomy expression. Remaining silent, arriving at the playground, he found a stone bench in the corner and sat down, resting his chin on his hand as he began to space out. He wasn't originally from this world. In his previous life, he was a high school student on Earth who died from overwork due to heavy academic pressure, only to reincarnate into this world. This place felt more like a parallel universe to Earth. The level of human development here was similar to his past life. The only difference was that this world was filled with extraordinary creatures possessing supernatural abilities. Some humans had evolved their brain domains, enabling them to form contractual bonds with these creatures through psychic energy and harness their power. They could also carve out a unique psychic space, beast taming space, within their brain domains to house these creatures. Such individuals were known as beast tamers. In his previous life, he was a beast tamer who was admitted to the Beast Taming Academy after evolving his brain domain. He had only been enrolled for half a year and successfully contracted a pet beast. However, the pet beast he contracted was considered extremely weak, a flaming rooster, widely regarded as the weakest in combat. Having a weak pet beast was one thing, but the real issue was that his innate beast taming talent was also poor. Every beast tamer awakens their innate beast taming talent when they contract their first pet beast. The awakened beastmaster talent of his previous life was called Lightfingered. This talent allowed beastmasters to have a chance of stealing a low-tier skill from their opponent's beast if they won a battle. It's worth noting that low-tier skills are the most useless type of skills. Many students try every possible way to make their beasts forget low-tier skills to free up a skill slot for learning higher-tier ones. Yet, the beastmaster talent of his previous life specialized in producing low-tier skills. A trash-tier summoned beast combined with trash-tier beast taming talent resulted in the original host consistently ranking at the bottom in all academy assessments, with academic credits being repeatedly deducted. Now, only 6 credits remain. Once all credits are deducted, expulsion from the academy becomes inevitable. Expelled students are forcibly injected with a serum that permanently strips them of their beast-taming abilities, condemning them to live as ordinary civilians in designated residential zones. This regulation is primarily a reluctant measure adopted to alleviate the current shortage of beast-taming resources. Not only China, where the protagonist resides, but the entire international community is implementing this approach. As for those who are eliminated, the state will also provide them with a substantial compensation package. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't want to become an ordinary person. No amount of money could change his mind. Leaving aside the public security in ordinary residential areas, the increasing incidence of wild pet beasts injuring or killing people across the country are enough to show how extremely dangerous this world is. Only by becoming a beastmaster can one ensure maximum self-protection. But given his circumstances, how could he possibly win tomorrow's practical beast combat assessment and retain his beastmaster qualification? Just as Lu Xiaoxiu was at his wit's end, a sudden voice rang out. Lu Xiaoxiu, come here and sign this. Lu Xiaoxiu turned to look. The speaker was none other than his class monitor, Li Wang. He was an arrogant and overbearing fellow, truly living up to his name. Due to his contracted beast being a rare Great Thunder Emperor snake, whose rank and strength far surpassed those of his classmates' beasts, Li Wang always carried himself with an air of superiority. As the bottom-ranked student in the class, Lu Xiaoxiu naturally received no favor from him. Now, this guy was actually taking the initiative to approach him, quite a rare occurrence. When Lu Xiaoxiu approached Li Wang, the latter immediately tossed out a few sheets of paper and impatiently urged, "Hurry up and sign these." Lu Xiaoxiu took a look, and his anger instantly flared up. Withdrawal application form, dormitory withdrawal application, voluntary relinquishment of beast taming ability application. Holy cow, I haven't even been expelled from school yet, and this guy's already preparing for it in advance. I haven't been expelled, so why should I sign? Even if I were expelled, it should be Counselor Zhou Fong handling my withdrawal. What does this have to do with you? Lu Xiaoxiu suppressed his anger and retorted. Li Wang rolled his eyes disdainfully. As if I want to deal with this. Teacher Zhou Fong has been on leave these past few days, so your withdrawal is my responsibility. It's not like you'll pass tomorrow's beast combat exam anyway, what difference does one day make? Then he started urging again. Hurry up and sign. I'm busy tomorrow. As class monitor, I still have to submit your withdrawal paperwork, what a hassle you're causing. Lu Xiaoxiu said coldly. Are you so sure I'll lose in tomorrow's Beastmaster practical exam? Li Wang sneered disdainfully. Isn't it obvious? Your Beastmaster talent is trash, and your summoned beast is trash too. There's no way you'd win. You're just not cut out to be a Beastmaster, better stick to being an ordinary person. We'll see after the exam results come out. Lu Xiaoxiu stared straight at Li Wang and declared word by word. My life principle is never to abandon or give up. I will never admit defeat until the very last moment. As the words fell, a peculiar electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang out in Lu Xiaoxiu's mind. Ding! System activated. Miracle Evolution System activating. This system compiles all miracle evolution paths for pet beasts, guaranteeing 100% evolution success. Make good use of the system to cultivate your ultimate pet beast. I actually got a system? Lu Xiaoxiu was stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. As a seasoned web novel reader in his past life, he naturally knew what a system was. Moreover, this system seemed incredibly powerful. It's worth noting that 90% of the summoned beasts in this world had no developed evolutionary paths. Therefore, this system has ample room to demonstrate its usefulness. Moreover, pet beast evolution is a probabilistic event even with a clear evolution plan. Success is never guaranteed at 100%. However, the miraculous evolution path provided by the system is entirely different. A 100% success rate. One can imagine the tremendous changes this system would bring him if utilized well. What are you yelling about? Still clinging to never give up without even knowing your own limits. Only Lu Xiaoxiu could hear the system's voice. So Li Wang had no idea that the person he despised so much had quietly undergone a complete transformation. Faced with Li Wang's sarcasm, Lu Xiaoxiu remained unfazed and calmly said, You'll find out just how capable I am tomorrow. Don't even think about getting my signature today. With that, Lu Xiaoxiu turned and left without looking back, ignoring Li Wang's furious outburst. As he walked, Lu Xiaoxiu's heart pounded wildly. His emotions were a tangled mix of joy and worry. The golden finger had arrived, but time was running out for him. Tomorrow is the practical combat assessment for his summoned beast. If he fails, he will lose his beast taming abilities and become an ordinary person. By then, no matter how good the system is, it will be useless. He must hurry and improve his summoned beast's strength. Chapter 2, First Evolution. Blazing Rooster. Attribute, Fire. Tier, Common. Growth Stage, Juvenile. Combat Power, 199. Skill, Blood Rush, Low Tier Skill. Temporarily doubles Strength. Miracle Evolution Path. This is the attribute panel of Lu Xiaoxiu's pet beast, the Blazing Rooster. At this moment, a new Miracle Evolution Path section appeared at the bottom of the attribute panel. The Blazing Rooster has 3 miraculous evolution paths. The first evolution path culminates in the Divine Flame Bird, requiring 3 evolutions in total. The second evolution path culminates in the Eclipse Fire Sparrow, requiring 6 evolutions in total. The third evolution path culminates in the Black Flame Phoenix Emperor, requiring 9 evolutions in total. Each time a beast evolves, its strength rises to a new level. This strength is primarily reflected in the 4 attributes of the beast: power, agility, defense, and stamina. When a beast evolves into its final form, it undergoes a complete transformation, achieving a qualitative leap from quantitative change. A beast in its final form not only sees a significant boost in all attributes but also gains access to incredibly powerful ultimate skills. Therefore, when choosing an evolution path, more evolutions are not necessarily better. The key consideration should be whether the beast can reach its final form. A path with more evolutions requires greater investment. If you cannot support the beast's evolution to its final form, it's better to choose a path with fewer evolutions. After all, the final form is in a completely different league compared to the ordinary form. A divine flame bird that has evolved 3 times into its final form is far more powerful than a blazing rooster that has evolved 8 times in its ordinary form. However, Lu Xiaoxiu still chose the path with the most evolutions without hesitation. Everyone looks down on the blazing rooster. Then he was determined to forge the blazing rooster into the strongest beast, showing all those who underestimated them. After determining the evolution path, Lu Xiaoxiu began checking the conditions for the first evolution of the blazing rooster. Collect 20 types of pet beast evolution materials. The name of each material is displayed in detail. The Academy's beast taming store sells pet beast evolution materials. Lu Xiaoxiu arrived at the beast store and quickly bought everything he needed. However, when it came time to check out, he encountered an awkward situation. He didn't have enough money. As an orphan who grew up in a welfare institution, he had little savings, not even enough to cover the materials for a single evolution of his blazing rooster. Boss, can I get it on credit? Lu Xiaoxiu mustered the courage to ask. On credit? What's your summoned beast? And how many academic points do you have? The boss inquired. If Lu Xiaoxiu showed potential, he wouldn't mind lending a hand to build goodwill. After all, Beastmasters held extremely high social status. A powerful Beastmaster's future prospects were limitless. Offering assistance before their rise could prove to be a very worthwhile investment in goodwill. Ahem, my summoned beast is the Blazing Rooster, currently with 6 credit points, Lu Xiaoxiu said, rubbing his nose. No credit. The boss immediately scowled upon hearing this. Put. Someone nearby let out a light chuckle. Faint murmurs of discussion could be heard among the crowd. Signing a contract with a worthless blazing chicken and still wanting credit? Dream on. Exactly. And with only 6 academic points left, he could be expelled from the academy any moment. Who would give him credit? If it were me, I wouldn't give credit either. Lu Xiaoxiu sighed inwardly. He knew it was hopeless. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of 2 familiar figures in the crowd, Zhang Ye and Tao Lily. Both of them were Lu Xiaoxiu's classmates. Zhang Ye was an exceptionally beautiful girl, not only with lovely features and a tall, slender figure but also with outstanding poise, making her the class's recognized beauty. As for Tao Lily, in terms of looks, she was quite a bit less attractive than Zhang Ye. Still, she was above average, the kind that grows on you. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu looking over, Tao Lily spoke first. Don't ask us for money. We're broke. Go borrow from someone else. Lu Xiaoxiu had indeed planned to ask them for help, but hearing Tao Lily's words, he had no choice but to drop the idea. If he couldn't borrow money, he'd have to find another way. He had already prepared for the worst. If he really failed tomorrow's beast combat assessment, he would make public the evolution path of the Blazing Rooster, as long as the evolution path was genuine. As the discoverer of a beast's evolution path, he could receive state protection, thus avoiding the fate of becoming an ordinary person. However, uncovering a complete evolution path from a beast's ordinary form to its evolved form was extremely difficult. The nation invests enormous funds annually, gathering countless top experts and elites in the industry, yet has only managed to uncover just over 20 complete evolutionary paths for pet beasts. Lu Xiaoxiu, a penniless student, single-handedly discovered a complete evolutionary path for a pet beast. Does that sound realistic? If he were to publicly reveal the evolutionary path of the Blazing Rooster, his Beastmaster qualification might be secured, but endless interrogations, investigations, and even overt or covert surveillance would inevitably follow. If the fact that he possesses a system were exposed, it could very well lead to fatal consequences. Even if he avoids being dissected for research, he would likely face assassination attempts from hostile forces. After all, a complete evolutionary path for a beast companion can lead to a qualitative leap for an entire species, indirectly enhancing the overall strength of the nation that possesses such resources. No country would allow an individual who holds all the evolutionary secrets of beast companions to survive within an enemy state. He understood the principle that a common man's only crime is possessing a treasure. So unless absolutely necessary, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't want to take this step. How much do you need to borrow? Just then, a pleasant voice interrupted Lu Xiaoxiu's train of thought. The speaker turned out to be Zhang Ye. 5,000. Lu Xiaoxiu froze for a moment before instinctively responding. To be honest, he hadn't expected Zhang Ye to take the initiative to ask. I've transferred the money to you. Zhang Ye raised her phone, gestured to Lu Xiaoxiu, then turned and walked away. The swift and decisive action left Tao Lily utterly stunned, her mouth hanging open for a long moment. Zhang Ye, are you out of your mind? Why would you lend money to this guy? Seeing Zhang Ye exit the store, Tao Lily hurried after her. Her voice could still faintly be heard from outside the shop. I mean, you're not into him, are you? He's not even that good looking. Watching the two girls walk away, Lu Xiaoxiu was utterly bewildered and instinctively touched his own face, just as Tao Lily had said. While his current face wasn't ugly, it couldn't be considered handsome either. There was no reason Zhang Ye would be interested in him. There must be another reason. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't have time to think it through. The top priority was to quickly purchase the materials to evolve his pet beast. That was the right thing to do. After settling the bill, Lu Xiaoxiu hurriedly left the store and returned to his single dormitory. Ding! Detected that the conditions for the first evolution of the Blazing Rooster have been met. Proceed with evolution? Lu Xiaoxiu didn't hesitate to choose yes. With a flash of white light, the Blazing Rooster successfully evolved. At this moment, the Blazing Rooster's attribute panel had undergone new changes. Blazing Rooster. Attribute, Fire. Tier, Common. Growth stage, Juvenile. Combat power, 666. When Lu Xiaoxiu saw the combat power value column, he was utterly stunned. Before evolution, the combat power was only 199, but after evolution, it skyrocketed to 666, more than doubling. The so-called combat power value refers to the numerical result obtained by plugging a pet beast's 4 major attributes, stamina, strength, speed, and defense, into the combat power calculation formula. To some extent, The combat power value can serve as an assessment basis for a pet beast's strength. The increase in combat power is very slow. Even after evolving once, a pet beast's combat power only improves slightly. It would never double in one go like the blazing rooster did. Is this the wonder of the miracle evolution path? Lu Xiaoxiu was both shocked and delighted. Wait, what's going on with this skill? Lu Xiaoxiu soon made another new discovery. The skill slot at the bottom of the attribute panel, which originally had the chicken blood boost skill, had now changed to enhanced chicken blood boost, and the skill tier had also upgraded from low tier to mid tier. You should know that the skill tiers of summoned beasts, from low to high, are low tier, mid tier, high tier, top tier, and super tier. The higher the tier, the greater the skill's power. The original low tier chicken blood only doubled strength, but now the mid tier chicken blood quadruples it. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but blurt out a curse. To date, among all known evolution paths for summoned beasts, none have been able to enhance their skills. Only minor boosts to combat power have been observed. But the miracle evolution path is different. It can even strengthen skills. Truly unbelievable. Another point worth mentioning is that low-tier skills are usually quite underwhelming and incomparable to high-tier ones. But with this miracle evolution system, even low-tier skills can be turned from trash to treasure. Coincidentally, his beast taming talent is light-fingered. When winning battles against other beasts, there's a chance to steal their low-tier skills. It's practically tailor-made for him. With the system's assistance and his beast taming talent combined, Lu Xiaoxiu firmly believes that given a little more time, he'll grow powerful in no time. No matter what, I have to pass tomorrow's beast combat exam, Lu Xiaoxiu muttered under his breath. The glow of the setting sun bathed him as Lu Xiaoxiu looked up, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Chapter 3, The Beast Exam. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxiu arrived at the training field. This practical combat assessment for summoned beasts is being held on the sports field. The assessment content is simple. The academy provides 6 different elemental assessment beasts: water, fire, wood, wind, thunder, and earth, and each student can choose one to challenge. Defeating the opponent means passing the assessment. It's important to note that the 6 major elements interact through mutual enhancement and restraint, so selecting the right assessment beast is crucial. If your beast's element is countered, the difficulty of the assessment increases significantly. The blazing rooster belongs to the fire element. Water overcomes fire, fire overcomes wood. Therefore, choosing a wood-type beast is the best option. I wonder what the wood-type assessment beast will be this time, Lu Xiaoxiu thought. The assessment beast is different every time. In the last wood element assessment, the summoned beast was a thorn monster with a combat power of 400. It defeated the original owner and his blazing rooster in just one round, and this was despite the advantage of elemental countering. It shows just how weak the original owner's strength was back then. But this time, the blazing rooster is no longer what it used to be. He, Lu Xiaoxiu, is no longer the same Lu Xiaoxiu he used to be. Flame rooster, let's give it our all in today's assessment together. Chirp chirp, the boy and the chicken cheered each other on. Half an hour later, almost everyone who was supposed to arrive had gathered. The class advisors were maintaining order and taking attendance. Since the advisor for Lu Xiaoxiu's beast taming class 2 was on leave, all responsibilities were handed over to the class monitor, Li Wang. At the scheduled time, the college leadership took the stage first to deliver speeches. After the speeches, the main event began. That's the debut of the assessment beast, based on the 6 attributes of water, fire, wood, wind, thunder, and earth. The assessment beasts are the rainbow jellyfish, flame lion, vine flower, swift wind bird, thunder monkey, and thick-skinned rhino. The combat power value of each beast was also announced. All are 550. The combat power value is derived from the pet beast's 4-dimensional attributes and, to some extent, can serve as an assessment basis for the strength of a pet beast. Of course, this data is for reference only. The strength of a pet beast is determined not only by its 4-dimensional attributes but also by the power of its skills. Even certain beastmaster talents can significantly enhance a pet beast's combat capabilities. Therefore, it doesn't mean that if your combat power value is lower than the assessment pet beasts, you have no chance of defeating it. Lu Xiaoxiu's challenge target this time was naturally still a wood-type beast, specifically the vine bloom. After all, fire overcomes wood. The vine bloom had a very peculiar design, with a sunflower-like bloom on its head and a body made of intertwined vines, giving it an especially cartoonish appearance. Vine bloom, attribute, wood, grade, rare, growth stage, juvenile, combat power, 550, skills, slow regeneration, low-tier skill, gradually heals injuries, vine strike, mid-tier skill, attacks the target with vines, death coil, mid-tier skill, entangles the target with vines and drains their stamina. Evolution path. When Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze fell upon the woodvine flower on the arena, its attribute panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Aren't Beastmasters only supposed to see their own pet beasts' attribute panels? Why can he also see this Woodvine Flower's attribute panel? Lu Xiaoxiu then looked at the other few test pet beasts on the arena. Rainbow Jellyfish, attribute, water, grade, good. Flame Bath Lion, attribute, fire, grade, rare. To his utter astonishment, he could also see the attribute panels of the other test beasts. It must be an additional feature of the system. Lu Xiaoxiu was overjoyed. This system feature is no less important than the main function. When encountering unknown magical beasts in the future, you can immediately grasp all their information, knowing both yourself and the enemy to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, especially in the wild. This will greatly enhance your survival ability. Lu Xiaoxiu compared the attribute panels of the Woodvine Flower and the Blazing Rooster. The Blazing Rooster's tier is common, while the Woodvine Flower's tier is rare. In terms of tier, the Woodvine Flower is higher than the Blazing Rooster, because the tiers of summoned beasts, from low to high, are common, good, rare, exquisite, commander, king, and legendary. The rare tier is a full 2 levels above the common tier. However, it doesn't mean that a higher tier beast will always defeat a lower tier one. It ultimately depends on the beast's combat power and skill levels. The combat power of the Woodvine Flower is 550, while the Blazing Rooster's is 666, giving the Blazing Rooster a slight edge in terms of power. As for skills, the Woodvine Flower has 3 skills, whereas the Blazing Rooster only has 1. However, the highest skill tier of the Woodvine Flower is only intermediate. The Blazing Rooster's skill, Chicken Adrenaline, is also an intermediate skill, so there isn't much difference between the two. Overall, the Blazing Rooster has a high chance of winning. Soon, the assessment began. There are 6 large arenas on the playground, each occupied by an assessment beast with different attributes. The assessments are conducted simultaneously on all 6 arenas. The assessment rules are simple: whichever side is knocked out of the arena first loses. The assessment order follows the class sequence. First, the students of Beast Taming Class 1 will take the assessment, followed by Beast Taming Class 2, and so on. Lu Xiaoxiu was in Beast Taming Class 2. During the preparation period, he could observe how the students from Beast Taming Class 1 dealt with the Woodvine Flower. The first student to challenge the Woodvine Flower was a tall boy named Wu Fan from Beast Taming Class 1. His summoned beast was a Flame Hound. This was a good grade summoned beast with a combat power of 500, on par with the Woodvine Flower's strength. However, the elemental advantage gave the Flame Hound an inherent upper hand. Moreover, Wu Fan's Beastmaster talent was Fire Enhancement, which could further boost the Flame Hound's strength. As a result, the Flame Hound dominated this match with overwhelming ease. The battle lasted only a minute. The second student to challenge the Woodvine Flower was named Li Yi, whose contracted beast was a Solar Flame Spider with a combat power of 450. Although its combat power was inferior to the Woodvine Flower, this beast had mastered a high-tier skill, Flame Silk. When the Fire Sun Spider unleashed this skill, countless strands of flaming silk converged into a massive web, descending upon the Woodvine Flower. The Woodvine Flower's movement speed was inherently slow, making it impossible to dodge, and coupled with the elemental disadvantage, it lost once again. Subsequently, several students with fire attributes summoned beasts challenged the Woodvine Flower. Without exception, every one of them emerged victorious. At this point, all the students in Beast Taming Class 1 who challenged the Woodvine Flower have passed. Wah wah! The Woodvine Flower, which had suffered consecutive defeats, plopped down on the ground and burst into loud sobs. Its rank was clearly higher than the beasts challenging it, but because it was still in its juvenile form and hadn't grown up yet, it couldn't defeat them. This is really bullying the baby. Seeing Manhwa acting up, the invigilator quickly stepped in to soothe it. They even fed it plenty of its favorite sweetgrass, which finally calmed the little Manhwa down. After Class 1 of Beast Taming finished their assessment, there was a half-hour break. The supervising teachers provided supplements to each examined beast to ensure they remained at full stamina. Soon, it was the turn of Beast Taming Class 2 to begin their assessment. The first one to take the stage was Lu Xiaoxiu. This was deliberately arranged by class monitor Li Wang, aiming to give Lu Xiaoxiu little preparation time. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't mind it either. He had already figured out the background of the Woodvine Flower through previous observations, so whether the competition was early or late made no difference. When Lu Xiaoxiu stepped onto the arena and summoned his contracted beast, the Blazing Rooster, the crowd erupted in an uproar. A Blazing Rooster? Who would even contract such a trash-tier beast? I remember this guy. He used the Blazing Rooster in previous beast evaluations and never won a single match. Probably won't make it this time either. No need to say more. A weak summoned beast like the Blazing Rooster has no reason not to lose. Ha ha, we think he'll lose, but he doesn't see it that way. I'm in the same class as him, and he still believes he has a chance to win today. At these words, everyone shook their heads, all thinking Lu Xiaoxiu was overestimating himself. Then, the last speaker added mysteriously, "Let me tell you another secret, this guy's academic credits are down to just 6 points now. If he loses today's assessment, he'll have to pack up and leave." The remark drew a wave of low chuckles, as many were eager to see Lu Xiaoxiu make a fool of himself. Seeing everyone's reaction, Li Wang smiled with satisfaction. Those final words had come from him. He did this to retaliate against Lu Xiaoxiu for opposing him yesterday. He wanted to utterly ruin Lu Xiaoxiu's reputation. At this moment, the woodvine flower baby on the arena also widened its eyes in pleasant surprise. Blazing Rooster? The next opponent turned out to be the notoriously weak Blazing Rooster? And just like me, it's still in its juvenile stage. This time, I surely won't lose again. The woodvine flower baby instantly ignited with ambition. He decided to start by defeating the Blazing Rooster to re-establish the dignity of his examination beast. Chapter 4, The Vineflower Got Beaten to Tears. Mu Tenghua's excited behavior caught Lu Xiaoxiu's attention, and he seemed to realize something. This vineflower seems to be looking down on me? Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but reveal a kind smile. In that case, let me show you the cruelty of human nature. Blaze Rooster, pretend to be scared, and when the vine bloom lowers its guard, strike it with a fatal blow. Lu Xiaoxiu relayed the battle plan to the Blaze Rooster. Cluck cluck, the Blaze Rooster's eyes lit up. So this is how battles can be fought? My Beastmaster is really such a sly one. I love it. Taking the cue, Blaze Rooster immediately began putting on an act. Its chicken eyes widened in terror, trembling uncontrollably, looking as if it could barely stand. Seeing this, Vinebloom indeed let its guard down, its sunflower crown swaying cheerfully. With its stubby little legs, it slowly shuffled towards the Blazing Rooster, intending to defeat its opponent using the most basic attacks, not even bothering to use any skills. The Blazing Rooster's masterful acting successfully fooled the students watching from below. The Blazing Rooster truly lives up to its reputation as a weakling. It chickened out before the fight even started. What's the point of keeping such a pet beast? If it were me, I'd just throw it away. This Blazing Rooster contract feels like it's just here for laughs. Listening to the sporadic jeers from the crowd, Li Wang's face revealed intense satisfaction. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Without him even needing to fan the flames, the Blazing Rooster had already set the perfect atmosphere. He decisively took out his phone, turned on the recording function, intending to capture this hilarious scene and post it in the class group to thoroughly humiliate Lu Xiaoxiu. Of course, recording only Lu Xiaoxiu would make his intentions too obvious. As the class monitor, he still needed to maintain some semblance of decorum. Li Wang planned to record several people and combine the clips into one video before posting it in the group. This would not only conceal his true motives but also highlight Lu Xiaoxiu's absurdity through comparison with other students. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. But what happened next left Li Wang utterly stunned. As the woodvine flower slowly crossed halfway across the arena, the Blazing Rooster suddenly sprang into action. It took a running start, then leaped into the air, raising its right wing high before striking down fiercely at its opponent. Like swatting a ball, Mu Tenghua was directly knocked off the arena. One strike. With just a single strike, the Blazing Rooster defeated its opponent. How is this possible? Li Wang's heart was in turmoil. Although the woodvine flower, for some unknown reason, was slow to use its skill, the Blazing Rooster's strength was simply too overwhelming. His intuition told him that what he had just witnessed was an illusion. He must have been seeing things. Li Wang rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again. But no matter how much he rubbed, it was no use. The only summoned beast left standing on the arena was the Blazing Rooster, not the woodvine flower. With a clatter, Li Wang's phone fell to the ground, shattered into pieces. Much like his crumbling worldview at that moment, the reactions of the others present weren't much better. Many people still wore mocking smiles on their faces, waiting for the flaming chicken to lose. But at this moment, their smiles froze completely, as if petrified, appearing both comical and eerie. Zhangya, something big happened over there. In front of the fire arena, Zhangya was observing the battle style of the blazing lion. Her summoned beast was a water attribute ice spirit deer, and since water counters fire, she planned to challenge this fire attribute blazing lion. Just then, Tao Lily ran over from somewhere, grabbing Zhangya's arm with one hand and pointing toward the wood arena with the other, her face looking as if she'd seen a ghost. What's the big deal? Why did you suddenly come over here? Zhangya knew that Tao Lily's contracted beast was a fire attribute flametail cat, so logically, she should be preparing at the wood element arena. Tao Lily swallowed hard and said urgently, that Lu Xiaoxiu actually passed the assessment. This is so bizarre, the beast he contracted is clearly a worthless flame rooster. Zhangya slightly furrowed her brows. Tao Lily, how many times have I told you? Every beast willing to form a contract with a beastmaster is our companion. Don't belittle them. Don't ever say things like Blaze Chick is worthless to me again. Tao Lily quickly corrected herself. Yes, but but the blaze chick's tier and strength are universally acknowledged as weak. That woodvine flower is a rare tier beast, there's no reason it should lose. Zhanya pondered and said, logically speaking, the blaze chick's chances of winning are indeed slim, but nothing is absolute. By the way, did you come here just to tell me this? Yeah, Toe Lily smirked slyly. Didn't you lend Lu Xiaoxiu money yesterday? Even though you won't admit it, I still think you must have feelings for him. That's why I came all this way to tell you about it. Zhanya was both angry and embarrassed. Get lost. I already said I lent him money. Not because of that. If not because of that, then because of what? Tao Lily's Geijai smirked mischievously, and before Zhanya could catch up to reprimand her, she quickly dashed back to the wooden platform. Only Zhanya was left standing there, the blush on her face still lingering. That wretched Tao Lily. What nonsense is she spouting? Zhanya grumbled indignantly. Then her thoughts turned to Lu Xiaoxiu. That day when I lent him money, Lu Xiaoxiu seemed to be buying evolution materials. Could it be that today's victory of the blazing rooster is related to those evolution materials? Zhangya's eyes flickered with a dawning realization. On the arena, the blazing chicken stared at the woodvine flower it had just swatted away, its beak wide open. Was its strength really this immense? The blazing chicken couldn't help but tremble. This time, it wasn't acting, it was genuinely shaking, out of sheer excitement. As a weakling battle pet, the blazing chicken had endured endless disdain and rejection, but now, it finally held its head high with pride. Chirp chirp. Standing on the arena, the blazing chicken puffed out its chest and let out a triumphant crow. No one was more thrilled than Lu Xiaoxiu at the scene. The enhanced version of Adrenaline Rush is just too overpowered. The miracle evolution system is absolutely insane. The blazing chicken only evolved once, yet it became this powerful. If it evolved 9 times, how terrifying would that be? Just as Lu Xiaoxiu's heart surged with excitement, a peculiar skill icon suddenly materialized in his mind. Slow self-healing, a low-tier skill that allows gradual recovery from injuries after activation. This skill, wasn't it originally from the woodvine flower? How did it end up with me? Lu Xiaoxiu froze for half a second before instantly realizing the situation. Beastmaster talent. His Beastmaster talent worked. This Beastmaster talent is called Lightfingered. When winning a battle against a magical beast, there's a chance to steal a low-tier skill from the opponent. Since the flaming rooster was too weak to defeat anyone, the original owner of this body had this Beastmaster talent but never got a chance to use it. Speaking of which, this was the first time his beast taming talent had taken effect. Slow regeneration. Sounds pretty good. I wonder how much stronger it will be after enhancement. Lu Xiaoxiu planned to teach this skill to his blazing rooster back at the dorm. After all, injuries were inevitable for battle pets in future fights. In the academy, injured battle pets could receive treatment at the school infirmary. But in the wild, it's quite troublesome if a beast gets injured. If you have a beast with healing skills, that's manageable. Otherwise, you can only recall the beast into the taming space and wait for it to recover slowly. This is a lengthy process. However, if the beast learns the slow regeneration skill, it can heal itself even outside the taming space when injured. Wah wah! At this moment, heart-wrenching cries rose from beneath the arena. The sobs came from the little woodvine flower baby. The duel just now dealt a devastating blow to its fragile young heart. Losing to other beast companions was something it could accept, but why couldn't it even defeat a juvenile blaze rooster? It's so discouraging for the baby. The academy is too complicated. I want to go back to the countryside. The more woodvine flower baby thought about it, the sadder and more upset she became, crying even harder. Seeing this, the invigilator quickly went over to comfort her, but this time, no matter how he coaxed, it was useless. Even feeding the woodvine flower its favorite sweetgrass had no effect. This gave the supervising teacher a massive headache. The woodvine flower baby was an examination beast. If it went on strike, the exam couldn't proceed. Although there were 6 examination beasts in total, each had different attributes. Missing one wood-type beast would be unfair to students whose beast attributes countered the wood type. The invigilator gave Lu Xiaoxiu an extremely resentful look. It was all this guy's fault for not knowing how to hold back. Look how devastated the little woodvine flower baby is now. In the end, the invigilator had to use an expensive ambrosia fruit to console the woodvine flower baby before the assessment could proceed. Students who completed the assessment were free to leave. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't linger at the scene and headed straight back to his dorm. Before leaving, Lu Xiaoxiu specifically checked the attribute panel of the woodvine flower baby again, and the skill column still had the slow self-healing ability. This indicated that stealing skills from the creature wouldn't actually affect it. Back in the dorm, Lu Xiaoxiu taught slow self-healing to the blazing rooster. Blazing rooster. Attribute, fire. Tier, common. Growth stage, juvenile. Combat power, 666. Skill, enhanced adrenaline rush, intermediate skill. Temporarily increases strength by 4 times. Enhanced self-healing, intermediate skill. Self-heals when injured. Healing speed is 10 times faster than the pet's natural healing rate in the beast taming space. After teaching the skill, slow self-healing automatically upgraded to enhanced self-healing. Moreover, this healing effect is now 10 times stronger than before. Nice! Lu Xiaoxiu roared loudly. Chirp chirp. The blazing rooster also let out a cry. Both the boy and the beast were visibly excited. Lu Xiaoxiu cradled the blazing rooster in his arms, stroking it lovingly, feeling that the creature grew more endearing by the minute. Whether it was its dark black comb, dark black eyes, dark black feathers, or dark black claws, everything about it was so distinctive. Looking at your all-black appearance, I'll call you Little Black from now on. Chirp chirp. Seeing the blazing rooster accept it happily, Lu Xiaoxiu also broke into a cheerful smile. Now that I've passed the assessment, I won't be expelled from school for the time being, but with only single-digit credits left, it's like a sword hanging over my head, with the constant threat of expulsion. I need to find a way to earn credits. Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes gleamed with determination. The college's campus website has a task hall section that periodically posts new tasks, some of which offer credit rewards. Lu Xiaoxiu planned to visit the mission hall to earn some money. After all, he still owed Zhang Ye 5,000 and hadn't repaid it yet. Chapter 5, The Mission Hall. The missions in the hall are divided into two types. One type is tasks issued by the academy, and the other is tasks posted by individuals. Tasks issued by the academy generally reward academic credits and money. As for privately posted tasks, the rewards are all sorts of strange things. Some offer a first kiss, some treat you to a meal, and others give away study materials. Lu Xiaoxiu had no interest in investigating whether these study materials were the same type as those in his previous life. Right now, he just wants to earn some credits and money. The preferred tasks are naturally those that reward credits. Unfortunately, such tasks are scarce and get snatched up quickly once posted. Lu Xiaoxiu scanned around but couldn't find a single credit rewarding task. Better focus on making money first and repay the 5,000 I owe Zhang Ye. Lu Xiaoxiu sighed. There are quite a few missions that offer monetary rewards. However, the easy tasks have already been taken, leaving only those with too little reward or too high difficulty. Lu Xiaoxiu browsed through them one by one and soon noticed a particular task. Mission title, Beehive Removal Task. Task description, there's a red-eyed wasp nest on the iron tree outside my house. So many red-eyed wasps are flying around that I don't even dare to go out anymore. Can someone please help me remove the nest? Waiting online. It's urgent. Task reward, 6,666 Hua coins. Task publisher, Autumn Knife. There are many comments below. Old gentleman, the rewards are too meager. Red-eyed wasps are poisonous. Taking on this mission will definitely injure my pet beast. Then I'd have to spend money on treatment at the school clinic. Not worth it. Wandering poet, exactly. The reward should at least be doubled. Less than 7,000 Hua coins? Who would bother? Night Tree Hugger, OP, you should offer more money. Your mission is tough, and no one will take it with such low pay. Autumn Blade, OP, I really can't afford much more. Please, help me out. Seeing that the thread starter had no intention of increasing the reward, everyone stopped paying attention to him. Lu Xiaoxiu carefully analyzed the situation and realized that, judging solely by the reward amount, the task actually offered quite a bit. No one was willing to take it because during the task, the summoned beasts were highly prone to injury, and any injuries would require self-funded treatment at the school clinic. After all the expenses, the actual earnings would be minimal, making it a thankless job that only put their beasts through unnecessary suffering. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't have such concerns. The blazing rooster had just learned an enhanced self-healing ability, so it could recover without needing the school infirmary. However, the limits of self-healing had to be considered. After all, he wasn't facing just one red-eyed wasp but an entire nest. This was no joke. Lu Xiaoxiu decided to check it out first, but today is out of the question, because it's the day of the summoned beast assessment, and everyone is busy with the exams. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxiu logged into the campus network and privately messaged Autumn Blade, the issuer of the Beehive task. Campus network users can use their real names or create an online alias. Generally, people use aliases to avoid easily exposing their identities. However, his previous self had always used his real name and never created an online alias. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't want to use his real name. To keep things simple, he directly used the nickname he gave to the blazing rooster, Little Black, as a substitute for his real name. After deciding on the name, Lu Xiaoxiu privately messaged the other party. Little Black, hello, I'm interested in your task. Please share your address, and I'll come take a look. A moment later, a reply was received from the other party. Xiaodao, I'm in the girls' dormitory area. Building 27, Zone 3. Lu Xiaoxiu was stunned. The girls' dormitory area? So this Xiaodao was a girl? Judging by the name, I thought it was a guy. He replied that he would be there soon and hurried towards the girls' dormitory area. The girls' dormitory area was quite spacious, with each girls' dorm being a standalone small villa, offering a much better environment than the boys' dormitory area. Zone 3 belonged to the freshman dormitory area. indicating that this Chodao was also a freshman in the same year as him. Following the address, Lu Xiaoxiu found the residence. From afar, one could see a big-eyed, cute girl with long twin tails waiting outside the house. She was a pure and adorable-looking girl with a round face and a hint of baby fat. Petite and delicate, her curves were in all the right places. The most captivating feature was her large, watery eyes peeking out from beneath her wispy bangs, exuding a natural innocence that made her irresistibly endearing. You must be Chodao, right? Lu Xiaoxiu smiled. Oh wow, you must be Xiaohei, right? The big-eyed girl's eyes sparkled with delight. This task had been posted in the mission hall for over half a month with no takers. Occasionally, someone would accept it, but only as a prank, standing her up. So, when Lu Xiaoxiu replied that he'd be right there, she was skeptical. Still, she waited patiently outside. Now that Lu Xiaoxiu had actually come, the big-eyed cute girl was so happy she almost wagged her tail. Where's the beehive? Lu Xiaoxiu asked. There. The big-eyed cute girl pointed to a giant tree not far away. The scientific name of the giant tree was ironwood, and as the name suggests, it was incredibly sturdy. The ironwood towered into the sky, standing less than 2 meters from the cute girl's door. It's windy today, so the red-eyed bees aren't very active. When the weather improves, they'll swarm out of their nest in dark clouds, buzzing everywhere. At that point, I wouldn't dare stay outside for long. The big-eyed girl pouted her small mouth, her expression full of grievance. Lu Xiaoxiu stared at the beehive on the tree, feeling a bit overwhelmed for a moment. The beehive was cunningly positioned at the very top of the tree trunk, about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, making it extremely difficult to retrieve by ordinary means. It's fine if the pet can fly. The problem is, the blazing rooster can't fly. You must have a way, right? Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu frowning deeply, the big-eyed girl feared he might leave and looked at him with pitiful eyes. Lu Xiaoxiu did not respond immediately. To be honest, he had just come up with a way to get the beehive down. Although the blazing rooster couldn't fly, it was strong enough to take advantage of the iron tree's toughness by forcefully striking its trunk to shake the beehive loose. However, once the blazing rooster violently shook the tree, it would inevitably face the frenzied retaliation of the red-eyed bee swarm. Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze involuntarily fell upon a red-eyed bee hovering near the honeycomb. Red-eyed bee, attribute, wood, tier, common, growth stage, adult, combat power, 6. Skill, poison sting attack, attacks the target with a venomous stinger, inflicting continuous toxin damage per second to the affected target. Evolution path. According to the attribute panel, the combat power of a red-eyed wasp is extremely low. The problem is, he's not facing just one, but an entire nest. Lu Xiaoxiu wasn't sure if the blazing rooster's self-healing skill could withstand it. My flower spirit has a healing skill and can provide support from the side. Please, help me. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu remain silent for so long, the big-eyed cutie thought he wanted to give up and desperately tried to persuade him to stay. Healing skill? What tier is it? Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up with interest. Mid-tier skill. Very powerful, the big-eyed cutie said as she summoned her pet beast. It was a tiny humanoid figure the size of a fist, with arms and legs, a pair of wings as thin as cicadas on its back, and a cluster of small red flowers on its head. Utterly adorable. Flora spirit, attribute, wood, grade, rare, growth stage, juvenile, combat power, 450. Skills, fragrant spit, intermediate skill, exhales a sweet, healing aroma in a targeted area. Allied units within the aroma continuously receive healing effects. Skill effects can stack. Sowing, plants a seed that grows into a small flower sprite after 3 seconds. Aiding in battle. Seeing the flower spirit's skill panel, Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. This fragrant spit is indeed an intermediate skill. The healing output should be substantial. Combined with the blazing rooster's enhanced self-recovery, it should be enough to withstand the attacks of the red-eyed bee swarm, right? Please, little brother, help me out. The big-eyed cutie pleaded again, her sweet voice sounding like she was coquettishly begging. Alright, but your flower spirit can't slack off, it has to keep healing non-stop. So you agree? Ah, that's really wonderful. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu agree, the big-eyed cutie instantly beamed with joy, her eyes nearly curving into crescent moons. She asked in a sweet voice, don't worry, big brother, I'll make sure floral spirit doesn't slack off. By the way, what's your summoned beast? Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at her and said unhurriedly, my summoned beast is the blazing rooster. Chapter 6, Big-Eyed Cute Girl. When Lu Xiaoxiu summoned the blazing rooster, the smile on the big-eyed cute girl's face instantly froze. What? Don't you think much of it? Seeing the other's reaction, Lu Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow. No. The big-eyed girl quickly waved her hands. I'm just worried that the flame rooster isn't a match for these red-eyed wasps. It's not like fighting a swarm of bees. Just destroy the hive, and the swarm will naturally disperse. Lu Xiaoxiu calmly explained before saying no more and began directing the blazing rooster in battle. Little Black, unleash the chicken's fury. Attack the tree. Chirp chirp. Upon receiving the command, the blazing rooster immediately complied. Bang! A loud bang. The blazing rooster fiercely struck the ironwood with its wings. The ironwood merely swayed a few times, showing no signs of breaking. Seeing this, the blazing rooster went all out, launching a relentless assault on the ironwood. Bang! 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 As the pounding intensified, the ironwood tree began to shake violently, its entire trunk swaying wildly. The beehive at the very top of the trunk was like a withered leaf in a storm, teetering on the brink of falling at any moment. Before long, the swarm of red-eyed bees from the hive poured out in full force, like dark clouds pressing down. The swarming red-eyed bees circled the hive a few times before surging toward the flame roosters below. Big-eyed cutie, quickly have flower spirit heal my little black. Lu Xiaoxiu urgently shouted. Big-eyed cutie froze for a full second before realizing that Lu Xiaoxiu's big-eyed cutie was referring to her. Okay. The wide-eyed girl responded hastily and directed the flower spirit to assist. Eek, the little flower spirit, hovering midair with hands on hips and puffed cheeks, blew a puff of green mist toward the direction of the blazing rooster. At that moment, the blazing rooster also unleashed its enhanced self-healing ability. 2 healing skills take effect simultaneously. Buzz buzz buzz. The swarm of red-eyed bees blotted out the sky and quickly obscured the figure of the blazing rooster. Lu Xiaoxiu's heart pounded wildly. Through the telepathic connection between the beast master and their familiar, Lu Xiaoxiu could instantly grasp the current state of his blazing rooster. Seems not bad? The swarm's venomous sting attacks did inflict some damage on the blazing rooster. However, the combination of enhanced regeneration and the continuous healing from foul-mouth fragrance wasn't just for show. The blazing rooster's minor injuries were quickly patched up. Chirp chirp. From within the swarm of bees came the high-pitched, spirited cry of the blaze rooster. Seeing that it wasn't badly hurt, the blaze rooster shook its feathers and resumed its assault on the iron tree. Bang! 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 Countless leaves were shaken loose. The violent swaying left after images of the iron tree in mid-air. It must be said, the red-eyed wasp's nest is truly sturdy. Despite being shaken like this, it still hasn't fallen from the tree. However, the nest is already showing obvious signs of loosening. Just a bit more effort, and it's sure to fall from the tree soon. But at this very moment, a sudden mutation occurred. From within the beehive, a giant red-eyed bee, at least 10 times larger than a normal one, slowly emerged. Red-eyed bee king. Attribute, wood. Grade, fine tier. Growth stage, mature. Combat power, 200. Skills, inspire, intermediate skill. Significantly boosts combat power of allied units. Compound eyes, basic skill. Enhances vision, more eyes provide clearer sight. It's the red-eyed queen bee. In his shock, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but blurt out a curse. It's important to know that while red-eyed bees are social creatures, the emergence of a queen bee is extremely rare. This isn't because they compete for the position later in life, but rather due to a genetic mutation that occurs during reproduction, resulting in an inherently unique individual with a minuscule probability. Because of this, the red-eyed queen bee is a relatively uncommon type of beast companion. It's worth mentioning that the red-eyed queen bee itself isn't particularly strong. For instance, the one before us only has a combat power of 200. However, its skill Inspire is extremely annoying. This skill is a group buff that can enhance the strength of the entire red-eyed bee swarm. A single bee's power boost isn't scary. What's terrifying is when the whole swarm gets stronger. Buzz hum. As soon as the red-eyed bee king appeared, it unleashed its morale-boosting skill. A red halo lit up around its body, expanding outward in all directions from its center. Soon, the entire swarm of red-eyed bees was enveloped by the halo. Buzz, roar, roar. In an instant, the entire swarm of red-eyed bees became frenzied. Through the attribute panel, Lu Xiaoxiu was horrified to discover that the combat power of each red-eyed bee had skyrocketed from 6 to 20, more than tripling. The dense swarm of red-eyed bees before him was countless in number, and Lu Xiaoxiu dared not be careless. Big-eyed cutie, hurry, heal up quickly. Oh, the big-eyed cute girl immediately complied, directing the flower spirit to unleash a healing skill. Eek, the little flower spirit, hovering mid-air, puffed up its cheeks, placed its hands on its hips, and once again spewed a green mist towards the blazing rooster. Not enough, not enough, keep healing, don't stop, Lu Xiaoxiu urged anxiously. The skill Fragrant Utterance allows healing effects to stack. The more it's layered, the greater the healing output. Through telepathy, Lu Xiaoxiu had already realized that the blazing rooster was currently struggling to cope. Must keep healing. The big-eyed cutie is very obedient, doing exactly as Lu Xiaoxiu says. So, the little flower spirit began puffing out green mist again, hands on hips and cheeks puffed. Every time the little one casts a healing skill, it lets out an first, as if cheering itself on. To ensure an ample milk supply, the sound never stopped. Soon, Lu Xiaoxiu noticed that the blazing rooster's healing speed caught up. gradually reaching a delicate balance with the damage inflicted by the red-eyed wasps. Good, good. Just keep this rhythm going. Don't stop. Seeing the situation stabilize, Lu Xiaoxiu finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Squeak! The rejuvenated blaze rooster launched another fierce assault on the ironwood tree. Perhaps influenced by the flower spirit, the blaze rooster now let out a chirp before each strike on the ironwood tree. Its calls echoed in harmony with the flower spirits. Eek! Squeak! Eek! Squeak! The two summoned beasts coordinated seamlessly, holding their ground against the overwhelming swarm of bees without faltering. As the iron tree swayed violently, the beehive soon teetered on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, the red-eyed queen bee grew frantic. After all, the hive was the foundation of the swarm's existence. Without it, the colony would scatter. By then, the queen would be left a ruler without subjects. Seeing the swarm's attacks ineffective against the blazing rooster, the red-eyed bee king decided to take matters into its own hands. The grudge of a ransacked home is as deep as the heavens. The red-eyed bee king would fight the blazing rooster to the death. Buzz, roar, roar, roar. The red-eyed queen bee shrieked sharply as it charged toward the blaze chicken. Xiao Hei, take down the queen bee first. Lu Xiaoxiu commanded decisively. Screech! The blaze chicken let out a high-pitched cry and swatted at the approaching red-eyed queen bee. With a loud splat, the crimson-eyed queen bee was instantly knocked unconscious. The encouragement skill also lost its effect. The pressure on blazing rooster greatly lessened, and it resumed bombarding the giant tree. Soon, the beehive was shaken loose from the tree and shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. In an instant, the swarm of red-eyed bees fell into chaos, like headless flies, buzzing noisily in disarray. This state didn't last long before the red-eyed bee swarm began to disintegrate, scattering in all directions. Eek! Squeak! The two summoned beasts let out triumphant cheers. The big-eyed girl also jumped for joy, happily bouncing up and down. Her two long pigtails playfully bounced along with her, looking both mischievous and lively. Thank you so much, big brother. We couldn't have done it without you today. No problem at all. It was just a small favor. Lu Xiaoxiu really knows how to show off. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Yang Ziqing, and you are? My name is Lu Xiaoxiu. From now on, I'll call you brother Xiaoxiu, okay? The big-eyed girl's friendly attitude caught him off guard. However, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't dislike it. Who could resist an innocent and adorable big-eyed girl? Did you pass yesterday's pet beast assessment? Yeah, brother Xiaoxiu, you're so skilled. You must have passed too, right? Yeah, Lu Xiaoxiu nodded, his gaze involuntarily falling on her pet beast, the flower spirit. Although flower spirit's combat power is only 450, falling short of the standard for exam beasts, its role isn't that of a battle pet but rather a support companion. For such companion beasts, the Academy tends to relax the standards. Given the abilities Flower Spirit just demonstrated, passing the exam won't be an issue. At this moment, Flower Spirit was getting along famously with Blaze Rooster. The two little fellows had just fought side by side, forging a profound revolutionary friendship in battle. Chirp chirp, eep eep, chirp chirp chirp, eep eep eep. Though they were of different races and spoke different languages, this did not hinder their friendly communication. The little Flower Spirit waved its tiny hands, expressing itself through a variety of animated gestures. The blazing rooster's wings were no mere decoration either, they gestured just as expressively as the flower spirit's delicate limbs. They get along really well, don't they? Yang Ziqing giggled. Yes, Lu Xiaoxiu said with a smile. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiu felt a stirring in his heart. He discovered a new skill icon had appeared in his mind. Compound Eye, low-tier skill, enhances vision. More eyes mean clearer sight. This skill was stolen from the red-eyed wasp queen. Lu Xiaoxiu thought it was pretty good, so he taught the skill to Blazing Rooster. Enhanced Compound Eyes, intermediate skill, further enhances vision, allowing the prediction of a target's next move based on their movement trajectory. Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. This enhanced Compound Eye is quite powerful. It can actually predict the target's next move in advance. Doesn't this mean that the Blazing Rooster can foresee and anticipate dangers in future battles? Ha! What's this? Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly froze. He noticed an unfamiliar skill had appeared on Blaze Rooster's skill panel. Invulnerable to all poisons. A skill that the flaming chicken has learned on its own in battle. It is immune to any toxic damage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I got a big grass. Lu Xiaoxiu's entire body was stunned. Favorite beasts do have the ability to comprehend skills on their own. But, the probability of this is small. But now, this small probability event has befallen him. Most importantly, there are good and bad skills that favored beasts comprehend on their own. And some of them are pretty cockamamie. But the 100 poison skill can be very extreme, immune to any toxic damage. This also meant that the flaming chicken would not be afraid of any poisonous favored beasts in future battles. Chapter 7, the 100 poison skill. The next step was to clear the battlefield. The red-eyed bee king didn't die, he was just slapped unconscious. This queen bee, it is possible to sell it for money. There's also the beehive, which is broken but can be traded for quite a bit of money. When I go to the Imperial Beast store and sell the red-eyed bee king and the hive, I'll share half of the money I earn with you, Lu Xiaoxiu said to Yang Ziqing. The Academy's Imperial Beast shop not only sells Imperial Beast-related goods to the public, but also recycles various favored beast materials. No. I'm already grateful that you helped me remove the hive. How can I still ask for your money? Yang Ziqing hurriedly waved her hand. By the way, I haven't given you your mission honorarium yet. I'll transfer it to you now. After saying that, he delivered the 6,666 quest honorarium. Very auspicious number. After leaving each other's contact information, Lu Xiaoxiu said goodbye and left. He first went to the Imperial Beast shop and sold both the hive and the red-eyed bee king, then bought some stamina-restoring supplies for the flaming chicken. Favored beasts unleash their skills, all of which consume stamina. The flaming chicken had just gone through a battle and had used up a lot of its stamina, just when it needed to replenish its supplies. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at the balance. There's 10,000 more to go. The red-eyed queen bee alone sold for 6,000. It smells good. It's a pity that red-eyed queen bees are very rare. Otherwise Lu Xiaoxiu would want to catch red-eyed queen bees full-time and sell them for money. After that, Lu Xiaoxiu transferred another 5,000 to Zhangya to pay back the money owed. I had just called the money over when I received a chat message from Zhangya. Zhangya, can you do me a favor? Lu Xiaoxiu froze and replied in a hurry. Lu Xiaoxiu, yes. What is it? Zhangya, buy me a bottle of insecticide. Will you? Send it to my house. Lu Xiaoxiu, is something wrong? Zhangya, the poisonous starling bug eggs I bought earlier hatched into bugs due to improper preservation methods. My home is so full of worms that I don't dare to get out of bed. Lu Xiaoxiu, poison star worm eggs, a favored beast evolution material that could be used by many favored beasts when they evolved. Zhangya bought the bug eggs, presumably for the evolution of the ice spirit deer. It was important to know that the evolution of an ordinary favored beast was not 100% successful, and often required many times to succeed. Therefore, many people, for the sake of convenience, buy multiple copies of pet beast evolution materials at once and hoard them to keep at home, once the preservation method is not appropriate. As Zhangya make a mess. Venomous starworms are extremely reproducible, and a single piece of egg can hatch out tens of thousands of venomous star larvae, and they have a short growth cycle, growing from larvae to adults in a few hours. If left unchecked, your home will soon be infested with insects. The biggest headache is that the bugs are poisonous, so there are few natural enemies that feed on them, and the only way to exterminate them is to use specialized insecticides. Okay, I'll go buy it for you right now. Lu Xiaoxiu immediately replied back. I was about to leave the house when something suddenly occurred to me. The teacher in class had once said that although the poisonous star insect was poisonous, its nutritional value was extremely high, and as long as the toxicity was eliminated, it was the most inexpensive pet animal tonic. Only, with the current level of technology, it is difficult to get rid of this toxicity. Therefore, no one dared to feed the poisonous star insect to their pet beasts. But he, Lu Xiaoxiu, didn't seem to need to worry about that. The flaming chicken had just mastered 100 poison skill, which made it immune to any toxicity, and was perfectly capable of eating poisonous star insects for dinner. Blackie, let's go. I'll take you to eat a big meal. The flaming chicken was eating the supplies that Lu Xiaoxiu had bought back, only to hear the other party suddenly come with such a sentence. Kirikou? The flaming chicken was a little confused. Wasn't he eating a big meal right now? Still, it dutifully followed. According to the address sent by Zhangya, Lu Xiaoxiu quickly found her place. The doors of the rooms were all intelligent, and after face recognition and authorization from Zhangya, they would open automatically. The house is well kept, clean and tidy, yet cozy, but when I came to the bedroom, it was a different story. The ground was full of purplish-red bugs, each as thick as a finger, and there was no way to get down. And Zhangya was squatting at the head of the bed, her hands on her knees, with a broken face. Her favored beast, the ice spirit deer, was also lying on its back, looking overwhelmed. Are you okay? Lu Xiaoxiu asked. Zhangya did not reply, but only shook her head gently. Looking at her florid face, she should have been irritated. Seeing that the other party was not seriously hurt, Lu Xiaoxiu did not ask any more questions and directly summoned the flaming chicken. Blackie, all these bugs are yours. You didn't buy bug spray? Zhangya looked up in dismay. Until then, she noticed that Lu Xiaoxiu was empty-handed, and there was no insecticide on his hands at all. I was going to buy them, but then I thought, it seems like I don't need them, just let Xiaohei eat them. Lu Xiaoxiu said with a smile. Are you crazy? Poisonous starworms are poisonous. Flaming chickens will be poisoned if they eat them, Zhangya exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, she saw that the flaming chicken had already eaten a poisonous star insect into its stomach. Carrick, the fiery chicken flapped its wings, indicating that it smelled really good. It then pecked towards another poisonous star insect. Zhang Ye's small mouth was slightly open, already too shocked to speak. The flaming chicken does seem to be fine after eating the poison star worm? That's not possible. The poisonous star bugs are clearly poisonous. It must be that the toxicity hasn't kicked in yet. You should quickly take the flaming chicken to the infirmary. It'll be too late if you wait until the toxicity kicks in, Zhang Ye kindly advised. Does it look like it's poison to you? Lu Xiaoxiu said with a smile. At this point, the flaming chicken had already solved nearly a third of the poisonous starflies in the house. And this, only just over 2 minutes had passed since the flaming chicken had fed on the first poisonous star insect. Carrick, the more the fiery chicken eats, the happier it gets. At first, Lu Xiaoxiu was worried that with so many poisonous starflies in the house, the flaming chicken would not be able to eat them. Now it seems that he was completely overthinking it. In less than 10 minutes, the room full of poisonous starflies was all wiped out. Looking at the living and breathing flaming chicken, Zhang Ye fell into a deep shock, feeling that her brain was a little underutilized. Obviously, the teacher had taught in class that the poisonous star insect was poisonous. So why was this fiery inflamed chicken fine until now? Mai Xiaohei, having comprehended the skill of not being invaded by 100 poisons, can be immune to any toxic damage, Lu Xiaoxiu explained with a smile. So that's how it is. Zhang Ye drifted off. Your flaming chicken, has it evolved? Zhang Ye voiced the question in her heart. Zhang Ye had been skeptical since the flaming chicken miraculously passed the test yesterday. Now that the flaming chicken had even suddenly comprehended the skill, it deepened her suspicion even more. Aha! Lu Xiaoxiu didn't deny it. This kind of thing can't be hidden. Fiery flame chicken was still the strength of the 5 dregs of the battle a few days ago, but suddenly its strength soared. Without some strange encounters, it really can't be said. A favored beast isn't a complete evolutionary chain until it has evolved to its final form anyway. Many people who fumble with new evolutionary routes for their favored beast succeed a few times by mistake. It's nothing unusual, until the final form of the favored beast was figured out. This evolutionary path would not be recognized even if it allowed the favored beast to evolve many times. That's why Zhang Ye still thought that Lu Xiaoxiu had somehow gotten the evolutionary offshoot of the flaming chicken. Without the plague of poisonous star bugs, Zhang Ye finally dared to get out of bed. Her pretty figure was also pavilion in front of Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes. At this time, Zhang Ye, the upper body only wore a white-fitted undershirt, revealing a large piece of snow-white skin, slightly disorganized long hair, casually draped over the fragrant shoulders, jade face, black hair and snow skin, a sleeping beauty. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu sizing herself up, Zhang Ye's face blushed slightly and hurriedly looked for a jacket to put on. The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous for a while. Did you buy the eggs of the poison starworm for the evolution of the ice spirit deer? Lu Xiaoxiu took the initiative to break the silence. Aha! Zhang Ye stroked her hair and responded softly with her head lowered. Evolution failed? Aha! Speaking of which, Zhang Ye was a bit deflated. She had prepared a total of 5 evolutionary materials for the ice spirit deer, and they all ended in evolutionary failure. Although he had already known that the chances of the ice spirit deer evolving successfully were very small, he was still deeply struck. Your ice spirit deer, the direction of evolution is fine. As for the low chance of evolution, I think you can appropriately add some soul-benefiting grass on top of the original evolution materials. Through the miracle evolution system, Lu Xiaoxiu quickly identified the problem. Soul-benefiting herbs. Zhang Ye slightly wrinkled her showy and good-looking eyebrows. There doesn't seem to be any authoritative argument that has mentioned that the ice spirit deer evolution can use soul-beneficent herb. This is just a small suggestion I gave you. Use it or not as you wish. Seemingly seeing the other party's misgivings, Lu Xiaoxiu faintly added a sentence. The favor owed to Zhang Ye has now been repaid. Whether or not the other party is willing to accommodate his or her well-intentioned advice is out of his or her mind. Chapter 8, Zhang Ye's Little Mind. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ye, Lu Xiaoxiu went straight to the favored beast store. Nowadays, the money for the materials needed for the next evolution of the flaming chicken was enough. Lu Xiaoxiu bought all the evolution materials at the pet beast store, so he performed a secondary evolution on the flaming chicken. With the successful evolution, the attribute panel of the flaming chicken changed drastically. Fiery chicken. Attributes, fire. Grade, ordinary. Battle strength, 1100. Adult length, early years. Skills, strengthen chicken blood fighting, high rank skill. Increases strength by 7 times in a short period of time. Strengthen self-healing, high rank skill. Heals itself when injured. Healing speed is 20 times faster than the speed at which the favored beast heals itself in the imperial beast space. Strengthen compound eyes, high rank skill. Further strengthens vision. Not only was it the battle power value, but the skill level of the flaming chicken had also been raised from mid-rank to high rank, and the strength of the skill had also been further improved. Blackie, go, follow me to the training ground. The training ground was a place where the academy specialized in training pet beasts, and it could also test the 4 major attribute data of pet beasts. The training ground at this time brought together quite a few students. Favored beasts of all shapes and sizes were doing all kinds of training under the command of their respective Imperial Beast Masters, becoming a bright landscape within the grounds. The teaching method of the Imperial Beast Academy belonged to the outer looseness and inner tightness. Students were able to have a lot of free time at their disposal, except for the pet beast culture class that needed to be held in the classroom. All other training classes were held in the training ground, and there was no teacher to supervise them. It was all up to the students to be self-conscious. On the surface, this type of teaching easily breeds laziness in students, but strength, a credit system so severe that it borders on harsh, keeps students from slacking off. If you don't get your credits deducted, you'll be expelled from school and reduced to the general population. Such an outcome is not something anyone wants to accept. So, the students are very hardworking. The training ground was divided into 4 areas, namely the physical strength training area, strength training area, defense training area, and speed training area, which corresponded to the 4 major attributes of the pet beasts. Lu Xiaoxiu first came to the strength training area to test the strength intensity of the flaming chicken. Before unleashing the beating of the chicken blood, a single slap from the flaming chicken was capable of hitting with a force of 200 kilograms. It was important to realize that the force of an adult's punch was only roughly 50 kilograms. After releasing the blood of the beaten chicken, the strength of the flaming chicken directly doubled 7-fold, and could deliver a punch with a force of 500 kilograms, which was almost the full strength of an adult brown bear. Lu Xiaoxiu was very satisfied with this data. He then went to several other training areas, intending to test each of the 4 major attributes of the flaming chicken. Other side. After the bug infestation was lifted, Jamia repacked the house for a while, then went out to the pet beast store. Since the original poisonous star insect eggs were improperly preserved, she could only go to the favored beast store to buy some more, preparing them for the ice spirit deer's next evolution. After arriving at the favored beast store, Jamia bought a total of 4 copies of poisonous star insect eggs and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered Lu Xiaoxiu's proposal. If the ice spirit deer has a low chance of evolving, you can appropriately add some soul-benefiting grass on top of the original evolution materials. Honestly, Jamia herself was skeptical about this proposal. She hesitated, though, and eventually bought one. Failure to evolve a favored beast would not harm the favored beast anyway. It was merely a loss of an evolutionary material. After making the purchase, Jamia returned to his residence and began to evolve the ice spirit deer. For the first time, evolution failed. Jamia frowned and silently took the defeat. For the second time, the evolution failed again. Jamia pursed her lips tightly, her face slightly white as she silently began her third evolution. But as a result, it still ended in failure. The successive blows made Jamia a little disheartened. Although she had long known that the success rate of the ice spirit deer's evolution was low, she still could not hide her loss in the face of failure. Now, only the last evolutionary material remains. Shall we continue? Suddenly, Jamia noticed the soul-benefiting herb on the table. Buying the soul-benefiting grass was purely for peace of mind. She didn't expect it to be useful at all. After all, even the industry's authorities have not confirmed that the soul-benefiting grass has the effect of increasing the success rate of the ice spirit deer's evolution. So why would Lu Xiaoxiu, a freshman at the Imperial Beast Academy, know that? However, having bought it all, Jamia held on to the attitude of beating a dead horse and added the soul-benefiting grass to the last of the evolutionary materials. Then, the last evolution was opened. Unlike the previous evolutions, during this evolution, there was a dazzling white light that shone from the body of the ice spirit deer. Soon, this white light changed colors, from white to red, from red to blue, and eventually became colorful, as if a white paper was infused with colors. This was a vision that only occurred when a favored beast had successfully evolved. Jamia looked at this scene dumbfounded, frozen on the spot for a moment, as if she was petrified. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiu, who didn't know what had happened to Jamia, remained at the training ground. Just now, he conducted some tests against the 4 major attributes of the flaming chicken, and the results surprised him greatly. After 2 evolutions, all the attribute data of the flaming chicken had reached a peak value, and there was no need for any further training at all. That's what miracle evolution brings. It should be known that after the evolution of a pet beast that evolved according to the normal evolution route, the 4 major attribute values would not be raised to the limit even though they had been raised, and they would still have to go to the training ground to train. However, after the miracle evolution of the flaming chicken, the attributes were directly pulled full, eliminating the training session, which freed up a large amount of time for Lu Xiaoxiu. It smells good. Being secretly delighted, the cell phone rang at this time. The call was from Jamia. As soon as he connected, he heard Zhang's surprised voice on the other end of the phone. It worked. After using your method, The ice spirit deer has indeed evolved successfully. Congratulations. Lu Xiaoxiu sends a brief blessing. Thanks to you this time, Lu Xiaoxiu. Thank you, Zhang Ya on the phone said in a very grateful tone. It's nothing, I also unintentionally saw it from an unnamed ancient book. Lu Xiaoxiu casually found a reason. Where are you now? I'll come to you. I'm at the training ground. Lu Xiaoxiu reported the location. Honestly, he also wanted to see what changes the evolved ice spirit deer had. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ya arrived at the training ground. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many of the boys on the field. It can't be helped. Zhang Ya is so beautiful. Beautiful women are the center of attention everywhere they go. Under the gaze of a group of people, Zhang Ya came to Lu Xiaoxiu with lotus steps. This action successfully drew a lot of hostile male gazes for Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu laughed bitterly in his heart and rubbed his nose. Let's go over there. He pointed to the less secluded end. Zhang Ya naturally had no problem with it. When the two of them arrived at a secluded spot, Zhang Ya summoned the ice spirit deer. Ice deer. Attributes, water. Grade, rare. Length, adult. Battle value, 900. Skills, frosty horns, intermediate skill. Antlers contain frosty cold air. Attacking the target has a chance to freeze each other. Ice field, intermediate skill. Create a wide range of ice field. The target within the field. The action becomes slow. Ice thorns, low-ranking skill. Condense water into thorns. Attack the target. Looking at the attribute panel of the ice spirit deer, Lu Xiaoxiu was slightly stunned. The three skills of the ice spirit deer had not been strengthened in any way after evolving, and the level had not been raised. It was still the same as the original. Only the battle value aspect has been strengthened to a great extent. By all rights, according to the miracle evolution route, the evolved favored beasts should even have their skills strengthened as well. Could it be that skill enhancement only works on me, the system owner? Lu Xiaoxiu thought that this possibility was high. In this way, his favored beasts possessed uniqueness and unrepeatability. Even if the miracle evolutionary route was made public, and others followed Xiao Hei's template and recultivated a fiery flame chicken after the example, they would never be able to surpass Xiao Hei. My ice spirit deer. Not only did it evolve successfully in one go, but the increase in battle power value is also more than twice as much as the original evolutionary route. Zhang Ya's expression was agitated. The evolution route of the ice spirit deer was no longer a secret, and even the approximate amount of battle power value that the ice spirit deer would raise after each stage of evolution had long been summarized. The improved version of the evolution route with the addition of soul benefiting grass would increase the battle power value of the favored beast far more than the original evolution route. Oh, is that so? Lu Xiaoxiu pretended to have just realized it. Of course it is. By the way, where did you see that ancient book? Can you let me take a look? Zhang Ya asked curiously. I picked it up and then accidentally lost it. Lu Xiaoxiu babbled. Zhang Ya believed it and stomped her feet. Such a precious ancient book. How did you lose it? The pain in that tone couldn't be hidden. I didn't know at the time that this ancient book was so useful. Lu Xiaoxiu put on a look of regret. However, I happen to have memorized all of the evolutionary routes of the ice spirit deer recorded in the ancient books, so I can write them down for you if you need them. Lu Xiaoxiu had also planned to give Zhang Ya the complete miracle evolutionary route of the ice spirit deer to repay her for lending her money. Now it was just the right time to take this opportunity. Aha, that's really appreciated. Speaking of which, your flaming chicken. You also found the evolutionary route from an ancient book, right? Yeah. Zhang Ya did not have the slightest doubt about Lu Xiaoxiu's lying. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Lu Xiaoxiu's favored beast was clearly the fiery flame chicken. So why would he keep the evolutionary route of the ice heart deer from the ancient book in his heart? Obviously at that time, he didn't pay much attention to the ancient book, otherwise he wouldn't have lost it, and it didn't make sense that he would have memorized the evolutionary routes of all the favored beasts in it. Then there's only one possibility. He had deliberately memorized the evolutionary route of the ice heart deer. Why? Does that mean he care about me? Thinking of this, Zhang Ya's face instantly reddened. The bright sunlight gently shone on her cheeks, making her, at this time, look like a peach blossom. Shy and Infinite. Chapter 9 Credit Assignment. When he parted ways with Zhang Ya, Lu Xiaoxiu always felt that the other party was weird and his face was red. However, he didn't care. Perhaps it was because, by giving her the complete ice spirit deer evolutionary route, he had made her too excited. Today, the flaming chicken has completed 2 evolutions. The conditions required for the 3rd evolution are also shown. 1. Collect 20 copies of the material for the evolution of the favored beasts, as follows. 2. Defeat 10 favored beasts whose grade is not lower than good. 2 conditions that need to be met at the same time. It had to be said that the difficulty of this mission was much greater than the previous 2. As the number of times the flaming chicken evolved increased, the value of the required pet beast evolution materials, 2, climbed. With Lu Xiaoxiu's existing savings, he simply couldn't afford it. Still have to work hard to make money. Lu Xiaoxiu sighed. He planned to pick up a few more quests in the quest hall. Today the campus network maintenance. The mission hall cannot enter. We can only wait until tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxiu logged on to the campus network, entered the task hall, and looked at it task by task. But after half a day of searching, I couldn't find anything suitable. It can't be helped. There are too many good quests to grab. Just then, a new quest was refreshed in the quest bar of the quest hall. Mission name, Purge the Demon Sword Mantis. Quest content, the purple bamboo forest in the northeast of the academy is infested with demon blade mantis. Please go and exterminate it within the day of the quest's release. Mission requirements, demon sword mantis is good at disguise. For personal safety, students doing the mission must team up to go. Only 2 people are allowed to team up. More than 2 people are regarded as cheating and foul, disqualified from the mission. Quest reward, 1 demon blade mantis, which can be exchanged for 2 credits, as well as 500 Chinese coins. Catch more and get more. Catch less and get less. Task issuer, Academic Affairs Office of Imperial Beast College. As soon as the mission was released, the comments section underneath immediately exploded. Ego, I'm going. I've been looking forward to the official release of the Academy's credit assignment. This quest is good. Everyone can do it. No need to be afraid of not being able to grab it. Yes, yes, yes. In the past, the credit quests were like dogs snatching food. Fast hands, slow hands, only single 10,000 years of hand speed monsters can snatch them. This assignment not only rewards credits, but also money. It's awesome. I hope the school will release more missions like this in the future. Tasks that everyone can participate in are the good ones. Seeing this mission, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Money and credits are what he's missing right now. It was a mission that just suited him. Only, there was a mandatory requirement for this quest, and that was that it required 2 people to team up. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but get a headache. He had always been a loner. The predecessor was also withdrawn and friendless, and coupled with the predecessor's extremely poor performance in the previous few tests, the impression of a rookie had long been planted in everyone's mind. Who wants to team up with a rookie? I wonder if Zhangya has found a teaming partner yet. Among his classmates, the only person he could find was Zhangya. However, with Zhangya and Tao Lily's good relationship, the 2 would most likely team up. Lu Xiaoxiu intends to ask first before saying anything. If Zhangya did have a teaming partner already, then he could only go to the big-eyed cute girl. If the wide-eyed munchkin also had a group partner, then he could only think of another method. Lu Xiaoxiu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhangya. Lu Xiaoxiu, the mission hall has released an official mission of the academy. Did you notice it? A moment later, Zhangya sent a reply. Zhangya, it's that mission to clear the demon sword mantis, right? Lu Xiaoxiu, that's right. Are you going to do this mission? Zhangya, definitely do it. It's such a good task for credits. How can I not do it? What are you asking this for? Lu Xiaoxiu, this task is not to team up, so I just want to ask, do you have a team partner? Then came a momentary pause. Zhangya, are you trying to team up with me? Lu Xiaoxiu, well if you have a teaming partner then forget it, I'll find someone else. This time, Zhangya replied quickly. Zhangya, nope, haven't found it yet. Lu Xiaoxiu, isn't Tao Lily with you? Zhangya, she's in a group with someone else. Lu Xiaoxiu, oh, why don't we form a team? Zhangya, Lu Xiaoxiu, promise so dry. Not afraid I pick you? Zhangya, I'm still here, and I think that you definitely won't screw me over. Lu Xiaoxiu, why Zhangya, he. From a girl's sixth sense, Lu Xiaoxiu, then we have a deal. See you outside the purple bamboo forest in an hour. Zhangya, A few short lines of conversation set the 2 in formation. Good you Zhangya, you're more of a woman than a friend. We agreed to team up together, but you changed your mind on the spot. At this time, Tao Lily was eating breakfast with Zhangya in the cafeteria. When Lu Xiaoxiu sent the message, she was sitting right next to her, watching her good best friend, abandoning herself to the arms of others. Zhangya said with a red face, weren't you entangled earlier? Whether or not to team up with Wang Shirtsong from Imperial Beast Class 7? This time you don't need to dwell on it. Tao Lily snapped. Don't change the topic. You still say you have no interest in Lu Xiaoxiu? As soon as he sent out an invitation, you immediately agreed to it. Even your good girlfriends don't want it. Zhangya was shy and anxious. Keep your voice down. I just feel that he is pitiful. I'm the only one in the class that he can talk to. If I refuse, he won't have anyone to team up with. Tao Lily clasped her hands on her chest and squinted her eyes. Make up. Keep making up. I have long seen that your attitude towards him is different from others. As your best friend, I know what you're thinking as soon as you tilt your tail. In the face of Tao Lily's vociferous criticism, Zhangya simply didn't even bother to explain, hurriedly picking up a few mouthfuls of rice, and then hurriedly fled in the midst of Tao Lily's adulterer-catching roar. the sun rises in the east, and the gentle rays of the morning sun shine on the earth. Zhangya ran on the green stone path leading to the purple bamboo forest, passing by the playground students playing, noisy like a drum, as she was like a deer in the headlights mood, fluttering, straight jump. What's wrong with you? Why was there such anticipation and nervousness for the next meeting with Lu Xiaoxiu? Is it really as Tao Lily said? I have fallen in love with him? At this time, outside the purple bamboo forest, many students had already come. Many students who didn't find teammates formed teams outside of the forest. Come on mate, my favorite beast is a good grade big mouth beast. Dish no, my favorite beast is a rare grade bonewood monster. It's very strong. Come a girl, I'll take you flying. Pretty ones come, ugly ones don't. There is a small Geijai group Mia. Although I am a male, but the girl will be all I will. I will also shout 666. The scene was in uproar. There are those who are genuinely teamed up, and those who are blindly up in arms. Since the credit assignment was open to all students, there was a large gathering of not only new students, but also a number of older students. A lot of older students come here specifically to bring in newcomers, but the vast majority of them are conditional, with some requiring their teammates to be pretty girls, and others wanting gratuities. Lu Xiaoxiu stood just outside the forest in a corner, quietly watching the chaotic crowd and waiting for Zhangya to arrive. Yo, isn't this Lu Xiaoxiu? What's the matter? Can't find anyone to team up with? At that moment, a conspiratorial voice rang out discordantly. The person who spoke was no one else but the class president, Li Delusion. Since the last time Lu Xiaoxiu didn't listen to his words to sign, this guy has been holding a grudge. He was thinking of seeing Lu Xiaoxiu make a fool of himself at the pet beast test, but it turned out that Lu Xiaoxiu passed the test successfully. This made Li Deluxe gag for several days. Now that he had finally found a chance to humiliate the other party, he was indescribably happy to see that Lu Xiaoxiu did not have any teammates around him yet. Delusion. Who is he? Along with Li Deluxe, there was also a girl dressed in a demonic color, who was curiously sizing up Lu Xiaoxiu at the moment. He's the school bully who ranks first in our class in terms of credits, Lu Xiaoxiu. Li Deluxe introduced grandly. First in credits? The sultry girl's eyes showed confusion. The person with the top credits. Isn't that you? I'm talking about the penultimate. Put. The demonic girl was amused on the spot by Li Deluxe's words. Her name was Zhu Shuang, from the 5th class of Imperial Beasts, and because of her small beauty, coupled with her ability to dress up, she was named the class flower of the class. It's just that her strength is very poor, and her credit ranking in the class isn't very high, so for this credit mission, she desperately needed a strong teammate to bring her along, and since she knew Li Dealu before, she approached him. Li Dealu was originally reluctant, although Zhu Shuang was the class flower of Imperial Beasts Class 5. In terms of face value and body shape, she was much worse than Zhangya, the class flower of their Imperial Beasts Class 2. So as soon as this credit mission was released, Li Deluxe immediately extended an invitation to Zhangya. As a result, he received a flat refusal from Zhangya, reasoning that he wanted to team up with Tao Lily. With no other choice, Li Deluxe had to settle for second best and agreed to team up with Zhu Shuang. The two had just come to meet outside the purple bamboo forest not long after according to the agreed time, when they bumped into Lu Xiaoxiu, thus the earlier scene. Zhu Shuang, who could see that there was a conflict between Li Deluxe and Lu Xiaoxiu, immediately catered. So it's the number one in the bottom of the credits. No wonder no one is teaming up with him. This person is so pathetic. After saying that, he even deliberately made a gesture of deep sympathy, which could be described as a T. Lu Xiaoxiu lazily ignored them, not squinting, indifferent to their cynicism. Li Duo thought he was being struck down, so he intensified his efforts. Obviously, he's not the kind of material to be a beast master, but he wants to get involved in this, and he doesn't even look at his own skills. After saying that, Li Deluxe took his female companion's hand and turned around to leave, but just then, he saw across the street, Zhangya was coming towards him with a dimpled smile. Li Deluxe instantly couldn't walk. Looking at Zhangya who was getting closer and closer, he began to frantically brainstorm. Zhangya actually smiled towards me, and she came alone. She must have changed her mind and wants to team up with me. Thinking this way, Li Delu's face also revealed an uncontrollable ecstasy, immediately releasing the hand holding Zhu Shuang, and greeted Zhangya with a big smile. After arriving in front of Zhangya, Li Delu was about to open his mouth to greet him, but Zhangya looked as if she didn't see him, passing right in front of him and walking towards Lu Xiaoxiu, who was behind him. Surface integral %#. Li Deluxe's smile instantly froze, and the corners of his eyes and mouth even began to twitch violently, as if he had received a 10,000 point blitz. Chapter 10, Eliminating the Demon Blade Mantis. Coming. Looking at Zhangya who walked over, Lu Xiaoxiu smiled and said, "Aha, sorry I'm late." Zhangya raised her hand to cover her slightly hot cheeks and said with some embarrassment, "It's fine, I've also just arrived not long ago. Since everyone is here, let's leave now. Aha! The two spoke as they walked side by side towards the purple bamboo forest. Only a messy-faced Lee Deluxe was left standing in place. Let's go too. Straight after a long time, Lee Delu, who had only slowed down from the blow, said breathlessly to the female companion beside him. At this moment, he finally understood that Zhang Yi's so-called teaming up with Tao Lily was all an excuse. She just didn't want to team up with herself. Lee Deluxe was walking in a state of disorientation when he suddenly realized that Zhu Xuan wasn't following him, so he turned back with some annoyance. What are you dawdling about? Everyone has entered the purple bamboo forest, and you're still dawdling here. Zhu Xuan sniffed and immediately walked over. Just as Lee Deluxe was planning to continue walking forward, Zhu Xuan pulled him back. Then there was a dry slap. Scum! Zhu Xuan had just seen very clearly that Lee Deluxe had wanted to team up with Zhang Yi, and if Zhang Yi hadn't had no intention of treating him, he would have definitely been abandoned by now. Zhu Xuan reddened his eyes, cursed hatefully, and left without looking back. Only the shocked and angry Lee Delu was left behind, covering half of his cheek and roaring like an impotent rage in place. How dare you hit me? Zhu Xuan, you wait for me. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhu Xuan did not know the scene that happened outside the forest. The two men walked side by side, deeper and deeper along the forest path. The fiery flame chicken and the ice spirit deer, both of which had been summoned by them. The mission introduction has said that the demon sword mantis is good at camouflage, so within the purple bamboo forest, despite a quiet and peaceful, but the two do not dare to have the slightest relaxation slack. Carrick, the flaming chicken suddenly squawked at this time. Lu Xiaoxiu, who shared his mind with the flaming chicken, immediately understood. He stopped and incidentally pulled Zhang Yi, who was about to walk ahead. There is a situation. Even though the forest in front of him was devoid of any abnormality, Lu Xiaoxiu believed that the flaming chicken, which possessed the visual enhancement skill, would definitely not show an alarm for no reason. Calling? While the ice spirit deer was still at a loss, the flaming chicken had already rushed towards a purple bamboo tree in front of it on the left. At that moment, a strange scene occurred. The purple bamboo, which had previously been flat and uninteresting, suddenly snapped in the middle, with the lower section remaining unchanged while the upper section transformed into a mantis that was nearly 3 meters tall and brownish-purple in color. This was exactly the target of Lu Xiaoxiu's mission. Demon Blade Mantis. Sword Mantis. Attributes: Wood. Grade: Good. Length: Adult. Battle value: 350. Skills: Camouflage, low-level skill. Can blend in with the surroundings. Not easy to be detected. Scythe Raid, middle-level skill. Waving a scythe. Sneak attack on the target. If the target is unaware, the damage of the skill is tripled. If the enemy is aware, the damage of the skill is reduced by 3 times. Creatures like the Demon Blade Mantis were difficult to deal with, and easy to deal with. Why? This was because the damage of the Demon Blade Mantis Scythe Raid was based on whether or not its own disguise had been recognized to determine the amount of damage. If the disguise was not recognized, then its strike would be very deadly. But if, however, its disguise was recognized ahead of time, then the Scythe Raid would be much less powerful. At this moment, the disguise of the Demon Blade Mantis was recognized by the flaming chicken at a glance. In the face of Blazing Chicken's attack, Demon Blade Mantis rallied and counterattacked, launching a direct Scythe Raid. Only, its whereabouts were now exposed, and the power of the Scythe Raid was directly cut by 2/3. The flaming chicken didn't duck or dodge, and as soon as the chicken blood and enhanced self-healing were turned on, it was straight up hard. One move to see the winner. The Demon Blade Mantis struck a scythe, cutting a not-so-shallow, not-so-deep gash in the body of the flaming chicken. Instead, the fiery chicken put forth its best effort to strike a blow with its wings. One must know that the force of this slap from the flaming chicken was equivalent to the full force of a brown bear's strike, and the force could shake an elephant. Demon Sword Mantis's thin and weak body like a hemp pole. Where could it withstand it? So, after taking a hit from flaming chicken, Demon Blade Mantis went straight to peace, and the injuries of the flaming chicken were restored as before in the twinkling of an eye under the reinforcing self-healing effect. This scene made Zhang Yi and her favored beast, the ice spirit deer, look dumbfounded. Your flaming chicken, it seems to have gotten stronger again? Zhang Yi's observation was sharp. She clearly felt that the flaming chicken was a lot stronger again than the last time she met it. As for the ice spirit deer, it was still in a daze and hadn't replied. What's the situation? What's going on here? He did nothing and the battle was over? The flaming chicken has evolved once more and has learned a skill to strengthen its vision. Lu Xiaoxiu did not deny Zhang Yi's question. He went to the body of Demon Blade Mantis, filmed it with his cell phone, and reported the exact location. Soon enough, a small drone from the university flew in, and after verifying that it was correct, it destroyed the body of the Demon Blade Mantis on the spot, and then flew away. For this mission, The school had sent out hundreds of small drones to cover the entire Zizhu forest, which were used to verify the results of the battle, destroy the corpses, upload the battle data, and supervise the students for any cheating behaviors. Let's go. Seeing the small drone fly away, Lu Xiaoxiu turned back to Zhangya. Zhangya nodded her head silently, looking at Lu Xiaoxiu with something more different in her eyes. Once upon a time, this fellow classmate in front of him was a rookie who couldn't beat anyone, but without realizing it, he was able to hold his own. With the warning of the fiery chickens, the two were visibly more relaxed. Walking on the forest path, Zhangya leisurely opened her mouth. Lu Xiaoxiu, I feel like you've changed recently. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze flickered as he gazed back at her. Where have I changed? Zhangya bit her lip and gently shook her head. I can't say. In short, I feel that the you now is a bit different from before. Lu Xiaoxiu laughed and said, people always become. Isn't there a saying that says, when a soldier is separated for 3 days, he should be impressed? With a vague sentence, Lu Xiaoxiu immediately changed the topic. By the way, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. When I didn't have the money to buy evolutionary materials at the favored beast store, why were you willing to lend me money? Obviously at that time, I was completely incapable of repaying it. Zhangya pursed her lips and smiled lightly, a pair of good-looking dimples floating shallowly on both sides of her cheeks, with a tantalizing blush on them. I'm not telling you. She put her small hands behind her back and suddenly picked up her pace. Lu Xiaoxiu hastened to follow, not relenting to ask, just tell me. The laughter of the two of them echoed in the forest, and the bright sunlight through the dense shade of the forest, gently sprinkled on their bodies. Infinitely beautiful. Chapter 11, Capture and Kill Ranking. Along the way, the flaming chicken was always able to spot the demon blade mantis in camouflage ahead of time, and in just half an hour, it managed to eliminate 9 of them. Compared to the full harvest of the flaming chicken, the ice spirit deer was a bit of a mixed bag. Until now, there was no harvest. Boing boing, the ice spirit deer cried out. Lu Xiaoxiu sniffed and looked, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened to it? Zhangya guffawed. It feels a little sad in its heart that it hasn't eliminated a single demon blade mantis until now. Lu Xiaoxiu laughed. The rewards of a team mission are equal for both sides, regardless of who destroys the demon sword mantis. Isn't it all the same? Zhangya raised her head to look at Lu Xiaoxiu, her beautiful eyes rippling with microwaves. That's true, but this time, I'm really dragging you down. Lu Xiaoxiu waved his hand and smiled. Words are too strong. The hunt has just begun. Your ice spirit deer. It might come in handy later. Zhangya pursed her lips. Let's hope so. At this moment, the Purge Demon Blade Mantis quest interface in the quest hall, a capture and kill leaderboard appeared, but it only displayed the top 100 teams in terms of the number of captures and kills. At the top of the list is a duo whose names are Jiang Jian and Sun Kai respectively. These two were both veterans of the Imperial Beast Academy with terrifying strength. Their favored beasts were also announced. They were the Split Star Eagle and the Silver Frost Eagle, both of which were born with their own visual enhancement skills, making them perfect for this quest. The two were a strong team, with a tentative first place in the number of kills, totaling 15. In second place, a duo with the names Gui Yaozu and Wang Ying. This was a combination of an old student with a new student. Gui Yaozu was the old student, and his favored beast, the Tsunami Tiger, mastered a tiger tsunami skill that could put targets within range in a state of confusion. A state of confusion that causes the target to be hostile and make a series of actions that are out of their control. The camouflage of the Demon Blade Mantis was a static camouflage, and once it moved, the camouflage effect would be ineffective. So this confusion effect is still a great restraint on the camouflage skill. As for Wang Ying, even though he was a newborn, his favored beast was a light giant bat that possessed an ultrasonic localization skill, which could also play a decent role in recognizing disguises. So it made sense that this duo, ranked second on the hunt list, had hunted 12 so far, and in third place, it was the combination of Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhangya, who had hunted 5 so far. As soon as the catch and kill rankings were announced, the comments section underneath immediately exploded. Oh my god, is first place open? Only half an hour and you've hunted 15 demon blade mantises? That's too perverted. Is this the gap between old students and new students? It's really desperate. Second place was strong too, with a total of 12 kills from a combination of old and new. I think the most outrageous thing is not the top 2, but the third place, because it's purely a rookie pairing. There's no veteran band. This comment was met with a lot of agreement at the bottom. No problem. It's really not easy for a pure newcomer to actually break into third. Speaking of which, this Zhangya and Lu Xiaosu, what kind of gods are they? I've never heard of it, but there must be something to be said for breaking into third. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys take a quick look at their favored beasts. Zhangya's favored beast is the ice spirit deer, which is quite normal, but that Lu Xiaosu's favored beast, what the hell is it? Heavens, I didn't see it wrong. right? Lu Xiaoxiu's favorite beast is actually a Battle 5 Scum Fiery Inferno chicken? Now, the comments section, which was already buzzing with excitement, was completely abuzz. Everyone was in agreement that Lu Xiaoxiu's ability to rank third was all due to Zhang Ye alone. After all, Lu Xiaoxiu's favorite beast was a Battle 5 Scum Flaming Chicken. What good can a hot chicken with intense heat do? In the purple bamboo forest, the wide-eyed cute girl Yang Ziqing was teaming up with a tall and beautifully dressed schoolmate. When she saw these comments underneath, Yang Ziqing immediately puffed up and said, "These people are talking nonsense. Xiao Su's brother must have relied on his own skills to make it into the top 3. The tall schoolmate next to her curiously said, "Ziqing, you know this Lu Xiaoxiu?" Yang Ziqing nodded her little head and said, "I recognize it. It's brother Xiao Su, the one who helped me get rid of the red-eyed hive." The tall schoolgirl drifted off. So that's him. The tall schoolgirl's name was Li Ximin, and she was the president of the Academy's combat club, having just absorbed Yang Ziqing into the club half a month ago. When they learned that Yang Ziqing was deeply affected by the red-eyed hive, the club members also went out in full force, but they all ended in failure. It wasn't that they didn't have the strength to defeat the red-eyed swarm of bees, but the favored beasts of the few people in the society were all ground-favored beasts. The swarm of bees could fly, and it was difficult for the ground-favored beasts to attack. Plus, the location of the hive was too tricky, so it was delayed to be removed. Li Ximin had planned to ask the school authorities for help, but then she heard the wide-eyed munchkin say that the hive had been removed by a freshman whose favorite beast was a flaming chicken. This incident raised the curiosity of all the members of the society and everyone found it unbelievable. Li Ximin even wanted to find a chance to get to know Lu Xiaoxiu. If it was true that the other party was not weak as Yang Ziqing had said, then she did not mind absorbing Lu Xiaoxiu into the club. Now that she saw that Lu Xiaoxiu was famous on the capture and kill list, the more she was attracted to recruiting her. Other side, the people from the student council, too, were closely watching the rankings on the catch and kill list. It is important to know that this credit assignment can be a good reflection of the participant's strength situation. If the performance is outstanding, the student council will not mind absorbing them into the program. The top 2 on the catch and kill list are both from the student council. At this moment, the president of the student council was sitting in the office of the student council headquarters, gazing at the catch and kill list projected on the wall. His gaze, firmly locked on the third-ranked combination of Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye, was deeply frowning. Who are these two people? I seem to remember that the two of them weren't in the list of the top 100 freshman points, right? Another student council member said. Indeed not, I just checked. Zhang Ye's points ranking is 126th. As for this Lu Xiaoxiu, seeing the other parties delay in speaking, the student council president frowned and asked with some displeasure, "This Lu Xiaoxiu, what's his points ranking? Why doesn't he speak?" That member rubbed his hair with an awkward smile. Lu Xiaoxiu's points ranking, the bottom of the whole year, with only 6 credits. Put. Another student council member, who was drinking water, sprayed it out on the spot. The student council president glared at the man in disgust, then returned his gaze to the catch and kill list. Focus on that student named Zhang Ye. If he does have strength, he can consider absorbing it. As for that Lu Xiaoxiu, there's no need to consider it. His favorite beast is a fiery flame chicken. He's definitely not strong enough to be on the list, and he's definitely relying on his teammates. People with views like the student council presidents were not a few when looking at the entire Imperial Beast Academy. And at this moment, Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye, too, noticed the catch and kill list that had just been released. When Zhang Ye saw that they were ranked third, she acted extraordinarily happy and excited. But when she saw the negative remarks about Lu Xiaoxiu underneath, she acted extraordinarily angry. On what grounds? Why should they underestimate you just because your contracted pet beast is a flaming chicken? It's really too much, Zhang Ye said angrily. Doesn't matter. It's actually better this way. I'm a person who doesn't like to be in the limelight, so it's just as well that you can cover for me. Lu Xiaoxiu laughed. The two of them walked and chatted, and suddenly, the flaming chicken let out an excited shrill cry. Zhang Ye's beautiful eyes twitched. Did you find the target again? Lu Xiaoxiu shook his head. Not this time. The flaming chicken just told me that it found a demon blade mantis egg. The demon blade mantis egg is a great tasting delicacy for the flaming chicken, and its nutritional value is so high that the flaming chicken will greatly accelerate its growth rate after eating it. However, demon blade mantis eggs are hard to come by. This was because creatures like the demon blade mantis attached great importance to the protection of their eggs. Even if it wasn't an egg laid by itself, it would still guard it with all its might. Moreover, the mantis eggs would emit a unique aura, an aura that would attract all the nearby demon blade mantises. Therefore, where there were demon blade mantis eggs, it also meant that there were a large number of demon blade mantises guarding them. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze moved. Zhang Ye, I've thought of a method that will allow us to hit the top of the list. Should we try it? Chapter 12, Student Council. impacting the top of the list? Zhang Ye was surprised. That's right. Around the demon blade mantis egg, there are bound to be a large number of demon blade mantises guarding it, so we can totally make a big wave. Lu Xiaoxiu spoke out his plan. But can we beat a group of demon sword mantises? Zhang Ye was a bit worried. Although they had already killed 9 demon blade mantises, all of them were killed individually. Lu Xiaoxiu laughed. Your ice spirit deer has an extreme ice field skill that can slow down the movement of targets within the skill range. Utilizing this skill well, facing a group of demon blade mantises shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu's look of confidence, Zhang Ye inexplicably gained a few more points of confidence, so she nodded and said, "Listen to you." Under the lead of the flaming chicken, the two of them traveled quickly in the direction of the demon blade mantis egg. Sure enough, the deeper they went, the more the demon blade mantis increased in number. The two of them went all the way to kill. Without realizing it, they killed more than 10 more. And the number of kills had already surpassed the second. And the number of kills from the first was only 3 short of the number of kills. This change on the catch and kill list quickly caught the attention of many people. Look, the leaderboard has changed. Third has changed to second. Don't just look at the rankings. Look at the number of kills. The first place captured and killed 35 demon blade mantises. The second place captured and killed 33 demon blade mantises. And the third place captured and killed 16 demon blade mantises. What do you guys see through the number of kills? First and second place are biting off more than they can chew. And second place could be overtaken at any time. But there's a huge gulf between second and third place. Yeah, second place has a lot of momentum. That said, how did this second place catch and kill count suddenly go up so much faster? Many people are skeptical. Just as many people were speculating. The rankings on the catch and kill list once again changed. Only Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye's rankings, which had risen from second to first, were countered by 3 in number. And this number of backsliders is still growing by leaps and bounds, at a rate visible to the naked eye. For only 10 of them, 16, in just under 10 minutes, the gap between first and second in terms of numbers widened to 20. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In the student council office, the student council president violently bounced up from his seat and shouted with a face of surprise. The few other student council members present also had incredulity written all over their faces. Other side, the wide-eyed cute girls, Yang Ziqing and Li Ximin, also noticed the changes on the list. It must have been little brother Su's sudden power. I knew it. Little brother Su definitely won't settle for third place. Yang Ziqing clenched her small fists, more excited than if she had been on the list herself. Li Ximin was even more shocked in her heart. It was important to realize that the original number 1 ranked combination of Zhang Jian and Sun Kai were both 2 veteran students. Regardless of experience or strength, they were both very outstanding. But now, they are being overtaken by 2 newcomers. It was obvious that within the 2 people, Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye, at least one of them was very strong. Li Ximin planned to send out invitations to the 2 to join the group once the mission was over. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye had already managed to eliminate all the nearby demon blade mantis and were resting in place. Just now, after killing all the way, both the flaming chicken and the ice spirit deer had consumed a lot of physical strength. Facing the large number of demon blade mantises, the ice spirit deer finally had a use for it. The large range slowing effect of the extreme ice field caused a large number of demon blade mantises to fall into a quagmire like a quagmire, making it difficult for them to move forward, while the flaming chicken acted as a battering ram, slapping one to death. The 2 favored beasts could be said to be very well matched. Without realizing it, he had killed 60 demon blade mantis, and was firmly in first place on the capture and kill list. The demon blade mantis egg was also successfully eaten by the flaming chicken. Kirby, the flaming chicken was a bit lethargic after eating the mantis egg. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiu hurriedly took the flaming chicken into the imperial beast space to let it rest. Anyway, after that battle just now, all the nearby demon blade mantises were killed off, so there was no need to worry about any danger. Not to mention that there was still the ice spirit deer on guard. Let's withdraw. After a long time, Lu Xiaoxiu proposed. This quest only lasted for 1 day, and now that most of the day had passed, and with the ice spirit deer and the flaming chicken's stamina almost running out, there wouldn't be much to gain by staying any longer. Zhang Ye naturally had no problem with it. Instead of splitting up after exiting the forest, the 2 went to a nearby park to rest and recuperate while they waited for the mission to end. 1 hour later, the mission to clear out the demon blade mantis was officially over. The final results of the catch and kill list are announced. First place, Zhang Ye and Lu Xiaoxiu with a catch and kill of 60. Second place, Zhang Jian and Sun Kai with a catch and kill of 45. Third place, Hua Qiuqiu and Wang Ying with a catch count of 27. At this point, the comments section underneath had exploded. It's outrageous that first place is actually 2 freshmen. Yeah, well, this new class is kind of interesting. This Zhang Ye is really something. bringing a rookie teammate and still getting first place. Yeah, I'm getting curious about this Zhang Ye. I'll tell you guys a heavy news. This Zhang Ye is a great beauty. As soon as the last comment was made, many people begged for a photo. The comment section is progressively askew, and at this time, Zhang Ye and Lu Xiaoxiu had already received their quest rewards. The award is paid directly into the student's individual account. The two of them killed a total of 60 demon blade mantises, and according to the exchange rule of 1 demon blade mantis can be exchanged for 500 Chinese coins and 2 credits. Each of them gained 30,000 Chinese coins and 120 credits. Note that it's each person who gets this much, not both people combined who get this much in total. I have to say, this is a really generous point for the theater. The college has a credit system with a cap of 100 credits, and any credits in excess are settled at the end of the year and will be credited to the student's account in the form of a scholarship. Now, Lu Xiaoxiu's credits have changed from the previous 6 points, directly into 126 points, turning over the surf to sing. His credits ranking, also from the previous bottom first, directly into the ranking of the top 100. It can be a hell of a ride. As for Zhang Ye's credits, she originally had more than 80 points, and now with the 120 points rewarded by the credits mission, she already had more than 200 points, and her ranking had entered the top 10. Looking at the skyrocketing credits, Zhang Ye and Lu Xiaoxiu were both heartily happy. Right at this moment, Lu Xiaoxiu saw a familiar figure. It was none other than the wide-eyed cute girl Yang Ziqing. Beside her, there was also a beautifully dressed tall girl, brother Xiaosu. So you're here. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiu, Yang Ziqing was like a cheerful little sparrow, bouncing to his side, a pair of big watery eyes, curiously looking back and forth between Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye. You came here specifically to find me? Lu Xiaoxiu felt a little surprised. Aha! Yang Ziqing points her little head a little, then points to Li Simin and is about to introduce Lu Xiaoxiu. When Li Simin laughs, it's better if I do it myself. After saying that, she took a few steps forward and came in front of Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye and said with a smile, "Hello you guys, my name is Li Simin. I joined the school 2 years earlier than you guys, and I'm the president of the combat club. What about this time? I want to invite you guys to join the club. I wonder if the two of you have this intention." When these words came out, Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye couldn't help but look at each other. It was obvious that the other party had seen that the two had gotten first place in the credit quest, so they had gotten up the idea of recruiting them. Li Simin went on to say, "Our combat society, every month, will give out 500 Chinese dollars in welfare money to the members of the society, and it will also regularly organize large-scale offline activities to facilitate friendly exchanges between the members of the society." Lu Xiaoxiu is a little moved. Although the monthly reward of 1,500 Chinese dollars is not much, but the mosquito leg is also meat. It is better than nothing. Just then, 3 more people walked over. These 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. The female has 3-dimensional features: high nose, a special exotic beauty, a black suit. It is difficult to hide the body proud. The 2 men were also dressed in black suits and white shirts, a handsome oba. The trio immediately attracted a great deal of attention as soon as they appeared on the stage. There's no way to dress like this on campus. It's hard not to want people to notice. It's the student council, a knowledgeable student whispered. These words immediately caused quite a commotion at the scene. Chapter 13, Looking Away? The student council in the Imperial Beast Academy was synonymous with high status, and none of the members who were qualified to enter the student council were simple characters. That's why the people in the student council are usually in a superior position in front of people. At this moment, the 3 people from the student council, in full view of the public, came before Lu Xiaoxiu and Zhang Ye without looking at them. Technically speaking, they came before Zhang Ye. This was because since the beginning, none of the 3 had even glanced towards Lu Xiaoxiu's side. "You're Zhang Ye, right?" The man in the suit at the head of the group had his eyes staring straight at Zhang Ye. As an old student of the academy, he had seen countless beauties. However, it was the first time he had seen one as beautiful as Zhang Ye. "Anything?" Zhang Ye did not deny it and asked expressionlessly. The man in the suit revealed a smile that he thought was charming. "It's like this. In view of your excellent performance in this credit mission, our student council has decided to formally absorb you as a member." When he finished speaking, the man in the suit held out his hand, the smirk on his face growing even wider. "Congratulations on becoming a member of our student council. Introduce yourself." "My name is Kong Sang-hyuk. These 2 beside me, they are also from the student council. The male is called Vancelin and the female is called Bafina." Kong Sang-hyuk, with a tone of determination for Zhang Ah, started making introductions with a loud voice. Faced with Kong Sang-hyuk's extended right hand, Zhang Ye had no intention of shaking it as she said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, it seems that I didn't agree to join the student council just now." Kong Sang-hyuk froze at his words and snapped, withdrawing his hand and smoothing his greasy hairstyle as a way to hide his embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I may have been too hasty just now. If you knew the benefits of joining the student council, you would definitely agree. With that, he began his grand introduction. As long as you become a member of our student union, you'll be able to receive 2,000 Chinese coins of welfare money for free every week, and that's nearly $10,000 a month. That's not all. He raised his head, a proud look on his face. Besides money, there are also the most important connections. Our student union has very high recruitment standards, so every member in there is not to be underestimated. Their future is unlimited. This is a valuable asset. At that moment, the girl next to her, named Bihenna, also persuaded. Kong Sang-hyuk is right. Student Zhang Ye, don't hesitate any longer. If it weren't for your outstanding performance in this credit assignment, you wouldn't have had this chance at all. Zhang Ye pursed her lips and said indifferently, I think you guys might have gotten it wrong. On this credit mission, the one who performed well was not me, but my companion Lu Xiaoxiu beside me. Even if you guys are recruiting, you should be recruiting him. When those words came out, Kong Sang-hyuk immediately shook his finger. No, 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 no. A person who uses the flaming chicken as his pet animal cannot have a future. This time he was able to take the first place in the credit assignment. It must have been due to your light. How could our student council take in this kind of person? After saying that, he also glanced at Lu Xiaoxiu with a disgusted face. Lu Xiaoxiu was unimpressed by Kong Sang-hyuk's contempt. He turned his head to look at Li Simin and smiled. Senior sister, I've carefully considered the invitation you just extended to me to join the group. I'm willing to join the combat club. Li Simin was delighted and hurriedly said enthusiastically, welcome schoolmate to join our combat club. Snap, pop, pop. At that moment, a discordant applause rang out. The person who slapped the palm was none other than Fan Shilin, who had never opened his mouth earlier. When this guy opens his mouth, he's an old. So the people from the combat club are here too. Congratulations. Congratulations on the addition of another fierce warrior to your club. That immediately sparked a round of laughter. Many of the students who were onlookers at the scene could hear that Fan Shilin was saying the opposite. In the face of Fan Shilin's flirting, Li Simin said nothing with a cold face. The fighting club and the student council have always been at odds. For one thing, it was because the student council's admission standards were too high, and many students who tried to enter the student council and ended up getting frustrated and hitting a wall later turned to join the combat clubs. So naturally, they didn't have much of a favorable impression of the student council, and the people in the student council thought that the people in the fighting club were just a bunch of rabble-rousers, compared to the people in their student council, so both sides look at each other. Secondly, the student government and the fighting clubs, in order to compete for sponsors, have been in a competitive relationship. Only, associations usually fail to compete. After all, it's hard to compare the hard power of the internal members to those of the student council. If you can't compete for sponsors, you don't have sponsorship money, and the benefits you give out to your members are naturally not as financial as the student body. Seeing that Li Simin didn't say anything, the student council trio didn't have the intention of letting her go. Kong Sang-hyuk also began to sneer. The combat club is really open to all, accepting all kinds of people. Our student union is different. We still have to check 3 times and examine 6 times before accepting a person. This is far worse than your combat society. There was a condescending smile on Athena's face. 2. Li Simin, you're really getting more and more depraved. You've even started recruiting a guy who has contracted a flaming chicken. Otherwise, you might as well quit the combat club and join our student union. Although your strength doesn't meet the criteria, but with me interceding on your behalf, I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to join the club. Athena's voice, which sounded particularly textured, was not at all flattering when she spoke. Yang Ziqing huffed and puffed. Sister Simin won't join your student union. Athena smiled faintly. Then you will continue to fall. After saying that, his gaze turned to Zhang Ye, who was silent on the side. Student Zhang Ye, come with me. When you join our student union, you'll understand what a stupid decision it was to team up with a guy who used the flaming chicken as a favored beast. However, Zhang Ye turned her head to look at Li Simin as if she hadn't heard her. Sister Liesman, I'm also willing to join the combat club. Everyone in the room froze at those words. You don't want to go to the student council with such a great benefits package, but you want to join the fighting club? This Zhang Ye, what's going on? That's great. I thought that you wouldn't join our club. Liesman was also overjoyed. Zhang Ye's strength was secondary. The key was that the breath was earned back. Doesn't your student council look down on our fighting club? But the people you're trying to recruit have taken the initiative to apply to join our fighting club. So what if the benefits are good? In the end, the people you wanted to recruit, didn't you still fail to do so? Sister Zhang Ye, are you stupid? How is the battle club better than our student council? Why did you join this Thai club? Kong Sang-hyuk said with an anxious face. Zhang Ye's beauty was in his eyes and itched in his heart. He had thought that after the other party joined the student union, he would launch a frantic pursuit attack on her, but unexpectedly, Zhangya actually chose to join the combat society. Not only Kong Xianghe, the old yin and yang man, Fan Shilin, was also jaw-dropped in yin and yang at this time, and Bathina, who had acted haughty and subdued just then, was also a bit out of sorts at this time. Student Zhangya, what on earth are you thinking? Why do you want to join a combat club that is inferior to our student council in every aspect? Zhangya turned her head, looked at Bihena's face with three-dimensional and delicate features, and said earnestly, because you guys are judging people too much by their appearance. Without explaining anything too much, Zhangya, who had said this, left the place with Lu Xiaoxiu, following Li Simin. Only the petrified student council trio was left behind, as well as the onlookers who had messed up the ground. Judging people by their appearance? Does she think that we underestimate Lu Xiaoxiu? Until the crowd of onlookers dispersed, the trio of student council members still stood dumbfounded, pondering the meaning of Zhangya's words. I just can't figure out what a rookie who contracted a flaming chicken has to offer that deserves her so much attention. Kong Sanghyuk gritted his teeth. He wanted to pursue the goddess, but ended up in the enemy camp, which made him feel a sense of annoyance that the duck in his mouth flew away. Not right. At that moment, Athena suddenly came to this. What's wrong? Vancelin couldn't help but ask. You guys think carefully. Although the combat club is not as good as our student union, it's not like it's just recruiting any cat or dog. If Lu Xiaoxiu is really as bad as we think, with the combat club's usual intake standards, would it throw an olive branch to Lu Xiaoxiu? Hearing Bathena's analysis, Kong Sanghyuk and Fan Shilin both changed their faces. Could it be that it's really us who looked away? This Lu Xiaoxiu is the real expert? The moment they thought of this possibility, a feeling of having bitter feelings arose in the hearts of all three of them. Thanks to them just now, they could still vigorously offend Lu Xiaoxiu. This time, there is not even any room for redemption. Chapter 14, Enhanced Camouflage. Ch. Even if Lu Xiaoxiu took first place in this credit assignment by his own ability, what does that say about him? The strength of the demon blade mantis wasn't that strong in the first place, as long as we can recognize its disguise. Maybe, this guy just happens to have a tricky method of recognizing the disguise. Kong Sanghyuk had a defiant look on his face. Fan Shilin also chimed in from the sidelines. That's right, taking first place by trickery is nothing. Once you compete in hard power, you'll be revealed. Athena rolled her eyes. It's useless for you guys to talk about this now. It's better to think about how to go back and explain to the chairman. Other side. Lu Xiaoxiu and the others followed Li Simin and arrived at the headquarters of the Combat Society. The headquarters of the society was empty at this time. On weekdays the members of the club are busy with their own business and only come here when summoned. After filling out the registration form to join the troop, Li Simin smiled. Welcome you guys to officially become a member of the combat club. Just look for me if you need anything in the future. Lu Xiaoxiu nodded his head and said, then we'll have to trouble senior sister more in the future. Li Simin waved her hand and smiled. You're welcome. I'll pull you guys into the club group first, and after a while, I'll call the club's personnel to get together offline, so we can get to know each other well. The Fighting Society group totaled 58 people, counting Zhangya Lu Xiaoxiu who had just joined. Just 60 people. As soon as I entered the group, someone immediately spoke up. Extremely sassy guy, there's a new person here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Where is my sable cicadas? This group rules. All newcomers to the group. The female burst photo burst bust. Male burst length hair red packets. Snot can be used as glue. Go go go. Don't scare the newbies. We don't have such rules in our group. Poor monk loves to pick up girls. That's it. We have to be civilized people. The group was very lively, with everyone clamoring to speak. The group nicknames of many club members are very thunderous. Lu Xiaoxiu bubbled in the group, made some small talk, and then exited the group chat. It was Zhangya, on the contrary, who was very talkative and chatted with the group. Leaving the club headquarters, he hurried back to his dormitory. Flaming Chicken had been in a comatose state ever since he ate the demon blade mantis egg, so he'd have to see how it went. At this moment, the Flaming Chicken was lying on its back in the Imperial Beast space, quietly sleeping. Lu Xiaoxiu was pleasantly surprised to find that the size of the Flaming Chicken had grown, and it was obviously much larger than before. He hurriedly checked the attribute panel of the Flaming Chicken. Fiery Chicken. Attributes, Fire. Grade, Ordinary. Length, Adult. Battle Strength, 2500. Skills, Enhanced Cockblocking. Enhanced Self-Healing, Enhanced Compound Eyes. Sure enough, the length of the Flaming Chicken's adult length changed. In the past, the adult length of the fiery fowl was only juvenile, but now it has become adult. After reaching adulthood, the Flaming Chicken has not only changed in size, but its four-dimensional attributes have also increased tremendously, as evidenced by its battle value. The juvenile form of the Flaming Chicken only had a battle power value of 1100. However, The adult form of the flaming chicken had a full 500 battle power value, more than doubling it. Lu Xiaoxiu was overjoyed. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the flaming chicken and that the lethargy is only temporary. Right at this moment, Lu Xiaoxiu realized that a skill icon had been added to his mind at some point. Camouflage, a low-level skill that allows you to blend in with your surroundings. Camouflage effect disappears when moving. Lu Xiaoxiu instantly understood. This skill must have been stolen from the demon sword mantis when he did the credit quest. Lu Xiaoxiu decided to teach this skill to the flaming chicken when it woke up. Although there were many limitations to the camouflage, and the camouflage effect would be lifted once it was moved, but as long as it is utilized well, there is still a lot of room for play. Most importantly, the miracle evolution system strengthens skills. Lu Xiaoxiu was very much looking forward to what new changes would come from the strengthened camouflage skill. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoxiu checked the conditions for the next evolution of the flaming chicken. 1. Collect 20 favored beast evolution materials. 2. Defeat 10 favored beasts whose grade is not lower than good. The second condition had already been fulfilled long ago, and the number of demon blade mantis that he had killed during the credit mission had long exceeded 20. Now only the first condition remains to be fulfilled. Through the credit quests, Lu Xiaoxiu had just earned 30,000 Chinese coins, which was just enough to buy evolutionary materials. Seeing that the flaming chicken showed no signs of awakening, Lu Xiaoxiu decided to go to the favored beast store first and buy all the evolutionary materials. I thought that I would still be able to get the materials together quickly like before, but it turned out that there was an evolutionary material called melting snowstone, which was not sold in the favored beast shop, and the only way to get it was to go outside the school. The Royal Beast Academy is a closed management. In addition to the junior students have the qualification to go out of the school internship, freshmen and sophomores are not allowed to go out of the school at will, and if you want to buy the snow melting stone, you can only wait for the January day out of the school. Not only that, the prices of the other 19 evolutionary materials also made Lu Xiaoxiu ruthlessly surprised. The price of the 19 materials combined actually cost 28,000 Chinese dollars. One must know that the evolutionary materials from the previous 2 times added up to a price of less than 28,000 Ah. In the end, Lu Xiaoxiu still endured the flesh pain and bought the 19 evolutionary materials. That would quickly make the $30,000 that I had just earned through the credit assignment gone again. Imperial Beast Master is really a money-burning profession. Lu Xiaoxiu sighed. Suddenly, his mind wandered. By telepathically learning that the flaming chicken had then woken up, Lu Xiaoxiu hurriedly summoned the flaming chicken. Carrick. As soon as the fiery chickens came out, they crowed merrily to express their excitement at being grown up. Lu Xiaoxiu also taught the camouflage skill he stole from Demon Sword Mantis to Flaming Chicken. With successful teaching, the disguise skill is automatically replaced with Enhanced Disguise. Enhanced Camouflage, a high-level skill that blends itself with its surroundings and doesn't lift the camouflage when it moves. Seeing the skill introduction, Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. It also doesn't undo the camouflage when moving. This makes the skill much more useful. When fighting, the flaming chicken can camouflage itself and then sneak up on its target to deliver a fatal blow. If you can't beat them, you can also release your disguise skill to hide or run away. It can be described as being able to fight and run, which is a divine skill. Blackie, release the disguise and let me see it. Carrick, Lu Xiaoxiu barked out an order, and the flaming chicken immediately complied, only to see that the flaming chicken that was standing in front of Lu Xiaoxiu just now, suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and it was simply impossible to recognize it with the naked eye. Little Black, bounce in place twice. Lu Xiaoxiu ordered again. Kirk. The flaming chicken received the order and immediately started barreling and bouncing in place. Lu Xiaoxiu only heard his voice, but did not see his form. The effect of this skill, simply no different from stealth, but you can still touch the fiery chicken with your hands. It was at this moment that Lu Xiaoxiu discovered something very scary. That is, after touching the fiery chicken, the opposite mirror frontal self, actually also disappeared in thin air. At first, Lu Xiaoxiu thought his eyes were blurred, but after he experimented again and again, he finally confirmed a fact that surprised and delighted him. That is, he can also share the camouflage effect of the flaming chicken when he comes into physical contact with it. Oh my god, this skill is too strong. Lu Xiaoxiu was simply thrilled. Even he can disguise together. Doesn't that mean that in the future, if you sneak around and do bad things, you won't be afraid of being discovered? Ahem. Of course, this kind of thing was just a random thought for him. He, Lu Xiaoxiu, is a law-abiding 5 good young man, so naturally he will not use this skill to do bad things. Right, since I can share the fiery chicken's camouflage skill as well, doesn't that mean I can sneak out of the school and go buy snow melting stones? Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but rejoice. Chapter 15, Sneaking Out of School. The Imperial Beast Academy authorized students to go out of school once a month, which was also called Out of School Day. Since it's once a month, it's as punctual as a woman's vacation. so it's also jokingly called Auntie's Day by the students. The monthly out-of-school day was the most lively time of the month in the Imperial Beast Academy. Countless students who were about to be suffocated in the academy were seizing this rare opportunity to embrace the new world outside the school. There were still more than 20 days to go before the next exit day, so the entrance to the school was cold and quiet at this time. The one in charge of guarding the school gate was a 60-something-year-old security master, and the indentured pet animal was a Gwitch's dog. At this time the security guard, sitting on a small bench at the entrance to the school, holding a cup of hot tea, squinting and napping. The dog is lying at his feet, quietly snoozing. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The Gwitch's snout flared twice, snapped up from the ground, and barked twice in a certain direction. The security guard who shared his mind with the Gigi dog couldn't help but open his eyes and follow the direction of the Gigi dog's gaze. Upon seeing that it was empty, the security guard reached out and patted the Gwitch's head, soothingly saying, "Gigi, there's nothing unusual there. Rest now." This Gigi dog has more than 40 years of age, accompanied the security guard for most of his life, has been old and frail. All aspects of function deterioration is serious, often sick. However, in addition to the security guard and his GSD, there is also a warning monitor installed at the entrance of the school, so you don't have to worry about anyone sneaking in or out. Woof woof? The Gwitch's dog cocked his head and stared in the direction of the school entrance with a confused look. After a moment's hesitation, it dutifully got down and proceeded to snooze. The wind was clear and everything was so peaceful and quiet. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiu had already managed to sneak out of the academy under the blazing chicken's camouflage skill. Glancing at the academy gate behind him, Lu Xiaoxiu exhaled a long breath. Just now it was really close. If not for the sloppy carelessness of the security master, he really would have been caught in the act. Once you get caught, you get 50 credits. That's a pretty harsh penalty, to say the least. So over the years, the number of students who have dared to risk sneaking out of school doesn't add up to more than double digits. Lu Xiaoxiu was just relying on the fact that he had a lot of points right now, so he dared to take the risk. Unlike the undifferentiated management style of foreign countries, China has adopted a partition policy for the group of Imperial Beast Masters. What is the policy of partition? In other words, a separate area was set aside for the Imperial Beast Masters to create an Imperial Beast Special Zone, and the Imperial Beast Masters could only live in the Special Zone. Outside of the Special Zone, there are ordinary people's living quarters. Without permission, Imperial Beastmasters are not allowed to enter ordinary people's living quarters at will, nor may ordinary people enter the Imperial Beast Special Zone at will. The Imperial Beast Academy, on the other hand, was in the center of the Imperial Beast Special Zone. Outside the school gates, there was a very lively Imperial Beast Merchant Circle, where Imperial Beast Masters of all shapes and sizes brought their respective favored beasts and shuttled through the bustling streets of traffic. Every now and then, one or two mounted pets could be seen passing by, and the Imperial Beastmasters were riding on the bodies of their favored beasts, which was particularly eye-catching. There was nothing more pulling than a flying mounted pet, sweeping over the bustling city with great speed. However, the number of flying riding pets is obviously much less than land riding pets. Lu Xiaoxiu walked half a day on the street and only occasionally saw one or two. Where to, old buddy? Do you want a ride? Only 500 Chinese dollars, near or far. At this time, a guy riding a skin pig stopped as he passed by Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu froze for half a second before reacting. Is this a driver soliciting for himself? The Beastmaster can still play like this? But the price is so black. It's almost as bad as the black cabs in the previous life. Lu Xiaoxiu waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need it. But the guy didn't have any intention of leaving. Brother, are you too expensive? If you think it's too expensive, I can give you a cheaper one. Look, how about 400? The corner of Lu Xiaoxiu's mouth twitched, thinking that it was indeed a black merchant. Again he waved his hand in denial. He was about to pass by the other guy when the guy stopped himself again. Brother, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I see that you are in a hurry. There must be something urgent. Why don't we do this? I'll give you another drop. How about 300? Hey, don't go. Give it another 50 off. 250. It can't go any lower. Lu Xiaoxiu pointed to his nose and said expressionlessly, do I look like a 255 to you? The other party laughed. Look, fall 50 for you. You are still not happy, so I say 300 is just right. Make up a hole. Lu Xiaoxiu rolled her white eyes and already didn't want to take care of him. Seeing this, the other party hastened to say, then how about this? You make a price. Lu Xiaoxiu casually said, 50. Who knows that the other party agreed without hesitation. Deal. Lu Xiaoxiu, looking at the other party's smiling appearance. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxiu had the feeling of being pitted. However, it would be bad to change his mind again, and he could only hold his nose and admit it. It was just the right time to ask this guy about where to sell pet beast evolution materials. Although the Imperial Beast Academy had an out-of-school day once a month, the predecessor's personality was so withdrawn and closed that he hadn't been out of school once in half a year. For the world outside the academy, Lu Xiaoxiu was incomparably unfamiliar. Bro, are you a junior intern at the Imperial Beast Academy? Or have you already graduated? At this time, the other party asked as he curiously sized up Lu Xiaoxiu. Junior intern. Lu Xiaoxiu blurted it out. Ah, fellow traveler, I'm a junior intern too, the guy said with enthusiasm as he slapped his thigh. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at him contemptuously. Are there any junior interns who are as miserable as you? The other party scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem, I'm here to experience life in particular. You don't understand. By the way, my name is Luo Si. Brother, what's your name? Lu Xiaoxiu. Oh brother, where are you going with this? I'm going to the biggest petting store in the neighborhood. Okay, bro, you sit behind me. I'll take you there. Once Lu Xiaoxiu sat down on Peppy Pig, Luo Mei patted Peppy Pig's head, growling. Heck, the Peppy Pig that received the order immediately braced its 4 hooves and grunted as it charged towards the front. Needless to say, Peppy Pig ran pretty fast, and it was a whirlwind ride. Lu Xiaoxiu felt like riding a motorcycle, the strong wind blowing his face, blowing his eyes open. After about 10 minutes, the strong wind suddenly stopped. Here it is, only to hear Romy in front of him say with a smirk. Lu Xiaoxiu opened his eyes and saw an imposing building presented in front of him, with 4 floors and a huge door sign hanging on the top. Royal Beast Department Store Supermarket. There's an old saying in China. It's called Pro Brothers Settle Accounts. Brother, although you're an alumnus with me, but this money, you still have to receive it as it is, Luo Jian said while keeping an eye on Lu Xiaoxiu's complexion. Give me your account number. Lu Xiaoxiu felt funny. A mere $50. He is not so bad as to renege on his debt. Luo Jian immediately smiled. I knew it, brother, you are a generous person. The future will be unlimited. After paying the money, Luo Si gave another business card with his contact information, explaining that where to go in the future can always find him. Looking at the other parties far away back riding a skinned pig, Lu Xiaoxiu shook his head. A junior intern? Lu Xiaoxiu did not believe in this identity that Luo Si had exposed himself to. However, Luo Si, this person is quite interesting. Looking at the business card in his hand, Lu Xiaoxiu put it away. Then, it went into the Royal Beast Department Store Supermarket behind them. Chapter 16, Mr. Xiao. The Imperial Beast Department Store Supermarket had 4 floors. The first floor sold the daily necessities of the Imperial Beast Master as well as the favored beasts, such as beast food, favored beast stamina recovery potions, and so on. The second level sells favored beast eggs. The third level sells hatched favored beasts. The fourth floor sold pet beast evolution materials. The most crowded part of the supermarket was the first floor, because many of the commodities like beast food were necessities and were consumed very quickly, so naturally there were more people buying them. The second level was filled with people, equally as many, and this level only sold favored beast eggs. It was worth mentioning that the size and appearance of all the favored beast eggs were all the same, and before the shell was broken, it was impossible to detect what favored beast was inside with the existing technological means. It was because of this characteristic of the favored beast's egg that gave birth to the egg gambling industry, which was very similar to the gambling of stones in the previous world. At first, Lu Xiaoxiu was still interested in betting on eggs, because since the miracle evolution system can see the attribute panel of each favored beast, is it also able to recognize the favored beast in the favored beast egg? If it's really possible, then he's waiting to find a way to get rich and famous. But the results disappointed him. The system couldn't help him recognize the favored beast in the favored beast egg, so he instantly lost interest in the favored beast eggs. After coming to the 4th floor, Lu Xiaoxiu found the attendant and directly opened the door. I want to buy snow melting stone. The attendant sniffed and immediately led him to the counter displaying snow melting stones. Seeing the snow melting stone with his own eyes, Lu Xiaoxiu immediately knew why it was not sold in the academy. This was because a material like snow melting stone was stored in a very harsh way. It could only be stored in the cold snow, and once it left the snow melting stone would quickly melt itself. In favor of snow melting stones, and with the property of melting snow, a large amount of snow had to be consumed every day in order to be properly preserved. It was difficult to do this without a huge amount of money to sustain it. In order to keep the snow melting stones, the Pets and Beasts supermarket spent a lot of money on a set of snowmaking machines, so it can be said that they have spent a lot of money. How much is this snow melting stone? Seeing that the preservation of the snow melting stone required such a big battle, Lu Xiaoxiu's heart was filled with apprehension. His intuition told him that the price of this snow melting stone was not low. Despite having guessed high, he realized he had underestimated the value of the stone when he heard the waiter's offer. 25,000. The waitress said with a big smile. 5,000 for sale? Lu Xiaoxiu asked stiffly. 5,000 was the most amount he could come up with at the moment. The waiter was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? 5,000 won't even buy the edge of this stone. Lu Xiaoxiu fell into silence. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man with a clear face who looked to be in his 40s walked over this way. Seeing this, the attendant immediately greeted him with a big smile. Mr. Xiao, here to buy pet beast materials again. Listening to his familiar tone, it was obvious that this Mr. Xiao was a regular customer here. Mr. Xiao nodded and faintly said, well, I want to buy the snow melting stone. The waiter sniffed and immediately said in a difficult manner, what a coincidence. This little customer also wants to buy a snow melting stone. Nowadays, we only have the last snow melting stone left in the supermarket. With that, the waiter turned his head to Lu Xiaoxiu. This customer, do you still want to buy the snow melting stone? If you don't, I will sell this snow melting stone to Mr. Xiao. Lu Xiaoxiu asked, when will your supermarket purchase a new one if this snow melting stone is sold? The waiter smiled apologetically. It's hard to say. A material like melting snowstone is inherently scarce in quantity, so our store can't guarantee when we'll be able to get it in. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu's delayed reply, Mr. Xiao was obviously impatient to wait. He snapped his fingers on the counter and said in a deep voice, little brother, are you buying or not? Give a quick word. If you don't, then I'll buy it. Lu Xiaoxiu asked, what did you buy snow melting stones for? Of course it's used to evolve the water dragon crocodile. Besides the water dragon crocodile, which pet beast uses it when evolving? Mr. Xiao coldly grunted with his hands behind his back, and with that matter-of-fact tone, it was obvious that he was very good at the evolution of pet beasts. Lu Xiaoxiu looked straight at him and said seriously, the evolution of the water dragon crocodile doesn't use snow melting stone at all. You can completely use the cheap wind glow grass to replace the snow melting stone. Not only will it save money, but it will also greatly increase the success rate of the evolution. This was a water dragon crocodile's evolutionary route that Lu Xiaoxiu had found from the miracle evolution system. Hearing this, Mr. Xiao couldn't help but laugh as he squinted his eyes and said somewhat contemptuously, are you teaching me Xiao to do things? Lu Xiaoxiu frowned. This Mr. Xiao, he's a bit crazy, the waiter hurriedly explained. This customer, Mr. Xiao, is a well-known top pet beast evolutionist in Jiangzhou City, and there are 800 pet beasts that have been successfully evolved by his hands, if not 1,000. If you instruct him on how to evolve a pet animal, aren't you just showing off? Lu Xiaoxiu drifted off. No wonder this guy's tone is so wild. I dare say he's still a connoisseur. The profession of favored beast evolutionist was created based on the fact that normal favored beasts have an evolutionary route that has a chance of resulting in an evolutionary failure. It is important to know that the success rate of pet beast evolution is affected by many factors such as environment, temperature, humidity, etc., which requires a pet beast evolutionist who has a lot of experience to be able to do so. This Mr. Xiao had obviously made a name for himself in the field of pet beast evolution, hence his arrogant attitude. Lu Xiaoxiu was too lazy to carry on with him. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. The miracle evolution route was a 100% evolution success rate. If it was really announced, all the pet beast evolutionists in the world would have to lose their jobs. Waiter, let me leave you a contact number. If there's an incoming shipment of melting snowstones, please let me know first. Seeing that the melting snowstone has been bought by Mr. Xiao, Lu Xiaoxiu also has no intention to stay long. Leaving the contact number is ready to leave. Before he left, he was stopped by Mr. Xiao. Thanks to the fact that I, Xiao Mao, am in the business of pet beast evolution, I know that the melting snowstone is indispensable for the evolution of the water dragon crocodile. Otherwise, I might have been fooled by you. Young man, I would like to advise you that you should use your intelligence in the right way. In the future, don't do this kind of trickery. Lu Xiaoxiu turned back and said coldly, then I also send you a sentence. There are people outside the sky. Don't sit in the well and become that frog in the bottom of the well. With that, he left without looking back, only leaving behind the stormy Mr. Xiao, pointing at Lu Xiaoxiu's departing back and furiously roaring, who are you calling a frog in the bottom of the well? The vertical sun, arrogant child. The waiter quickly consoled, Mr. Xiao, calm down. This customer doesn't know what's good for him. Don't be so mean to him. Your status is honored. If you get angry, it won't be cost effective. Mr. Xiao could only resign with resentment when he heard that. Back in his office, Mr. Xiao was ready to evolve on the water dragon crocodile. This water dragon crocodile was not his favored beast, but rather a customer had entrusted him with a great deal of money to help him evolve. That's exactly what the pet beast evolutionist is for. After placing the evolutionary materials that needed to be used, one by one, on the table and setting them up, Mr. Xiao took out the snow melting stone that he had just bought. As soon as he saw the snow melting stone, Mr. Xiao couldn't help but recall what Lu Xiaoxiu said before he left. Uneducated little thing, dare you say I'm sitting on a well? He cursed hatefully, then took out his special cutting knife and sliced at the snow-melting stone one by one. After a total of 2 cuts, the snow-melting stone was cut into 3 equal-sized portions. Only one of these is needed for the evolution of the water dragon crocodile. In fact, there was no exact number for the dosage of pet beast evolution materials. Every pet beast evolutionist had a different dosage of evolutionary materials. Melting snowstone with 1/3 of the portion, but also just Mr. Xiao based on years of experience to figure out the summary. After doing this, Mr. Xiao revealed a satisfied look. The success rate of the water dragon crocodile's evolution is very low. If it was given to an inexperienced person, I'm afraid it would have to fail more than a dozen times before the evolution could succeed. But Mr. Xiao was certain that he would be able to successfully evolve the water dragon crocodile in a maximum of 3 times. That was the weight of his position as a top pet beast evolver. Soon he began his first evolution. 10 minutes later, Mr. Xiao expressionlessly set about preparing for the second evolution of the water dragon crocodile, because the first evolution failed for reasons unknown. That's right, and he doesn't know why. One must know that pet beast evolution was very metaphysical. Just like Chinese medicine treating diseases, it was a metaphysical study. All he could do was to take every aspect into consideration based on his years of experience. As for the outcome, we can only do our best. Soon, Xiao began his second evolution. The results still ended in failure. This time, Mr. Xiao's face became a bit ugly. With 2 consecutive failed evolutions, he had no more chances to fail. It's not that the pet beast evolution can only fail twice. In fact, the pet beast evolution can fail countless times. The problem is that every evolution has to use a lot of value of the evolution material. This is all the white flowers of silver. The more times you fail, the more money you spend, and the payout from the gold master is fixed. If the number of failures exceeds the payout tolerance limit, it's out of pocket. So it comes down to the question of whether a business is making or losing money. The payment given to Mr. Xiao by the gold owner is quite a lot, but the problem is that a lot of the money is spent on buying materials, and the real money in hand is rather small. If it fails one more time, then there is no oil in this business, and it is like working for someone for nothing. 2 more failures and it's going to be a losing business. Mr. Xiao took a deep breath and began his third evolution with a grave expression, but in the end, it failed. At this moment, Mr. Xiao's face was as ugly as if he had eaten dog poop. Spicy next door. Mr. Xiao couldn't help but burst out. Favored beast evolutionist profession. This is how it is. Often walk by the river which cannot wet feet. It is impossible that every single is a sure thing. Having already failed to evolve twice in a row, Mr. Xiao no longer expects to make any money on this order. Moreover, the snow-melting stones were gone, and he would have to spend money to buy more snow-melting stones. Suddenly, Mr. Xiao thought of Lu Xiaoxiu's words that the snow-melting stone could be replaced by windflower grass. Is that possible? Mr. Xiao doesn't believe it anyway. However, it just so happened that he had the windflower grass on hand, and there was a surplus of all the other evolutionary materials for the water dragon crocodile. So, Mr. Xiao is still going to give it a try. The evolution potion was ready when the various evolutionary materials were proportioned and poured into a bucket with a ration of water. Then, Mr. Xiao took the water dragon crocodile and put it into the barrel filled with evolution potion. If the evolution potion was effective, in 10 minutes at most, the water dragon crocodile would complete its evolution. On the previous 3 occasions, Mr. Xiao would always observe the state of the favored beast after placing the water dragon crocodile in the barrel. But this time, Mr. Xiao didn't do that, and left the aquatic crocodile alone after dropping it into the barrel. He hadn't had much hope for this evolution. In the first place, it is imperative that we get new snowmelt stones in a hurry. He had just been to the largest pet beast department store supermarket in Zhengzhou City, and it was already out of stock, so he could only ask other pet beast stores. But after calling several times in a row, I got the same result that it was not for sale. This doubled Mr. Xiao's eggheads. If you can't buy it through normal channels, then you have to go to the black market to buy it. And the price in the black market is definitely going to far exceed the market price. But in order to deliver the work on schedule, even more expensive, he had to hold his nose and buy it. He was about to move to leave, when suddenly, a high-pitched and loud chirp could be heard coming from the favored beast evolution room. Mr. Xiao's heart shook as if he realized something and dashed into the training room. Only within the wooden barrel, a dazzling multicolored light blossomed from the water dragon crocodile's body. This was a sign that the water dragon crocodile had successfully evolved. Mr. Xiao stood frozen in disbelief for a moment. The water dragon crocodile actually did evolve successfully? Or is it a one-shot? Chapter 17, Strange Caller. Until this moment, Mr. Xiao still couldn't believe that the evolution of the water dragon crocodile was real. Thus, he took out his battle power tester, intending to test the battle power of the water dragon crocodile. The battle value is an iconic statistic that best reflects whether or not a favored beast has evolved successfully. Before the water dragon crocodile evolved, its battle power value was 700. After it evolved, its battle power value should fluctuate around 800. This value was summarized by generations of imperial beastmasters in countless practices and was very authoritative. If the water dragon crocodile's battle power value was still 700, it meant that the evolution had failed, and the previous visions of successful evolution were all just illusions. A drop of the water dragon crocodile's blood was extracted with a syringe and then dripped onto the probe of the battle power tester, and the water dragon crocodile's battle power value immediately appeared. 1,200. The battle value is a full 1,200. At first, Mr. Shaw thought there was a problem with the battle tester, so he took out a spare tester to test it again, but the result is still the same. The battle value is shown as 1,200. This time, Mr. Shaw was finally nonplussed. One time it might have been a mistake, but if it was still like this after changing the tester, then it could only mean that the water dragon crocodile had indeed evolved successfully. Moreover, the evolution was successful in one go, and the value of the evolved battle power, 2, surged by floods. This shows how efficient the improved evolutionary route is. Mr. Xiao couldn't help but recall the tone of Lu Xiaoxiu's demeanor when he proposed to replace the snow-melting stone with the wind-glow grass. Calm, unusually calm. It's like stating an insignificant fact. From this, it could be seen that the other party's attainments in the field of pet beast evolution were high, his understanding deep, his knowledge profound, and his insights unique. I, Mr. Xiao, have met a high-ranking person. Mr. Xiao sucked in a breath. Such a high-ranking person, the slightest slip of the tongue would be enough to last a lifetime. I should do everything possible to leave a good impression on the other party, but you have offended people to death. Now that the high man was nowhere to be found, he didn't even have a chance to make amends and repair his relationship. Thinking about this, Mr. Xiao could not wait to slap himself twice. That high person was right. I really am a frog at the bottom of a well. A frog at the bottom of a well. Mr. Xiao thumped his chest and stifled his wrists. Just then, Mr. Xiao's cell phone rang. Lost in thought, he picked up the phone and asked breathlessly, "Who is it?" The voice on the other end of the phone rang out. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm an employee of the Pets and Beasts department store supermarket. A week ago you said you wanted to order 10 copies of ox bone wood. Now the ox bone wood has arrived, so we contacted you according to the contact information you left." Mr. Xiao no longer listened to the latter words. Only 8 words echoed in his mind. "You left your contact information. You left your contact information." That's it. Before that high-ranking person left on his trip, he had also left his contact information. Do you guys remember? Oops, forget it. Mr. Xiao was going to ask on the phone, but he was afraid that he couldn't ask clearly on the phone, and that he should ask in person for such an important matter, so he immediately hung up the phone. Not even caring about organizing his clothes, he quickly ran out of the house and rushed in the direction of the Pet and Beast department store supermarket. Other side. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiu had already managed to sneak back inside the Imperial Beast Academy. Not succeeding in buying the snow-melting stone made him lose his mind, and although he had left his contact information with the store clerk, it was still a waste of time without enough money. At the end of the day, you have to work hard to make money. Just then, in the class group, teacher Zhou Fong suddenly sent a message. Usually Lu Xiaoxiu is shielded from the class group, so he can't see his classmates flooding the group or anything else as long as he doesn't click on it. But Ms. Zhou Fong, as the group leader of the class group, the messages she sends, Lu Xiaoxiu can still see them. Counselor Zhou Fong, I'm going back to the college tomorrow. Did you miss me? A lot of people at the bottom of the shouting want, and some troublemakers directly with the lyrics of love songs to answer. What think of you think of the end of the world? And what think of you think of cannot sleep and so on. Counselor Zhou Fong, ha. Since you all want me so much, then when I go back, I will hold a test to test your strength, and the loser will be physically punished. Oh. A bunch of people wailed at the bottom when that came out. Counselor Zhou Fong then added, those who pass the exam will have a mysterious gift. Wang Yi, Ms. Zhou Fong, what mysterious gift? Counselor Zhou Fong, do you want your first kiss from a 25-year-old auntie? Brother Wang, A bunch of people send sweaty speechless looks. Counselor Zhou Fong, just kidding with you guys. Anyway, this mystery gift won't let you down. With that said, Ms. Zhou Fong continued to dive in. Only a bunch of students in the group were left with various speculations about the so-called mysterious gift. Lu Xiaoxiu did not participate in the group chat. Both his predecessor and his current self were not interested in this kind of boring water group. Just after exiting the group chat, I received an unfamiliar call. Hello, which one? Lu Xiaoxiu asked. It's really you. That's great. After hearing Lu Xiaoxiu's voice, a delighted and excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Which one are you? Lu Xiaoxiu frowned. The other party's voice inexplicably sounded somewhat familiar. Senior, I'm the unknowing frog at the bottom of the well who said the wrong thing to make you angry in the favored beast department store supermarket today. You, still remember me? The other party asked cautiously. Mr. Xiao, Lu Xiaoxiu remembered. Yes, that's me. Mr. Xiao's title is not to be taken seriously. You can just call me Xiao Xiao. Sensing Mr. Xiao's deliberately lowered posture on the other end of the phone, Lu Xiaoxiu looked odd. This guy is off his meds or something. How did he suddenly become so humble when he was tugging at the pets and beasts supermarket like he was $250,000? Gao run. I have sinned and I repent. It's me who has eyes to recognize and Tai. I shouldn't look down on people with dog's eyes. You just look at the fact that I'm a big old man. Forgive me this time. The other guy came up with a mindless confession. Hearing Lu Xiaoxiu, he was angry and amused. Stop. You first make it clear what's going on. Just heard Mr. Shaw on the other end of the phone. It's like this. I bought the snow melting stone and went back to evolve the water dragon crocodile, and it failed to evolve 3 times in a row. Then I came up with the suggestion you mentioned, using windflower grass instead of snow melt. And guess what? The evolution was successful in one go, and the battle power value of the water dragon crocodile has increased dramatically. Senior, I am now convinced of you. I really admire you. My admiration for you is really like a torrent of continuous water. And seeing this Mr. Xiao endlessly flattering, Lu Xiaoxiu immediately interrupted. Stop. You don't need to send a long speech praising me. You called me, just for this? No. Mr. Xiao called this time, firstly to apologize to you, and secondly for the matter of the melting snowstone. Dare I ask you, Hi Master, you haven't gotten the snow melting stone yet, right? Mr. Xiao asked. The snow melting stones have all been bought by you. Where can I get them? Lu Xiaoxiu didn't have the good sense to say. Mr. Xiao smiled sarcastically. Don't worry, Senior, I have a way to get it. Give me half a day more. I'll personally offer it to you then. Seeing that Mr. Xiao was so sincere, Lu Xiaoxiu's tone slowed down a little and said lightly, Well, then thanks a lot. Mr. Xiao immediately replied, No thanks. You're too polite. Senior, it is my good fortune to be able to help you. Little Xiao, by the way, my name is Xiao Tianhai. I have not yet asked for the name of the senior person. Lu Xiaoxiu said truthfully, My surname is Lu. My name is Lu Xiaoxiu. Xiao Tianhai quickly said, Don't worry, Master Lu, just wait for my good news. Subsequently, Xiao Tianhai was again looking for words to say, patting up Lu Xiaoxiu's ass, until he confirmed that the other party is not angry with him anymore, and only then did he hang up the phone with peace of mind. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tianhai took a long breath and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Now at last I have contended for the forgiveness of the higher power. However, it's not enough to just talk the talk. You have to show some real sincerity. And the melting snowstone was the offering he was prepared to present. After determining his next plan, Mr. Xiao fixed his clothes and set off towards the black market. He was secretly ruthless in his heart. Today, even if he smashes the pot and sells the iron, he has to get a piece of snow melting stone from the black market. Chapter 18 The Examination. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxiu then received a call from Xiao Tianhai. Master Lu, I've already gotten the snow melting stone for you. Where are you now? I'll send it over to you right now. Xiao Tianhai on the other end of the phone said with incomparable attentiveness. Lu Xiaoxiu pondered for a moment and said, Let's just gather outside the pets and beasts department store supermarket. The Imperial Beast Academy practiced closed management, where those outside could not enter and those inside could not leave. In order to save unnecessary trouble, Lu Xiaoxiu decided to go in person. Anyway, the flaming chicken had a disguise, so sneaking out wasn't a problem. An hour later, Lu Xiaoxiu and Xiao Tianhai met at the Pets and Beasts department store supermarket. As soon as they met, Xiao Tianhai took out an exquisite jade box, and the box held none other than the melting snowstone. The jade box had the effect of collecting cold energy, and it was perfect for keeping the snow melting stone. Fortunately, I was able to get a snow melting stone from the black market yesterday. Please smile and accept it. Master Lu. Xiao Tianhai offered the jade box with both hands. Thanks a lot. Lu Xiaoxiu honestly took it. This snow melting stone was indeed something he desperately needed. Plus, he also saw that Xiao Tianhai had the intention of pleasing him, so he wasn't too polite. What else does Master Lu need? Just order. I'll do my best to do it for you. Xiao Tianhai patted his chest. Lu Xiaoxiu nodded and said with a smile, Mr. Xiao is contributing both money and effort. so he must have something to ask for, right? Xiao Tianhai was poked and prodded, so he stopped hiding, and with a flutter, knelt down in front of Lu Xiaoxiu. Please, Master Lu, accept me as your disciple. Lu Xiaoxiu was taken aback and said in dismay, Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Xiao Tianhai, however, had no intention of getting up, only to see him say with a sincere face, Master Lu is very knowledgeable. Xiao Mao admires him to the core. Xiao Mao is willing to serve you as a teacher. I beg Master Lu to take him. Lu Xiaoxiu waved his hand and said, I'm still a student myself. How could I possibly accept you as my disciple? Master Lu is still a student? I thought you had graduated. So how did you get out? Xiao Tianhai instantly reacted. Cough cough. Don't ask too much about this. I have my own methods. Lu Xiaoxiu dryly coughed twice to prevaricate. Hearing this, Xiao Tianhai stopped asking more questions. He stubbornly said, there is no order of learning. The one who reaches the top is the teacher. Even if Master Lu is a student, with your profound knowledge, you are still enough to be Xiao's teacher. Xiao is genuinely worshipping the teacher. I hope that Master Lu will accept it. Lu Xiaoxiu shook his head and said, I won't take on an apprentice. However, if you don't understand anything in terms of pet beast evolution, the two of us can communicate with each other. Seeing Lu Xiaosu's resolute attitude, Xiao Tianhai no longer insisted. He was bent on worshipping the master just to learn more improved evolutionary routes of the favored beasts from Lu Xiaosu. Although Lu Xiaoxiu did not accept him as a master, he was willing to give help. And that was enough. He stood up with a grateful face and said, Thank you. Then, Master Lu. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoxiu parted ways with him and re-entered the Imperial Beast Academy. Now that the melting snowstone had arrived, it was possible to perform a third evolution on the flaming chicken. Drops. The system has detected that the conditions for the third miraculous evolution of the flaming chicken have been met. Is it evolving? Lu Xiaoxiu did not hesitate to choose yes. As a colorful light blossomed from the body of the flaming chicken, the third evolution was successful. Fiery chicken. Attributes, fire. Grade, ordinary. Length, adult. Battle value, 3200. Skills, enhanced chicken blood fighting, top rank skill. Increases strength by 8 times in a short period of time. Enhanced self-healing, top rank skill. Heals itself when injured. Healing speed is 30 times faster than the speed at which the favored beast heals itself in the Imperial Beast space. Enhanced compound eyes, top ranked skill. Further strengthens vision. Enhanced camouflage, top ranked skill. Further strengthens the ability to disguise itself. The evolved flaming chicken's battle value has increased dramatically. In addition to that, there was the strengthening disguise skill, which also brought Lu Xiaoxiu a small surprise. Before the third evolution, although Lu Xiaoxiu was able to share the camouflage skill of the flaming chicken, he needed to be in contact with the flaming chicken at all times in order to do so. And once he left the flaming chicken, the camouflage ability would disappear. But after evolving, Lu Xiaoxiu, who had gained the ability to camouflage through contact, even if he left the flaming chicken at this time, the camouflage ability wouldn't immediately disappear, but would continue to exist for a while. This is very important in combat. It allows for better self-preservation without restricting the movement of the fiery chickens. In addition to enhanced camouflage, several other skills, too, had been substantially improved, and the conditions for the fourth evolution of the flaming chicken are revealed. 1. Collect 20 evolutionary materials as follows. 2. Defeat 20 rare class favored beasts. Collecting evolutionary materials is, to put it bluntly, buying them with money. Lu Xiaoxiu is now broke again, so the matter of collecting materials can only be put on hold. As for defeating 20 rare class favored beasts, this is good to do. There were quite a few students at the Imperial Beast Academy whose favored beasts were of rare grade, so they could be challenged at that time. Tomorrow, teacher Zhou Fang is coming back, and Xiao He has already completed 3 evolutions, so he should be able to pass her exam. Lu Xiaoxiu was filled with anticipation. The next day, Ms. Zhou Fang then gathered everyone all together on the playground. Zhou Fang is a 25-year-old auntie. To have a face, to have a body, is considered a beautiful woman. Just do not know why, until now have no boyfriend. Seeing that the students had arrived, Ms. Zhou Fang smiled and said, long time no see, classmates, have you been slacking off in the past few days? In unison, the students said, no yes. Ms. Zhou Fang nodded her head. Very well, then let me see what you've grown into lately. Her gaze swept over each student's body one by one, and when it landed on Lu Xiaoxiu, she obviously paused for a few more seconds. She left before the pet beast examination, and at that time, Lu Xiaoxiu only had 6 credits, and had thought that the other party would definitely not be able to pass the examination and would be expelled from the academy. But when she came back, she found that Lu Xiaoxiu was in the class for good reason. Nonetheless, the credits had also risen to 126 points, far ahead in the class. This filled Zhou Fang's heart with curiosity. This Lu Xiaoxiu, does he have some kind of strange encounter? Zhou Fang intends to use this exam to see what changes Lu Xiaoxiu has made. As I said earlier, when I come back, I'm going to give you guys an exam. The content of the exam is simple. It is a 2x2 duel between two students. The winning side will be rewarded, and the losing side will be physically punished. You can pick your own opponents, as long as you have each other's consent. As Zhou Fang's words came out, the gazes of many of the students, all of them looked at Lu Xiaoxiu in unison. Although Lu Xiaoxiu's credits, now ranked among the top, but many people feel that he has moisture in this credit, is dipped in Zhangya's light. The real strength is still the same dish as always. Therefore, as soon as they heard that they could choose their own opponents, many of them put their minds on Lu Xiaoxiu. Chapter 19, Second Kill. Lu Xiaoxiu, in these half a year, I've never underestimated you because of your low strength, and even more so, I've never said anything bad about you behind your back, so just pick me as your opponent. A horse-faced man couldn't wait. With the first person taking the lead, the others could no longer care about being reserved and scrambled to recommend themselves to Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu, don't believe Paki Ning's words, this bastard hasn't mocked you much behind your back. Pick me, pick me, pick me. As long as you pick me, we'll be brothers from now on, the kind that live and die. Brothers count for nothing. As long as you pick me, I'll introduce my sister to you. My sister is old and pretty. Don't ever trust him, his sister is a tank. For a while, the scene was in chaos. Everyone treated Lu Xiaoxiu as a piece of fat meat. Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze swept through each of these people's bodies, and finally landed on class president Li Delao. Li Deluxe, do you dare to compete with me? He pointed at Li Deluxe and said coldly. Everyone in the room was stunned at those words. Heavens, is this Lu Xiaoxiu crazy? So many people didn't choose, but chose Li Deluxe? He doesn't think that just because he has more credits than Li Dealu, his strength exceeds Li Dealu's, right? What an uninformed guy. Even the counselor, Zhou Fang, was surprised, completely not expecting Lu Xiaoxiu to make such a decision. Li Deluxe even had a shocked smile on his face as he pointed at his nose and said incredulously, am I hearing this right? You're going to pick me as your opponent? Are you sure? Lu Xiaoxiu nodded his head and said, sure, just ask if you dare. Li Deluxe snorted and laughed. What's there to not dare? Since you want to humiliate yourself, I will fulfill you. In the last credit mission, Zhangya chose to be on a team with Lu Xiaoxiu but not him, causing Li Delu to be severely slapped in the face. Li Deluxe was holding back in his heart, and now he finally found an opportunity. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiu had already chosen his opponent, those who originally wanted to compete with Lu Xiaoxiu had no choice but to give up and find someone else. Soon, all of them had chosen their bout opponents. The first pair to take the court was a man and a woman. The two were of equal strength and fought for more than 10 minutes before they were able to tell the winner. In the later matches, it was much quicker, almost 2 or 3 minutes, to decide the winner. It was worth mentioning that the competition between Imperial Beast Masters was still fundamentally different from the Favored Beast test. The Favored Beast examination is a competition between favored beasts, and the competition between Imperial Beast Masters was not only a battle between favored beasts and favored beasts, but also a battle between Imperial Beast Masters and Imperial Beast Masters. If the Imperial Beast Master himself loses, then his favored beast will be awarded a loss, even if it doesn't lose. The reason for such a rule was so that every Imperial Beast Master would learn to protect themselves. Under a greenhouse like the Imperial Beast Academy, duels between classmates wouldn't be fought for their lives, and most of them would be won or lost with a favored beast. But out there it's different. Many evil Imperial Beast Masters will take the fight in the easiest and most direct way possible. Sometimes it's easier to attack the Imperial Beast Master himself than his favored beasts. There was a precedent of attacking the Imperial Beast Master himself in the first few battles and winning the match, so personal protection was highly valued. There was often a comical scene of the Imperial Beast Master being chased all over the place by the opposite party's favored beast. Soon, it was the turn of the duel between Lu Xiaoxiu and Li Delao. For this match, many people did not favor Lu Xiaoxiu. The only exception is Zhangya. As a partner who teamed up with Lu Xiaoxiu during the credit mission, there was no one who knew Lu Xiaoxiu's true strength better than her. Although Li Deluxe's strength was not bad, Zhangya still felt that Lu Xiaoxiu would win. Zhangya, your little concubine will soon be dueling with class president Li Deluxe. He's definitely going to be abused. Why do you look like you're not worried at all? Tao Lily came over at this time and said with a gossipy face, what are you babbling about? What little concubine? Vulgar. Nasty. Zhangya scolded with a red face. Ah yes, it was my poor choice of words. That said, aren't you worried? Since Lu Xiaoxiu dared to choose Li Deluxe as his challenge opponent, he must have a certainty of winning. I believe in him. Oh my god, Lu Xiaoxiu has gone crazy. You've gone crazy with him. This world is really crazy. Tao Lily held her forehead. Clearly not agreeing with Zhang Ye's words, soon the bout began. Lee Deluxe's favored beast was the Thunder Emperor Snake, and his royal beast talent was Thunder Elemental Affinity. Those who possessed this talent were able to further enhance the strength of their Thunder-type pet beasts when imperializing them into battle. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at the Thunder Emperor Snake's attribute panel. Thunder King Snake. Attribute, Thunder. Grade, Rare. Length, Adult. Battle Value, 1200. Skills, Thunder Armor. Thunder Jail. Falling Thunder. Evolutionary Route. When Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the evolutionary route of the Thunder Emperor Snake, he couldn't help but stare. The Thunder Emperor Serpent's miraculous evolution route was actually only one. This evolutionary route, however, was so smooth that when the Thunder Emperor Serpent evolved 3 times, it would metamorphose into a Thunder Lightning Augur, gaining a small qualitative change. After continuing to evolve 4 more times, it would metamorphose into its final form, the Thunder Dragon. Lu Xiaoxiu naturally wouldn't tell the other party about the Thunder Emperor Snake's evolutionary route. He took a look at the Thunder Emperor Snake's battle power of only 850, and summoned the Flaming Chicken out without slowing down. Nowadays, the Flaming Chicken had a battle power value of 1200, which was enough to throw off the opponent by several blocks. Even if the opponent had the bonus of the Royal Beast talent, he was definitely not a match for the Flaming Chicken. Karakiri. When the fiery chicken appeared, the room erupted in laughter. After all, the Flaming Chicken, as a battle-scarred favored beast, summoning it out to fight would have been full of silliness. Many people viewed this bout with the mindset of watching a joke. Egu, your fiery flame chicken has grown in size. Is this the source of your backbone to call me out? Lee Deluxe snorted. He only saw him ordering Thunder Emperor Snake. Thunder Emperor Snake, you have 30 seconds to defeat Flaming Chicken. Don't disgrace me. Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Serpent slapped its tail, and thunderous light appeared hidden in the snake's eyes. At the same time, a lightning-flashed cage suddenly appeared above the head of the Flaming Chicken. Skill, Thunder Cell. Once the target is trapped, it will be very difficult for the opponent to break free. This was because the Thunder Jail was able to paralyze the enemy and incapacitate them for a short period of time. Only, before the cage could fall, the Flaming Chicken got rid of it first. That jumping up and down to avoid the lightning jail drew another burst of laughter from the scene. Many people felt that it was pure luck that the Flaming Chicken was able to dodge the strike. However, Lee Delusion, who was the person involved, thought otherwise. As the owner of the Thunder Emperor Serpent, there was no one who knew the skill mechanism of the Thunder Prison better than him. This is an instantaneous skill. The Thunder Jail appeared directly above the target's head, and few favored beasts were able to dodge it. And it's really weird that the Flaming Chicken managed to dodge ahead of it unharmed. Sizzle. Seeing that the blow fell short, the Thunder Emperor Snake seemed to be a bit angry, spitting out its snake letters, sizzling and shrilling twice, and once again releasing its Thunder Prison towards the Flaming Rooster. However, the second Thunder Prison was still easily dodged by the Flaming Chicken. This time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something wrong with the Flaming Chicken. Boy, how can this stupid chicken be so evasive? Yeah, there's something wrong with this stupid chicken's little walk. It doesn't feel like the Flaming Chicken is very good. A lot of people were in disbelief. At this time, the Thunder Emperor Serpent was also staring with somewhat dumbfounded big eyes, having some confusion. Forget about that stupid chicken. Attack the Imperial Beast Master himself. Lee Deluxe ordered in a sharp voice. He had realized that it wouldn't be too easy to defeat the Flaming Chicken. 30 seconds was simply not enough, unless one attacked the Imperial Beast Master himself. Although winning the competition by attacking the Imperial Beast Master was a bit of a victory in Lee Deluxe's opinion, but he couldn't care less. Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Serpent that received the command immediately changed its target, intending to directly unleash the falling thunder on Lu Xiaoxiu, but the next second it realized that Lu Xiaoxiu actually disappeared out of thin air. Not only did Lu Xiaoxiu disappear, the Flaming Chicken also disappeared along with him. Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Serpent was once again confused. Not only was the Thunder Emperor Snake in a daze, Lee Deluxe was likewise in a daze. Intuition told him that something was wrong. Quickly, release the Thunder Armor skill and prepare your defense. Lee Deluxe ordered and retreated backward while looking around warily, fearing that Lu Xiaoxiu and the Flaming Chicken would sneak up on him at this time. The Thunder Emperor Serpent was also a bit nervous as it lost its target, and it hastily released its Thunder Armor skill. The skill, Thunder Armor, was a protective skill. As the name suggests, it is to apply a layer of armor formed by the power of lightning to one's body, which not only provides good protection, but also has a paralyzing effect on the target of the attack. As the Thunder Armor was released, the body of the Thunder Emperor Snake suddenly crackled with a flurry of purple awns, which were intertwined with each other like armor. And in the next second, the Flaming Chicken appeared in front of the Thunder Emperor Snake, only to see it raise its wings high, and with a ferocious slap, it slapped towards the Thunder Emperor Snake. Bang! After a muffled sound, the Thunder Emperor serpent was like a piece of dead wood, and was slapped far away on the spot. For a moment, the entire room was dead silent. Chapter 20, A Favored Beast Without Trash. Class President Lee Delusion. Lost? It was only after a long while that the silence was broken by the weak voice of one of the students. Although the voice was small, it was like a drop of cold water falling into a frying pan, making the scene instantly explode. My goodness, the Thunder Emperor snake can't actually defeat the flaming chicken? How is this possible? I feel like my brain isn't enough. Someone please explain to me what the hell is going on. Fake. This must be fake. Many of the students present had their jaws dropped in shock. Teacher Zhou Fan was also jaw-dropped, half unable to recover from the shock. Only Zhang Ye, without any expression of surprise on her face, seemed to have expected it. Within a pair of beautiful eyes, there was a different color. To be honest, she was actually a little surprised. She just didn't show it. For this match, she had guessed that Lu Xiaoxiu would win, but she didn't expect Lu Xiaoxiu to win so cleanly. It took less than half a minute to settle the fight, and most importantly, it was the invisible oppression exhibited during the match that was the most frightening. Oh my god, Lu Xiaoxiu actually won? I must be dreaming, right? Zhang Ye, please pinch me and hurry up to wake me up from my dream. This dream is just too terrifying. Tao Lily covered her face with both hands, with an expression of not daring to look. Zhang Ye viciously pinched her waist. Tao Lily immediately cried out shrilly and glared at Zhang Ye. Ouch, it hurts. Zhang Ye gave her a blank look and said, "You're the one who made me pinch, so blame me?" Tao Lily beamed and complained, "I'm just saying it casually. You're really pinching me? In other words, you have long guessed that Lu Xiaoxiu will win, right?" Zhang Ye's little head shot up. That's right. Between her words, she exuded a pride that even she hadn't noticed. Tao Lili couldn't help but look at the ring. With Li Deluxe's defeat, Lu Xiaoxiu also appeared from his camouflaged state. Looking at the other party's calm face, Tao Lili finally believed that Lu Xiaoxiu was responsible for Zhang Ye and Lu Xiaoxiu getting first place in the credit assignment a few days ago. At first, she didn't believe it. No matter what Zhang Ye said, she didn't believe it. But now, the strength that Lu Xiaoxiu had shown made her have to believe it. This guy, how did he suddenly become so powerful? Tao Lili's gaze flickered with a suspicious expression. At this moment, to say that the scene is the most shocked, naturally belongs to the party Li Delao. As the class president of the second class of Imperial Beasts, Li Deluxe had always felt that he was worthy of this position because his contracted favored beast, the Thunder Emperor Serpent, was not of a low grade and his strength was not bad. Plus, he had awakened a very powerful sentinel beast talent, Thunder Elemental Affinity, so he was completely sweeping the class. But now, Lu Xiaoxiu had shattered this pride of his. Ruthlessly, it was clearly a battle scum flaming chicken, so why was it able to easily defeat his Thunder Emperor snake? Li Chao was puzzled. This round of competition, Lu Xiaoxiu wins. With MS. Zhou Fan's conclusion, the competition was officially over. Lu Xiaoxiu put the fiery flame chicken into the Imperial Beast space, and then took a step towards the opposite side of Li Delao. At this moment, Li Deluxe was as bad as eating dog poop. His face was as ugly as it could be. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiu, who walked over, he said viciously, "Lu Xiaoxiu, what are you doing? Want to see me laugh, right?" Lu Xiaoxiu came to stand in front of him and said lightly, "I didn't come over to see you laugh. I just want to send you a few words." Li Dealo sneered, "Oh, I think you are here to pretend to be a bully, right? Usually in the class as a poor little transparent, and now finally caught a chance to show your face. Naturally cannot miss it. Don't you just want to brush your presence in front of your classmates and step on me again in the process? I get it. Come on, please start your performance." Li Deluxe was unafraid to speculate on Lu Xiaoxiu with the utmost malice, a neurotic smile hanging above his distorted face. Many of the people present were thinking like Li Deluxe. After all, Lu Xiaoxiu hadn't been subjected to Li Delu's sarcasm and mockery in the past, so he must have wanted to take this opportunity to throw in a peach and return the favor. "You think my fiery chicken is trashy, don't you?" Lu Xiaoxiu spoke up at this time. It seemed like he didn't want Li Deluxe to make a reply, and after he said this, he turned his head to look at the other students present. "And you guys, you think, too, that my fiery chicken is crap, don't you? But I don't think so. Do you know why?" Lu Xiaoxiu looked around at the crowd and smiled faintly, mouthing, "Because in my opinion, in this world, there are no garbage pet beasts, only garbage Imperial Beast Masters." A sentence that was like a thunderbolt. Li Deluxe's entire body was shaken, as if he had been struck by lightning. There are no trashy favored beasts, only trashy beast masters. His mouth mumbled and repeated Lu Xiaoxiu's last sentence, and for a moment it was as if he had lost his soul. The others were also as if they had been struck by a petrification spell, immersed in the great shock brought about by Lu Xiaoxiu's last sentence for a long time, making it difficult to extricate themselves. Zhang Ye was even more colorful in her beautiful eyes. There are no trashy favored beasts, only trashy beast masters. This guy, he's really talking out of his ass. Even the counselor, Zhou Feng, was looking up at Lu Xiaoxu with astonished eyes, as if she was recognizing him for the first time. Many students were no longer interested in watching the later matches. Some good people had posted the match between Lu Xiaoxu and Li Deluxe on the campus network. For a moment, the comments section underneath exploded. Fake, right? The flaming chicken can defeat the Thunder Emperor Snake? I think it's so fake too. The owner is such a dumbass. He can't even make up a story. No pictures, no video. The owner says a chicken bully. Speak chicken not bully. Civilize you and me. The comments section was in an uproar, and many were in disbelief. The owner seemed to guess that some people would not believe it, and waited until the heat was turned up to actually break the video. Quick look, this building owner actually did pop out a video. Student Union Headquarters. In the president's office, there were 4 people, respectively, the president of the student council, Gao Zhe, as well as the student council trio, Kong Sang-hyuk, Fan Shirin, and Bathina. The 4 have been keeping a close eye on this thread since it was posted. As soon as the video was published, they downloaded it at the first opportunity. Several people watched the video content together. In the video, the flaming chicken managed to dodge the Thunder Prison skill twice in a row, and the 4 of them were dumbfounded by this scene. Bihenna was stunned. This Thunder Prison skill, which I've comprehended before, is an instantaneous skill that's hard to dodge? How did this flaming chicken dodge it? Kong Sang-hyuk rubbed his chin back and forth. Could it be luck? Bihenna slanted him a glance. Once is luck, twice is still luck. I told you just now, this Thunder Prison is an instantaneous skill. It's hard to dodge. At this time, Gao Zhe, who had been staring intently at the screen, suddenly spoke. This flaming chicken has likely mastered some sort of visual enhancement skill. After saying that, he pulled the progress bar back to when the Thunder Emperor Serpent first unleashed the Thunder Prison, and then slowed down the playback speed by 10 times. You'll know it when you see it again. Seeing their boss say that, the remaining 3 could only be patient and watch it again. Since the video was playing slowly this time, every frame of the battle was clearly captured by the trio. The video shows that the Thunder King Snake had just made a starting move when the flaming chicken started to make a dodging move. This is true for both Thunderdome releases. Fan Shilin said with a surprised face. Asterisk. It's not like I've never seen a visual enhancement skill before. How could it be this perverted? It's almost catching up with Undiscovered. Gao Zhe glanced at him. Those visual enhancement skills you've seen, I'm afraid they're all of some low to medium level. Right? Vancelin said without thinking. Immediately afterward, his expression froze and he raised his head expansively. Boss, you can't be trying to say that this flaming chicken has mastered some high-level visual reinforcement skill, right? Chapter 21 Robbing People. There were 3 ways for a favored beast to gain new skills. The first is with the help of a royal beast talent like Lu Xiaoxu. But this kind of royal beast talent is rare and tends to have all kinds of restrictive conditions, which is very chicken ribs. The second is self-realization, though the probability is extremely low. The third is learned through the favored beast skill book. Favored beast skill books are very precious and are disposable consumables that are in high demand. Higher level and above skill books are not to mention the fact that they can be found. That was why the student council members had such a big reaction when they heard that the flaming chicken might have mastered a high-level skill. Gao Zhe pondered for a moment and said, I once met a high-level person whose pet beast, the Iron Eater, had mastered a high-level skill called Supersight, and was also able to anticipate danger in advance, just like the flaming chicken in the video. That's why I'm guessing that the flaming chicken has most likely mastered a similar visual enhancement skill, with a grade that is at least at a high level or above. At this time, Bihenna said indistinctly, in the last credit mission, we all initially thought that Lu Xiaoxu was able to get first place because of his companion, Zhang Ye. It's because the flaming chicken doesn't have the conditions to compete for first place. But if the flaming chicken has mastered a high-level visual enhancement skill, then it makes sense. Gao Zhe nodded. Let's continue down the list. Everyone. Analyzing this, he reset the video back to its original normal playback speed and continued to watch what followed. In the video, after 2 consecutive Thunder Prison skills fell short, Li Deluxe ordered the Thunder Emperor Snake to attack Lu Xiaoxu himself. And it was at this time that the flaming chicken rejoined Lu Xiaoxu's side before the 2 disappeared into thin air together. Asterisk. Where is everyone? Kong Sang-hyuk's eyes fell out. Stealth skills? Bathina raised an eyebrow. Pretty much. In short, this skill is not of a low grade. Otherwise it would be impossible for it to disappear into thin air along with the Imperial Beast Master himself. Gao Zhe analyzed. It shouldn't be another high-level skill, right? Fan Shilin shook his head and lost his smile. It was a joke. But he realized that none of the 3 people around him actually laughed. I only heard Gao Zhe say in a deep voice, it's highly likely. Kong Sang-hyuk lost his voice. 2 high-level skills? Where did this kid get so many high-level skills? As previously stated, there are 3 ways for a favored beast to gain skills. They had already investigated Lu Xiaoxiu's details. The royal beast talent was Myriad Hands, which could only steal low-level skills, so the first possibility was ruled out. That would be the last 2 possibilities. High-level skill books were expensive and rare, and there were none for sale in the academy, so that possibility was also ruled out. That leaves only the second possibility, but the probability of a pet beast comprehending skills on its own was extremely low, let alone comprehending 2 of them, and both of them were high-level skills. Was this possible? The content of the latter video. Lee Deluxe didn't continue to watch it anymore. He directly got up from his seat and walked towards the outside of the office. After coming to the door, he saw that the remaining 3 did not follow, so he turned around and said, "What are you guys still standing here for? Why don't you follow me?" Kong Sang-hyuk said offhandedly. "Where to?" Gao Zhe said expressionlessly. "Of course it's to find a way to recruit Lu Xiaoxiu into our student union. If you don't accept such a talent, do you want to keep it for someone else?" Kong Sang-hyuk said. "But this Lu Xiaoxiu, he's already joined the combat club. Moreover, isn't it a bit too hasty to throw an olive branch to Lu Xiaoxiu just because the flaming chicken has 2 high-level skills?" Gao Zhe coldly snorted. "High-rank skills are certainly powerful, but they are very energy-consuming. But this flaming chicken, it was in full condition throughout the entire battle. Don't you think it's strange?" Athena quickly reacted. "This flaming chicken's stamina value isn't right." Gao Zhe sighed. "It's not just the physical strength value. The strength is also frighteningly large. There's also agility. If you just have a high-level skill that strengthens your vision but don't have enough reaction speed, can you dodge the lightning prison? The people of the society must have long seen that this flaming chicken is not ordinary before they took the initiative to recruit Lu Xiaoxiu. Such a talent, so it's all the more reason for us to fight for it." After the video was released, many students were the first to watch the battle in its entirety. For a while, the comments section underneath completely exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this really a flaming chicken? Why is it different from the flaming chicken I've seen? This must be the fighting chicken of fiery chickens. By the way, how was this flaming chicken bred? It's a bit too fierce, isn't it? I want to get one too. How is getting one enough? Give me a dozen of such fiery chickens. Many students have chimed in on the comments section. That's when one comment lit up. All of you who posted comments before me must be people who didn't see the end of the video, because those who saw the end would surely have been deeply shocked for a while by the final speech of the student who contracted the fiery and flamed chicken in the video. So how could they have the time to post comments? It's a comment that piques the curiosity of many. Indeed, there were many people who watched the battle and then didn't move on. After seeing this comment, they have continued to read on. Moments later, the comments underneath blew up again. There are no trashy pet beasts, only trashy royal beast masters. Geez, did that really come from a freshman? Why do I get goosebumps when I hear that? Yeah, the best thing about that line is that it's obviously pretentious, but you can hardly feel it. It's true that invisible pretenses are the most deadly. I'm going to make this my life motto. The club group at this time is also incredibly lively right now. Extremely sassy guy. Have you guys seen that video on the campus network? That Lu Xiaoxiu, isn't he the newcomer who joined our club a few days ago? Snot can be used as glue. I think it's him. I suggest asking Sister Lee Si-min. Lisman's nickname in the group is Lord Minman. Immediately, there were a couple of club members, and they were in the group to etch her. Lord Minman, that's right. That student Lu Xiaoxiu who commanded the flaming chicken battle in the video was the new member who joined our club a few days ago. Lao Dao, I'll split my urine. So that's him. What the hell is his favorite animal? How did the fiery chicken become so dangly with him? This seat loves to wear fancy pants. There are no trashy favored beasts, only trashy royal beast masters. Can someone who doesn't hang say that? I'm really becoming more and more curious about this elementary school student. Poor Ninja Jedi, back to the handout. Why don't we go to the playground? Just so we can all get together offline. Professional karma waste. Agreed. I have an intuition that this elementary school student will definitely become the man of the hour in our Imperial Beast Academy in the future. Lee Si-min, as the group leader, also spoke in the group at this time. Since everyone wants to meet this elementary school brother, let's go to the playground to rendezvous now. It's better to choose a day than a date, so we can all get together just in time. Chapter 22, he just left? On the playground, the moment the student council people came out, they immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The characteristic dress of black suit and white tie makes it hard to not recognize him. The student council is here. Asterisk. The one walking at the front seems to be the student council president, Ko Chul. The chairman Sama usually rarely shows his face, but now that he has personally come out, something big must have happened. I'm so excited. Senior philosopher Ko is so handsome. Love. Ah, Athena Senpai, the goddess of my dreams. On the playground, Many students came to watch when they heard that the student council had come, especially the freshmen. The student council is both mysterious and lofty existence for them. Coincidentally, the people from the club also came to the playground at this time. The person in the lead is Lee Si-min. Lee Si-min is followed by 4 boys, tall, short, fat and thin, dressed in different ways. Compared to the uniform dress of the members of the student union, it is like the difference between the miscellaneous army and the regular army. As soon as the two sides met, there was a lot of fireworks. Ah, what a narrow road between enemies. I didn't expect to run into you guys again here. The old yin and yang man, Fan Shilin, hung his voice in a conspiratorial manner as soon as he came up. Student Lee Si-min, long time no see. Gao Xia, the president of the student council, looked at Lee Si-min with a smile on his face, a flash of amazement in his eyes. Lee Si-min has a very standard oriental beauty face, bright eyes and white teeth, not demonic and not charming, and between her hands and feet, she has the temperament of a great lady. For such a beautiful woman, Gao Xia had always appreciated her and had always wanted to recruit her into the student union, only that Lee Si-min had never accepted. In the face of Gao Xia's warm pleasantries, Lee Si-min acted rather coldly as she responded expressionlessly, long time no see. Humph. Athena snorted coldly. She had been secretly in love with Gao Xia for a long time, and now that she saw that the other party was acting so passionately towards Lee Si-min, her heart inevitably tasted it. Gao Xia ignored the small emotion that Behena showed as he continued to say with a big smile, Student Si-min, I came here for Lu Xiaoxiu this time. I hope you don't mind. Lisman's eyes showed wariness. What do you want with him? Ko Chul didn't hide it. Naturally, I'm recruiting him into our student council. Lee Si-min coldly said, Lu Xiaoxiu is already a member of our combat club. In the beginning it was your student union that couldn't look down on him, and now that you've seen his strength, you want to recruit someone into your ranks. Your faces are really big. In the face of Lee Si-min's cynicism, Gao Xia acted unconcerned as he smiled faintly and said, Earlier, it was indeed our student council that looked away, so this time, I had to do it myself. It's true that if a man is shameless, he is invincible. A few members of the society behind Lee Si-min were all in the same boat. President Si-min, what are you wasting words with them? Since they dare to rob us, just do it directly and be done with it. With that, several people summoned their favored beasts. With just a few of you crooked people, you want to stop us? Seeing this, Kong Sanghyuk and the others also summoned out their favored beasts. Kong Sanghyuk's favored beast was a rare grade overlord vine. Fan Shilin's favored beast was a rare class silver sun wolf. Athena's favored beast, a red refined serpent, was likewise of the rare class. The favored beasts summoned by the 3 of them were all of rare grade, compared to the favored beasts summoned by the society side. They were very general, all of them were of good grade, differing from the opposite side by 1 grade. For a while, relations between the two sides were tense. The other end of the playground. At this time, all the students of the second class of Imperial Beasts had finished their competition. The losing playground penalty is 10 laps of the frog jump, and those who won were each rewarded with a spaceball by Ms. Zhou Feng. This spatial sphere, very interesting, could take in a favored beast, even if it was an uncontracted favored beast, as long as the other party was willing, they could also take it in. However, internment does not mean a true contract. The two are still fundamentally different. Something big has happened. The people from the student council are fighting with the people from the combat club. At this moment, a student ran over with a face full of excitement. When these words came out, many people's hearts of gossip were burning. Where is it? Where is it? I'm going over to take a look. That sounds so exciting. Is it too late to go over there? Just in time, just northeast of the playground. I heard there was a scuffle over a guy. Many people were taken aback by these words. What kind of character could make both the student council and the club fight over it? It's important to realize that the recruitment bar for student government is high, and the recruitment standards for clubs are just as high. Many people were curious and rushed towards the northeast. Lu Xiaoxiu frowned and couldn't help but look at Zhang Ye. It just so happened that Zhang Ye also looked over at this time. Let's go over and take a look as well. Lu Xiaoxiu proposed. Just what I want. Zhang Ye naturally had no opinion. The two also hurried towards the northeast of the playground. At this point, the playground was crowded. The club and the student council were still facing off, not really fighting. This made Lu Xiaoxiu breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he ruthlessly despised the classmate who reported the news in his heart. He walked through the crowd and into the arena and stood next to Si-min Li. What's going on, sister? Seeing that the visitor was Lu Xiaoxiu, Li Si-min's face was delighted as she said, these people from the student union want you to leave our club and join their student union. Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes flashed. These people were really here for him. The Imperial Beast Academy had a rule that you could only join one of the student unions and clubs. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't know that his match with Li Deluxe had been posted on the campus network, so he was a little confused as to where these people were coming from. Hello, I'm Gao Zhe, the president of the student council, and I came here today specifically for you. Gao Zhe walked over at this time with a smile on his face and extended his hand towards Lu Xiaoxiu. As soon as his words left his mouth, there was immediately a considerable commotion at the scene. The president of the student council has a great future ahead of him, but now he came all the way here for a Lu Xiaoxiu. The way many people looked at Lu Xiaoxiu changed, especially the students of the second class of Imperial Beasts. As Lu Xiaoxiu's classmates, there was no one who knew better than them what the former Lu Xiaoxiu was like. Was this still the Lu Xiaoxiu they knew? Out of politeness, Lu Xiaoxiu still shook Gao Zhe's hand. Thanks for the favor, except that I'm not interested in your student council, so you guys do what you need to do, and don't get in the way of the damage here. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxiu left without looking back, leaving only a dashing back to Gao Zhe, and at that moment, Gao Zhe still maintains the handshake position. The smile on his face has not faded. The image seemed to freeze. The sound of the originally rowdy scene also stopped. Everyone was staring at the scene in dismay. Lu Xiaoxiu left just like that? Chapter 23, The Monstrous Snake is Evil. The president of the student council condescending to personally invite the president of the student council in front of everyone's eyes. It was a rather dignified thing to do. If it were anyone else, even if they finally refused, they should have been euphemistic and subtle, giving the other party enough face. However, Lu Xiaoxiu dropped a sentence and left, not even a chance to give the opposite side a step down, highlighting the word maniac. This incident quickly spread throughout the college, and so Lu Xiaoxiu's great name followed the fire throughout the entire academy. This is not good. Knowing that there are many right and wrongs when people are popular, many people felt that Lu Xiaoxiu was too crazy. So many negative comments about Lu Xiaoxiu appeared on the campus network. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't care about that. The problem was that it caused no small amount of trouble in his life. Walking on the road, without moving, he would meet someone who wanted to challenge him. It would be fine if the people who challenged him were strong, but the key was that they were all small fishes and shrimps that were so stingy with their food that they were obviously trying to rub off on his popularity. So much so that Lu Xiaoxiu usually had to rely on Blazing Chicken's camouflage skills when he went out. On the contrary, it was the club, which had recruited quite a few outstanding new members, this while with the help of Lu Xiaoxiu's resounding name. This event lasted almost 2 weeks before the heat slowly dropped. The most obvious sign is that the middle two teenagers who challenged him have become fewer. And now when Lu Xiaoxiu walks in the academy, the students who see him are at most looking at him twice more, rather than moving to challenge him as they did earlier. During these 2 weeks, Lu Xiaoxiu had not been idle, and had been working hard to prepare for the evolution of the flaming chicken. In the end, the flame chicken also successfully completed its 4th evolution, and its battle power value came to 4,500. Chicken fight, compound eyes, camouflage, and slow self-healing, the ranks of these 4 skills, were also raised to the super rank. Even the conditions for the 5th evolution of the fiery flame chicken were about to be reached, and now all that was missing was a material and the need to steal a skill from the body of a precious grade favored beast. Both of these conditions are difficult to achieve at a moment's notice. First of all, the materials that were missing were not sold in the academy, and the Pet and Beast department store supermarket outside the academy was currently out of stock, so there was no exact date as to when they would be available. As for the second condition, it is equally difficult to reach. This was because the number of rare grade favored beasts was still very small. There were very few students in the academy who possessed rare grade favored beasts. Some teachers do have rare level favored beasts, but these favored beasts have been cultivated by them for many years, and their battle value is very high, and they are experienced in fighting, so the flaming chicken can't be beaten at all. Therefore, Lu Xiaoxiu could only do it slowly. He planned to do the quest to save some money first. Arriving at the quest hall, Lu Xiaoxiu began to look for suitable quests, and soon, a quest caught his attention. Mission name, Destroy the Snake. Mission description, recently, a strange snake has appeared in the Lotus Pond Park in the southeast of the academy, often attacking students passing by, so please go and exterminate it. Attention! This strange snake is not bad in strength, so please be careful if you are going to do the mission. Mission reward, 50,000 Chinese currency. Task issuer, Imperial Beast Academy School Affairs Office. Another official mission, and it pays surprisingly well. This time too, there is no limit to the number of people, but there is only one monster snake to destroy, and the reward goes to whoever catches it. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at the date the mission was released. The mission was released 5 days ago, but until now, no one had completed it, which was enough to show that the mission was still tricky. The reward for the mission was not 50,000 Chinese dollars right off the bat. The initial reward for the mission was only 10,000, and then, seeing that the strange snake was delayed in catching it, the reward was increased little by little, and the final reward was up to 50,000. A weird snake? How weird can it be? Lu Xiaoxiu stroked his chin and looked at the comment section underneath the mission. I'm going to go. This strange snake is really cunning. It hides when there are many people and only comes out and moves around when there are fewer people. Yes. After looking for half a day and not finding it, no more. Whoever likes to look for it. Say, do you guys know what kind of favored beast this strange snake is? It feels like a Thunder Emperor serpent. All in all, it's quite dangerous. Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze moved. Li Deluxe's favored beast was a Thunder Emperor snake. Could there be a connection between the two? Lu Xiaoxiu intends to go and find out. If you really destroy the strange snake, you can get a big bounty. When Lu Xiaoxiu came to the park, there were only a few students like him who came to look for the strange snake. The surroundings were cold and quiet, and the strange snake was so evil that many people were afraid to come here to play. Lu Xiaoxiu intends to first stroll around the entire Lotus Park to see if there is anything suspicious. Lotus Park is huge, and without realizing it, one person and one chicken came to the depths of the park. The forest is deep here, and there is no one else to be seen anymore. Carrick. Just then, the flaming chicken suddenly signaled an alarm. Lu Xiaoxiu immediately went on guard. The flaming chicken mastered the enhanced compound eye skill, and the skill rank had been raised to super rank, so the slightest breeze would be detected. He immediately ordered the flaming chicken to release its camouflage skill, and the figures of one person and one chicken quickly blended into the surrounding grass and trees, silently sneaking over towards the direction that the flaming chicken had signaled. Soon Lu Xiaoxiu realized that a familiar figure appeared in front of him. This figure was no one else but the class president Li Delao. He's also here to do the mission? Lu Xiaoxiu froze. Since the last time he defeated Li Deluxe in the competition, this guy has been acting unusually low-key. Except for the cultural classes, he hardly sees others on weekdays, and he doesn't know what he's doing. I didn't expect to run into him here. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but remember that Li Delu's favorite beast was a Thunder Emperor snake, and the strange snake in the Lotus Pond Park. Some people had revealed that it was also a Thunder Emperor snake. Could it be that there was really some relationship between the two? Just then, Li Deluxe summoned his favored beast. To Lu Xiaoxiu's dismay, Li Delu's favored beast was not the Thunder Emperor snake that he had seen earlier, but rather a rare grade favored beast. The Thunder Rock. Thunderbird. Attribute, Thunder. Grade, Precious. Adult length, early years. Battle value, 2000. Skills, Thunderbird Summoning, top level skill. Holy Thunder Baptism, high level skill. Thunder Flash, high level skill. Thunder Energy Extraction, middle level skill. Enough for 2 high ranking skills, and 1 is a top rank skill. The most important thing is the battle value, 2000. A single juvenile Thunder Rock had a battle value of 2000. It was worthy of being a precious grade favored beast, and it was truly extraordinary. When did this guy change his favored beast? Lu Xiaoxiu was astonished in his heart. It was important to know that a favored beast could not be changed just by saying so. In order to change a favored beast, one first had to break the contractual relationship with the previous favored beast, which required the use of a valuable and rare unbinding stone. Of course, Li Deluxe is not bad. The problem was that breaking the contract with a favored beast would do tremendous damage to the favored beast. Not only the mental damage, but also the physical. According to scientific statistics, once a favored beast is released from its contract, the value of its 4-dimensional attributes will almost be cut to the waist, and even when it evolves in the future, its success rate will be drastically reduced. Therefore, an abandoned favored beast is rarely taken over, and its final destination is mostly wandering. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxiu's face changed violently. The strange snake in the Lotus Pond Park. It couldn't be the Thunder Emperor snake that was abandoned by Li Deluxe, could it? Chapter 24, The Abandoned Thunder Emperor Snake. At this moment, Li Deluxe didn't realize that someone was following behind him. His favored beast, the Thunder Rock Bird, although of a high grade, did not have the visual enhancement skill, so it was also oblivious. As a matter of fact, the Thunder Rock Bird would have a hard time spotting it even if it had the visual enhancement skill. Because the Blazing Chicken's camouflage skill had reached the super rank, visual enhancement skills below the super rank could not be recognized. Thunder Emperor Snake, come out. Li Deluxe looked around and said loudly. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was movement in the forest. A gray snake burrowed merrily out of the bushes. If you look closely, the snake's scales are actually greenish in color, only stained with too much dirt to look gray. Moreover, on the body of this snake, there were many large and small wounds spread out, obviously wounded. Carrick. The flaming chicken conveyed its intention to Lu Xiaoxiu that this gray snake was none other than the Thunder Emperor snake that he had fought with 2 weeks ago. Upon learning this news, Lu Xiaoxiu's pupils shrunk and his face instantly became gloomy. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The Thunder Rock Bird, which was originally following Li Deluxe, suddenly lifted its wings and rose up like an eagle catching a chicken, and swept towards the Thunder Emperor snake in a hurry. Sizzle! The Thunder Emperor serpent was dumbfounded. After hearing Lee Deluxe's voice, the first thought that arose in its mind was that Lee Deluxe had changed its mind and was no longer abandoning it, so it showed up without any defense. But what awaited it was a pair of sharp claws from the Thunder Rockbird. Almost without resistance, the Thunder Emperor Snake's body was penetrated by the Thunder Rockbird's sharp claws and was grabbed high into the air before being unceremoniously thrown from the heights. Sizzle dash. The Thunder Emperor Snake was like a piece of withered wood, falling from a high altitude to the ground, writhing its body in pain and continuously wailing to Li Chao. It didn't understand why its former owner had treated it so badly. "Humph, I told you to leave the academy and not to let me see you again. As a result, you're good. Instead of continuing to stay in the academy, you're doing evil. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite." After speaking, Lee Deluxe coldly ordered, "Thunder Rock Bird, throw it out of the academy, the farther away the better." Fresh, the Thunder Rock Bird that received the order let out a shrill cry, roughly picked up the Thunder Emperor Snake that was still writhing in pain on the ground, and lifted its wings and flew high into the air. "Stop!" Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiu hurriedly dashed out with a stern voice under his breath. However, the Thunder Rock Bird was as if it hadn't heard it, and Lu Xiaoxiu could only watch it fly away. "It's you? You followed me?" Looking at Lu Xiaoxiu, who had lifted his disguise and ran over, Li Delu's face instantly turned iron blue. For Lu Xiaoxiu, Li Delu's heart was incomparably disgusted. A large part of the reason he abandoned the Thunder Emperor Snake was because of Lu Xiaoxiu. There are no trashy favored beasts, only trashy beast masters. The words were like a thorn, sticking hard in the bottom of his heart, impossible to forget. So much so that when he saw the Thunder Emperor Snake now, he would think of Lu Xiaoxiu's words, and he would think of the humiliating scene on that day when he lost miserably to the other party in front of the entire class. Therefore, he decided to break the contract with the Thunder Emperor Snake and contract a more powerful favored beast. "Didn't you, Lu Xiaoxiu, say that there are no trashy favored beasts in this world? Then I, Lee Deluxe, will show you with my actions that favored beasts are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes." So he contracted this precious great Thunder Rockbird. This favored beast, which Lee Deluxe had entrusted his family to buy in the black market outside the school, possessed 2 high-ranking skills and 1 top-ranking skill, a luxurious configuration. Of course, the price of this Thunder Rockbird was also quite expensive, consuming close to half of Lee Delusion's family's fortune. However, Lee Deluxe felt no loss. The status of a royal beast master in this world was supreme, and his strength depended greatly on the contracted pet beast. If one could buy a powerful contracted pet beast with money, the future path of the imperial beast would be much smoother. It's just that the aftermath of the favor change wasn't done properly. The Thunder Emperor Snake was now causing trouble in the academy, and he, the former owner of the Thunder Emperor Snake, couldn't escape the blame. Lee Deluxe had wanted to deal with this matter quietly, but who knew that Lu Xiaoxiu had bumped into him? Looking at the cross-examining Lee Deluxe, Lu Xiaoxiu's face was as gloomy as water. He stared at the other party with a deadly stare and said word by word, "The Thunder Emperor Snake was your first favored beast and fought and died for you, and you're just going to abandon it like this?" Li Chao's gaze was a bit evasive, but then he felt that this looked too timid, so he raised his head and said in a colorful manner, "So what? The Thunder Emperor Snake is my pet beast. I can do whatever I want with it." "Scum, you dare to scold me?" Lee Deluxe's face changed. Inhuman. Lu Xiaoxiu used the calmest words to say the most heartbreaking words. "Favored beasts are the most loyal companions of a royal beast master, yet you heartlessly abandon them because of your own selfish desires. You don't deserve to be a royal beast master at all. Do you remember what you said to me before the favored beast examination? You said that I wasn't the material to be a royal beast master, and now I'm returning that to you. You're the one who isn't the material to be a royal beast master, because you simply don't possess the most basic qualities of a royal beast master." Lee Deluxe was scolded to the point that his face was red for a while and white for a while, unsightly to the extreme. He instinctively wanted to return the favor, but he realized that he was powerless to refute it at all. "Have you said enough? Just talk pretty. Since you're so noble, then you should take the Thunder Emperor Snake in instead." Li Chao suddenly roared hysterically. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at him coldly, his original angry expression suddenly calmed down. He nodded his head and said, "You've reminded me of that. Since you don't want it, don't blame me for taking the Thunder Emperor Snake away. Don't worry, I'll definitely find it and raise it properly, because I'm going to show you with practical actions that there isn't any pet beast in this world that is trash. The only ones that are trash are Imperial Beast Masters." After saying that, he didn't talk nonsense to the other party anymore and directly turned around to leave, leaving behind only the furious Li Delu, who was roaring wildly in impotence at the same place. Outside an abandoned factory, a man and a chicken are exploring a little bit inside along an overgrown dirt road. "Flaming chicken, you're not mistaken, are you? The Thunder Emperor Snake was really left here? Why haven't we even seen his shadow?" Lu Xiaoxiu questioned as he walked. Kirk, the fiery chicken squawked in affirmation. Let's hope so. Lu Xiaoxiu sighed and continued to explore towards the inside. The location of this abandoned factory, almost at the edge of the Imperial Beast Special Zone. From the Imperial Beast Academy, there are more than 20 kilometers away. Simply cannot see people. If it wasn't for Flaming Chicken's enhanced compound eyes nowadays, which could leave a virtual mark on the target and could be tracked over long distances, he would never have believed that the Thunder Emperor snake had been abandoned here. After leaving Lotus Park, Lu Xiaoxiu slipped out of the academy at the first opportunity and rushed towards this place, but it still took more than an hour to arrive here. Kiri. After walking for a while, the Flaming Chicken squawked again, indicating that the Thunder Emperor snake was just ahead. Lu Xiaoxiu squinted. In front of him was a half-tilted concrete wall. The crumbling wall blocked his vision and he couldn't see what was going on inside. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but quicken his pace. A man and a chicken soon came to the other side of the wall, only to see a gray snake covered in wounds, dying and cowering in the corner, unconscious. It was none other than the Thunder Emperor snake that had been abandoned by Li Deluxe. Chapter 25, The Rescue. Wide-eyed Budgie, summon your flower spirit. As soon as he returned to the academy, Lu Xiaoxiu looked for Yang Ziqing. Even though Yang Ziqing didn't know what was going on, she nevertheless did as she was told at the first opportunity. Lu Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, took out the spaceball. As he injected a spiritual force into the sphere of space, a dazzling white light was projected on the surface of the sphere. The unconscious Thunder Emperor snake then appeared in front of Lu Xiaoxiu and Yang Ziqing along with the white light. Alas, this snake is injured, Yang Ziqing said in surprise. Yes, please you must cure it, Lu Xiaoxiu said solemnly. There was a school infirmary in the academy that could treat injured pet beasts, but the Thunder Emperor snake had just committed an evil act in Lotus Pond Park a while ago, so Lu Xiaoxiu was worried that it would be recognized. Therefore, it had to turn to Yang Ziqing, who also possessed a healing skill pet beast. Aha, I'll try my best. With a little bit of her little head, Yang Ziqing began to command the flower spirit to heal. The flower spirit first danced its wings and curiously flew around the unconscious Thunder Emperor snake for a while, then crossed its arms in the shape of a large teapot, and with a puff of its small mouth, it sprayed out a mouthful of dense green mist towards the Thunder Emperor snake, almost visible to the naked eye. The injuries on the Thunder Emperor snake's body slowly healed up. Seemingly dissatisfied with the Thunder Emperor snake's injury healing speed, the flower spirit pinched her small waist and spat out 3 more mouthfuls of green mist, which could be described as very dedicated. This time, the Thunder Emperor snake's injuries healed much faster. In less than 5 minutes of work, the Thunder Emperor snake was completely healed, but still unconscious. This snake is too weak. Rest for a while and it should wake up, Yang Ziqing said. Okay, thanks a lot. Lu Xiaoxiu said his thanks. He then took out the spatial sphere once again and included the Thunder Emperor snake in it. The spaceball was a reward item that Zhou Feng had given out to the winning students in the last class exam, and as long as the favored beasts didn't resist, they could be housed in it. The Thunder Emperor snake was still unconscious and couldn't resist even if he wanted to, so the intake process was easy. Nowadays, the task of destroying the monstrous snake in the mission hall was still hanging there, and as long as the Thunder Emperor snake was turned into the school administration office, a bounty of $10,000 could be obtained. However, Lu Xiaoxiu wasn't going to do that. The words that were said to Li Deluxe in the beginning were by no means a moment of anger. He truly intended to cultivate the Thunder Emperor serpent. After bidding farewell to Yang Ziqing, Lu Xiaoxiu called Xiao Tianhai. Master Lu, looking for me for something? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Tianhai's enthusiastic voice rang out. I'm short of money. Do you have any way for me to get money quickly? Lu Xiaoxiu said bluntly. How much money does Master Lu need? I have saved some savings over the years. If Master Lu needs, I'm not asking you for money. I'm short of a lucrative job right now. You've seen a lot of them, so if you have one, introduce it to me. Seeing that Xiao Tianhai would get the wrong idea, Lu Xiaoxiu explained in tears and laughter. So, Xiao Tianhai on the other end of the phone, paused for a little while, then said, there is indeed one. There is a big shot who paid a heavy amount of money to entrust someone to evolve a pet beast. Only, this pet beast is a lucky grass, and no evolutionary route has been unearthed so far, so no one is willing to take it. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Favored beast evolutionists like Xiao Tianhai were known to improve the success rate of their favored beast's evolution based on their own past experiences with known routes of evolution. But without an evolutionary route, this kind of thing was difficult to do, and it was like crossing a river by touching a stone. With an evolutionary success rate of almost 0, this kind of self-smashing thing, no one dares to take it as normal. But not him. He was in possession of the miracle evolution system. Any favored beasts had no secrets to speak of in front of him, and finding out their evolutionary routes was a breeze. I'll take it, Lu Xiaoxiu said without hesitation. Xiao Tianhai on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and said, Master Lu, I know that you are very knowledgeable, but there's one thing I have to remind you. This big man's temper isn't very good, and he's only allowed to fail a maximum of 3 times. If you fail to evolve successfully for more than 3 times, you will inevitably be brutally beaten by his people. Lu Xiaoxiu was somewhat speechless. With the miracle evolution system, he wasn't afraid of failing to evolve. The problem is that this big man in Xiao Tianhai's mouth, the practice is a bit too much. Failing 3 times to be beaten, I'm afraid that those who have the ability will be scared away. Seemingly hearing Lu Xiaoxiu's doubts, Xiao Tianhai explained. The favored beast that this big shot entrusted someone to evolve was not his own favored beast, but his late wife's favored beast. His late wife had always wanted to find a way to evolve the lucky grass during her lifetime, which is why this big shot heavily sought a way to evolve the lucky grass. Many people see the money and indiscriminately come to take their chances, and over time, this great man has lost his patience, which is why the requirements are so harsh. Lu Xiaoxiu drifted off. I can't imagine that the other party is still a person of great affection. He said, I am certain that I can make the lucky grass evolve within 3 times, so please contact it for me. By the way, the big shot you're talking about, who is it? Xiao Tianhai laughed. He is the old boss of Thousand Grass Flavors Beast Food Company, Huang Wanliang. Since Master Lu is sure, I'll make an appointment now. Lu Xiaoxiu froze. You still need to make an appointment? Xiao Tianhai smiled and explained. There will be a brave man with a heavy reward, although failing 3 times will result in a brutal beating. The reward given by Huang Wanliang is just too generous, a full $1 million in honorarium, so there are still many people willing to take the risk. Lu Xiaoxiu had no choice but to say, alright, then I'm counting on Mr. Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly felt a strange movement coming from the spaceball. Lu Xiaoxiu's heart moved and immediately took out the spaceball. This spatial sphere had a certain sealing effect on favored beasts, but the sealing effect wasn't great, and the favored beasts could be included in it either out of their own free will, or in cases like the Thunder Emperor Serpent, which was unconscious. And at this moment, violent trembling came from within the spatial sphere. It was obvious that the Thunder Emperor Snake had awakened and wanted to break free from the spatial sphere. Lu Xiaoxiu hurriedly released the Thunder Emperor Snake. Sizzle! As soon as the Thunder Emperor Serpent appeared, he assumed a fighting stance. The flaming chicken that stayed in the royal beast space sensed that Lu Xiaoxiu was in danger and immediately applied to fight. Lu Xiaoxiu also didn't say anything and directly summoned the flaming chicken. Carrick! As soon as the fiery chicken comes out, it immediately releases chicken fight to pull up its combat status. Lu Xiaoxiu was startled and quickly reminded. Xiao He, you quickly removed the chicken blood beating. It can't beat you, just protect me. He had just glanced at the Thunder Emperor Serpent's battle power value, which was only 500. I remembered that the last time the flaming chicken fought it, the other party was still at a battle value of 1200, so it was true that the favored beasts were unbound, and it had caused a lot of damage to it. Chapter 26, Convincing. Thunder Emperor Snake, you have been abandoned by your master, and it was me who saved you. Is this how you treat your savior? Despite not having established a contract with the Thunder Royal Snake, the spiritual intelligence of pet beasts were not low, and since the Thunder Royal Snake had previously been Li Delu's pet beast, under the influence of the ear, the Thunder Royal Snake would definitely be able to understand the language of humans. However, the language of the Thunder Emperor Snake, Lu Xiaoxiu could not understand. Sizzle, what does it say? Lu Xiaoxiu asked the flaming chicken. Kirikou? The flaming chicken scratched its head with its chicken wings, indicating that it couldn't understand either. Helplessly, Lu Xiaoxiu could only say, Thunder Emperor Snake, if you don't approve of me, just shake your head. If you approve of me, just nod your head. That's always fine, right? Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Snake nodded. I'm your savior. Lu Xiaoxiu blared at it and said. Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Snake nodded. So you should repay me and serve me. Sizzle-Thunder Emperor Snake shook his head. Lu Xiaoxiu rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Get it wrong and come back. I'm your savior. Lu Xiaoxiu reread the file. Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Serpent nodded again. So it was wrong of you to attack me with enmity. This time, the Thunder Emperor Serpent took a long time to think about it, and finally nodded his little head in approval. Lu Xiaoxiu was delighted in his heart and continued to follow the good advice. That's why we should live in harmony with each other. Sizzle? Thunder Emperor Snake cocked his head, feeling that something was wrong. Your master dislikes you for being too weak, right? Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly changed the topic. These words poked at the Thunder Emperor Snake's sore spot, and it hung down its little head, a strong loss showing in its eyes. I have a way to make you strong. Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Serpent raised its head openly, and its eyes were skeptical. Lu Xiaoxiu pointed at the flaming chicken next to him. Some time ago, you fought with it. It's very strong. isn't it? I'm the one who tempered it. Carrick. The flaming chicken puffed out its chest and head in affirmation. Hearing this, the Thunder Emperor Serpent was clearly moved. Lu Xiaoxiu continued to raise the stakes. I have a way to raise your strength by a notch today. Do you believe it? Or not? He had just checked the conditions for the Thunder Emperor Snake's first evolution. It was only to collect 15 evolution materials, and all of them were common materials, so it was very easy to accomplish. The Thunder Emperor Serpent looked a little restless and impatient, not shaking his head or nodding, just looking at him with a fiery gaze. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled slightly. When he said this, he hadn't intended to get an immediate response from the other side. Just talking the other side into it was enough. Next, proving it in action speaks louder than any flowery rhetoric. Keep a good eye on the house. Lu Xiaoxiu dropped a sentence and took the flaming chicken out the door, heading to the Academy's favored beast store. The materials for the Thunder Emperor Serpent's first evolution were all sold in the favored beast shop and did not exceed his purchasing power. After buying it, he returned the same way. The Thunder Emperor Snake was like a puppy waiting blearily for its master to come home, lying obediently at the door. When Lu Xiaoxiu opened the door, its little head immediately lifted up, a pair of big stupid eyes, flickering and staring at Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu was amused in his heart. He took out the evolutionary materials one by one and mixed them with water before pouring them into the basin. Then let the Thunder Emperor Snake soak in the basin to absorb the medicinal power. The process is very slow. Lu Xiaoxiu could only wait patiently. After all, the Thunder Emperor Snake had not established a contract with him, and was unable to complete its evolution with a single click through the miracle evolution system, and could only evolve little by little through the form of absorbing medicinal power. The process took about 2 hours. In the end, as a 7-colored light blossomed from the Thunder Emperor Snake, the Thunder Emperor Snake evolved successfully. Sizzle! After evolving, the Thunder Emperor Snake's essence was different from before. Lu Xiaoxiu checked the Thunder Emperor Snake's attribute panel. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor Serpent's battle power, from the previous 500, rose to 1500, not only restoring its previous strength, but also exceeding it. The skills of the Thunder Emperor Serpent, however, had not been strengthened. That's normal, too. After all, the Thunder Emperor Serpent was not his contracted pet beast and could not enjoy the skill enhancement gains from the miracle evolution system. But even this is not comparable to ordinary evolutionary routes. How about that? Believe what I said this time? Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the Thunder Emperor Snake that was happily flapping its tail because its strength was restored and said with a smile, "Sizzle!" The Thunder Emperor Snake chirped twice with joy, its little head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Do you want to consider hanging out with me in the future? If you hang out with me, not only will you have meat to eat and soup to drink, but in the future, I can also let you evolve many times, making you even stronger. At that time, turning a snake into a scaly dragon, turning a scaly dragon into a dragon, it's not a problem. Lu Xiaoxiu was like an evil marketing head, describing a bright future to Thunder Emperor Snake in an extremely seductive tone. Thunder Emperor Serpent's eyes glowed as he listened, and he immediately agreed. Lu Xiaoxiu was delighted in his heart. It's done. His second favored beast had a place. However, he could only host the Thunder Emperor Snake, temporarily, in the spatial sphere now. This was because his current Imperial Beast space had not yet opened up to a size that could accommodate 2 favored beasts. In order to open up the Imperial Beast space, he needed to use a brain domain opening potion. This potion, strictly controlled by the state, is not readily available. It can only be obtained by passing a rigorous examination. As for the content of the test, it is roughly to test the strength of your first pet beast. If the strength passes, it also means that your raising of your first pet beast is up to standard. In this case, you are allowed to use the brain domain opening potion to open up the space of the Imperial Beast and contract a second favored beast. This examination, the full name of which was called the Imperial Beast Master Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination, was so difficult that it was beyond imagination. This can be seen from the fact that many senior students of the Imperial Beast Academy have only one favored beast near graduation. This year's pioneering qualification test is next month. Lu Xiaoxiu intends to sign up. If he was able to successfully pass the examination, then he would be able to obtain a bottle of brain domain opening potion and expand the Imperial Beast space to a size that could accommodate 2 favored beasts. But before that, there was still a way to find a way to boost the strength of the flaming chicken. Nowadays, the flaming chicken has completed 4 evolutions. The conditions for the 5th evolution are as follows. 1. Collect 30 types of pet animal evolution materials. 2. Steal a skill from a rare class favored beast. Let's not talk about the second condition first. Now the first condition. There is only one pet beast evolution material called Zhugua missing. This material is very rare. Even Jiangzhou is the largest pet animal department store supermarket, are currently in a state of shortage. To get, can only go to the black market to try their luck. and the goods in the black market are all surprisingly expensive, and you can't even buy a hair for less money. At the end of the day, it's all about money. That's why Lu Xiaoxiu has been waiting now for the incoming letter that entrusted Xiao Tianhai to help book the matter of lucky grass evolution. That's a full $1 million honorarium. Getting it will be a relief. Just like this waiting in torment for 2 days. Finally waited for Xiao Tianhai's phone call. On the phone Xiao Tianhai informed that the appointment has been scheduled for them. Chapter 27 Elder Tang. The two of them met at the Pets and Beasts department store supermarket. After waiting for a while, a black business car pulled up, specifically to pick up the two. In addition to the driver in the car, there was a tall, black man in the passenger seat, like a bodyguard. Once in the car, the ride was silent. The business car traveled through the busy downtown area to a secluded suburb, eventually stopping in front of a luxurious villa. There were also several luxury cars parked outside the villa. Following the man in black out of the car, the two of them walked into the villa and were placed in the waiting room to wait. Besides them, there was another person in the waiting room. This person was an older man, probably in his 50s or 60s, in a white practicing robe. He looked crane-boned and immortal. Seeing Xiao Tianhai and Lu Xiaoxiu come in, he said with a smile, "You guys are also here for the lucky grass evolution matter, right?" Xiao Tianhai hurriedly said, "Exactly. Dare I ask your honorable name?" The old man smiled and cupped his fists. "I am the head of the Hunyuan Taiji favored beast training hall, Manhwa Bao, and I am also here for the matter of the lucky grass evolution." Lu Xiaoxiu face skin a draw. The guy in front of him, so that he cannot help but think of the previous life had been read on the internet martial arts cheat, also surnamed Ma, and even the demeanor and tone of voice, are all subtle. This made him more and more certain that this world was a parallel dimension of Earth, not to mention the language. Even certain people were very similar. This Manhwa Bao is very talkative. In the waiting time, talk about heaven and earth, talk about the south and north, spittle splattered, quite a master of pointing out the mountains. Only, in his previous life, that master Ma left him too deep an impression, and under the preconception, Lu Xiaoxiu always felt that this Manhwa Bao in front of him was likewise a liar. Moreover, this Manhwa Bao, the favored beast, was a heaven-swallowing giant clam, of ordinary grade and very weak strength, with a battle power value of only 460. However, in his mouth, this heaven-swallowing giant clam is a very extraordinary and powerful battle pet, and the 460 battle power value is only its deliberate disguise. Whether others believe it or not, Lu Xiaoxiu doesn't believe it anyway. He didn't poke at it, though. Just then, a wail came from the middle of the inner room. It didn't take long for a sharp-tongued guy to be dragged out with a bruised face, obviously having been beaten up earlier. Manhwa Bao glanced at it and snorted. "This is the third crook I've seen blasted out today. Young people nowadays, they really don't learn. They just know how to pit, cheat, unlearned. Now it's good to eat a lesson." After saying that, he flung his hand and walked into the inner room with his head held high under the guidance of a few black-clothed big men. Xiao Tianhai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with some apprehension, "Master Lu, are you really sure you can evolve the lucky grass? Why don't you just forget about it? I'll think of other ways to make money for you." Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at him and said with a smirk, "What? Afraid of being beaten up?" Xiao Tianhai was neither responding nor not responding, so he could only stand in place and dryly laugh. Lu Xiaoxiu gave him a peace of mind. "Don't worry about it. Since I dared to come, I'm 10% sure that nothing will happen." Within an hour, Manhwa Bao was also dragged out. "I just saw that he was beaten up and his face was bruised and purple, and that looked worse than the last guy. Until this moment, his mouth was not idle. You group of young boys who do not know how to respect the old and love the young. The hand is really not a lightweight. Bullying me, a 69-year-old comrade. You will be retribution." Lu Xiaoxiu forced a smile. This Manhwa Bao, really with the previous life of that Ma master, the same Ah. At this time, a big man came over and said with a bad expression, "It's your two's turn." Ugly words in advance. Those who want to come over to join in the fun, it's not too late to get lost now, or else that person just now will be your downfall. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled disinterestedly as he rose with a flourish and said to Xiao Tianhai, who had an ugly face on the side, "Let's go in." The inner room was huge, hundreds of square feet, and a middle-aged man in his 40s was tenderly stroking a small grass-shaped peculiar pet beast in his hand, which was none other than the plant-based pet beast, Lucky Grass. Behind him, there stood two other burly men. This middle-aged man is the boss of Thousand Grass Flavor Veterinary Food Company, Huang Wenliang. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu walk up, Huang Wenliang frowned and looked towards Xiao Tian, who was standing in the distance, and shouted, "Aren't you the one who gave Lucky Grass to evolve?" Xiao Tianhai smiled awkwardly. "No, I'm here to give Master Lu a hand." "Master Lu?" Huang Wenliang looked at Lu Xiaoxiu in shock. At first, he thought that Lu Xiaoxiu was Xiao Tianhai's disciple. Until then he didn't know that the person who gave the Lucky Grass evolution was not Xiao Tianhai, but this young brat in front of him. Huang Wenliang's face immediately pulled down. Little brother, I'm afraid you're not even 20 years old, right? Are you sure you know the evolutionary route of the lucky grass? Huang Wenliang looked Lu Xiaoxiu up and down, undisguised skepticism showing in his expression tone. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't take it personally. He said lightly, there's no point in talking more. If we don't let the lucky grass evolve successfully in 3 times, we'll just let Mr. Huang dispose of it. Despite the words on his lips, Huang Wenliang was skeptical. His intuition told him that Lu Xiaoxiu, like the previous few people, was a recruiting con artist who came over to try his luck. Just then, 2 more people walked in the door. One man was in his early 30s, smart and capable. One is over half 100 years old and arrogant, only to see the young man in his 30s, said with a fawning face, Mr. Huang, I've invited Old Man Tang from Gudu here. Old Man Tang is a famous pet beast evolutionist in Gudu, with a lot of experience. He can surely find the lucky grass's evolutionary route for you. Xiao Tianhai lost his voice and exclaimed, Elder Tang? Could it be Master Tang Xianbin? Hearing what Xiao Tianhai said, Tang Lao proudly squinted at him, squeezing out a faint smile on his ancient and cold face. Insightful. Xiao Tianhai sucked in a breath, not expecting that it was really the other side. This man is famous? Noticing Xiao Tianhai's strangeness, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but ask him quietly. Xiao Tianhai nodded and responded in a low voice. Very famous. There is no one in our line of work who doesn't know his name. Moreover, this person has also written many authoritative works on the evolution of pet beasts. Seeing that the other party was coming from such a big place, Huang Wenliang also put away his contempt, and hurriedly stood up from his seat and greeted the other party. It's Huang's good fortune to have Elder Tang visit my humble abode. I'm counting on you for the lucky grass evolution. Those words were full of politeness, very different from the attitude when they met Lu Xiaoxiu earlier. For Huang Wenliang's importance, Tang Xianbin was very flattered. He stroked his beard and laughed. Good to say. The old man just happened to be doing research on lucky grass lately, and I have a slight insight, so it shouldn't be difficult to make lucky grass evolve once. Speaking here, Tang Xianbin paused and added, however, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to successfully evolve the lucky grass within 3 times. After all, figuring out the evolutionary route of the lucky grass little by little is a big project. Huang Wenliang busily said, that's natural. The rules I set earlier were to eliminate those indiscriminate crooks. Tang Lao, you are the authority in this sector. Naturally you are not bound by these rules. Afterwards, he turned his head to Lu Xiaoxiu and Xiao Tianhai and said indifferently, both of you, please go back. The matter of the lucky grass evolution will not be a burden to the 2 of you. At that time, I will order someone to call $20,000 of hard-earned money to each of the 2 of you on your accounts. Chapter 28, Fighting. Seeing that Huang Wenliang had given an expulsion order, instead of being angry, Xiao Tianhai was secretly happy in his heart. Honestly, he was really afraid that Lu Xiaoxiu would fail to evolve the lucky grass, angering Huang Wenliang and getting beaten up along with him. However, Lu Xiaoxiu had no intention of leaving. This little brother, what are you still staying here for? Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu not leaving, Huang Wenliang couldn't help but frown. I am certain that I can make the lucky grass evolve successfully within 3 times. Mr. Huang, you might as well let me try, Lu Xiaoxiu said sincerely. Once this was said, Huang Wenliang had not opened his mouth, but Tang Xianbin could not sit still first. What a big mouth. The old man has been immersed in the field of pet beast evolution for decades, but he doesn't dare to claim that he will successfully evolve the lucky grass within 3 times. Where did you get the confidence? Lu Xiaoxiu raised his eyebrows and directly disliked back. I naturally have my ways. There are people outside of the sky. Just because you don't have that ability, doesn't mean others don't have that ability. The level is not enough is not your fault, but sitting on a well and watching the sky is your fault. Tang Xianbin laughed back in anger. I sit in and watch the sky? You really don't know the heights of heaven. When I became famous, you still didn't know where you were eating milk. Seeing that Tang Xianbin was infuriated, Huang Wenliang immediately said, Tang Lao, rest his anger. I'll order someone to coax them out. Who knows Tang Xianbin but spoke out to stop. No, but an ignorant child is just. Let him stay here. Let him grow to see. Also called him to know. Who is the frog at the bottom of the well that sits in the well and watches the sky? Huang Wenliang said admiringly, Tang Lao really has a broad mind. Mr. Huang admires it. He then looked coldly at Lu Xiaoxiu and Xiao Tianhai. Since Boss Tang is generous, I won't kick you guys out, but if you guys dare to make trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't say anything more. His goal had been achieved, and that was to stay here, looking for a chance to prove himself. Soon after, Tang Lao began his research on the evolution of lucky grass. For the first time, evolution failed. For the second time, evolution failed. For the third time, the same evolutionary failure. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lao had failed more than 10 times, and Huang Wenliang's surprisingly good patience with Tang Lao. If it were anyone else, he would have coaxed out long ago. And the failures continue. 11 times, 12 times. Soon the number of failures crossed the 20 mark. At this time, Tang Lao's face was also a bit unsettled, failing so many times without any progress, which made him vaguely realize that the evolution of Lucky Grass was far more difficult than imagined. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but snort a laugh. What are you laughing at? Tang Lao, who heard the laughter, instantly broke his defenses a bit. Lu Xiaoxiu said nonchalantly, I'm laughing that you even got the direction wrong. The evolution of Lucky Grass doesn't even use so many evolutionary materials, yet you're still adding to it. Elder Tang said coldly, you, a brat who doesn't know anything, speaks like a man. Do you think I'll believe what you say? He then ignored Lu Xiaoxiu's words and continued to headstrongly try again and again. The failures continue. Soon the number of failures rose to 30. This time, even Huang Wenliang was a bit unable to look away. Elder Tang, regarding the evolution of the Lucky Grass, do you have an eye on it or not? He's been pretty direct with that. 30 chances of trial and error without the slightest progress. The other party's performance did not look like they were capable of competent Lucky Grass evolution at all. In the face of Huang Wenliang's questioning, Tang Xianbin's face snapped, and he said vaguely, soon. Just then, the Lucky Grass, which had been soaked in the evolutionary material potion, let out a pained cry. Huang Wenliang and Tang Lao's faces changed as they rushed up in unison. What's going on here? Huang Wenliang coldly questioned Tang Lao, his tone already not looking very polite. This, Tang Lao stammered and couldn't hold a fart for half a day. Honestly, this was the first time he had encountered this situation. Old Tang added too many evolutionary materials. The Lucky Grass couldn't absorb so much medicinal power, and many of the evolutionary materials, the medicinal properties clashed. That's why the Lucky Grass showed such symptoms. Lu Xiaoxiu explained quietly. You fart. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu stabbing him in the back, Tang Lao was anxious and angry. Do you have a way to alleviate it yet? Ignoring Tang Lao's exasperation, Huang Wenliang's eyes kept gazing at Lu Xiaoxiu. Let's evolve directly. Let the Lucky Grass evolve successfully. Then after its 4-dimensional attribute value increases, this symptom will naturally be alleviated. Lu Xiaoxiu mused. Easy for you to say. How can Lucky Grass evolve so easily? Tang Xianbin snorted. Lu Xiaoxiu had just denied him 3 times, which had already made him very upset. Now that he saw Huang Wenliang questioning himself even more, it made him anxious to save face. Lu Xiaoxiu crossed his eyes and said indifferently, the evolution of Lucky Grass may be difficult for you, but for me, it is indeed easy. He looked at Huang Wenliang and said seriously, Mr. Huang, I told you earlier, at most 3 times, I am certain that I can make the Lucky Grass evolve successfully. If you believe me, you can let me try. Mr. Huang, don't listen to him. To make Lucky Grass evolve in 3 times, that's complete bragging, Tang Xianbin said sharply. For some reason, he felt a sense of crisis for no reason. Instinct drove him to deny Lu Xiaoxiu's words. Alright, just for your words, 2 times at most, and I'll be certain that the Lucky Grass will successfully evolve. Lu Xiaoxiu raised 2 fingers and shook them at Tang Xianbin. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Do you think this is a child's playground? Saying a few times? Tang Xianbin sneered. 1 time, just 1 time, and I'll make it. Lu Xiaoxiu threw his voice. The miracle evolution route allows a favored beast to evolve successfully 100% of the time, and the earlier statement of 3 times is for insurance purposes. But this Tang Xianbin, 3 times to disparage themselves. Even the best-tempered people have fire. Kid, you wouldn't be deliberately talking big just to get angry with Elder Tang, would you? Huang Wenliang stared at Lu Xiaoxiu, a touch of scrutiny flowing from his gaze. Lu Xiaoxiu did not avoid the other party's gaze and directly met it. Mr. Huang has tolerated old Tang so many times, but he won't even give me a chance? You can't judge a book by its cover. If Mr. Huang thinks I'm young and assumes that I don't have much experience in learning, isn't that a bit too arbitrary? Huang Wenliang hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, alright, I'll give you a chance, but let's get one thing straight. If it doesn't work out, you guys, all of you, get the hell out of here. With these words, he naturally included Tang Lao, clearly having lost trust in him. Without saying much, Lu Xiaoxiu took out the pre-prepared evolutionary materials and began to evolve the Lucky Grass. Chapter 29, Slapping Your Face. Trying to make Lucky Grass evolve with only 4 evolutionary materials? How dare you think of that? Seeing the evolutionary materials prepared by Lu Xiaoxiu, Tang Xianbin snorted a cold laugh. Lu Xiaoxiu lazily ignored him, and threw these 4 materials, in a brain, into the pre-prepared bucket, and then he put the Lucky Grass in. Seeing this, Tang Xianbin couldn't help but laugh out loud as he pointed at Lu Xiaoxiu and laughed uncontrollably. Ridiculous. It's really absurd. The amount of evolutionary materials is a big question. 1 point more or 1 point less. It's all a matter of great importance. But you're so good. You don't care about the dosage, you just throw it in. If even this can make the lucky grass evolve successfully, then even a sow can climb a tree. Huang Wenliang's face was also gloomy. Although he was not deeply involved in the field of pet beast evolution, he did know that the dosage of evolutionary materials was very delicate. It was the same as treating a person and grabbing medicine. Where was there not considering the dosage? Even Xiao Tianhai, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch. He came to Lu Xiaoxu's side and reminded in a low voice, "Master Lu, don't mess up. It's not a small matter to make a mistake with the dosage of this evolutionary material." Lu Xiaoxu smiled slightly. "Dosage? This evolution method of mine doesn't need to consider dosage. As long as the materials are used correctly." That was enough to make Tang Xianbin laugh crookedly. He took the opportunity to fan the flames. "Mr. Huang, listen, is this human language? Even if you're cooking, you still have to consider how much salt to put in." And he actually said that he didn't need to consider the amount. Huang Wenliang snorted coldly, and even though he didn't say anything, one could tell from his gloomy eyes that he was very dissatisfied with Lu Xiaoxu. However, Huang Wenliang's qi-nourishing kung fu was very good and had been holding back. He planned to wait for Lu Xiaoxu's failure to evolve the lucky grass before settling the score together. Time passes by. The lucky grass that was soaked in the potion at first let out a few painful moans, but soon, the moans became smaller. Another few moments passed. A dazzling 7-colored light blossomed from the lucky grass. This was a vision unique to the successful evolution of a favored beast, meaning that lucky grass had successfully completed this evolution. "This is impossible," Tang Xianbin exclaimed out of breath. He stared roundly at the lucky grass bathed in 7-colored light, his face full of incredulity. In his perception, the evolution of a favored beast was a very metaphysical matter, and there was no way to guarantee 100% success. So when Lu Xiaoxu said that it could succeed in one go, he instinctively felt that the other party was bragging. What's more, Lu Xiaoxu didn't even consider the amount of pet beast evolution materials, which made him more and more sure that Lu Xiaoxu was a liar. However, reality hit him hard in the face. Not only did Lucky Straw evolve successfully, but it was a hit. Tang Xianbin only felt like his perceptions were being turned upside down. Really evolved successfully? Huang Wenliang was still in a bit of a trance. The happiness came so suddenly that he froze for a while before reacting. He stepped forward quickly and held the lucky weed carefully in the palm of his hand, examining it with delight. Xiao Tianhan also took a long breath at this time, a smile of relief on his face. Honestly speaking, he has just thought of the worst result. If Lu Xiaoxu really did not let the lucky grass evolve successfully and annoyed Huang Wenliang, less to be beaten, then he must protect his face well. After all, the face is the facade. You can't even go out and see people with a busted face. Now it's good. Not only do you not need to be beaten, but you'll be Huang Wenliang's guest. Xiao Tianhai secretly rejoiced at what a wise decision it was to strike a good relationship with Lu Xiaoxu in the first place. Even the famous Tang Lao of Gudu couldn't make the lucky grass evolve, but Lu Xiaoxu was able to do it, showing the other party's skill. Most importantly, Tang was already old, while Lu Xiaoxu was in his youth and had a promising future. It was conceivable that in the future, Lu Xiaoxu's achievements and fame would definitely far exceed that of Tang Lao. Fake. This must be fake. Tang Lao looked at the scene in disbelief and yelled out in an emotional manner. Huang Wenliang said unhappily, "Elder Tang, the lucky grass has clearly evolved successfully. I'm not blind, so why do you need to open your eyes?" Tang Lao gulped and hurriedly explained. "Mr. Huang is unaware that whether or not the evolution of a favored beast is successful depends not on whether or not it has a vision, but on whether or not the favored beast's battle power value, 4-dimensional attributes, have grown. There are times when a favored beast clearly shows the vision of successful evolution, but its battle power value and 4-dimensional attributes have not increased in any way. This situation is also known as false evolution." Speaking here, he gave Lu Xiaoxu an unkind look and said sorrowfully, "Some of the crooks who are recruiting and cheating, specially like to engage in this hand, to cheat some people who don't know how to do it. Mr. Huang should be careful." Huang Wenliang's face changed drastically, and the joy that was still on his face earlier dissipated. He immediately ordered his men to find instruments to measure the battle power of the favored beasts. This instrument, which was very easy to use, was able to display the battle strength by extracting a drop of blood from the pet beast and dropping it onto the probe of the instrument. "Little thing, good tactics. I was almost fooled by you. You even know how to fake evolution. So I guess you haven't used this trick to fool people in your spare time, right? It's just a pity that you met me." Tang Xianbin twirled his whiskers and smiled coldly, as if he was certain that Lu Xiaoxu was a liar. Lu Xiaoxu directly ignored him and stood aside with a calm face, both hands holding his arms and cold eyes. Xiao Tianhai on the side also looked calm, with an appearance of not being worried in the slightest. Seeing this demeanor of the two, Tang Xianbin's heart thumped, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Shouldn't they be panicking when they point out the false evolution themselves? Soon, the battle power tester measured Lucky Grass's battle power value, 899. The battle power value of Lucky Grass before its evolution, which was only 400, had more than doubled. This meant that not only did the Lucky Grass successfully evolve, but it was also a super evolution that exploded. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the battle power value of a favored beast's evolution to increase by so much. For a time, Tang Xianbin was frozen on the spot, as if petrified. Old Mr. Tang, the facts are in front of you. The Lucky Grass is not a fake evolution. What else do you have to say? Lu Xiaoxiu said leisurely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Xianbin was hysterical. Fake. This must be fake. There must be something wrong with the battle tester. Instead of being unwilling to believe that the Lucky Grass had successfully evolved, it was more like he was unwilling to accept that he was inferior to Lu Xiaoxiu. Huang Wenliang suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Men, coax him out of here." When the words fell, the two burly men behind him picked up Tang Lao with one on the left and the other on the right, dragging him out. The room was instantly quiet. Huang Wenliang looked at Lu Xiaoxiu and said with an apologetic face, "Little brother Lu, earlier I was the one who looked at you first. For the offense, Mr. Huang is here to apologize to you." When he said that, he bowed respectfully to Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled and said, "Mr. Huang doesn't have to blame himself. I'm young. It's reasonable for you to have doubts about me. I won't care." Chapter 30, The Black Market. I don't know which little brother. No. Which master's senior disciple is Master Lu? I'm just a freshman at the Imperial Beast Academy, not anyone's disciple. Huang Wenliang thought that Lu Xiaoxiu didn't want to reveal his division, so he nodded off and didn't continue to pursue the matter. In his thought, Lu Xiaoxiu was young enough to make the Lucky Grass evolve successfully. There must be a high person behind him. After all, the difficulty of evolving a favored beast was very high, not to mention that Lucky Grass had never been explored for an evolutionary route before, and every evolution was tantamount to crossing the river by touching the stones. Afterwards, Huang Wenliang honored his promise and paid Lu Xiaoxiu a fee of $1 million. After the money arrived, Lu Xiaoxiu's heart was instantly a lot more solid. He smiled and said, "Say, does Mr. Huang only want to let the Lucky Grass evolve once? If you still want to continue evolving, you can look for me." Huang Wenliang froze and said with some excitement, "Could it be that Master Lu has a way to make the Lucky Grass continue to evolve?" Lu Xiaoxiu said with a smile, "I do have a way. It's just that I don't know whether Mr. Huang is willing or not." "Willing? Of course I will." Huang Wenliang was full of joy. "I'm willing to pay an additional 1 million to Master Lu as a deposit, and for every successful evolution after that, I'll pay an additional 1 million as a reward. What do you think?" Lu Xiaoxiu smiled and nodded. "Deal." After that, Huang Wenliang arranged a sumptuous dinner to entertain Lu Xiaoxiu and Huang Wenliang. Guests and hosts are happy. For the evolutionary route of the Lucky Grass, the Miracle Evolution System had detailed records. Lu Xiaoxiu could have completely evolved the Lucky Grass to its final form in one step, but he didn't do so. After all, the evolutionary chain of a favored beast, from development to completion, was a protracted process. If it was done in one step, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the other party and cause unnecessary trouble. Anyway, he already had $2 million on hand, enough to last him a while. When the dinner was over, Lu Xiaoxiu slipped back to the college. There is money in the bag. A big stone in the heart fell to the ground. Finally can sleep beautifully. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxiu then sneaks out of the courtyard once again and heads to the black market. Now the only evolutionary material needed for the 5th evolution of the fiery flame chicken was 1 vermilion fruit left, so he had to hurry up and get his hands on it. The black market is located in a place called Tianshan Club. There were 7 floors in the clubhouse. The first 6 floors were used to set up stalls to sell things. As for the 7th floor, it was the auction house, which only clubhouse members could enter. Lu Xiaoxiu was not a member of the clubhouse, so naturally he could not enter. Of course, he didn't intend to enter either. This day's Shang Club, from the outside alone, is an ordinary entertainment club, but after entering the inside will find that there is something inside. The clubhouse was huge. Each floor was like 2,000 or 3,000 square feet, being divided into large and small stalls. Each stall has vendors selling goods. For a fee paid to the clubhouse, you can set up a stall and sell all day. These sellers play different role identities in the world outside the clubhouse. Some are in high positions, some are bottom feeders, and there are even robbers and murderers mixed in. But in the midst of the clubhouse, they are purely what they are, vendors selling things. Few people dared to make trouble in the clubhouse. As for the specific reasons, it is unknown. But those who dared to make trouble in the clubhouse, without exception, ended up vaporizing. Before coming to the clubhouse, Lu Xiaoxiu had thought that it would take a lot of time to find Zhuguo, but after coming here, he realized that he had overthought it. Unlike going to the market, in this club, when various goods are sold, they have to be registered at the registration desk beforehand. So, buyers who want to buy something can go to the counseling office and ask first. If so, the person will tell you which booth it is in. If not, a quick check can save a lot of time. When Lu Xiaoxiu came to the counseling office, it was already full of people, and there was a long line before his turn. Fortunately, there is a record of Yugo registered for sale, right at stall 12 on the 5th floor. After learning the location, Lu Xiaoxiu immediately rushed over. This thing, Zhu Gua, was just as rare. The most crucial thing was that its use was also very wide. Many pet beasts used it when they evolved. Therefore, Lu Xiaoxiu rushed to catch up, fearing that if he went late, the Shugua would be bought by someone first. In front of stall 12 on the 5th floor, there were a lot of people, and there were faint sounds of quarrels coming from them. Lu Xiaoxiu quietly went up and inquired about what had happened. You clearly don't have any vermilion fruits for sale at this stall, yet you say you do when registering. Aren't you pitting people? A buyer said angrily. I don't have vermilion fruits, but I know where they grow. I can sell you the location information. The seller was a young boy in his teens, only to see him say very seriously. That comment caused a lot of resentment. Sell news? Oh, thanks for thinking of it. Who knows your news? Whether it's true or false, it looks like a fake. If it's real, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just take the vermilion fruit and sell it? Report this stall to the clubhouse, and this kid will be thrown out for sure. In the face of the crowd's accusations, one of the boys' faces turned red as he shouted in his defense. I'm telling the truth. I swear, I'm definitely not lying to you. That drew a chorus of indifferent laughter. Still swearing? Whoever believes in oaths these days is. A buyer sneered twice and shook his head as he walked away. The others were also disinterested and dispersed. Seeing that the people in front of the stall were getting fewer and fewer, that little boy was in a hurry. He said sharply, don't you guys leave. What I said is true. I can sell the information to you guys a little cheaper, just 5,000. However, no one paid any attention to him. In a flash, the people were gone. The little boy saw this and hung his head dejectedly, his eyes full of despair. At that moment, a voice rang out languidly. 5,000 Chinese dollars and you'll tell me where the vermilion fruit grows? The boy looked up brightly at the sound. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu standing in front of his stall, the luster in his eyes reappeared and he nodded his head vigorously. Aha, but how do I know the authenticity of your news? Don't do the swearing thing. You have to tell me the reason why you don't take the vermilion fruit even though you know where it grows, right? Next to the vermilion fruit, there's a rare grade ferocious beast guarding it. My favorite beast is too weak to fight it. The little boy hung his head in shame. Then how did you know the location of the Zhugua? Lu Xiaoxiu continued to pursue the question. It was my dad who discovered it. When my dad went up the mountain to collect heather mushrooms, he accidentally discovered the vermilion fruit. He was going to pick it, but he was attacked by that ferocious beast and almost died there. Shiitake mushrooms are a very tasty ingredient and an important raw material for making exquisite animal food. In this world, anything that was connected to a favored beast was valuable. So many people made a living by gathering resources from favored beasts. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu didn't say anything, the little boy thought that he didn't want it anymore, and said with a pleading face, Big brother, please buy it. Although my dad saved his life, he was seriously injured, and he's in a coma until now. I need this money to cure my dad. Chapter 31, The Willow Tree Monster. Where is your father? Show me, and if what you say is true, I'm willing to buy your message. Lu Xiaoxiu's words caused the boy to be overjoyed, and without any hesitation, he put away his stall and went out of the black market with Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu inquired about the location of the boy's home, and when he learned that it was far from here, he decisively called a car. In this world, although there are a lot of mobility pet beasts, but it's not to the point of completely replacing transportation. The vehicles that should be there are still there. Half an hour later, the cab was carrying the two men in front of a remote mountain village. Although it was remote, this place was still in the scope of the Imperial Beast Special Region, which meant that the villagers inside were all Imperial Beast Masters. Some of them had graduated from the Imperial Beast Academy and then returned to live in the mountain village. There were also some that hadn't attended the Imperial Beast Academy. Whether or not to attend the Imperial Beast Academy is up to the individual's will, and the state will not interfere. The benefit of attending the Royal Beast Academy was that the academy could provide the trainees' first pet beast for free, and there was a good learning atmosphere in the academy, where the strength of the students increased quickly, and students with excellent grades will also receive scholarships. The bad thing about it was that the academy had a closed management and the students were not free enough. In addition, the academy has a strict credit system, and if the credits are deducted, they will be expelled from the school, as well as being forced to be injected with the potion that reduces the Imperial Beastmaster to an ordinary human. And if you don't go to the Imperial Beast Academy, You don't have to worry about being forcibly injected with potions, even if your strength is weak. Accordingly, one does not get good learning resources, and generally speaking, the speed of strength increase is also much slower than those who attend the Imperial Beast Academy. In a place like the Imperial Beast Special Region, everything depended on strength. Survival is tough when strength is not enough. Therefore, many people would rather risk being reduced to an ordinary person than go to the Imperial Beast Academy to further their studies. As for the boy's father, he was a native Imperial Beast Master who never went to study in the Imperial Beast Academy. As for the boy, although he had opened up a Royal Beast space and contracted a favored beast, he was not yet old enough to attend the Royal Beast Academy as he was still young. Following the boy to his home, Lu Xiaoxiu immediately gave birth to a feeling of going back to the old days of the countryside, which was very dilapidated. The boy's father, lying unconscious. As for the boy's mother, according to the boy's account, his mother died at an early age. The Zhugui you mentioned, does it grow in that mountain behind the village? Lu Xiaoxiu asked. Right, there are a lot of favored beast resources in the mountain. Our whole village relies on this mountain for food, the little boy said. Lu Xiaoxiu nodded and then paid $10,000 on the spot. Big brother, you gave more. Looking at the extra 5,000 on hand, the boy said in dismay. 5,000 is the cost of exchanging the location where the vermilion fruit grows. As for the other 5,000, it's for you to improve your life. Lu Xiaoxiu said indifferently. Before he got $2 million, he definitely wouldn't send out charity indiscriminately. But now that he wasn't short of money for the time being, he was still willing to help out as much as he could. After all, he had once been down and out as well. For Lu Xiaoxiu's generosity, the little boy was very grateful. He immediately handed over the map drawn with the location of the growing vermilion fruit to Lu Xiaoxiu, and at the same time, said that he was willing to lead the way personally. However, Lu Xiaoxiu refused his kindness. After all, in this deep forest, the danger is unpredictable. Lu Xiaoxiu cannot guarantee the safety of the other party. Seeing this, the young boy summoned his pet beast and handed it over to Lu Xiaoxiu, indicating that he could let the pet beast lead the way for him. The little boy's favored beast, a snowdrop mouse, was very small. Lu Xiaoxiu thought about it and didn't refuse. Maps are too abstract, and it's much easier to bring along a snowshoe mouse that knows the way. Receiving the snow velvet mouse, Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at its attribute panel. Snowdrop mouse. Attribute, Earth. Grade, Ordinary. Length, Adult. Battle value, 150. Skills, Locator, low-level skill. Learn this skill. Don't get lost. Storage, low-level skill. Small mouth. Can hold a large amount of items. Bite, low-level skill. Bite hurts. The snow velvet mouse itself was not much of a combatant, and was more suited to being an ornamental pet. Its locator technique, however, would be of no small use in the vast mountains. After placing the snow velvet mouse on his shoulder, Lu Xiaoxiu set off for the mountains. The mountain is called Chanshui Mountain and covers a vast area with lush vegetation. At first, when entering the mountain, Lu Xiaoxiu still had a road to walk, but later, gradually cannot see the road. Everywhere is horizontal weeds and vegetation. The mountain roads are bumpy and the terrain is more complicated than imaginable. Lu Xiaoxiu was glad that he had brought along the snow velvet mouse, otherwise it would have been very difficult to find the Zhugui in the middle of this deep forest, relying only on a map. Squeak! Whenever Lu Xiaoxiu went the wrong way, the snow fluffy mouse would make a sound to remind him, which was simply more useful than the most advanced navigation software. After only less than an hour of work, Lu Xiaoxiu arrived near the location of the Zhugui. It was recognizable from a distance, a fiery red fruit growing on top of a huge rock. At this time, the flaming chicken had already released the disguise skill. Lu Xiaoxiu and the snow velvet mouse were both invisible under the effect of the camouflage skill. They thought that they could take the Zhugui easily with the help of camouflage, but just as they approached, a strange sound suddenly came from their side, and 4 or 5 thick willows were drawn towards their heads. Kara Kiri! The flaming chicken immediately unleashed the fighting chicken, transforming into a fighting chicken and slapping towards Willow. The willow snapped on the spot under one beat, but to Lu Xiaoxiu's surprise, the part of the willow that was broken off grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a giant willow monster. In its sleeping state, it was no different from the surrounding trees. However, once a prey passes by, the air currents driven by it and the slight vibration it emits when walking will awaken the willow tree monster, which will then attack the prey. Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly realized, no wonder the camouflage is useless. Dare I say that the willow tree monster hunting does not rely on the eyes at all. Willow tree monster. Attributes, wood. Grade, rare. Length of life, prime. Battle value, 2000. Skills, willow scourging. Reanimation of severed limbs. It had to be said that this willow tree monster's battle value was quite high. It was just a pity that it had met Lu Xiaoxiu, not to mention the fact that the attribute of the flaming chicken was fire, which in itself acted as a restraint to the wood-type favored beasts. With a battle value of up to 4,500, the flaming chicken could easily crush the other side. Only, the snow velvet mouse was not clear about the true strength of the flaming chicken, and after seeing the willow tree monster display its terrifying strength, it was so scared that its limbs went limp, and it slipped off Lu Xiaoxiu's shoulders on the spot. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but laugh and hurriedly caught it with his hand and warmly pacified it. "Don't worry, it will be fine." However, the snow velvet mouse was still unable to restrain its fear. It raised its two little claws and covered its eyes tightly. As if it felt that this was not enough, it buried its little head into Lu Xiaoxiu's arms again. "Flaming chicken, over to you." Lu Xiaoxiu threw down a sentence at this time. Carrick, the fiery flame chicken couldn't wait any longer. It flapped its wings like a black cannonball and charged directly towards the willow tree monster. The willow tree monster was able to move, except that its huge body was simply not enough for it to dodge the blazing chicken's swift strike. In fact, the willow tree monster had no intention of dodging. Seeing the flaming chicken charging, the willow tree monster waved its thick branches and sent a powerful blow towards the flaming chicken. Bang! There was a violent collision between the two sides. After the loud noise, the willow monster was directly slapped out. On the thick tree trunk, a huge crack was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the crack spread to the entire body of the willow monster. Like a broken block, the willow tree monster's gigantic body rumbled apart and fragmented. With only one strike, the flaming chicken managed to checkmate the enemy. Chapter 32, Encountering a Robber. Snow Velvet Mouse, don't hide. The battle is over. Lu Xiaoxiu poked the snow velvet mouse that was desperately arching into his arms with his fingertips. The snow velvet mouse was a bit unconvinced at first, but when he heard that there was indeed no more movement outside, he probed and glanced out. It's a shock if you don't aim at it. The willow tree monster actually hung up. The flaming chicken, which it didn't favor, was standing majestically in front of the willow tree monster's corpse. The snowdrop mouse had a billion points of confusion. What's going on here? The willow monster is so big and fierce. Why was it defeated? The snowdrop mouse scratched its ears and wondered. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiu had already successfully plucked the vermilion fruit. Looking at the pigeon egg-sized red fruit in his hand, he exhaled a long breath. With the zhugui in hand, the evolutionary materials needed for the fifth evolution of the flaming chicken were completely gathered. But that's not all. In order for the fiery chicken to evolve, it would also need to steal a skill from a rare class favored beast in order to do so. Lu Xiaoxiu planned to return to the academy first. Before leaving, Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly noticed that there was a dark red crystal core in the willow tree monster's corpse. Lu Xiaoxiu carefully examined it for a while and did not find any peculiarities in this crystal core. Considering that the crystal core was small and portable, he still put it away carefully. Lu Xiaoxiu then returned the same way. Squeak! All along the way, the snowshoe rat chirped merrily, as if not doing so was not enough to vent its excitement and thrill. After seeing the strength of the flaming chicken, the snow velvet mouse immediately regarded the other party as its rat-life idol, sticking to it like a little follower along the way. Kir. The flaming chicken expressed its speechlessness. Although it couldn't understand the meaning of the snow fluffy mouse's cries, the closeness shown by the snow fluffy mouse still made it a bit overwhelmed. Just then, the flaming chicken suddenly realized that there were three people sneaking around in the bushes ahead. Kirk! The flaming chicken immediately signaled the alarm. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but slow down his steps as his heart moved. With the flaming chicken's intent informing him, Lu Xiaoxiu had already grasped the specific hiding location of these three people. Still, he was going to wait and see what happened until he knew what the other side was coming for. Lu Xiaoxiu did not move and continued to walk towards the front. At that moment, there was a strange noise coming from the bushes in front of them, and the three people who were hiding came out of them. These three people, one dyed yellow hair, one dyed red hair, and one bald tattooed man. Just by looking at the dress code of these three people, they don't look like decent people. However, Lu Xiaoxiu was not a person who judged people by their appearance. With a smile on his face, he asked, "What can I do for you three?" The bald man at the head said, "Of course there's something. We're here to fight the fat goat." Lu Xiaoxiu looked around in surprise. "Fighting fat sheep? Where are the fat sheep?" Yellow hair smiled and said, "Aren't you the fat sheep?" Red hair laughed and said, "Hurry up and hurry up. Take out all the valuable things on your body so that you don't have to suffer the pain of skin and flesh." Lu Xiaoxiu froze. "You guys are robbers?" The moment these words came out, the three people on the opposite side of the room all burst out laughing. The bald man laughed. "This kid is really slow, only reacting now." Red hair also laughed. "With such a stupid brain, I guess there's nothing good on him." Yellow hair said, "Can fish a little is a littlet, mosquito legs and then small is also meat." In this world, the law and order was much worse than in the previous world, especially in the Imperial Beast Special Zone, where crimes occurred repeatedly. It's actually understandable. After all, The people living in the Imperial Beast Special Zone were all Imperial Beast Masters, and each of them had contracted favored beasts that had mastered transcendent abilities, and it would be much more difficult to catch such people once they committed a crime. Using the same way one would deal with an ordinary person to deal with an Imperial Beast Master proved to be unfeasible. The only thing that defeats magic is magic, and only an Imperial Beast Master who also possesses a favored beast with extraordinary strength can be competent in capturing it. But there are so few people like that. These three people were just thieves at first, and then found that no one seemed to care. So they became more and more bold, and directly started the robbery business, specializing in blocking the way down the mountain, robbing those local villagers who went up the mountain to collect the resources of the pet beasts. Look at the three, arrogant and domineering, a look of eating their own appearance. Lu Xiaoxiu for is, I do not give line? The moment these words came out, the faces of the three immediately became fierce. Kid, it seems you're a bit out of line. Do you have to let us teach you a lesson before you're willing to hand over your stuff obediently? After the bald man finished speaking, he summoned his favored beast. Meteor beasts. Attribute, Earth. Grade, Rare. Length, Adult. Battle value, 2300. Skills, Earth Chain. Meteorite Missile. Seeing the attribute panel of the meteorite monster, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Rare class favored beasts. And there's also a low-level skill, Earth Chain, the fifth evolution of the fiery flame chicken. All the required materials had been gathered, and now only the second condition remained to be fulfilled. This second condition was to steal a skill from a rare class favored beast. It could be said that this meteorite monster was simply tailor-made for the evolution of the flaming chicken. So how could Lu Xiaoxiu not be happy? And at that moment, red hair and yellow hair had each summoned their pet beasts. Compared to the bald man's meteorite monster, these two's favored beasts were much inferior. One was a good grade steel-tooth mastiff and one was a rare grade split-head centipede with a battle power of just over 1,000. Lu Xiaoxiu lost interest in these two favored beasts, after only taking a look at them. Flaming chicken. Take out the steel-tooth mastiff and split-head centipede first. Lu Xiaoxiu ordered to flaming chicken in front of the three. In fact, he only needed to expend a little bit of his spiritual energy to convey his thoughts to the flaming chicken. There was no need to do more than that, but he didn't do it, because there was no need for that. The opposite trio was too much of a rookie, and at this moment, after hearing Lu Xiaoxiu's words, the three people across the street all laughed uncontrollably. Awesome, awesome, using a Battle 5 scum flaming chicken as a favored beast, and still daring to be so tough. Who can this scrappy chicken beat? And take out steel-tooth mastiff and crackhead centipede. Think farts eat. This person can't really have some brain problems, right? Where would a normal person say such a thing? The three of them spoke to each other, completely ignoring Lu Xiaoxiu and his flaming chicken. And at that moment, the flaming chicken moved. KIR. The fiery flame chicken hated it when people called it a battle scum. So at this moment, it was extraordinarily angry. It was like a black meteor, directly rushing towards the opposite steel-tooth mastiff. Woof woof woof. This steel-tooth mastiff, without any nonsense, directly released the tear bite skill, only to see it open its bloody mouth and bite towards the flaming chicken. What the steel-tooth mastiff was proud of was its pair of steel teeth, sharp and pointed. Steel plates could be bitten through, and stones could be bitten to pieces. In the face of a battle scum flaming chicken, it was confident that it could bite off the other party's neck in a single bite. But soon, it doesn't think so. KIR. Only to see the flaming chicken then spread its wings and swung towards the steel-tooth mastiff's face. Chapter 33, Bipolar Reversal. If they were other people, these three would have swarmed the other side, and would not have given the other side a chance to fight single-handedly. But for Lu Xiaoxiu, they were really too lazy to do so. Flaming chicken is too much of a dish. Admittedly a warhorse, as any human being knows. Yellow hair licked his tongue excitedly. He couldn't wait to see the wonderful scene of his favored beast, the steel-tooth mastiff, snapping the neck of the flaming chicken with a single bite. But the next second, he stared in dismay. The imagined script didn't show up. Instead his steel-toothed mastiff flew up. In mid-air, the steel-toothed mastiff's body and head were separated, dead beyond death. This slap from the flaming chicken directly killed it. At first, Yellow Hair thought that he had blurred his eyes, until he was horrified to find that the steel-toothed mastiff had broken the spiritual connection with him, and he realized the seriousness of the problem. Aha! My steel-toothed mastiff! Yellow Hair collapsed on the spot. This steel-toothed mastiff, although it was only of good quality, had been painstakingly cultivated by him for several years, spending a great deal of time and energy, and had even evolved once. But now, it's gone. It all came so suddenly. The other two could not hide their shock when they saw the scene. This flaming chicken isn't right. Together, the bald man made an instant decision. His favored beast, the meteorite star beast, released meteorite missiles on the spot. The red-haired split-headed centipede, on the other hand, also sprayed a mouthful of poisonous mist towards the flaming chicken. Not only does the poisonous fog contain intense poison, but it also paralyzes the target's body, instantly disabling it. Seeing that the flaming chicken didn't dodge, Red Hair couldn't help but rejoice. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face, because the flaming chicken charged towards his split-headed centipede. Split-head centipede. Dodge! Red Hair's face changed drastically. Having seen the terror of the power of the flaming chicken, he knew deep down that the split-headed centipede wouldn't be able to carry it at all. But by the time he reacted, it was too late. Split-headed centipede gets a direct headshot and a pawn. And at that moment, the meteorite missile released by the meteorite monster had already hit the body of the flaming chicken. It had to be said that the power of the meteorite missile was still great, and the flaming chicken was injured on the spot. Countless meteorite fragments, like scattered marbles, were densely saved and shot into the body of the flaming chicken, leaving many bullet hole-like wounds on the body of the flaming chicken. Seeing this scene, the bald man breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, the emotion that welled up in his heart upon seeing that the blazing chicken was injured was more of a relief than an elation. After all, the strength displayed by the flaming chicken was too exaggerated, slapping a favored beast to death with a single slap, and he was afraid that his favored beasts would end up the same way. It was possible that even he hadn't noticed the shift in his consciousness when facing the flaming chicken, but it didn't take long for his newly relaxed mood to be overwhelmed by overwhelming fear, only to see that on the body of the flaming chicken, those bullet hole-like wounds of all sizes were actually rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Barta! Barta! The countless meteorite fragments that had been shot into the body of the flaming chicken were squeezed out of the body one by one as the wounds slowly healed and fell to the ground. It only took less than a minute of work for the injuries on the flaming chicken to be completely healed. As for the poisonous mist that the split-headed centipede had spewed out before its death, it hadn't had any effect on the flaming chicken until now, and it was obvious that the flaming chicken wasn't afraid of the poisonous mist at all. Cold sweat flowed down the bald man's bald head like rain. Looking at the majestic and warlike flaming chicken, the bald man was a bit terrified. Meteor monster, forget about that flaming chicken and attack the Imperial Beast Master himself. The bald man quickly changed his battle plan. Despite not wanting to believe it, he had to admit that the meteorite monster couldn't seem to help this flaming chicken, so he hit Lu Xiaoxiu with his idea. But the next moment, he realized something else bizarre. That's Lu Xiaoxiu missing. Obviously, he was under the eyes just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. Fear spreads through the heart. Coldness permeated his entire body. The bald man had a creepy feeling. You didn't see a ghost, did you? Meteor beast, retreat, retreat. The bald man didn't want to get involved in the battle. He shouted as he retreated backwards, not even caring about his two little brothers. If you want to run now, don't you think it's a bit late? Lu Xiaoxiu's voice rang out leisurely. The bald man winced and jerked back to look, but the area behind him was empty, not even a single figure. The bald man's face turned green. It was obvious that the voice was coming from behind him, so why couldn't he see anyone? Is it really a ghost? He was unaware that the flaming chicken possessed a disguise and that the disguise could be added to Lu Xiaoxiu. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiu was located not far away from the bald man, and when he saw the other party trying to run, he immediately threw out the spatial ball loaded with the Thunder Emperor Snake. Thunder Emperor Snake, don't let this guy escape. As the voice rang out, the bald man realized with horror that a glittering green snake suddenly appeared in front of his originally empty eyes. Sizzle! A flash of electricity flashed in the green snake's eyes. Before the bald man could react to what was going on, a falling thunderbolt struck down from above his head. Crackle! A burst of electricity ran amok on the bald man's body, and his entire body was electrocuted to the outside, numbing him on the spot. At this point, the only one left standing on the opposite side was the meteorite star beast. Little Black, it, Lu Xiaoxiu ordered. Kirk! The fiery flame chicken let out a hyperactive chirp before charging towards the meteorite star beast. The meteor beast hurriedly cast meteorite missile. However, that didn't stop the flaming chicken from advancing at all, only to see the flaming chicken not dodging and resisting the meteorite missile's attack. Then with a wave of its wings, it swatted over. Bang! The meteor beast was directly slapped away, but soon it staggered back to its feet, wounded but not fatally. Earthchain, a low-level skill that immunizes 35% of damage when the body touches the ground, channeling it into the earth. Before the flaming chicken attacked, the meteorite monster released this skill in time. This is the reason why the meteor monster is still barely standing. Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. This skill can be the defense ability of the bar. Of course, this skill was quite easy to crack, as long as you find a way to make the opponent float and leave their body off the ground. This skill would be unbreakable. This was the reason why the Earth Chain skill, with its strong defensive effects, was a low-ranked skill. Little Black, keep ing it, Lu Xiaoxiu said. Kirk! The fiery flame chicken flapped its wings in response before its body shook and it once again flapped towards the meteorite monster. once again. This time, the earth chain served as a good protection, but the problem was that the flaming chicken's own strength, after releasing the chicken blood, was incredibly large. Even if the earth chain could offset 35% of the damage, the other 65% of the damage was not something the meteor beast could afford. This time, the meteor beast was directly slapped on the ground and couldn't get up. After defeating the meteor beast, Lu Xiaoxiu looked inside his mind and realized that Myriad Hands, the royal beast talent, did not steal the skill from the meteor beast, but he wasn't discouraged. After all, stealing a skill is a probabilistic event. If you can't steal it once, then twice, and if you can't steal it twice, then 3 times. In short, he must drain the meteor beast of its remaining value today. Chapter 34, Squeeze it dry. Squeeze dry. Get up and get to work. Can't do it. Can't do it anymore. What do you mean no? A man can't say no, but I really can't this time. When I say you can, you can. This word of tiger and wolf can easily remind people that a couple is doing shy things in bed. But right now, the speakers are 2 men. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the bald man who was tired as a dog on the ground with a face of disgust and dissatisfaction. Hurry up and hurry up. Quickly revitalize your meteor star beast. Didn't you want to rob me? I'll give you the chance. You have to seize it. Every Imperial Beast Master has their own Imperial Beast talent. Just now, Lu Xiaoxiu was pleasantly surprised to find that the bald man's royal beast talent was actually the power of Chun. The Chun's power, this Imperial Beast talent, was very magical, allowing the favored beast to have a second spring, even if a favored beast was exhausted and dying. Under the effect of this royal beast talent, it could temporarily return to its full state. However, this Imperial Beast talent came with a price, and its price was that it drastically consumed the Imperial Beast Master's mental energy, and after using it too many times, the Imperial Beast Master would become atrophied, or even deflated. After learning that the bald man possessed this Imperial Beast talent, Lu Xiaoxiu exploited and squeezed him inhumanly. As soon as the meteor beast was ate up, he would force the bald man to cast Chun's power to bring the meteor beast back to full strength before letting the flaming chicken fight it. The purpose of doing so was to steal the skills from the body of the meteorite beast. It couldn't be helped that the Myriad Hands, this sentinel beast talent, for the determination of defeating a favored beast, it had to be in a situation where the favored beast was in a good state, and a bad state of the favored beast didn't count, so it would only be hard for the bald man to use the power of Chunji a few more times. I don't know if it's because of his back, but Lu Xiaoxiu didn't manage to steal any skills from his opponent after the flaming chicken defeated the meteor beast several times in a row. Looking at the tired and panting bald man, Lu Xiaoxiu had no intention of letting him go. Okay fine dog, hurry up and continue. It's really not working, I feel like I'm being hollowed out. Oh, so, hearing the bald man's reply, Lu Xiaoxiu said expressionlessly, Thunder Emperor Snake, this bald head is out of battery, quickly recharge him. Sizzle. Upon receiving the order, electricity flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Emperor Serpent, and he was ready to unleash the falling thunder on the bald man. The power of this falling thunder had long been diminished many times under Lu Xiaoxiu's authorization, aiming to not be fatal yet make the other party suffer. Don't, I can do it, I feel like I can do it again. The bald man had suffered from falling thunder a few times earlier, and the sour feeling almost made him ascend to heaven, so he really didn't want to experience it again. So he had no choice but to brace his weakened body and cast Springer's power again. After this cast, the bald man's face was yellow. The meteor beast, on the other hand, is back to full status. Blackie, the effect of Chun's power was only temporary, and it was important to capitalize on this precious time. Carrick, the flaming chicken also knew that everything Lu Xiaoxiu did was for his own good, so it was extra serious. Only to see its chicken body shaking, it once again charged towards the meteorite star beast with full fighting spirit. At this time, the meteorite star beast, are going to doubt life? No, it's doubting the beast's life. The feeling of being knocked down over and over again, and then being forcefully picked up over and over again, was so torturous that all he wanted to do now was beg for pain. And at that moment, the flaming chicken had already slapped over. The meteor beast had long been numb from the torture over and over again, and when the flaming chicken slapped over, he even forgot to dodge. A hard slap and the meteor monster is down again. This time, Lu Xiaoxiu was pleasantly surprised to find that there was an additional skill icon in his mind, and it was the very skill that he had just stolen from the body of the meteorite monster Earth Chain. Drops. Detected that the conditions for the 5th evolution of the flaming chicken have been met. Is it evolving? Lu Xiaoxiu did not hesitate to choose yes. With a 7-colored light that blossomed from the flaming chicken, the flaming chicken succeeded in its 5th evolution. Fiery chicken. Attributes, fire. Grade, ordinary. Adult length, early years. Battle value, 6,500. Skills, chicken blood beating, superorder skill, allowing strength to increase by 10 times in a short period of time. Enhanced self-healing, superorder skill, self-healing when injured. Healing speed is 50 times faster than the speed at which the favored beast heals itself in the space of the imperial beasts. Enhanced compounding of the eyes, superorder skill. Further strengthening of visual enhancement. Enhanced camouflage, superorder skill. Further strengthening of the ability to camouflage. After the 5th evolution, the battle power value of the flaming chicken had further increased. The skills of the flaming chicken, however, had not been further strengthened. After the fiery chicken completed its 4th evolution, its skills had reached the super rank, and at this time, the flaming chicken had already completed its 5th evolution. Its skill rank was still super rank, and its skill strength was the same as it had been after its 4th evolution. This indicated that the skill reinforcement of the flaming chicken had reached its limit. Even if it continued to evolve further, the strength of the skill would not increase. In this regard, Lu Xiaoxiu was already very content. After all, before this, these skills were all low-rank skills. Now that they had all become super rank, the strength of the skills had increased substantially compared to before, which was already very good. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoxiu taught the Earth Chain skill that he had just stolen from the meteor beast to the flaming chicken. Earth Chain Enhanced Earth Chain. Enhanced Earth Chain, super rank skill. When the body touches the ground, it can exempt 70% of the damage, channeling it into the earth. Lu Xiaoxiu sucked in a breath of cool air. Immunity to 70% of damage. This value, compared to the 35% damage that was exempted before the skill was strengthened, was fully doubled. Lu Xiaoxiu can already imagine the wonderful picture of the battle with the enhanced chicken blood strike and enhanced earth chain, and the flaming chicken under the protection of enhanced self-healing. Of course, the weakness of strengthened earth chain was still obvious. Just like before the reinforcement, the skill would fail once the favored beast left the ground. Bald head. Exert the power of Channel once more. Hurry up. Hurry up. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't wait to try out the power of the strengthened earth chain. I can't. I really can't this time. Please spare me. The bald man slumped to the ground and begged breathlessly. Lu Xiaoxiu sank his face. Do you want to be charged? The bald man's face twitched, and a moment later, 2 lines of tears flowed down his vicious cheeks. He cried. In the business of robbery, he's also flipped cars and taken beatings, but it was the first time he had suffered such inhuman torture. It's atrocious. It's so inhuman. The production team's asses, and they're giving it a rest. This is the rhythm of draining him dry. Lu Xiaoxiu said coldly, as long as you release the power of Chun once more, I will release you. I promise to do what I said. Upon hearing this, the bald man wiped his eyes fiercely and said in disbelief, Really? Lu Xiaoxiu nodded seriously. True. Truer than real gold. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu's repeated assurances, the bald man gritted his teeth and said, All right, then I'll cast it once more. Ah! After exerting the power of Springer, the bald man's entire body was not well. His eyes were blackened, his ears were out of tune, and he was on the verge of collapse at any time. And at that moment, the meteor beast's status was once again back to full. Lu Xiaoxiu said loudly, Meteor beast, use all your strength. I'll let Xiaohei not fight back. Stand and let you fight. As long as you can defeat it, I'll let you go. Hearing this, the meteor star beast was also surprised and delighted. Stand and let it hit? Wouldn't it be free from its clutches then? Chapter 35 Evolution of the Flaming Chicken. Meteorite Missile. The meteor beast unleashes this skill at the flaming chicken from a distance. Meteorite Missile was a high-level skill that was still very powerful. Earlier, the meteorite beast had cast Meteorite Missile, causing considerable damage to the flaming chicken. However, the meteor beast only had time to unleash one meteorite missile at that time before the flaming chicken rushed in front of it and ate it over. Nowadays, the flaming chicken didn't dodge or flash and didn't even fight back, so the meteorite beast had plenty of time to release a second, third, or even fourth time after releasing the meteorite missile. By now, the meteorite missile had already hit the flaming chicken. Unlike the previous times, this time, after the meteorite missile hit the flaming chicken, the other party looked like they were not injured at all. Standing in the same place, the meteor beast was dumbfounded, as if it was not expecting that it would be such a result. It disbelievingly cast meteorite missile again. However, the result was the same this time. The flaming chicken was unharmed. The meteor beast was dumbfounded. Obviously, his own meteorite missile was able to cause a considerable amount of damage to the flaming chicken before, so why did it not work at all now? In fact, it wasn't that the meteorite missile didn't work. It still did some damage to the flaming chicken, only that this damage, under the protection of the strengthened earth chain skill, was greatly reduced. Coupled with the fact that the flaming chicken possessed enhanced self-healing, the flaming chicken was instantly healed from just a small injury, looking like it hadn't been injured in the slightest. Lu Xiaoxiu was very satisfied with the flaming chicken's current resistance to punching. Seeing that the meteor beast didn't have much remaining value, he ordered the flaming chicken to send it on its way. Sensing that the meteor beast had disconnected its spiritual connection with him, The bald man was hysterical. "Ah, you little liar. You said you'd let me go as long as I released the power of the channel once more. So why did you still kill my favorite beast?" Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at him and said quietly, "I didn't go back on my word. I said I'd let you off the hook, but I didn't say I'd let your pet beast off the hook. There's no conflict between the two." After saying that, he stopped caring about the other party and leisurely walked towards the bottom of the mountain. Whether it was the bald man, or the red and yellow hairs, these guys, blocking the road to rob, behaved badly. The favored beasts were tools for their evil deeds. Therefore, Lu Xiaoxiu showed no mercy and directly ended their favored beasts. Having lost their favored beasts, these three guys became toothless tigers, and it would be impossible for them to do evil even if they wanted to, because this was the Imperial Beast Special Zone, not the ordinary people's living area. In this place, it was hard to get a foothold when the strength of the favored beasts was too weak, not to mention, not even having a favored beast. After descending the mountain, Lu Xiaoxiu returned to the mountain village and returned the snowdrop mouse to the boy. This was followed by telling the other person that he had been robbed. When he learned that the three robbers' favored beasts were all wiped out, the boy's face showed a hard-to-conceal surprise. As it turned out, these three robbers hadn't done much to plague the villagers here on weekdays, and because these three guys were so strong, everyone dared to be angry and didn't dare to say anything. Now that Lu Xiaoxiu had exterminated these three people's favored beasts, it was also considered to be doing the people a favor. After leaving the mountain village, Lu Xiaoxiu returned to the Imperial Beast Academy. Now that the flaming chicken had completed its fifth evolution, in the short term, it would be difficult for it to continue evolving, because for the sixth evolution, apart from collecting several very rare evolutionary materials, there was also a very special condition, and that was that the flaming chicken needed to take a magma bath. Things like magma seemed to only be encountered when volcanoes erupted, so where was he going to find it? Therefore, the evolution of the flaming chicken could only be put on hold for now. On the contrary, the evolution of the Thunder Emperor Snake can be arranged. Unlike the first evolution, the Thunder Emperor Snake's second evolution did not require any pet beast evolution materials. There are a total of 2 conditions for its evolution. 1. Thunder Emperor Serpent's 4-dimensional attributes are raised by 100 points each. 2. Practice all the skills of Thunder Snake 100 times each. The miracle evolution route is amazing, allowing the 4-dimensional attributes of a favored beast to be raised directly to the maximum limit when it evolves. Therefore, when Lu Xiaoxiu evolved the flaming chicken, he never bothered about its 4-dimensional attributes, much less brought it to the training ground for specialized attribute training. But the Thunder Emperor Snake was different. One of the evolutionary conditions was to raise the 4-dimensional attributes, so Lu Xiaoxiu could only take it to the training ground to train. The training ground was divided into 4 training zones, which were Strength Training Zone, Defense Training Zone, Agility Training Zone, and Stamina Training Zone. If Thunder Emperor Snake wanted to raise his 4-dimensional attributes, he would definitely have to patronize all 4 of these training areas. When Lu Xiaoxiu brought the Thunder Emperor Snake and arrived at the Strength Training area, he saw the last person he wanted to see, Li Jiao. At this moment, Li Deluxe was showing off his favored beast, the Thunder Rock Bird, in front of people. This Thunder Rock Bird of mine is a rare grade favored beast, with 2 high-rank skills and 1 top-rank skill. His words drew a murmur of astonishment and envy. Wow, top-rank skill, yeah. Skills of this level of rank are hard to come by, not to mention top-rank skills. If my favored beast has even 1 high-rank skill, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Worthy of being a precious grade favored beast. It's just not ordinary. If only I had a pet beast that powerful. Looking at the envious expressions of the surrounding students, Li Deluxe's heart couldn't be any happier. He raised his chin condescendingly and said slowly, "This Thunder Rock Bird of mine, which is still only in its juvenile form, has a battle power value of 2000. When it grows up, how much battle power value will it have? You guys think for yourselves." These words again drew a chorus of gasps of envy. At this moment, countless students surrounded Li Deluxe, just like becoming the center of attention of the entire venue. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't bother to go up and silently left the strength training area. The Thunder King Snake lay quietly on his shoulder, unable to hide his despondency, that as if he were mourning. All of this was seen by Lu Xiaoxiu. "Trust me, one day, your strength will definitely catch up with the Thunder Rock Bird." Lu Xiaoxiu gently stroked its head and comforted it with a warm voice. The Thunder Emperor Serpent didn't respond either, just silently gazing ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. After arriving at the defense training area, without waiting for Lu Xiaoxiu's command, the Thunder Emperor Snake took the initiative to train. Knowing things is heartbreaking, Lu Xiaoxiu sighed. It must be that the scene of Li Deluxe flaunting the Thunder Rock Bird in front of people just now did not irritate it much. For the entire day, Thunder Emperor Snake trained in the training area, until the training ground was empty. The Thunder King Snake still had no intention of stopping. Lu Xiaoxiu persuaded Thunder Emperor Snake, Today's training volume is already enough. It's almost dark. Let's go home. Sizzle. The Thunder Emperor Snake, however, shook its head, signaling for Lu Xiaoxiu to return first while it trained for a while longer. The obstinacy contained in those eyes made Lu Xiaoxiu dismiss the idea of continuing to persuade. Perhaps this intense training will make its sad heart feel a little better. Chapter 36, I'm late. A week later, a post appeared on the forum of the campus network. I have made a major discovery. A very self-disciplined Thunder King snake has appeared at the training ground, coming to the training ground every morning at 4 a.m., on time, to train alone, and not leaving until 12 p.m. It's been going on for a week now. Below the post, there were a lot of comments. I've also noticed that this Thunder Emperor snake is really too diligent and touchingly self-disciplined. AI, my favorite beast, the Iron Eater, is as lazy as a pig. If it could be half as diligent as it is, I'd be thankful. Who knows who the owner of this Thunder Emperor serpent is? So I want to ask him how he trained his favorite beast. I'm not sure. I've never seen its owner show up. His grandma, a favorite beast, is more diligent than a royal beast master. How dare you believe that? Shortly after this post was published, the heat went all the way up, and in just one day, it reached the top of the heat list. More and more people engage in the comments. There were even people who specifically ran to the training ground to watch the Thunder Emperor snake train, and they even took many special photos of the Thunder Emperor snake's training and posted them on the internet, with pictures to prove it. The heat of this thread is even hotter. That's when a comment in the comments section caught the attention of many. This Thunder Emperor snake. Why does it look a bit familiar? A number of people responded below this comment. Yes, I also feel that this Thunder Emperor snake looks somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. I remembered. Isn't this Thunder Emperor snake the same strange snake that was doing wrong inside Lotus Park? When this comment came out, it was like a drop of cold water falling into a frying pan, and the entire comments section exploded. Asterisk. That's kinda like it when you say it. It's not a likeness, it's a ing. Yes. I've been attacked by that weird snake in Lotus Park before, and I'd recognize that weird snake even if it turned to dust, and it's definitely the Thunder King snake in the photo. That's right. That strange snake in Lotus Park also knows the falling thunder and thunder armor skills, and it also has a thunder firmament. Even the skills it knows are exactly the same. Asterisk. This Thunder Emperor snake is too fat in its guts. It attacks someone and still dares to strut around in a public place. Now that the quest to get rid of the monstrous snake is still hanging in the quest hall, and I heard that the bounty has risen from the original 50,000 to 100,000. I think it's necessary for us to fight and kill this Thunder Royal Snake and capture it for the bounty. Just what I want. Definitely can't let this evil snake go. For a while, the group was excited, and there was no telling how many trainees came out of the house and surged towards the training ground, all of them running towards the Thunder Emperor Snake. A drizzle fell from the overcast sky. This kind of weather usually few people go out to train, but at this time the training ground was surrounded. Lee Deluxe also came to the training ground. When he saw the training photos of the Thunder Emperor snake that someone had posted on the thread, he recognized at first glance that it was the pet beast he had abandoned in the first place. Lu Xiaoxiu, this idiot, actually really brought back the Thunder Emperor snake. Let's see how you end up today. Lee Deluxe cursed in his heart, intending to watch Lu Xiaoxiu's joke. At that moment, I don't know who in the crowd shouted, "Tramp, this Thunder Emperor serpent, who did evil and hurt people in Lotus Park in the first place, is finally outlawed today." Everyone summoned their favorite beasts. Don't let it escape. He gained a lot of agreement with this statement. Many of the trainees had summoned their favorite beasts. For a while, flying in the sky, running on the ground, all sorts of assorted favorite beasts appeared in the training ground. Lee Deluxe pursed his lips and didn't summon his favorite beasts like the others did. He just stood silently by himself not far away and watched with cold eyes. Everyone, someone shouted. For a while, the trainees who were already foolish commanded their favorite beasts and attacked towards the Thunder Emperor snake. From the moment a number of people suddenly appeared on the training ground to surround themselves, the Thunder Emperor snake took up a fighting stance. Seeing many favorite beasts attacking towards it, it made a counterattack at the first opportunity. However, there were too many favorite beasts attacking it, and soon it couldn't hold back and slumped to the ground, battered and dying. This damnable Thunder Emperor snake, who injured my wild beast in Lotus Park in the first place? Let's see if I don't want to take your life today. At that moment, a student with a pockmarked face commanded a pet beast that looked like a dog or a bull and attacked towards the Thunder Emperor snake, intending to kill it. Seeing that there were no students around to stop him, ghostly, Li Dalao yelled, "Wait!" As soon as these words came out, the numb-faced student subconsciously withdrew his hand and looked over towards Lee Deluxe's side. The others also looked at Lee Deluxe, sensing the suspicion and skepticism in the gazes of the crowd. Li Deluxe hurriedly explained. I was thinking that if I killed this Thunder Emperor snake now, it would be difficult to fish out its owner. You have to know that the owner of this Thunder Emperor snake is the most detestable. That was echoed by many. Indeed, the Thunder Emperor snake did evil and hurt people, so maybe it was instructed by its master. To say that it doesn't have its master's backing when it still dares to appear in public after committing evil, I don't believe it. His grandmother, the owner of it, has to be pulled out. Can't be so cheap. Who knows who the owner of this Thunder Emperor snake is? Many of the trainees murmured. At this time, there was a person who was in Li Deluxe's class, and he queried, Class President Li Deluxe, I remember that the favored beast you contracted in the past was the Thunder Emperor snake. This Thunder Emperor snake shouldn't be yours, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone's gazes were directed towards the student who spoke, and then along with the gaze of the student who spoke, they looked towards Li Deluxe. In an instant, sweat broke out on Li Deluxe's forehead, only to see him shrilly say, Don't you talk nonsense. How can this Thunder Emperor snake be mine? That fellow classmate said, But I clearly remember that your previous favored beast was the Thunder Emperor serpent, but your current favored beast has become the Thunder Rock bird. So where did that Thunder Emperor snake go? This student didn't mean to find trouble with Li Deluxe, he was simply curious. Li Chao said expressionlessly, The Thunder Emperor snake that was there before accidentally died, so this Thunder Emperor snake has nothing to do with me. Am I making myself clear enough? His tone was agitated, as if he was eager to set aside his relationship with the Thunder Emperor snake. Right at this moment, a voice rang out coldly, That's right, this Thunder Emperor snake really doesn't have anything to do with you because it's my favorite beast. Once these words came out, the originally clamorous and noisy scene instantly quieted down. Countless people looked towards the source of the sound. Lu Xiaoxiu parted the crowd, and in the gazes of countless people who were either surprised or dismayed, indifferent or angry, he stepped into the center of the crowd and walked to the front of the Thunder Emperor serpent before picking it up carefully. Sorry, I'm late. Looking at the scarred Thunder Emperor snake, he said softly. Chapter 37 Confrontation. Look, someone's admitted it. So he's the owner of the Thunder Emperor snake. Damnable fellow. Absolutely cannot be spared. For a time, Lu Xiaoxiu became a target. Countless people grouped together and stared angrily at Lu Xiaoxiu. Li Deluxe hid in the crowd with a gloating look on his face. He clearly remembered Lu Xiaoxiu's angry words against him when he abandoned the Thunder Emperor snake. Favored beasts are the most faithful companions of the Imperial Beast Master. If you abandon your favored beast, you don't deserve to be an Imperial Beast Master. After such a long period of time, these words were still like sharp thorns, deeply rooted in the bottom of his heart. So much so that when he thought back on them, his mood became terrible. Don't you like to pretend? Today I'll see how you'll end up. Li Chao sneered in his heart. In his opinion, Lu Xiaoxiu would definitely hand over the Thunder Emperor snake in the end. After all, the Thunder Emperor serpent had already committed a public offense. As long as Lu Xiaoxiu handed over the Thunder Emperor snake, then his behavior would be contradictory to what he had said before. Then the knot in his heart is naturally untied. Injustice has a head, and the Thunder Emperor snake is my favored beast. If you want to kill the Thunder Emperor snake, first pass me. Lu Xiaoxiu put the Thunder Emperor snake into the spatial sphere and then summoned the flaming chicken. He was ready to fight a vicious battle. Isn't your favorite beast the fiery flame chicken? It's obviously not the Thunder Emperor snake. So why are you harboring it? Someone asked. The Thunder Emperor snake is not my favorite beast now, but it will be in the future. He, contracting a waste flaming chicken and daring to be so arrogant. Then let's see if you have the ability to shelter it. Lu Xiaoxiu's words completely enraged the people. Immediately, a cadet who had contracted a stone sloth beast stepped out from the crowd. Stone sloth beast. This flaming chicken for me. The stone sloth beast is a favored beast shaped like a sloth, and although it moves slowly, it is surprisingly strong and likes to throw stones at its enemies from afar. At this moment, the stone sloth beast released its throwing skill and threw a soccer ball-sized rock towards the flaming chicken from afar. The flaming chicken did not dodge. The earth chain skill was on, and it was directly hard. Bang! The stone hit the fiery chicken and bounced off, and with one wing, the flaming chicken slapped the stone sloth beast away. This scene stunned many people, but Lu Xiaoxiu was used to it. Think about what? A stone sloth beast with a battle power value of only 200 dared to fight his flaming chicken with a battle power value of 500? Against a favored beast of this caliber, the flaming chicken didn't even need to put on a skill. Who else? Lu Xiaoxiu looked disdainful, his posture arrogant. For a while, no one dared to step forward, perhaps in front of the flaming chicken. The strength of this stone sloth beast was simply not enough to look at, but many people's favored beasts were not even as good as the stone sloth beast. The terrifying strength displayed by the flaming chicken just now made them recognize the gap between themselves and Lu Xiaoxiu, so much so that Lu Xiaoxiu asked several times in a row, but no one dared to come forward to challenge him. At that moment, a girl gathered her courage and came up. My favorite beast is a firefly grass monster. Its strength isn't even as good as a stone sloth beast. It can't beat your flaming chicken at all. However, that doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Your Thunder Emperor Snake, earlier in Lotus Park, wounded my firefly grass monster. I spent a lot of money to heal it. I hate you. The girl's eyes filled with tears and she loudly declared her anger. Lu Xiaoxiu asked, how much did you spend in total to treat your pet beast? The girl said indignantly, I spent a full $20,000. Lu Xiaoxiu pondered for a moment, said, this way, I'll give you 50,000. Our grudges are written off. Do you think you can? The girl froze for half a second, then said, a bit hurriedly, it won't take that much. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled and said, the other 30,000, consider it as me, the owner of the Thunder Emperor Snake, giving you money to make amends. After that, he transferred the money to the girl in person. With this precedent, there was another sharp-tongued boy who asked Lu Xiaoxiu for money. My favorite beast was also injured by the Thunder Emperor Snake. It cost me a full 70,000 plus. I don't ask for much, just compensate me 50,000 as well. The sharp-tongued man yelled. Lu Xiaoxiu raised his eyebrows. What is your favorite beast? Summon it out for me to see. The sharp-tongued man didn't think much about it, and instantly summoned his favorite beast. It was a golden armored turtle with a battle value of 1,700, with a full 2 defense skills, and an outrageously strong defense. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at the golden armored turtle and said coldly, this golden armored turtle of yours, its battle power value is almost close to 2,000, far more than the Thunder Emperor Snake, and it has 2 defense skills, hard as a rock. Who would believe it when you say it was injured by the Thunder Emperor Snake? The sharp-tongued man's face reddened when he saw that his lie had been pierced through, and he pulled his voice out and said, I don't care. Anyway, it was injured at that time. You have to pay for it. Lu Xiaoxiu slowly said, want money? Ah, I tell you a law. Go home to the bed a lie. Eyes closed, turn off the lights to sleep. Into the dreamland, dream what you want to have what? That drew a laugh. That sharp-tongued man's face turned red, and in annoyance, he immediately ordered the golden armored turtle to attack. Lu Xiaoxiu is not spoiled either. Blackie, Carrick, only to see the flaming chicken rush up and directly deliver a powerful slap. A favorite beast like the golden armored tortoise was mainly defense-oriented and didn't really have much aggressiveness. After the flaming chicken slapped over, the golden armored turtle was directly slapped out a long way, similar to slapping a basketball, and bounced a few times on the ground. However, the golden armored turtle wasn't hurt much. Here's why. Because of its 2 defense skills, it plays a huge role here. I have to say, these 2 defensive skills of the golden armored turtle were really quite outrageous. One skill is immobility. This skill could allow the defense of the favored beast to be directly doubled. However, there was a drawback to this skill, and that was that the favored beast could not move, and once it did, then the defense would break. Compared to the earth chain, it's much worse. Because of the earth chain skill, it can also take effect when the favored beast is moving, as long as it doesn't leave the ground. However, the earth chain had a great limitation. If the favored beast touches water instead of the ground, it will not work. In addition to being immovable as a mountain, this golden armored turtle also had a defensive skill called defensive stance. This skill immunizes the favored beast from 20% of damage while it is in effect. This skill was perfect because it didn't have any limitations. It was just a pity that it was a middle-rank skill that Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't steal. Instead, it was this earth chain, a low-rank skill, that he had a chance to steal. In addition to these 2 defensive skills, this golden armored turtle also had a very nasty skill, which was Thorn Bounce. This skill will bounce 30% of the damage it takes back to the target, and at the same time will add additional counter damage based on the difference in defense between the 2 sides. Therefore, when this slap from the flaming rooster passed, he himself was slightly injured, but this little injury doesn't hurt at all. After all, the flaming chicken's earth chain skill, as well as the enhanced self-healing skill, were no joke. Chapter 38, Silver Armored Griffin. Teacher has said in class that a favored beast like the golden armored tortoise is ranked at the top of the list of all favored beasts in terms of its resistance to blows. For a wasted chicken like the flaming chicken to still want to break through the golden armored turtle's defense is simply a fool's errand. Many people feel that the flaming chicken can't help the golden armored turtle at all. But soon, they didn't think so. Carry. Seeing that his strike had failed to defeat the golden armored turtle, the flaming chicken cried out 3 times in anger. Then, with a shot of chicken blood turned on, he once again charged towards the golden armored turtle. Just now, the flaming chicken didn't unleash the cock blocking, it just used its most basic power, but now it was different. Playing chicken blood made the power of the flaming chicken instantly increase tenfold. Golden armored turtles still do not know that the danger has been approaching. Is still the previous old set. Defense skills open. head and limbs to hide into the shell, a passive defense posture. Bang! In the next second, the tortoise shell of the golden armored turtle was directly slapped to pieces. The golden armored turtle was also slapped deep into the ground. This scene made many of the students present feel a deep sense of fear. It turned out that the flaming chicken hadn't used its full strength at all just now. Everyone go together. I don't believe that he alone can beat many of us. I don't know who yelled, but many people woke up. Yeah, they didn't seem to have the need to fight Lu Xiaoxiu alone at all. Thus, many people were commanding their favored beasts and attacking towards Lu Xiaoxiu. Blackie, disguise, Carrick, only one person and one chicken were seen, and they suddenly disappeared in front of the people. For a while, the crowd had lost their target. Where is Lu Xiaoxiu? It should be his favored beast with camouflage skills. He must be hiding nearby. Whoever has a vision-enhancing favored beast, find out where this guy is. We can't let him get away. My golden-eyed eagle has an eagle eye skill that can see through all disguises. But why can't I find anyone else? Me too. My red bird, with its piercing skill, can pierce through everything, but it doesn't work at all. Many people were filled with dismay. At this time, one person said in a deep voice, visual reinforcement skill, unable to see through the other party's disguise. There is only one possibility, and that is the other party's camouflage skill. The grade is higher than the visual reinforcement skill. When these words came out, the classmate whose favored beast was the golden-eyed eagle immediately said in a shocked voice, "This is impossible. My golden-eyed eagle. The eagle eye skill is top rank. It's hard to believe that that scrappy chicken has a super rank camouflage skill." For a moment, many people sucked in their breath, despite not wanting to believe it. Other than this reason, there seemed to be no way to explain why there were several pet beasts with visual enhancement skills on the scene, yet they were unable to discover, at all, the whereabouts of Lu Xiaoxiu and the flaming chicken. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiu's voice, leisurely sounded. "I was happy when you said that my Xiao Hei possessed super rank camouflage skills, but you said that my Blackie is a scrappy chicken, and that makes me very unhappy." Between the words, a resounding slap hit the face of the classmate who possessed the golden-eyed eagle's favored beast. Damn Lu Xiaoxiu, have the guts to come out for me." The student who had been hit, covering half of his red, swollen cheek, was shocked and angry. Until this moment, he hadn't even realized where Lu Xiaoxiu was. Snap! Another resounding slap in the face. The classmate who was beaten had the other side of his face swollen. Seeing this, many people didn't dare to make a sound anymore. They were afraid that Lu Xiaoxiu, like hitting that classmate just now, would hit them in the face. Right at this time, Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly had an alarm bell ringing in his heart, giving birth to a strong sense of crisis. Just as he was feeling bad, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly attacked him. Lu Xiaoxiu and the flaming chicken were all forced to appear under this terrifying wave of energy. Ultrasonic localization, use ultrasound to lock onto the target, so that the target has no place to hide. This skill came from a lion-bodied, eagle-headed favored beast, the silver-armored griffin. Lu Xiaoxiu could not help but look at the owner of the silver-armored griffin, the student council president, Ko Chul. "Senior Lu, hand over the Thunder Emperor Snake. This Thunder Emperor Snake has injured many students. Handing it over is the wisest choice. I'm doing this for your own good." At this moment, the silver-armored griffin flapped its huge feathered wings and flew in midair, and Gaozha was sitting on the back of the griffin, condescendingly looking down at Lu Xiaoxiu below. "It's the student body president. Wow, the president is so handsome. This favored beast of his is really majestic." Gaozha's appearance caused quite a commotion in the room. Many students were looking at Gaozha with a face of adoration. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the attribute panel of the silver-armored griffin. Silver-armored griffin. Attribute, wind. Grade, rare. Length, adult. Battle value, 8,000. Lu Xiaoxiu's pupils shrunk. A full 8,000 battle value. It's 1,500 more than the blazing chicken. It was understandable when you thought about it. After all, this silver-armored griffin had been cultivated by Gaozha for many years, and it was of a precious grade, and its basic attributes were already very high, so it was only normal for the battle power value to be so high. And the skills of the silver-armored griffin were also very luxurious. 2 top-level skills and 2 high-level skills. Hurricane power, a top-level skill that summons a hurricane that can destroy everything. Voiding, top-level skill, blending into the wind, making one's body vaporous and immune to all attacks for a short period of time. Wind wall, a high-level skill that condenses air currents and summons a wall of wind that can withstand attacks. Anything that comes into contact with the wall will be torn to shreds. Ultrasonic localization, a high-level skill that can lock onto the location of a target and make it invisible. All 4 skills, so to speak, are very powerful, especially this ultrasound localization. He could completely ignore camouflage, and even though it was only a high-rank skill, his detection ability really wasn't a false super-rank skill at all. "Senior Lu, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and hand over the Thunder Emperor snake. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu not speaking, Gaozha urged once again. What if I don't pay? Lu Xiaoxiu asked rhetorically. Gaozha frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, if you don't hand it over, then I will have no choice but to place you at the Academy's disposal. Speaking here, he paused. Don't forget, destroying the Thunder Emperor snake is a task issued by the Academy's School Affairs Office. You harboring the Thunder Emperor snake is tantamount to obstructing everyone from doing the task, seriously interfering with the order of the Academy, and according to the school regulations, 100 credits will be deducted. Li Deluxe stood right in the middle of the crowd, coldly watching all of this. At this time, a cold smile appeared on his face. In his thoughts, this time, Lu Xiaoxiu was definitely going to hand over the Thunder Emperor snake. The importance of credits cannot be overstated. Sometimes the Academy releases credit assignments, and for that measly dozen or so credit rewards, students will grab their heads, not to mention deducting 100 credits. Li Deluxe did not believe that Lu Xiaoxiu would give such a great sacrifice for a Thunder Emperor snake. However, Lu Xiaoxiu's next words sent him into deep consternation. You can earn the credits when they're gone, but if one's favored beast is gone, no amount of credits can replace it. I'm willing to accept the school's punishment. Chapter 39 Golden Sentence. Lu Xiaoxiu's words caused quite a commotion in the room. Heavens, I didn't hear it wrong. This Lu Xiaoxiu is actually willing to deduct 100 credits for a Thunder Emperor snake? This guy is really crazy. That said, the Thunder Emperor snake isn't an outrageously good favored beast, is it? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't waste 100 credits just for a rare grade favored beast. This is 100 credits. You can't even exchange it with money. Many people were puzzled by Lu Xiaoxiu's behavior. Gaozha frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is it worth it to rather be deducted 100 credits for a mere rare grade Thunder Emperor snake? His words asked the question of many. The gazes of countless people landed on Lu Xiaoxiu's body. The clamor of discussion on the scene, all unconsciously became much smaller. Everyone was waiting for Lu Xiaoxiu's answer. Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze swept through the crowd in front of him one by one. He saw Zhang Ye, Yang Ziqing and other club members who had just rushed here, and also saw Li Delao who was hiding in the crowd and secretly looking at himself. In the end, he raised his head and looked at Gao Zhe, who was sitting on the back of the silver-armored griffin in mid-air, and said in a single sentence, You ask me if it's worth it, then I'll tell you. There's no such thing as worth it or not. There's only the willingness to do it or not. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. It was as if the whole world had come to a standstill, with only the soft sound of the rain hitting the ground. On the ground, the ripples in the puddles seemed as if the hearts of the people present could not be calmed for a long time. There is no such thing as worth it. Only willingness. Li Dalao's heart, over and over again echoed Lu Xiaoxiu's words. Obviously when the other party said these words, the voice was not big, but when it fed back into his heart, it was like 5 thunderbolts. Deafening. Looking at the proud and upright figure in the center of the field, for some reason, Li Delu felt inexplicably ashamed of himself. He buried his head deep and never had the courage to look up again. Woohoo! Worthy of being Xiao Su's brother. Everything he says is so touching, I can't even help but cry. Yang Ziqing, the wide-eyed cute girl, rubbed her reddened eyes while huffing. Zhang Ye just stood aside and didn't try to appease Yang Ziqing. At this moment, all of her attention was focused on Lu Xiaoxiu in the center of the field, and those beautiful eyes shone with star-like color. There is no such thing as worth it, only willingness. She clenched her hands and subconsciously embraced them to her chest, softly repeating Lu Xiaoxiu's words. After Lu Xiaoxiu said this, he turned around and left in full view of everyone. This time, no one stopped him, and everyone subconsciously made a path for him. It wasn't until Lu Xiaoxiu walked away that someone at the scene whispered, We're just going to let him go? Another person gave him a blank look. What else can you do? People Lu Xiaoxiu have sacrificed their credits. Do you still want to be unrelenting? Another man said, There's no such thing as worth it or not. There's only willingness. That makes so much sense. The previous person said enviously, There are no trashy pet beasts, only trashy beast masters. This seems to have come from this guy's mouth as well. TNND. This guy is really golden. Discussions like this one are not just happening to these few, but are playing out to many. At this time, Gaozha had already gotten off the back of the silver-armored griffin. Fan Sharan, Kong Sanghyuk, and Bathina immediately walked over. Boss, what now? Kong Sanghyuk asked. What else can I do? Just cool it. Gaozha shrugged. Since Lu Xiaoxiu was willing to sacrifice his credits, then this matter will be over. I've already reported this matter to the school affairs office, and I believe the punishment for Lu Xiaoxiu will be announced soon. Fan Shilin sipped his teeth and shook his head. This guy, Lu Xiaoxiu, is really crazy. He would rather sacrifice his credits to keep the Thunder Emperor snake. This is typical of wanting beauty and not rivers and mountains. Bathina squinted at him. What? You sound like you're wrong about wanting the beauty, but right about wanting the kingdom? Noticing the hidden murderous aura in the eyes of the beauty beside him, Fan Shilin immediately stirred up a strong desire to survive, and he waved his hands and said, "No, no, the rivers and mountains are good, but the beauty is even better." Sex maniac. With a cold grunt and a twist of her head, Bathina quickened her pace and left first. Only the three men of the student council were left staring at each other in disbelief. I didn't want to offend her. Feeling the derisive gazes of his companions around him, Fan Shilin spread both hands out, full of innocence. Fine rain is still falling, coaxing the sound of gossip. With the gradual disappearance of the crowd, dissolved in a haze of smoke and rain, the training ground under the rain curtain once again returned to its original calm, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. After Lu Xiaoxiu left, he went to the school infirmary at the first opportunity to treat the Thunder Emperor Snake. The Thunder Emperor Snake was not lightly injured, but fortunately, the infirmary was specialized enough in treating favored beasts, and as long as the favored beasts didn't break, they could be retrieved. The favored beast responsible for healing the Thunder Emperor Snake was a ginseng monster. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at its skill panel. Withered wood, top-level skill. Born dead, quickly heals the target. Ginseng fruit, a high-level skill that restores energy and replenishes stamina. Both of these skills, one high-level and one top-level, could not be stolen through the mythic talent. This made Lu Xiaoxiu somewhat regretful. If he could get these two skills over, then in the future, when his favored beasts were injured, he wouldn't need to find someone to heal them, and he would be able to be self-sufficient on his own. Although the flaming chicken had a powerful self-heal, this skill could only be applied to itself and could not be used on other favored beasts. Lu Xiaoxiu felt that it was necessary for him to find a chance to get a healing skill. This student, the Thunder Emperor Snake, has been cured, and it costs a total of 1,000 Chinese dollars. At that moment, the doctor's sister in the infirmary said in a sweet voice. Lu Xiaoxiu came back to his senses, only to see that the originally scarred Thunder Emperor Snake was no longer in any serious trouble, only that its mental state was a bit not too good. It was thought that it had been surrounded by many favored beasts before and had received some shock. Lu Xiaoxiu put it away in the spaceball, paid for it, and left the school infirmary. The next day, the punishment about Lu Xiaoxiu was published on the campus network. Deduct 100 credits. The academy has explicit rules for this punishment, so this result is not a surprise. At the same time, the mission hall's mission of destroying the monstrous snakes was withdrawn by the school administration, and that was the end of that fiasco. However, Lu Xiaoxiu's big name has once again become the object of hot discussion among the students of the whole school, especially his line, "There is no worthiness, only willingness." It was even more of a fire across the campus network. It even gave birth to a number of terriers. For example, there is no such thing as being XXX as lickspill. There is no such thing as being worth it, only being willing. Another example is that there is no such thing as being worth it to lose weight and stop eating meat, only being willing to do so. That was simply played out. Chapter 40, Thunder Emperor Snake Sleeping. Some people say that Lu Xiaoxiu's golden words come out frequently, but they don't know that Lu Xiaoxiu is not the producer of the golden sentences. He is just the mover of the golden sentences. First sentence. There are no trashy favored beasts, only trashy beast masters. This sentence, in fact, was a sentence he borrowed from the king's pesticide in his previous life. There are no trashy heroes, only trashy summoners. He merely altered it slightly. As for the second sentence, there is no worthiness, only willingness. There are just a lot of sources for this quote, but the first time Lu Xiaoxiu saw it was in the blooper reel of Immortal Sword 1. Anyway, it wasn't like he came up with the phrase. Compared to his current fiery heat, what Lu Xiaoxiu was more concerned about was the Thunder Emperor Snake's mental state. Ever since the last time, the Thunder Emperor Snake went to the training ground and was attacked by a group. It had never gone to the training ground to train, only silently training in the small courtyard outside the house. However, it's become more of a work in progress than ever before. If the intensity of its previous training was that of getting up early in the morning and staying up late in the evening, then the intensity of its current training was that of not knowing the difference between day and night. Lu Xiaoxiu was very worried about its physical condition. The flaming chicken also kept on psychologizing the Thunder Royal Snake, so that it didn't have to work so hard, and had everything covered by itself, in a big brotherly stance. However, the Thunder Emperor Serpent was indifferent, closed in its own little world all day long, with only training in its eyes. Half a month passed like this. Early one morning, Lu Xiaoxiu woke up with his eyes open and suddenly saw the Thunder Emperor Snake crouching at the head of the bed, quietly looking at himself. Lu Xiaoxiu was startled and at the same time felt a bit confused. Normally, Thunder Royal Snake had always trained hard. Why was it suddenly so abnormal today? But soon, he knew why. By checking the attribute panel of the Thunder Emperor Snake, Lu Xiaoxiu was pleasantly surprised to find that the Thunder Emperor Snake's battle power value, from the previous 1500, had risen to 2,500. This indicated that the Thunder Emperor snake had successfully evolved for the second time. It's true that there's a lot of work to be done. No, it's a snake with a heart, that's the right thing to do. In this half a month, Lu Xiaoxiu had seen the Thunder Emperor snake's hard training in his eyes, and seeing the Thunder Emperor snake's successful evolution, he was extraordinarily pleased in his heart. Lu Xiaoxiu immediately checked the conditions for the third evolution of the Thunder Emperor snake. The conditions of this third evolution made him stare in disbelief. This was because the third evolution condition, again, was not collecting evolutionary materials, but rather the Thunder Emperor serpent needed to be dormant for a month. After a month, the Thunder Emperor snake would automatically complete its third evolution. Sizzle! The Thunder Emperor serpent gave a soft cry. It seems to be saying, wait for it to wake up from its slumber. Lu Xiaoxiu stroked the Thunder Emperor snake's head and said with a smile, well, I'll wait for you. Have a good sleep. Sizzle! The Thunder Emperor snake nodded its head. Then the snake coiled its body and buried its head deep into a deep sleep. Lu Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, carefully put the Thunder Emperor snake into the spatial sphere. The third evolution of the Thunder Emperor serpent would have a small breakthrough, transforming the snake into an augur and metamorphosing into a thunder lightning augur. Not only will there be a qualitative leap in strength, the grade will also break through one level, promoting from rare to precious. After that, with 4 more evolutions, the Thunder Emperor snake would be able to transform into a dragon and metamorphose into a thunder dragon. The Thunder Dragon was the ultimate form of the Thunder Emperor Serpent, and its rank would break through 2 levels in a row, advancing to the legendary rank. Thinking that the Thunder Emperor snake would metamorphose into a Thunder Lightning Jiao a month later, Lu Xiaoxiu was indescribably delighted in his heart and only hoped that this day would come sooner. Counting. The Imperial Beast Master Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination, which was less than half a month away, would officially begin. If he could really pass the examination, then when the Thunder Emperor snake awakened, he would be able to contract it as a favored beast in his own way. Regarding the Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination, it was held once a year and was open to all, but very few people actually signed up for it, and generally speaking, only the older juniors would sign up. After all, this test was very difficult, and it was hard to pass if the pet beasts were not highly cultivated. Even for those veteran students who were juniors, there were very few people who could pass the test. The day of the test was not even close to being over, and talk about who would pass the test had created a frenzy on the campus website. For this examination, I think the student council president, Gao Xia, will definitely be able to pass with flying colors. There's no need to ask. Senior philosopher Gao signed up for the examination last year, and that year, he was so close that he could have passed. Now that another year has passed, he's sure to pass this time. Say, how many people have passed the test in previous years? Roughly, the year before last, there were only 12 people who passed the examination, and last year, there were only 7 people who passed the examination. I heard from the teacher in charge of the assessment that the current batch of students is not as good as the previous batch. I can actually count them on 2 fingers. This test is really ferocious. The topic of the Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination was getting hotter and hotter as the time approached. A day before the test, the university also announced the list of applicants. The total number of applicants was only 70. To know that the huge Imperial Beast Academy, there are tens of thousands of students, but the number of applicants is even less than 100, which can be described as dismal to the extreme, and the name of each enrollee, as well as the class he was in, was announced. The person in charge of this examination, surnamed Su, everyone calls him Uncle Su on weekdays, and no one knows his real name instead. Su Bo has already been in charge of the entire 10th session of the Imperial Beast Space Expansion Qualification Examination, so it can be said that he is an old veteran. Looking at the list of applicants, Su Bo couldn't stop shaking his head and sighing. Hey, nowadays students. It's really not as good as a batch. The assistant teacher who was in charge of this assessment with him couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Su, you said that last year. Uncle Su looked at him and grunted coldly. If you said it last year, you can't say it this year? You see, look at that, Uncle Su said. While using his fingertips, he drew down the names on the list. The number of applicants is only this much, and all of them are junior college students. Nowadays, young people really no impetus at all. If put aside a few years ago, there must be a lot of sophomore candidates. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly eeped, his eyes falling on a name at the end of the list. Lu Xiaoxiu? Freshman? The anger on Su Bo's face was instantly visible. Nonsense! What nonsense! The students nowadays, not only are they not as good as the others, but they also have a bad attitude. Is it possible to sign up for such an important exam haphazardly and make fun of it? Su Bo was so angry that he blew his beard. He was responsible for 10 consecutive Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification exams. As a freshman who dared to enroll, Lu Xiaoxiu was still the first. A freshman, who hadn't even trained his first pet beast well, was thinking of training his second one. What's it called? It's called trying to run before you've learned to walk. It's called a bottle of discontent and half a bottle of wobble. Exasperating. It's so infuriating. Chapter 41, Imperial Beast Master Imperial Beast Space Expansion Qualification Examination. When the list of applicants was released on the campus website, the entire academy was in an uproar. A lot of people left messages in the comments section at the bottom of the list. Geez, only 70 applicants? That's too few, isn't it? It's normal. After all, the difficulty of this test is great. Usually only junior seniors sign up for it. Look at the bottom of the list. What the hell is this Lu Xiaoxiu? A freshman? How dare he sign up? Lu Xiaoxiu? Isn't this the one with the golden words? Why him again? Why is this guy everywhere? When everyone saw Lu Xiaoxiu's name appearing at the end of the list, the entire comments section exploded. This guy actually signed up? He's real brave. If I remember correctly, his favorite beast should be the fiery flame chicken, right? Using this scrappy chicken to take the test? Upstairs is out. This guy's flaming chicken is still a two-timer. I saw it with my own eyes last time. This chicken ate over the stone sloth beast and the golden armored turtle. No matter how bullish his flaming chicken is, I don't think he'll be able to pass the examination. After all, this flaming chicken, how long has he only contracted it? Many junior seniors and siblings who have cultivated their pet beasts for 3 years can't even pass the examination. Student council. Kong Sang-hyuk was filled with dismay. Lu Xiaoxiu actually signed up? Is he crazy? Fan Shilin sighed. I don't know if he's crazy or not. I only know that this guy's presence has been really high lately. First, he caught fire because of the Thunder Emperor snake, and the heat just subsided, only to come back with this. Athena glanced at him. What? Envious? Fan Shilin rubbed his nose and said heatedly, honestly, I do feel quite envious. This guy always manages to put on a good show at the most opportune time. Gaozha stroked his chin and leisurely said, this Lu Xiaoxiu, he always manages to surprise people fiercely when everyone doesn't think highly of him. To be honest, I'm somewhat looking forward to his performance in the examination. It wasn't just the student council, but the battle club group, too, was now blowing up. Snot can be used as glue. Oops, I go. Lu Shuedi, you are famous again. You know about traffic. Admire, admire, admire. Poor monk loves to pick up girls. Lu's school brother is really a model for our generation. Because of Lu's fame, our club has recently recruited a lot of new members. And there are quite a few pink girls, colorful expression, drooling expression. Where's my sable? Go go go. You pervert, go aside. Don't scare the girls in the group. Many people in the club felt that Lu Xiaoxiu had brushed his presence in front of the whole school with this hand operation. As for whether Lu Xiaoxiu could pass the examination, instead no one asked, because in most people's opinion, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't have a chance to pass the examination at all. After all, this Imperial Beast Space Expansion Qualification Examination was not of an ordinary difficulty. Only Zhang Ye felt that Lu Xiaoxiu must have his reasons for enrolling. She quietly sent a private message to Lu Xiaoxiu. How many % are you sure about tomorrow's Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination? Lu Xiaoxiu replied to her. I don't know. Anyway, do your best. After a moment, Zhang Ye returned. Go for it. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxiu got up early. The time of the examination was set at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the place of the examination was located in the large playground of the college. By now, there were already quite a few students arriving on the playground. Many students came here not to take the test, but to eat and watch. After all, most of the enrollees were the best of the academy, and many people wanted to look up to them. Of course, Lu Xiaoxiu is an exception. In fact, for Lu Xiaoxiu's examination this time, many people are looking forward to it. After all, Lu Xiaoxiu as a freshman, but enrolled, many people want to see if he really has the strength, or just simply to brush the presence of eyeballs. Then there are those 2 golden lines from Lu Xiaoxiu earlier. There are no trashy favored beasts, only trashy beast masters. There is no worthiness, only willingness. Many people who have never seen Lu Xiaoxiu want to see what a person who can say such things looks like. The order of play is just as it is listed on the personnel list. Lu Xiaoxiu was at the bottom of the lineup, so he was last to race. The tournament is divided into 2 modes, a combat mode and a supportive healing mode. Candidates could choose which mode they wanted to take based on the type of pet beast they were good at. Passing any of the modes counts as passing the test. I have to say, this rule is still very humane. After all, some favored beasts weren't good at fighting and were good at assisting and healing, like the wide-eyed cute girl's flower spirit, which was a healing favored beast. However, the candidates' favored beasts were still mostly battle pets, and there were still very few auxiliary healing favored beasts. Battle mode is simple to pass by defeating the test battle pet. There are 6 battle test favored beasts, corresponding to the 6 attributes of water, fire, wood, wind, thunder and earth. If you defeat any one of them, you will pass the test. It is worth mentioning that candidates cannot choose their own favored beasts, but rather, the examiner will target the type of attributes of the candidate's favored beasts and choose a favored beast that restrains the candidate in terms of its attributes. In other words, if the candidate's favored beast was a water-attributed favored beast, according to the principle of earth over water, the favored beast he had to answer the battle was an earth-attributed favored beast. The flaming chicken attributes fire, according to the principle of water overcoming fire, so the favored beast that the flaming chicken was fighting against would be a water-attributed favored beast. Lu Xiaoxiu already knew that the water-attribute pet beast responsible for the examination was a water qilin. Water unicorn, attributes, water, grade, precious, length, adult, battle value, 7,500, skills, water elemental guard, top-level skill, ice cone storm, top-level skill, conserve stamina, high-level skill. This water unicorn, with a high battle power of 7,500. For other attributes of the favored beasts, the battle value is also 7,500 up and down, aiming for consistent battle power. Lu Xiaoxiu compared in his mind, the battle power value of the flaming chicken, only 6,500, is 1,000 worse than the battle power of this water qilin. However, the battle value was only one of the factors that determined victory or defeat on the field, and the several skills that the flaming chicken currently had, all of which were super ranked, were quite a bit stronger than the water qilin, so it's hard to say whether or not they can beat each other. Soon, all 70 candidates arrived. The appraisal begins. The first one up was a man with glasses. Yes, this world also has myopia, so it's not uncommon for Imperial Beast Masters to wear glasses. This spectacled man's favored beast, a tsunami tiger, had the attribute of earth, according to the principle of Leiku Earth. The one that the glasses man had to deal with was the thunder-favored beast Thunderbolt Pharaoh. This Thunderbolt Dharma King, a humanoid thunder-favored beast, was proficient in all kinds of thunderbolt skills, and its power was very domineering. Lu Xiaoxiu only took one look and knew that this tsunami tiger was no match at all. Why? This was because Tsunami Tiger's battle power value was too low, only 3,500, while Thunderbolt Dharma King's battle power value was 7,500, a difference of a full 4,000. Although the battle power value was not the only factor in determining victory or defeat, it was definitely an important factor, and with such a large difference in battle power value, the chance of winning was very small. This is like a martial arts stage competition. One is a tall and strong heavyweight player with excellent physical quality. There is also a body-thin lightweight players. It is obvious that the taller and stronger players have a better chance of winning. Moreover, this Tsunami Tiger's skills were also very much pulled across the board, with only one high-level skill, which was simply not enough. Chapter 42 Gaoxia's Strength. As expected, it only took less than 3 rounds for the Xiaotian tiger to lose. Amidst an uproar, the man with the glasses gets off the stage with a dejected look on his face. Oh my god, this Thunderbolt Dharma King is so strong. It's too terrifying. This is completely a crushing force. The Tsunami Tiger has no power to fight back. Is this the intensity of the Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination? Scary. Really scary. Many people sucked in their breath, especially for freshmen. This scene was really shocking. The second person on the field was a girl whose favored beast was a peach fairy. This favored beast was good at healing, so the girl didn't choose the battle mode, but the auxiliary healing mode. The one Peach Fairy had to answer to was a Fire Lynx. Since it was an assisted healing mode, what Peach Blossom Fairy had to do was not to defeat the Fire Lynx, but to survive the Fire Lynx's attacks for 3 minutes. There wouldn't be much to see in this match. It's just you chasing me, you hitting me and me running, and once Peach Blossom Fairy gets careless and doesn't flash, then she milks herself and continues to dodge attacks to stall for time. This Peach Fairy dragged on for a good 2 minutes or so. We all thought that the Peach Fairy was going to last more than 3 minutes, but it turned out that the Peach Fairy dropped the ball at the last minute. Many people shook their heads and sighed when they saw this. The girl also cried and went down, cultivating the Peach Blossom Demon for 3 years. In addition to milking blood, the girl was a little tired of it. Over the past 3 years, there were many quests in the quest hall that she couldn't do alone, and could only do them in a group with someone. It couldn't be helped. Who made the Peach Demon's combat power too low? That was why the girl was especially looking forward to the fact that she would have the qualification to contract a second pet beast, so that she could contract a combat-type pet beast. But failing this test meant that she would have to wait for the coming year. 2 consecutive competitions ended in failure, which made the trainees present deeply realize the cruelty of the test. Next up is the third one. Everyone's spirits were lifted when they saw the third debutante, because this third person who appeared on the stage was no other than the student council president, Takatetsu. Whoa! Senpai made his debut. Senior is so handsome. Go seniors. Gaoxia had quite a few little fans in the academy. After all, Gaozha had an elegant temperament, was modest, and had the aura of the student council president, and his pet beast, the silver-armored Griffin, was one of the best pet beasts in the world. With such an outstanding character, it makes sense that there are many girls who are enamored and worshipful. Those who shouted and cheered for Gaozha under the field were not only girls, there were quite a few boys as well. This was enough to show that Gaozha's prestige in the academy. Once on the field, Gaozha summoned the silver-armored Griffin. As soon as this large flying favored beast appeared on the scene, it caused another wave of awe and envy at the scene. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at the silver-armored Griffin. This favored beast, back when he had comprehended the other party's ultrasonic localization skills. It's strong. Although the flaming chicken hadn't actually fought with the silver-armored Griffin, it could be roughly deduced from the silver-armored Griffin's super-high battle strength of a full 8,000, as well as its deluxe skill set, that it would be difficult for the flaming chicken to take advantage of the silver-armored Griffin. And there's also Gautier's gift of the Sentinel Beast. Gaozha's Sentinel Beast talent was to consume one's own spiritual energy to physically replenish the favored beast. This talent, although it wasn't like Thunder Elemental Affinity, which could directly boost the strength of a favored beast, it could replenish a favored beast's stamina when it was almost out of stamina. It was important to know that when a favored beast released a skill, it needed to consume stamina, and once it was gone, then the favored beast could only attack in a physical fight. This talent, therefore, greatly improves the silver-armored Griffin's range. In general, the higher the skill level, the higher the stamina consumed. However, Flaming Chicken's skills are different. Its skills were all enhanced from lower-rank skills, and with each skill enhancement, the effect of the skill was boosted, but the stamina consumption stayed at its original value. So until now, Lu Xiaoxiu hadn't paid much attention to the issue of stamina consumption when the fiery chicken released its skills. At this moment, the silver-armored Griffin was summoned and immediately attacked. The silver-armored Griffin's opponent, a giant cactus, would, although attribute-wise, it was restrained by the giant cactus. The silver-armored Griffin wasn't weak at all. At this moment, the silver-armored Griffin flapped its wings rapidly, and a hurricane coalesced into shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Precisely the silver-armored Griffin's top-ranked skill, Hurricane Force. The hurricane, at first, was very small, but in the blink of an eye, the hurricane expanded rapidly, and finally was as thick as 100 people's arms, sweeping towards the giant cactus. The giant cactus was able to move, but the hurricane was so fast that the giant cactus simply couldn't dodge and was blown into the air by the hurricane. The giant cactus that was swept up in midair let out an angry roar, and it directly unleashed a rain of spikes. One could only see countless small sharp thorns, shooting out from the giant cactus, sweeping towards the silver-armored Griffin. The sound was extraordinarily loud, just like locusts crossing the border, covering the sky and the earth. At this moment, the silver-armored Griffin didn't dodge. It lifted its wings and charged directly towards the vast rain of spikes. Everyone sucked in a breath. If this silver-armored Griffin rushes in so directly, will it not be shot into a hedgehog? But the next scene shocked everyone's eyes. Only the silver-armored Griffin in flight suddenly became transparent, like a wisp of green smoke. The rain of spikes that were as dense as locusts had swept in at this moment, directly penetrating the body of the silver-armored Griffin, voiding, a top-rank skill that allows the body to blend into the wind, temporarily voiding it and making it immune to any attacks for a short period of time. A gasp rang out from the scene. However, the silver-armored Griffin was unharmed, and by the time the rain of spikes had all passed through, its massive size had become solid as ever again. Roar! The Griffin roared and swept towards the giant cactus caught in midair. Bang! The silver-armored Griffin slapped the giant cactus with a heavy slap, directly knocking it out. The silver-armored Griffin won. There was a moment of silence, followed by an unprecedented outburst of applause. Not bad for a student council president. Awesome! That was awesome! That was a clean fight. Senior is not only handsome, his strength is also so high. I adore him so much. Countless gazes of envy and admiration focused on Gaozha's body. Lu Xiaoxiu was also shaken a little in his heart. Chief Philosopher Ko is a bit strong. Even Uncle Su, who was on the examiner's seat, nodded appreciatively. With Coker off the field, the game continued. However, it was clear that everyone hadn't gotten over that battle just now, and many people were still discussing it with great interest, so much so that not many people were really paying attention to the few bouts that followed. And it's true that the latter few bouts were not as exciting as the one with Gaozha, and they all ended with the candidates losing. Chapter 43, appearing on stage. Without realizing it, the examination process was halfway through. There were only 10 or so people left who hadn't competed, but until now, only Gaozha had passed the examination. For a while, the field clamored. My goodness, this is the rhythm of the whole army. This year's Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination. It wouldn't be the only one who passed it, would it? Senior Philosopher Gao? If that's true, it's interesting. At this time, Uncle Su, who was the invigilator and referee, was also repeating his mantra with a stern face. Students nowadays, they are really getting worse every year. There were a few more contests, and in the end, a girl whose favorite beast was a fairy dew spirit passed the test. This immortal dew spirit was an auxiliary healing type favored beast, so the assessment mode that the girl chose was the auxiliary healing mode, not the combat mode, and at this point, there were less than 10 people left who had yet to take the test. Many people are losing interest in continuing to watch. After all, there were only a handful of people left, and with the percentage of people who had previously passed the test, the probability that the last few would pass was very low, and indeed it was. When it was Lu Xiaoxu's turn, the people in front of him were all wiped out. The entire Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination. Up until this point, only 2 people had passed. Wasted. This class of junior seniors is completely wasted. There's nothing to see. Slip away. It's a bummer that there are only 2 people who passed the test. Many people have dispersed. Someone said, the competition isn't over yet. Maybe the last person can pass the examination. Another person disdained. How is that possible? A freshman, or contracting a trashy pet beast like the flaming chicken, and you're telling me that you can pass the examination? Another person said, let's put it this way, if this Lu Xiaoxu can pass the examination, I'll upside down. More than one person thought that Lu Xiaoxu had no chance of winning at all. Even the examiner, Uncle Su, was not holding any hope for him. For Lu Xiaoxu, Su Bo's impression was very deep. After all, a freshman or a guy who contracted a Battle 5 Dregs pet beast like the flaming chicken, dared to sign up for the Imperial Beast Space Exploitation Qualification Examination. Lu Xiaoxu was still the first one. At this moment, Su Bo had already calculated in his mind what kind of words he should use to knock Lu Xiaoxu out when he lost the match. You're thinking of running before you've learned to walk the path. How can you be successful in the future if you're so fickle-minded? At this point, Lu Xiaoxu was already on the field. In full view of the public, he summoned the flaming chicken without slowing down. Hey some. Seeing that the next favored beast he had to deal with was a Battle 5 scum flaming chicken, the water Qilin snorted disdainfully, an anthropomorphic contempt in its eyes. Favored beasts were all spiritually intelligent, especially for a rare grade favored beast like the water Qilin. Their intelligence was no less than an adult. Carry. Seeing that he had been belittled, Flaming Chicken expressed his anger, only to see it hit the chicken blood and open up, directly mangled up. Simple and brutal. When the water Qilin saw this, the contempt in its eyes became heavier, as if to say, crude martial artist. It then shook its body and raised its head, its eyes glittering with blue and white intertwined light, as if a storm was converging in its eyes. At the same time, the field was steeped in visions, only to see the surrounding temperature suddenly drop. An extremely cold frost field, centered on the water Qilin's feet, spreading out in all directions rapidly. At the same time, countless ice cones coalesced and took shape in midair, and these ice cones were like raindrops, smashing down to the targets within the frost field, carrying out coverage strikes. It was none other than the water Qilin's top-level skill, Ice Cone Storm. At this moment, the flaming chicken had already charged into the frost domain. Its movements immediately slowed down quite a bit. The frost domain was able to slow down the target's mobility, much like Zheng's favored beast, the ice spirit deer's extreme cold domain. In fact, the water Qilin was the evolved form of the ice spirit deer, so it was normal for the two to have similarities in certain skill effects. When the target was slowed down by the frost field, it was hard as hell to dodge those ice cone attacks that were as dense as rain, and the only way to do so was to fight hard. The Ice Cone Storm, as a top-ranked skill, was not bad in terms of power, and this skill, a skill that continuously consumed stamina, as long as the water Qilin's stamina didn't run out, it would be able to keep outputting. So, it's hard for a favored beast to carry through. There were several candidates right in front of them who had fallen to the skill Ice Cone Storm when challenging the water Qilin. Gao Zhi looked at the field with a grave expression. In his mind, he simulated the battle between the silver-armored griffin and the water Qilin. Although the silver-armored griffin could fly and was not affected by the frost field, once it broke into the skill range of the Ice Cone Storm, it would be difficult to retreat in one piece from the countless ice cone attacks. The only way was to cast the voiding skill to quickly approach the target and deal a fatal blow to the opponent in order to get a quick kill. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was that the water Qilin itself didn't have a self-preservation skill. However, when he realized that the water Qilin also had a top-tier skill Water Elemental Guard, he couldn't help but fall silent. This water Qilin, it's a bit difficult to deal with. The flaming chicken shouldn't be able to defeat it, right? It wasn't just Gao Zhi who thought this way, many people in the room did. The terrifying strength displayed by this water Qilin seemed to be much tougher than the other few examination-favored beasts. At this moment, the flaming chicken was in the skill range of Ice Cone Storm, and under its feet was the frost field, where the ground was frosted over, making it difficult to move an inch. There were even countless ice picks coming towards it, and at that moment, the flaming chicken made a very strange move. It waved its wings towards the ground beneath its feet, and fiercely slapped it. Many people felt that the flaming chicken had given up on itself and was therefore impotently and furiously lashing out at the ground. Bang! 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 The flaming chicken with the chicken fighting skill on was surprisingly powerful. The wings beat against the ground with a roar. The large swathes of frost that covered the ground were shattered, and countless broken slivers of ice were stirred up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground underneath the flaming chicken's feet was slapped out of its original appearance. Right now while it lasts, release the earth chain, Lu Xiaoxiu ordered loudly. This was said both to the flaming chicken and to the others present. He, Lu Xiaoxiu, was not a person who gave up lightly. Carrick, the flaming chicken squawked and its claws suddenly turned the same color as the ground. At the same time, countless ice creams struck the body of the flaming chicken. The imagined scene of the flaming chicken being defeated didn't appear, and the flaming chicken stood tall under the furious ice pick attack. Everyone looked dumbfounded. What is this? The flaming chicken actually resisted the Ice Cone Storm's attack? Just now, one candidate's favored beast, a Xuanjia crocodile with extremely high defense, didn't even resist the attack of the Ice Cone Storm. How did the flaming chicken manage to do that? It's not scientific. It's not scientific. A lot of people are flabbergasted. Only Lu Xiaoxiu himself understood what was going on. Chapter 44, who will last until the end. The skill, Strengthened Earth Chain, had an extremely strong protective ability that could immunize 70% of the damage, but this skill had one drawback, and that was that it had to touch the ground. And the skill, Ice Cone Storm, is so nasty that it freezes the ground and creates a field of frost. With frost isolating the ground, the flaming chicken would not be able to cast Earth Chain properly. That was why he instructed the flaming chicken to slap the ground and break the frost that had coated the ground. This approach has proven to be really effective. Upon contacting the ground, the flaming chicken smoothly released Earth Chain, which reduced damage by 70%. Combined with enhanced self-healing, the flaming chicken could completely resist without injury. This flaming chicken, it can actually resist the Ice Cone Storm's attack? Uncle Su, who was the invigilator, had his eyes falling out at this moment. He had thought that the flaming chicken wouldn't even last a round. However, the truth hit him hard in the face. Ice Cone Storm is a top-ranked skill. For the flaming chicken to be able to resist it, it must have mastered a defense skill of a not-so-low rank. After his shock, Su Bo quickly made an inference. The assistant teacher who followed him, curiously said, "Then in your opinion, this Lu Xiaoxiu, can he pass the examination?" Su Bo glanced at her lightly. "Passing the examination? Oh, then you're looking down on the water Qilin too much. I admit, this freshman does have a few skills, but to pass the examination, it's as hard as heaven." As if to confirm Su Bo's words, the water Qilin let out a roar when it saw that the Ice Cone Storm wasn't working, so it cast its second top-level skill, Water Elemental Guard. Water Elemental Guard summons a water elemental that can automatically attack the enemy. Limit of 2. As the skill was released, 2 aqua-blue summoning array discs appeared on the ground, which slowly rotated, and 2 water elementals soon appeared. These 2 water elementals, whose entire bodies were condensed from water, were 3 meters tall, and there were many arcane and complicated runes floating on the surface of their bodies. After being summoned, the 2 water elementals, one on the left and one on the right, guarded the water Qilin's side, releasing water bomb attacks on the flaming chicken from afar. The air was filled with terrifying energy fluctuations everywhere. Gauch's pupils shrank. The strength displayed by these 2 water elementals was not weaker than a real favored beast at all. He thought to himself that if he were to face the water Qilin, it would be hard to get a bargain. With 2 more water elementals, the flaming chicken immediately couldn't hold up. The strengthened Earth Chain reinforcement healing skill was simply not enough to completely cancel out the Ice Cone Rain and the 2 water elementals' water bomb attacks. More and more wounds appeared on the body of the flaming chicken. If it drags on any longer, it's only a matter of time before it falls. Lu Xiaoxiu was anxious in his heart. Suddenly, his mind moved and he thought of the fact that in his Imperial Beast talent, there was still an immovable mountain skill that he hadn't taught. This skill, stolen from the golden armored turtle. Back then, he had dueled with a trainee whose pet beast was a golden armored turtle in order to protect the Thunder Emperor snake, and as a result, he had stolen this skill. After such a long time, he had almost forgotten about this skill, and now he could just use it. "Blackie, I'm teaching you a new skill now." The method of teaching the skill was simple. There was no need to make contact with the favored beast, and it could be taught remotely by directly using spiritual energy. Soon, the flaming chicken mastered the immovable mountain skill. At the same time, under the effect of the miracle evolution system, immovable ruin was automatically replaced with enhanced immovable ruin. Enhanced immovable as a mountain, super rank skill. Own defense increased by 500%. Once moving, defense effect is lifted. Carrick, after mastering the new skill, the flaming chicken was immediately unleashed. Only a shadow of a precious mountain slowly emerged around the body of the flaming rooster, and the flaming rooster was shrouded right in the center of the mountain. Countless ice picks that struck the treasure mountain. When these ice cones passed through the treasure mountain void, they were greatly reduced in both size and speed. The same was true for the water bullet attacks launched by those two water elementals. Now, the pressure on the flaming chicken plummeted. With the additional defense of immovable mountain, the flaming chicken once again managed to resist the water chelan's attack without injury. The injuries that he had just received were also quickly healed under the effect of enhanced self-healing. This brought the two sides to a standstill again. Now it's the purely physical phase. Whoever has more stamina is the final winner. To be honest, Lu Xiaoxiu had no bottom in his heart when he fought with the water chelan's physical strength. Although every skill on the flaming chicken, which had been strengthened to become super rank, the amount of stamina consumed hadn't changed. It was still the same as the small amount of stamina consumed during low rank skills. But, Water Unicorn has a stamina saving skill. This skill allows the water chelan to reduce its stamina consumption by 30% when it releases a skill. Stamina saving, passive high-level skill that reduces stamina consumption by 30% when releasing a skill. Looking at this skill on the water chelan, Lu Xiaoxiu's teeth ached for a while. It's really hard to say who will make it to the end. At this moment, the others present also felt that the picture was not right. What's going on here? The game's not over yet? A battle scum flaming chicken, fighting a precious grade water chelan with a battle power value of 7,500. Fighting to a standstill and a tie? Everyone was born with a feeling of absurdity and grotesqueness. Uncle Su was also jaw-dropped. In his thoughts, as long as the water chelan unleashed its second top-ranked skill, the flaming chicken would surely lose. But reality gave him another hard slap in the face. The flaming chicken actually resisted again, and it resisted. This flaming chicken is not right. Su Bo's gaze was dead set on the flaming chicken on the field, as if he wanted to see through it. Little Black, how do you feel? Can you still hold on? On the field, Lu Xiaoxiu kept communicating mentally with the flaming chicken. Carrick, flaming chicken responded okay. This made Lu Xiaoxiu breathe a little sigh of relief. He glanced across at the water unicorn. At this moment, the water chelan still didn't look like it had stopped attacking. This ice cone storm skill was a skill that continuously consumed stamina. As long as it didn't run out of stamina, it could keep on releasing it. Seeing that the water chelan puts on an endless stream, Lu Xiaoxiu can't think of a good way to break the game. He didn't know that the current water chelan had actually been at the end of its strength for a long time. It was important to realize that the stamina consumption of a top rank skill was unprecedentedly huge. The current water chelan, even though it had the passive skill of saving stamina, it couldn't hold up to the constant release of Ice Cone Storm. At this moment, 10,000 MMP floated through the water chelan's heart. This nigga, it's flaming chicken? What happened to the promised battle scum? This flaming chicken was simply much more difficult to deal with than all the favored beasts it had defeated earlier combined. Time passes by second. The scene, which was originally cacophonous and boisterous, was now surprisingly quiet, with everyone holding their breath and staring intently at the field. They're all waiting for the results. After about half a minute more, one of the water elementals suddenly fell apart like a collapsing block. Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. For the water element to exist for an extended period of time, it also requires a great deal of stamina to maintain it. Now that a water elemental had disappeared, it meant that the water chelan's stamina was going to run out. Chapter 45, Winning the Competition. Little Black, hold on. The water chelan is about to run out of stamina. Persistence is victory. Lu Xiaoxiu cheered the flaming chicken. Kirk, the flaming chicken gave a hyperactive chirp. Right now the flaming chicken's stamina, which still had a lot left in it, wasn't even half depleted. As long as they persevere, victory will surely be theirs. At this time, the water chelan also realized that it was not good, and it was that anxious in its heart. But what's the use of being in a hurry? It had already handed over all the skills it should have, but it still couldn't help the flaming chicken, and it was helpless. Pust, the other water elemental, with the water chelan's stamina depleted, also fell apart and turned into a puddle of water. Only the ice pick storm remained. Another 10 seconds passed. The water unicorn is running out of stamina. The ice pick storm is also unsustainable. Kee! The flaming chicken let out a sinister laugh at this. It shook its feathers and charged towards the water chelan. To be honest, the water unicorn's four-dimensional attributes are still very high, as evidenced by the super high battle value. so the water Qilin's ability to fight close to the ground was still fierce. But for some reason, facing this charging flaming chicken, the water Qilin actually felt a trace of inexplicable fear. Seeing that the flaming chicken was getting closer and closer, it no longer had the stamina, so it could only harden its head in counterattack in the form of a physical fight. Then it flew. For the first time in its life, it experienced what it was like to be a bird. The rules of the match were simple. The party that breaks away from the ring first is counted as the loser, and the water Qilin had long since flown out of the ring by now. So, the flaming chicken wins without a doubt. Dead silence. The scene was deathly silent. I don't know how long it took, but someone said weakly, "The flaming chicken won?" These words were like a stone thrown into a flat lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Oh my god, the flaming chicken actually won. This is incredible. I must be dreaming. Everyone come over here and hit me and hurry up and wake me up from my dream. So the flaming chicken can be so fierce. If anyone dares to call flaming chicken a scum in the future, I'll be the first to call him out. The trainees on the scene were as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, and each one of them looked incredibly exuberant, because they just witnessed a miracle. There are no trashy pet beasts, only trashy beast masters. At this time, there were quite a few people who suddenly remembered Lu Xiaoxiu's words. If they had been skeptical of this statement before, at this moment, there was only conviction in their hearts. Classmate Lu Xiaoxiu has told us with practical actions, so there really are no trashy pet beasts in this world, and the only trashy ones are imperial beast masters. Someone let out a sigh of relief. That speaks to a lot of people. In the past, I always resented my pet beasts for being trash, but it turns out that the trash was actually myself. Yes, the favored beasts didn't even dislike me. I actually disliked the favored beasts. Ooh, I'm guilty. I repent. Before this, I was thinking of switching out my favorite animal, but now I've decided that I'll never give up my hobbits for the rest of my life. There are no trash pet beasts, only trash imperial beast masters. From now on, this sentence is my life motto. Anyone who dares to question it is going against me. Wang Xiaowu. Many reflected deeply on themselves, and one by one they acted extraordinarily excited, as if they were believers in an epiphany. No one had noticed that one of the trainees was quietly fleeing the scene. This guy was the same student who had earlier threatened that he would upside down as long as Lu Xiaoxiu won. He actually passed the test? Under the field, Gao Xia, like the other students present, had shock written all over his face. Even he didn't dare to say that his silver-armored griffin could defeat the water Qilin, but Lu Xiaoxiu did. This showed that Lu Xiaoxiu already possessed the same strength as him. Gao Xia sucked in a breath. How long has this guy been in school? And he's making such rapid progress. He felt that it was necessary for him to look at Lu Xiaoxiu afresh. At this moment, to say that the most surprised person on the scene naturally belonged to Subo. You haven't learned to walk the path and you're thinking of running? Well, that's one he takes back. One bottle is not enough. Half a bottle is wobbly? Well, that's one he takes back as well. Students these days, are they really getting worse every year? Well, it seems like that statement doesn't need to be retracted. The student body as a whole is really down now compared to previous years. Of course, what is being said here is the overall strength, and it doesn't mean that individual students who have outstanding performance, such as the student council president Gao Xia, and then, this guy who had contracted the flaming chicken. Right, what's this guy's name? Lu. Uncle Su didn't even remember Lu Xiaoxiu's name. The assistant teacher at the side, holding back his laughter, said, his name is Lu Xiaoxiu, a freshman in the second class of freshman imperial beasts. Well, Uncle Su nodded his head, and it took a long time for his mouth to squeeze out a sentence. It's a good seedling. The female assistant teacher at the side, playfully winked. That's not right, Uncle Su. That's not how you evaluated him earlier. I remember you saying that he was fooling around and that he didn't have the right attitude. Subo's old face reddened as he glared at her with his eyes. Did you? The female assistant teacher smiled awkwardly. Ahahaha. No. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the examination. Just as soon as he got off the stage, Lu Xiaoxiu saw Zhang Ye walking over. Today's Zhang Ye, wearing a lavender dress, open collar lined with cream-colored gauze, a head of hair casually pulled up, pavilion, gentle and generous. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu looking over, Zhang Ye couldn't help but slow down her footsteps. Her face was slightly hot, and she shyly hung her head. Immediately, he pursed his lips again, and as if he had gathered enough courage, he accelerated his steps to Lu Xiaoxiu, raised his head to meet the gaze cast by the other party, and softly delivered his own sentence of congratulations. Thanks. Lu Xiaoxiu smiles brightly at her. For some reason, every time he faced Zhang Ye, he was in an exceptionally good mood. This clear-looking girl seemed to have some kind of magical power that made people feel like spring breeze. Brother Xiao Su, you're really good. I really admire you so much. At this time, Yang Ziqing, the wide-eyed cute girl, also appeared bouncing around. Obviously she was down below watching Lu Xiaoxiu's fight on the stage just now. In addition to the wide-eyed girls, there were also a number of club members on the scene, who had rushed to congratulate them at this time. This scene was watched by many. So he's from the fighting club. Are all the people in the fighting club this good? Originally, I wasn't interested in a fighting club, but now, I suddenly want to join one. If someone as powerful as Lu Xiaoxiu has joined the combat club, this combat club must not be bad. Invisibly, Lu Xiaoxiu gave the fighting society a publicity boost. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the examination. At this time, Gao Zhe walked over to congratulate him. Thanks, Lu Xiaoxiu responded politely. You are strong. I look forward to fighting you one day. I'm especially looking forward to it, too, and I'm sure that day will come. The two men's brief few words, but released a strong signal to the outside world that Gao Zhe had already regarded Lu Xiaoxiu as a rival of the same level. This is the president of the student council, the most outstanding person in the entire Imperial Beast Academy. If he can be regarded as his opponent, how bad can his strength be? For a while, the crowd looked at Lu Xiaoxiu differently. Many people had made up their minds that after the examination was over, they would sign up to join the club. Chapter 46, Li Xinin's Trouble. This Imperial Beast Space Expansion Qualification Examination. Lu Xiaoxiu was the last candidate, so with his victory over the Water Qilin, the examination came to an end. There were 3 passers of this test. Gao Zhe, a junior veteran whose favorite animal is a silver-armored griffin. Yang Xin, a junior veteran, whose favorite animal is the fairy dew spirit. Lu Xiaoxiu, a freshman, and his pet animal is the flaming chicken. All 3 will receive a bottle of brain exploitation potion. This brain domain expansion potion was very magical. After taking it, it would allow the Imperial Beast space in the brain domain to be expanded. However, the potion is time limited and only lasts for a week. Within a week, if one could successfully contract a new pet beast and include it in the Imperial Beast space, then the Imperial Beast space that had been opened up through the potion would be able to be firmly set. However, if a new pet beast is not contracted within more than a week, the potion will expire and the Imperial Beast space will return to the size it was before the original medication was used. Therefore, the timing of taking the potion was very important, and generally speaking, it was only taken when the contracting of a certain favored beast was 10-1. It is worth mentioning that the brain domain exploitation potion is controlled very strictly and must be taken under surveillance. This is because once you leave the surveillance, there is a possibility of the potion being resold, which is expressly prohibited by the state. Therefore, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't collect the potion in the first place, but deposited it at the academy. The Thunder Emperor's snake was still in a deep sleep at this stage, and it would take at least another half a month before it could wake up. Lu Xiaoxiu planned to wait for the Thunder Emperor's snake to wake up before taking the brain domain expansion potion. In the days that followed, the club suddenly had a lot of people signing up to join. The skyrocketing number of enrollments surprised and delighted seemingly. Who was the vice president, and kept her busy? Personnel screening, enrollment procedures, a large number of processes, all run by Li Xinin alone. These days, Li Xinin can be described as busy. Busy. There was also a lot of chatter in the community group. Extremely sassy guy, Emma, what's going on here? Why are so many people suddenly joining the club? Could it be that they are all mesmerized by my good looks? Snot can be used as glue. Wake up. Don't be so self-absorbed. How can people come for your pockmarked face? The poor monk loves girls. Are there many girls? Are there many girls? Colorful expression, drooling expression. Where's my sable? Colorful roll. Scornful expression. At this time, Li Xinin spoke up in the group. His nickname was Lord Minman. Lord Minman, alright, everyone don't guess. Many of these people who signed up joined because of Lu Xiaoxiu. In the last Imperial Beast Space Expansion Qualification Examination, Lu Xiaoxiu had an outstanding performance, and it was considered a good publicity for our club. Extremely sassy guy, that's a good thing. Lord Minman, it's indeed a good thing. Except that there are too many people signed up, but we don't have enough funds for the club, and I've been worrying about that. Where's my sable? Well, you can sift through some of them. It's not like you're recruiting everyone. Minman, the problem is that many of the people who have signed up are very good, so it's really hard to choose between them. In the final analysis, it is still our club's insufficient funds. Poor monk loves girls. I have a proposal. Only recruit the girls in, but not the rest. Colorful expression, drooling expression, all, off, scornful expression. At first, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't care about this. After all, the matter of club recruitment, Li Xinin is better at it. He is not convenient to get involved. However, within a few days, Liesman informed everyone of the bad news. That is that their society's sole sponsor has decided not to renew their contract when it expires in a week's time. This means that associations will lose their source of funding. This is undoubtedly a disaster for a society. No funds, not only a variety of community activities cannot be organized, and even the welfare of the community members are not able to normal distribution. Many members of the society come here for the benefits, and without benefits, you can't make people contribute to the society with a passion. That's not even the kicker. The bottom line is that clubs have to pay a certain amount of money to the college every month for renting venues, and without funding, there's no way to even rent venues. And if a club doesn't have a venue, then the academy doesn't recognize the club, which means that the combat club is about to face dissolution. After learning this news, Lu Xiaoxiu also frowned, although he hadn't joined the combat society for a long time. During this period of time, he had gotten to know many right-tempered buddies. There was also the harmonious atmosphere of the club and the extremely high activity of the club group, all of which gave him a great sense of belonging to the club. Therefore, he did not want the society to be disbanded. Thinking about the problems that the society is facing today, Lu Xiaoxiu pondered carefully. To put it bluntly, associations just don't have the money. If the money is there, all problems will be solved. If you want money, you have to pull in the favors. But where to get sponsors? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxiu's mind moved and thought of an idea. He took out his cell phone and dialed Huang Wenliang's number. I am Master Lu. I didn't expect you to actually take the initiative to contact me. It really flatters me. On the other side of the phone, came Huang Wenliang's surprised voice. Hello Mr. Huang. Regarding the second evolution of the lucky grass, it's ready to go. Lu Xiaoxiu said. Ah, that's wonderful. Master Lu is truly a young man's hero. It's only been such a short period of time, and he's found the way for the lucky grass to evolve for the second time. I'll call you the $1 million honorarium right now. Forget the honorarium this time. I have something to trouble you with. Please speak, Master Lu. As long as it's within Huang's power, I will definitely go all out. Lu Xiaoxiu waited for his words, so he told the society's lack of money and sponsorship. Huang Wenliang is also a smart person. Immediately understood the meaning of Lu Xiaoxiu. Immediately agreed, willing to become a long-term partner of the club, giving financial sponsorship, and swore that we'll pull a few more sponsors to join together. Lu Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, will be Li Ximin's phone contact information, told the other party, so that Huang Wenliang on the sponsorship of the matter to play this phone can be a negotiation that went exceptionally well. Both sides get what they want and both sides are happy. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoxiu called Xiao Tianhai again and informed the other party on the phone about the method of the second evolution of the lucky grass, asking him to take over for himself and go and evolve the lucky grass for Mr. Huang. Xiao Tianhai was naturally happy to serve. He had taken Lu Xiaoxiu as his master in order to learn some more masterful pet beast evolution methods from the other party. Now that he was able to obtain a valuable pet beast evolution path just by running an errand, he was simply happy. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Tianhai went to contact Huang Wenliang with his ass on the line. At this time, Li Ximin does not know that Lu Xiaoxiu has quietly gotten things done. Sitting in the office of the society's headquarters, looking at the society that she had worked so hard to run, and was now about to face dissolution due to the problem of insufficient funds, Li Ximin couldn't help but look sad. Chapter 47, The Dark Side of the Willow. The club group was in a state of sadness. Snot can be used as glue. Our fighting club, is it going to be disbanded? Crying face, poor monks love girls, don't disband. I can't let go of everyone. Where's my sable? I'm voluntarily giving up this month's club welfare payment to contribute to the club. Extremely sassy guy, I'd be willing to give up my association welfare payments. But the problem is, this isn't a long-term solution. Li Ximin looked at the group in a state of panic and took the initiative to comfort the crowd. Lord Minmin, don't panic. Everyone, I'll figure it out. Lord Minnie, suppose, if our club really has to be disbanded, I'll say sorry to everyone here first. After sending this message, Li Ximin quickly exited the group chat, not daring to look at the contents of the group again. Tears slid down the sides of her fair face, and it took a lot of wiping to wipe them away. Li Ximin prostrated herself on the table, buried her face in the crook of her arm, and cried loudly. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. She hastily wiped her tears and adjusted her emotions before picking up the phone. Hello, it's MS. Li Ximin, isn't it? The person on the other end came up by name, and it was obvious that there was no wrong number. This, on the contrary, made Li Ximin stagger. Listening to the other party's unfamiliar voice, she asked tentatively, I am Liesman, may I ask who you are? Hello, I'm the marketing manager of the Thousand Grass Flavor Company. May I ask your club? Do you need sponsorship? We would like to request to join with an annual sponsorship fee of $2 million. Liesman froze, thinking she had heard wrong. It's always been their clubs that begged for sponsorship. When was it the turn of the Gold Master to take the initiative to send money to their doorsteps? Subconsciously, she asked again. You mean, you want to be a sponsor of our club? The man on the other end of the line said, yes, I wonder if you'd like to. Yes, Lee Si-min agreed without hesitation. Then he was alert again. Sponsors actually come forward? There's no catch, is there? How in heaven's name can there be a free lunch? The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt, so she sidestepped and asked, I wonder what special requirements your company has. The person on the other end of the phone laughed, there are no special requirements, as long as your association does a good job of publicizing our company. As for the specific publicity program, it is up to you to decide. Lee Si-min was dumbfounded. This was tantamount to giving the Combat Society a great deal of power, offering such a generous reward, but presenting such lenient conditions. It made Lee Si-min feel like a dream. The man on the opposite side saw that Lee Si-min was slow to reply, and thought that she was not satisfied with the price she had offered, so he cautiously inquired, Ms. Lee Si-min, do you think that $2 million of sponsorship is too little? It's fine, these are all negotiable. $3 million, do you think $3 million is enough? The tone of that discussion was as if it wasn't them who were sending money out, but Lee Si-min. Good, no problem on my end. Lee Si-min suppressed her excitement and hurriedly agreed. She was afraid that if she didn't answer, the opposite party would think she was insatiable and cause the conversation to fall apart. Alright, then we have a deal. As for the follow-up matters, there will be someone from our side who will be responsible for contacting you. Seeing that Lee Si-min agreed, the manager of the marketing department at the other end of the phone, Thousand Grass Flavors, let out a long sigh of relief. At last, the task that the higher-ups have given us has been accomplished. Just this morning, he suddenly received an order from the top, restricting him to make Thousand Grass Flavor Company become the sponsor of the Imperial Beast Academy's fighting club within a day, at all costs, and the annual sponsorship fee should not be less than $2 million. From the professional perspective of this manager, this $2 million, if smashed in, will definitely be a waste of money and will not be able to create much benefit for the company at all. But there's no way. There's a death order from the top. If he doesn't finish the mission today, he'll have to roll up his sleeves and leave. That's why he went up to the pole and took the initiative to find Lee Si-min. Maybe this Lee Si-min is a second wife adopted by the upper leadership? This manager thought maliciously. Until she hung up the phone, Lee Si-min's mind was still a bit foggy. Just now, it seems that you have successfully negotiated with a sponsor in a haphazard manner, and it's a big moneymaker that gives $3 million a year in sponsorship fees? It can't be a fraud, can it? Lee Si-min was skeptical. Just then, her cell phone rang again. Hello, is this Ms. Lee Si-min? I'm the manager of the planning department of the Two Squirrels Company. May I ask if your club still has sponsorship spots? My company is willing to become your club's sponsor with an annual sponsorship fee of $2 million. Such as the above phone, Lee Si-min Morning received no less than a dozen, and the other side of the sponsorship fee are often in the millions. This is more than dozens of times higher than the sponsorship fee given by that previous sponsor of the society. You know, the original sponsor. It was only $100,000 a year. At first, Lee Si-min thought it was someone's prank, but through some side conversations, she soon realized that it was most likely true. For a while, Lee Si-min was so excited that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She hurriedly opened the club group, intending to share the good news with her club mates. At this time, the club group was enveloped in an atmosphere of sadness at parting. Everyone was showing a strong sense of reluctance and attachment to the upcoming breakup. Lee Si-min pursed her lips and sent a quick line of message. Lord Minnie, guys, I seem to have found a sponsor. And there's more than one. I thought that people would be uplifted by the news, but the truth is that the reaction was numb. It can't be, can it? To find a sponsor so quickly? Sister Si-min, you're not lying to comfort us, are you? There are really people who believe it. How can a sponsor be that easy to find? Sister Si-min, you don't have to comfort us. We are more willing to accept the cruel truth than a well-intentioned lie. Many people thought that Si-min Lee was telling lies to trick them, but Lee Si-min's next words quickly made them think otherwise. Lord Minman, I've just received a notification of an arrival text message, and Thousand Grass Flavors has already paid the $3 million in sponsorship fees into our club account. She also then took a screenshot of the club account and posted it to the group. A full $3 million. The goods are genuine and childlike. This time, with pictures to prove it, many people believed it. I'll split my pee on the old road. Ouch. Seems to be true. $3 million. How so much? I love to play back to the hands of the poor nuns. Good boy Lou. It seems that the several sponsors of the student union are not so generous, right? This seat loves to wear fancy pants. The key is so fast to the money over. As if afraid of us backtracking like, say now sponsors are so generous? Professional karma waste. It's not right. This is very wrong. There's got to be something to it. Chapter 48. Who is Master Lu? Seeing that someone was confused, Lee Si-min replied in the group. Lord Minman, in fact, I had also sensed that something was wrong, so I asked several sponsors why they chose our club. They all said it was because of Master Lu. Who is Lu Shi? Do you guys know? Snot can be used as glue. Lu Shi? Do we have this person in our group? Poor monk loves bubbles. It doesn't seem to be there, does it? President Simin has the list of members there, and even she doesn't know about it, so we must know even less. Where's my sable? Could it be the name of some community member's family member? Extremely sassy guy, it's highly likely. All in all, this Lu Shi is very uncomplicated. Lord Minmin, that's right. Whether it's the Thousand Grass Flavor Company or the Two Squirrels Company, they are both big companies that are well known throughout the country. To be able to make them sell their faces shows that this Lu Shi has a lot of energy. A lot of people in the group began to check each other's background. Some see whose father and mother have called Lu Shi. Some see whose father and mother in high positions. After all, in their opinion, the person who could make such a large corporate group sell their face either had a mine at home or had an uncomplicated family identity background. But after half a day of checking, I couldn't find out anything. Instead, no one suspected Lu Xiaoxiu. The reason is simple. Thousand Grass Flavor and Two Squirrels are big companies that are famous nationwide. And being able to hook up with such companies is not something that a student can do at all in their opinion. Only people with connections in the family can do it. And Lu Xiaoxiu is an orphan. No father, no mother, no background, properly a no-good teenager. Such a status. It is difficult for people to connect him with such a big group as Thousand Grass Flavor and Two Squirrels. The time for signing the contract is set for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. There will be a company head coming to the college to interface with Simi Li. Although the Imperial Beast Academy prohibited outsiders from entering, the school administration usually let in things like sponsors coming to sign contracts. Word quickly traveled over to the student council. Kong Sang-hyuk gossiped, "Have you heard? On the side of the combat club, it seems like they've found a big gold master. And I heard that there are several companies that are willing to provide them with sponsorship. Even the Thousand Grass Flavor and Two Squirrels companies are among them. And it's still these companies that took the initiative to find them." Fan Shilin shook his head and lost his smile. How can that be? That Thousand Grass Flavors and Two Squirrels, they are both big and famous companies with high vision. Our president Gaozha has approached them for sponsorship more than once, and they didn't give a damn about us. How could we possibly lower ourselves to actively seek out a combat society? Bathina also echoed Fan Shilin in a rare moment. That's right, if the other side wants to look for it, they should also look for us. Gaozha mused. Although I also think it's impossible, but with Li Simin's style of doing things, it's not likely to be faked. Anyway, we'll find out tomorrow when we go and take a look. Early the next morning, the members of the fighting club then got up early. To show his sincerity, Li Simin gathered all the members of the club and stood outside the club headquarters early to greet them. Moreover, the interior of the society's headquarters was cleaned. Each office was carefully decorated, and a long red carpet was laid outside the door, which showed the intention. At this point, there was less than half an hour left before the appointed time. The members of the society, one by one, stood neatly dressed outside the headquarters waiting. Only Lu Xiaoxiu had not yet arrived. Li Simin held back her anger and dialed Lu Xiaoxiu's number again and again. Lu Xiaoxiu, this is the third time I've called you, and now I'm ordering you to arrive within 10 minutes, or else you will suffer the consequences. Li Simin almost squeezed these words out from between her teeth. This Lu Xiaoxiu is really out of line. On the basis of her outstanding performance in the Imperial Beast Space Expansion Qualification Examination, she was so scattered that she couldn't even instruct her as the president. After a long time, Lu Xiaoxiu's breathless voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Simin, I slept too late yesterday. Can I not go today? No. Okay. Li Simin crossed her waist with one hand, and with the other hand, she pressed the cell phone to her mouth and said through clenched teeth, "There are still 9 minutes left, so come here right now for me. Otherwise you'll die an ugly death." Looking at Li Simin's exasperated appearance, the community members present were silenced. A few moments later, Simin Li called whoever she was calling again, and everyone took the opportunity to whisper. It looks like President Simin is really angry this time. I've never seen her lose her temper like this. Yeah, Simin Senpai has always given off a dignified and decent impression, but her current appearance is so scary. I don't blame Sismin Senpai. After all, the people we're waiting for are all big shots, not to mention the future gold master of our club. Lu Xiaoxiu is also too confused. How can you be late for this kind of occasion? It's a matter of life and death for our club. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction with Lu Xiaoxiu. Even Zhang Ye and the big-eyed cute girl who had always been close to Lu Xiaoxiu were somewhat unable to look at this time. Lu Xiaoxiu, stop inking. Come over here. President Simin is angry. Zhang Ye quietly messaged Lu Xiaoxiu. Brother Xiaosu, come quickly. Sister Simin's appearance right now is so fierce and scary. Yang Ziqing, the wide-eyed cute girl, also sent a text message to Lu Xiaoxiu, and at this time, Lu Xiaoxiu was still lying on the bed. His head was still in a half-dazed state. He didn't mean to be late. but he slept late last night, almost the whole night. Lu Xiaoxiu was studying the geography of this world, not that he loved studying so much, mainly because the sixth evolution of the flaming chicken needed an extreme environment like magma, so he's been looking up the distribution of volcanoes in this world. Unfortunately, the country of China, where Lu Xiaoxiu is located, is not within the distribution range of volcanoes, and does not even have a single volcano. This also means that in order to realize the sixth evolution of the flaming chicken, one has to go abroad. Of course, there is another scenario, that is, within the country of China, there appears to be a secret realm with magma. The secret realm was a characteristic product of this world, which could suddenly appear or disappear. It can appear in any corner of the world. In the secret realm, there were often a large number of rare imperial beast resource materials distributed, and there were also many rare favored beasts that were difficult to see outside the secret realm. Not only that, the secret realm also had many peculiar landforms, and magma landforms were one of them. However, the chances of the secret realm appearing are very low. The chances of a magma terrain mystery appearing would have to be low again. Not to mention, the secret realm had to have appeared within the territory of China. Therefore, it was difficult to achieve the sixth evolution of the flaming chicken. It's something that really can't be rushed if you want to. Seeing that the cell phone rang again not long after hanging up, Lu Xiaoxiu knew that it would not be possible to get up again, so he had to reluctantly get out from under the covers and start dressing and washing. Chapter 49, A Great Battle. Soon, 10 minutes passed, but Lu Xiaoxiu hasn't arrived yet. Li Ximin's face darkened and seemed to be on the verge of exploding at any moment, just as she took out her cell phone, intending to call again to urge Lu Xiaoxiu. The sponsor arrived. Moreover, not only one, but many sponsors came together, as if they were negotiated in advance. What made Li Ximin a little surprised was that the school authorities actually sent someone to personally accompany them, and the person who sent them was actually the director of the school affairs office. Sizzle. The members of the club present also saw this scene and sucked in a breath of cool air. Asterisk. What's with the big show? Even the head of the school office is here? I haven't heard of it before. Sponsors come to inspect the college and have to be accompanied by the school leader. What the hell is going on here? My heart is a little square. At this moment, Li Ximin couldn't care less about contacting Lu Xiaoxiu as she hurriedly greeted him. Hello everyone, I'm the president of the combat club, Ximin Li. Welcome, you're the president. The director of the school affairs office shot a glance at Li Ximin, then said, let me introduce to you, this is Mr. Huang Wenliang, the chairman of the Thousand Grass Flavors Group, and next to him is MS. Wei Rong, the chairman of the Two Squirrels Group, and these two. Every time the director of the school affairs department introduces a person, Li Ximin's heart rumbles, like a spring thunderbolt exploding on the ground. After some introductions, Li Ximin had been shocked like a thunderbolt, and the person was completely numb. What's the situation? The company president himself? And there was not just one, but many bosses of big company groups arrived. Lissy felt her brain spinning a bit. They usually pull sponsorship. The other party sent people. The position is at most a small supervisor of the marketing department. Even the manager cannot take the turn, not to mention the company president personally. And both the Thousand Grass Flavors Company and the Two Squirrels Company are some of the biggest companies in the country. Is it reasonable for a company boss of this caliber to condescend to come in person to sign a contract with their tiny fighting society? No, it's very unreasonable. Boss, what's going on here? How come the bosses of Thousand Grass Flavor Company and Two Squirrels Company are all here? On the other side, the people from the student union also happened to arrive at this time. Seeing that the sponsors had sent out such a big battle, they were all dumbfounded. This Thousand Grass Flavors Company's boss, I've seen his appearance in the news before, and it is indeed the real deal. Where on earth did the combat club get such great face? To actually be able to invite the company's veteran president? Fan Sirin followed up on Kong Sang-hyuk's words. Bafina frowned. Could it be that these old bosses, hired by the school administration, don't actually have anything to do with the fighting club? Gao Zhe said in a deep voice. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Let's see. Not only a few people from the student council, but on the side of the combat club, the members present were all dumbfounded. Abba, the company president is here? This Nima, is this really the headquarters of the organization? Not some top business summit site? Li Ximin took a few deep breaths, slightly calmed his nervousness, and squeezed out a smile, saying, good day to all the old bosses. All of you can come and visit. My society is really a humble place. Huang Wenliang waved his hand and laughed. Overly humble. Your association has hidden tigers and dragons. With such an amazing talent like Master Lu in attendance, it's our company's honor to be your sponsor. Hearing this, the hearts of all the community members present, including Li Ximin, thumped. Master Lu. It's Master Lu again. Who is this Master Lu that he has such a big row? Li Siming voiced the question in everyone's mind as she cautiously inquired. Mr. Huang, who is the Master Lu you are talking about? Is he a member of our society? Huang Wanliang nodded and said, yeah. Master Lu said that he is a freshman from the Imperial Beast Academy and just joined your club not long ago. Li Siming was dumbfounded. This Lu sure is actually not the parent of one of the club members, but a member of their club? And a freshman? Strong curiosity drove her to boldly ask, our society people, all here, can you identify? This Lu sure specifically refers to which one? With that, she pointed to the members of the club who were not far behind her and were lined up to greet her. Huang Wenliang's face changed when he saw this, and he said somewhat anxiously, what? You asked Master Lu to stand outside and wait for us? Oops, I'm sorry. Quickly let them enter the house to rest. He said this while hurrying towards the members of the club at a fast pace, chanting under his breath, I am Master Lu Ah, really sorry, caused you to wait outside. Ha, Master Lu is not here? Huang Wenliang swept his gaze from each of these members of the community and could not help but stare. President Siming, are you sure all the members of your club are here? Huang Wenliang turned around, his gaze looking straight at Li Siming. Being looked at by the other party's sharp gaze, Li Siming's heart was inexplicably weak. Spinning around as if he had thought of something, his face shook wildly. An absurdly bold speculation popped into her mind. Not only her, but the other members of the society present, one by one, were also staring with wide eyes and open mouths, revealing expressions of disbelief. Obviously, they had thought of a possibility just like Li Siming. What's wrong with these fighting clubs? On this side of the student union, looking at the people from the club not far away, each with an open mouth and staring look, Fan Shilin was puzzled. You guys, look at that old boss of the Thousand Grass Flavors group. He seems to be looking for someone in the club? Athena had a keen eye, and saw it at once. Gaozha was also in disbelief. It seems like they are indeed looking for someone, and judging by the situation, they didn't find them? Kong Sanghyuk blinked twice and said, speaking of which, all of the people from the battle club are there, right? How could they not be found if they were looking for someone? Nope, one less, Behena suddenly said, her gaze deadpanned at the group of people from the society in the distance, and she softly opened her mouth. That Lu Xiaoxiu who contracted the fiery flame chicken didn't come. As soon as the words fell, Lu Xiaoxiu turned out from the path diagonally across the street. It wasn't just Bethina, but several other people from the student council, who all happened to see this scene. Then there are the clubbers. Then came a group of sponsors, including Huang Wenliang, as well as school leaders. Everyone looked towards Lu Xiaoxiu's direction. In the next second, everyone saw Huang Wenliang crossing the crowd and walking quickly towards Lu Xiaoxiu, the look of fearfulness under his feet, as if he was afraid that if he walked slowly, he would cause the other party to be unhappy. At this moment, even those who were slow to reacted. It turned out that the old boss of the hallowed Thousand Herb Flavor Group, this big shot with a fortune of over $100 million, the person he was looking for, was actually Lu Xiaoxiu. Chapter 50 Lu Xiaoxiu is Master Lu? Dead silence. The whole place was dead quiet. Throwing the needle is recognizable. A moment later, Huang Wenliang's voice, which was vaguely pleasing in its intimacy, could be heard coming from the distance. Master Lu, so you are here. I really missed you after not seeing you for so many days. Sorry I'm late. Not too late. You have come just in time. Please, Master Lu. Under Huang Wenliang's guidance, the two of them walked towards the society's side. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. In front of him, this Mr. Huang who was nodding his head to Lu Xiaoxiu like a little follower. Was it really the same person as just now? At this time, several other sponsors also rushed to welcome up. That scramble to be the first look, where there is a little bit of the company's president of the grooming. Hello Master Lu, I am the director of the Two Squirrels Group, Wei Rong, you can just call me Rong. Master Lu, I'm the president of the Liangjia Shop Group, I've heard a lot about you. Hello Master Lu, I'm Kai Ji, the director of Six Nukes, nice to meet you. The heads of these sponsors, when placed outside, which one of them is not a big shot who can make the entire economic market of Jiangzhou City shake 3 times when he stomps his foot? However, in front of Lu Xiaoxiu, they acted respectfully. This was because from Huang Wenliang, they had already learned of Lu Xiaoxiu's profound skills in pet beast evolution. Who doesn't want their favored beasts to become stronger? Even if you don't want to, you have to think about your own children and grandchildren, right? Such a person who had superior attainments in the field of pet beast evolution. It was necessary to make a good relationship. The trainees on the scene do not know the small plan in the heart of these old bosses, looking at them one by one to compete for favor like around Lu Xiaoxiu. They are all stunned. The boss of a big conglomerate company is nodding his head to an unknown freshman? That director of the school affairs office who accompanied the sponsor along. At this moment, his eyes were even dropping out. Just now, He had flattered these group bosses a lot, and they had ignored him. But now they had left him behind and went one by one to curry favor with the students under his governance? It left him shocked and a bit hungover. Seeing that he was left out to dry and appeared out of place, he simply hardened his heart and followed those group bosses as well. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiu was exchanging pleasantries with these group bosses. The atmosphere was cordial and harmonious. Instead, this dean of faculty came over and intervened. Lu Xiaoxiu, right? I'm Feng Ming, the director of the school affairs office. I'm specifically responsible for contacting your club and several sponsors for signing matters. You can just call me Director Feng. Feng Ming put his 2 hands behind his back, put up his own director's frame, and said in a tone, "Oh, hello Director Feng." Lu Xiaoxiu looked at him and then talked and laughed with a few more sponsors. That nonchalant attitude caused Feng Ming's face to instantly become incomparably ugly. An evil fire bubbled up from his chest. With a stern face, he snapped, "Lu Xiaoxiu, several sponsors came here to finalize the sponsorship with your club, not to chat with you. Why do you know so little about the rules?" The talk and laughter stopped at those words. Lu Xiaoxiu and several sponsors all looked towards him. Feng Ming ended his face, his heart incomparably pleased. "That's right. All look over. I'm the one in charge here. What's the point of surrounding a little cadet who's not even a piece of?" Huang Wenliang said quietly. "Director Feng, thank you for accompanying me personally. There is nothing for you here anymore, so I dare not trouble you." The implication in those words was clearly to kick him out. Feng Ming was so angry that his nose was crooked. He blushed and said, "Mr. Huang, it's not good for you to kick me out for the sake of an insignificant student, is it?" Huang Wenliang raised his eyebrows. "Irrelevant? Oh, it seems that Director Feng doesn't know something. Those of us who were able to come in person this time are all doing so because of Master Lu's face. When you say that Master Lu doesn't know the rules, aren't you saying that we don't know the rules?" Several other company bosses chimed in. Feng Ming's face instantly turned into a pig liver color. The task assigned to him by the school authorities this time was for him to coax these great Buddhas and never offend them. Because these sponsors are coming this time, they will not only sign a sponsorship with the club, but they will also donate a huge amount of money to the college. Therefore, although these several old bosses did not give him the slightest bit of mercy, he could only endure it and did not dare to talk too much. Seeing that continuing to stay here was just making a fool of himself, Feng Ming said a few words about the scene and left unhappily. Once Feng Ming left, the atmosphere of the scene instantly relaxed. Originally, the members of the club didn't dare to utter a single breath under Feng Ming's lewd authority, but now each and every one of them was active. Director Feng actually got pissed off. Ha ha ha. Whoever made him put up a fight in front of so many big shots deserved it. That said, when Lu Xiaoxiu was being lectured, so many big brothers helped him speak. This feeling is cool to think about. How did Lu Xiaoxiu manage to get so many bigwigs to show up? Who knows? Has Lu Xiaoxiu brought us fewer surprises these days? I'm not even surprised anymore. One by one, the members of the society were excited and enthusiastic. At this moment, the shock in Li Xinin's heart was beyond words. Thanks to her earlier, she had been tracking down the identity of Lu Shi, but it turned out that the Lu Shi she was looking for had been right on her heels. This guy Lu Xiaoxiu, he can really hide. Li Ximin had some teeth. He was like a little cutie in the beginning, being kept in the dark like that. I'm sure this guy didn't secretly laugh at himself in secret, did he? At this moment, Zhanya's heart was also pounding. So he's the Master Lu that these big shots are talking about. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiu, who was still able to talk and laugh in the face of many group bosses, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange luster. It's a good thing that you're not a soldier. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would have thought that Lu Xiaoxiu, who was so poor that he managed to borrow money from her at the beginning, had already grown to the powerful point that he was today? On the side of the student council, several people's hearts were also unable to calm down for a long time. What kind of mesmerizing soup did Lu Xiaoxiu give to these group bosses that made them rush to curry favor? Bei Diana was incomparably surprised. Unclear. Fan Shilin stroked his chin and said, Lu Xiaoxiu's bottom line, we've all investigated it. No father, no mother, no background. Such a person. Logically it's not possible to hook up with these high and mighty group bosses. Boss, do you know what the reason is? Kong Sang-hyuk asked. Coker shook his head. After a moment of silence, he suddenly added, although I don't know the reason, I can probably guess something. I don't know if you guys have noticed that these old bosses address Lu Xiaoxiu as Master Lu. Don't you guys find it strange? Bei Diane frowned and pondered. I also find it very strange. These group bosses, regardless of their status, are the best of the best amongst the people, but to serve a freshman like Lu Xiaoxiu who has no background as a teacher, it really doesn't make sense. Gao Zhe said with a gloomy expression. There is no order of learning, and the one who reaches the top is the teacher. I think that Lu Xiaoxiu's body must have a secret that we don't know, and this secret might be the very reason why these bigwigs are willing to curry favor with him. Regarding the process of signing sponsorships, everything went quite smoothly. It took less than half a day for the Fighting Society to finish signing contracts with all the sponsors who came. It's worth noting that the sponsorships from these sponsors add up to $10 million. Upon seeing such a large sum of money in the club's account, the entire club was abuzz. All the members of the community were as ecstatic as if they had been beaten. Lee Si-min also wept with joy. The club finally doesn't have to disband. A full $10 million in sponsorship fees, many times higher than even the sponsorship fees on the student union side. It's nice to have money. Chapter 51, Jo Fong's payment. Sister Si-min. This time, there's no need to worry about the club disbanding, right? Lu Xiaoxiu came over smilingly at this time. Looking at the big boy in front of her with a sunny and cheerful smile, Lee Si-min was both angry and amused. She wanted to find him to settle the score. Why she didn't tell herself that it was Lu Shi in the first place, causing her to have a good search, but when she thought of the other party quietly paying for herself, the little bit of resentment in her heart instantly disappeared. Thanks. Lee Si-min wanted to follow the example of the big sister in the anime and touch her little brother's head as a sign of comfort, but it turned out that Lu Xiaoxiu was half a head taller than himself. At this time, the warm sunlight shines down on Lu Xiaoxiu's clean and handsome face, holding up the corners of his mouth with a touch of charming smile. Actually a little handsome. For a while, Lee Si-min was actually mesmerized. Si-min senpai? Seeing the other party half-raised hand, staring blankly at himself, as if petrified, Lu Xiaoxiu gently called out to her. Ah, ha. Lissaman immediately came back to her senses. When she thought of the strange emotions she had just developed towards Lu Xiaoxiu, she only felt her face burning hot and her heart pounding like a deer. With a stamp of her foot in shame, she buried her head and scurried away without a word. Only Lu Xiaoxiu was left standing in place in dismay. It seemed like he had angered senior sister Si-min again, though he didn't know what exactly he had pissed her off about. Lu Xiaoxiu scratched his head, dumbfounded. He felt that sister Si-min's temperament lately was just a bit too big. The fact that many bigwigs from the group descended on the club quickly spread on the campus network, and someone even videotaped the whole thing. As the video became public online, the entire campus network blew up. Oh my god, the boss of Thousand Grass Flavor Group, actually nodding his head to Lu Xiaoxiu. My eyes aren't blind, right? The 2 squirrels and the 6 Nucleus Company bosses were actually all present as well, and looking at their performance surrounding Lu Xiaoxiu, how did it look like they were competing for favor? What exactly is this Lu Xiaoxiu capable of, that he can make so many bigwigs compete to flatter him? Outrageous, really outrageous. Many people felt incredulous when they saw the performance of those group bosses in the video. At this time, someone broke the news on the internet that the Combat Club had pulled in a total of $10 million in sponsorship this time. The moment these words came out, the entire Fighting Society was plunged into an unprecedented storm of public opinion. Bro, did you type in an extra zero? Are you sure it's a $10 million sponsorship and not $1 million sponsorship? $10 million? Geez, the student council doesn't even have that much sponsorship money, right? I have a feeling that the Fighting Society is going to take off this time. Many people were sprouting the idea of joining the society. After all, the society had huge sponsorship fees nowadays, and the benefits were certainly not bad, and indeed it does. Since obtaining the $10 million in sponsorship fees, Lee Si-min had raised the welfare benefits of the club members at the first opportunity, which caused the entire combat club to be immersed in a joyous atmosphere. In stark contrast, the student union side was cold and dismal. Many trainees had wanted to enroll in the student council, but as soon as they heard that the combat club had improved the benefits of its members, even more so than those of the student council, they immediately changed their minds. There are even people who quit student government and switched to clubs. Of course, the combat society didn't take in everyone, and in terms of selecting people, that was something that Lee Si-min had to worry about. Lu Xiaoxiu? How come it's him again? The counselor, Ms. Jo Fong, was also the first to notice the club sponsorship video that went viral on the campus website. When she saw Lu Xiaoxiu become the center of attention at the scene, she couldn't help but lose her voice in shock. Honestly speaking, the recent topic of Lu Xiaoxiu's hotness is really a bit high, so much so that she, the counselor, has been affected by it. For example, in the Thunder Emperor Snake incident, Lu Xiaoxiu obstructed everyone from doing the quest and was deducted 100 credits. She, the counselor, followed suit and was named and criticized by the higher-ups, bluntly stating that the discipline was ineffective. Later was the Royal Beast Space Expansion Qualification Examination. Lu Xiaoxiu, as a freshman, actually miraculously passed the examination. She, the counselor, was again called by the higher-ups and praised by name, bluntly saying that she had taught him well. Now the club sponsorship event, Lu Xiaoxiu is actually again in the spotlight. Teacher Jo Fong couldn't help but hold her forehead. I wonder if this time, she will be called by the school leaders again. At this moment, How she wanted to say to Lu Xiaoxiu, just as students are afraid of their teachers, she, the teacher, is also afraid of the leader. Wailing in her heart, Zhou Fang rubbed her hair and from the filing cabinet, pulled out Lu Xiaoxiu's information. Lu Xiaoxiu, male, 18 years old, grew up in an orphanage, no father, no mother, no background. How in the world did such a clean and innocent triple identity know the bosses of those big company groups? Zhou Fang was puzzled. She couldn't help but recall Lu Xiaoxiu's previous appearance. Isolated, silent, poor grades, not much presence in the class. This was the impression Lu Xiaoxiu had left on her before. But I don't know since when. Lu Xiaoxiu is like a different person. The whole essence of the person is different. Right. It was the period since she had taken leave of absence from the college. When she returned to the academy, Lu Xiaoxiu's entire being became different. First, in the class competition, he defeated the class president, Li Deluxe. Then he passed the Imperial Beast Space Expansion qualification examination. Then there's the recent club sponsorship fiasco. Stringing these events together, it's easy to see that Lu Xiaoxiu is growing by leaps and bounds. The growth rate was so fast that it even made her, the class counselor, feel alarmed. Intuition told her that Lu Xiaoxiu must have had some kind of strange encounter. Originally, Zhou Fang still wanted to find some time to ask and see if she could find out something from the other side. But on second thought, forget it. Everyone has their privacy, and it's not good to delve too deeply into it. The thing for her to do now was to try and stay out of each other's way while trying to help out as much as she could with some of the inconsequential chores on the school side. For example, Lu Xiaoxiu through the Royal Beast Space Expansion qualification examination that time. The school authorities would have liked to let Lu Xiaoxiu in front of the whole school teachers and students, on the stage speech, delivering a paragraph of inspirational speech, aimed at motivating the whole kicking trainees to be furious and hard work. Or is it that Zhou Fang was worried that this would disrupt Lu Xiaoxiu's normal rhythm of life, so she took it upon herself to block it without Lu Xiaoxiu's knowledge? She did this in order to provide Lu Xiaoxiu with an environment to grow up in peace. She especially wanted to see just how far Lu Xiaoxiu would grow. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't know that Zhou Fang had secretly done all this for herself. At this time, she was calling Huang Wenliang. After dialing the phone, Lu Xiaoxiu asked, Mr. Huang, how is the evolution of Lucky Grass going? Huang Wenliang's bright laughter came from the other end of the phone. Thanks to Master Lu's blessing, everything is progressing smoothly, and the Lucky Grass has successfully completed its secondary evolution. Chapter 52 Huang Wenliang's son. I've let Mr. Huang take the trouble for this club sponsorship. Lu Xiaoxiu thanked over the phone. Don't bother. It's Huang's honor to do his bit for Master Lu. Huang Wenliang, on the other end of the phone, lowered his stance to a very low level. Lu Xiaoxiu heard the other party's desire to speak, so he asked, Does Mr. Huang have something to say to me? Huang Wenliang smiled awkwardly. Master Lu is insightful. Truly nothing can be hidden from you. Mr. Huang does have a favor to ask. Mr. Huang has a canine son. The contracted pet beast is a slime, and now this slime has reached the bottleneck of evolution, and it's hard to advance an inch further. That's why Mr. Huang has the audacity to ask Master Lu for help to make the slime evolve one more time. Good point. Lu Xiaoxiu agreed in one bite. It wasn't a difficult task for him, just a show of hands. Huang Wenliang this time in the matter of club sponsorship, did a beautiful job, gave him enough face. He should also return the favor. Tell you what, first thing in the morning, I'll make a trip to your place myself. Early the next morning, Lu Xiaoxiu sneaked out of the academy and headed to Huang Wenliang's residence. When he came outside Huang Wenliang's villa, he saw Huang Wenliang waiting there early, and beside him, there was a little fat man standing, about the same size as Lu Xiaoxiu. Master Lu, I've finally gotten you here. Let me introduce to you, this is canine son Huang Yu, same age as you. Master Lu, both just turned 18. Huang Wenliang said with a big smile. Afterward, he turned his head to look at his son and reprimanded. Huang Yu, why don't you hurry over to meet Master Lu? The little fat guy called Huang Yu clearly had some contempt for Lu Xiaoxiu. He looked Lu Xiaoxiu up and down and bristled. Dad, how old is he? Why are you calling him Master Lu? How dare you? Huang Wenliang angrily reprimanded, then hurriedly made amends to Lu Xiaoxiu. Master Lu, I'm really sorry, just now my canine son's words have offended a lot. Mr. Huang is here to make amends to you. Lu Xiaoxiu waved his hand and smiled, not taking it to heart. Huang Wenliang was widowed at an early age, and has not been renewed since then. He raised his children on his own, and transferred all his love for his late wife to his children, and it is inevitable that he has spoiled them. Lu Xiaoxiu sized up the little fatty for a few moments and asked curiously, hasn't he ever been to school? By going to school, he meant attending the Imperial Beast Academy. After all, Huang Yu, like him, had turned 18 and had awakened the Imperial Beast space, so he was qualified to attend the Imperial Beast Academy. Huang Wenliang laughed bitterly. My son, although he has awakened the royal beast space, he is too stubborn and playful. If he really enters the Imperial Beast Academy, I'm afraid that it won't take long for his credits to be deducted. When the time comes to be expelled from school, he's going to be forcibly injected with the potion that reduces him to a normal human being, and we're going to be separated as father and son. Lu Xiaoxiu drifted off. The state of China would not make it mandatory for those who had opened up the Imperial Beast space to enroll in the Imperial Beast Academy, but as long as you enter the Imperial Beast Academy, once your credits are deducted, you will be forced to be injected with a potion that reduces you to an ordinary human. According to the Academy gives you all sorts of teaching resources for free, but you can't keep up with the mainstream. Either your talent is bad or you have a bad attitude. Whichever the reason is, it's a waste of Imperial Beast resources. That's why many children from rich families don't enter the Imperial Beast Academy, but instead hire their own private tutors. In this way, even if the child's strength was no better than a vegetable, there was no need to worry that he or she would be forcibly injected with a potion that would reduce him or her to an ordinary person. Following the Huang family's father and son into the villa, under Huang Wenliang's guidance, Lu Xiaoxiu came to a field with an area as big as a soccer field. This was the training ground that Huang Wenliang had specially built for his son. Lu Xiaoxiu's heart was incomparably shocked. Worthy of being rich, such a large venue dedicated to one person's training is really extravagant. Moreover, the venue was complete with pet and beast training equipment, and even many of the training equipment were even more advanced than those in the academy. Upon arriving at the training ground, Huang Wenliang ordered Huang Yu to summon his favorite beast, Slime. This slime, a soft mud-like creature with no arms or legs, only a pair of tiny eyes and mouth, dotted on top of the body, was very cute. Yo! Yo! The slime began to chirp merrily as soon as it was summoned. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at the slime's attribute panel. Slime. Attributes, water. Grade, good. Length, adult. Battle value, 700. Skills, cell division, low-level skill. Splits itself into 4 parts, each only a quarter of its own strength. Multiplication, medium-level skill. Can become larger or smaller? Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. Slime's got a bit of fun with those 2 skills. Cell division, equal to 1 into 4. The number is quite bluffing. In fact, this skill is very chicken ribs. Once split, the strength is greatly reduced. It is better not to split. However, Lu Xiaoxiu had the miracle evolution system, which could strengthen low-rank skills to super rank, and after the skills were strengthened, it might change for the better. The multiplication skill, again, is very interesting, as it can make the body size immense or very small. Only, multiplication is a mid-rank skill, and there's no way to steal it. Lu Xiaoxiu then looked at the slime's evolutionary route. There was only one evolutionary route for slimes. Evolve 3 times and you could become a slime king. Evolve 7 times and you could become a super slime king. Now that the slime had evolved twice, it only needed to evolve 1 more time to metamorphose into the slime king. According to the system hints, the slime's 3rd evolution only required the collection of some materials. With Huang Wenliang's strong financial resources, he believed that gathering all the materials would not be that difficult. Sure enough, when Lu Xiaoxiu made a list of evolutionary materials, it only took less than an hour of work before Huang Wenliang ordered his men to collect all the materials. But next, when he was about to evolve the slime, he was blocked by the little fat boy Huang Yu. Huang Yu hugged the slime tightly and looked disgruntled. Dad, are you really going to let this guy, who isn't even as old as me, evolve my slime? Huang Wenliang grunted coldly. There is no order of learning, and the one who reaches the top is the teacher. How many times have I taught you to look at people by their abilities, not by their age? Huang Yu was still unconvinced, but this guy clearly doesn't look like he's capable. You! Huang Wenliang was furious and was about to teach a lesson, but Lu Xiaoxiu voiced out to stop it. There's no need for Mr. Huang to get angry. He looked at Huang Yu and said leisurely, whether I have the ability or not, you'll know in a moment. How about this? Why don't we make a bet? Upon hearing about the bet, Huang Yu immediately became energized. Bet? What's the bet? Just bet on whether or not I can get your slime to evolve, and if it doesn't, I'm at your disposal. Huang Yu's eyes rolled and he smiled wistfully. If you lose, get down on the ground and learn how to bark. How dare you? Huang Wenliang was furious and raised his hand to hit someone, but he was stopped by Lu Xiaoxiu once again. He looked to Huang Yu. Okay, but what if I evolve successfully? Huang Yu said angrily. Then I'll hang out with you from now on. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled faintly and agreed readily. Deal. Chapter 53, Slime King. The next evolution was a breeze. Just drop the evolution materials into the bucket and throw the slime in for a potion bath. It only took less than half an hour for a dazzling 7-colored light to appear from the slime. Slime evolved successfully and was promoted to Slime King. Compared to the Slime King was a circle larger, and on top of the Slime King's head, there was a circle of 7-colored halo, like a crown. Moreover, the Slime King's attribute panel, 2, had changed drastically. Slime King. Attributes, water. Grade, rare. Length, adult. Battle value, 2800. Skills, cell division, multiplication, bubble attack. First of all, it was the grade. The slime's grade was ordinary. The Slime King's rank, on the other hand, was rare. The second was the battle power value, which had quadrupled for the evolved Slime King compared to the pre-evolutionary period. It's actually understandable. After all, the current Slime King didn't belong to the same species as the previous slime, so it makes sense that the battle value would spike. This made Lu Xiaoxiu more and more expect that after the Thunder Emperor Snake evolved into the Thunder Lightning Jiao, the battle power value would also double in battle power just like this Slime King. In addition to that, the Slime King had also comprehended a bubble attack skill on his own, which belonged to a high-level skill that Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't steal. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! The Slime King's screams are all becoming different from before. Seeing the slime that had undergone a radical change, Huang Yu couldn't be more excited and hugged the Slime King for a while. Master Lu is truly a benefactor of Huang Mao's family. Please accept Huang Mao's bow. With that, Huang Wenliang was about to bend down and bow. Lu Xiaoxiu, however, stopped him in time. A show of hands. Mr. Huang need not take it to heart. Huang Wenliang also got up obediently and turned back to his son to reprimand him. Now that Master Lu has successfully evolved your slime, why don't you get your ass over here and apologize to Master Lu? At this time, Huang Yu also finally recognized Lu Xiaoxiu. He lowered his head and whispered, I'm sorry Master Lu, I shouldn't have underestimated you earlier. Since I lost the bet, then according to the bet, I will follow you from now on. Huang Wenliang was furious and amused. Do you think Master Lu is like you, hanging around and fooling around all day? You're still hanging out with Master Lu. You're learning from Master Lu. Lu Xiaoxiu knew what Huang Wenliang had in mind, which was nothing more than wanting to let himself take his son. He looked at Huang Yu and said, Do you want to use your Slime King and have a real battle with me? Huang Yu's eyes lit up. Good ah. Lu, Master, what is your favorite beast? Take it out and let me see. Huang Yu was obviously still a bit uncomfortable with this address to Lu Xiaoxiu as he stuttered a bit and said. Huang Wenliang was also curious in his mind. He had also never seen Lu Xiaoxiu's favorite beast, but in his thoughts, Lu Xiaoxiu had such profound attainments in the field of pet beast evolution, so he thought that the pet beasts must not be bad either. Looking at the Huang family's father and son's faces filled with anticipation, Lu Xiaoxiu smiled faintly and summoned the flaming chicken. Carrick, the fiery flame chicken squawked majestically after being summoned out. This is fiery chicken? Huang Yu was a bit confused. Huang Wenliang's eyes even fell out. Even if he thought about it, he could not imagine that Lu Xiaoxiu would contract such a favored beast. Battle scum, and so on. Master Lu's skills in the field of pet beast evolution were so strong that he could have contracted a better pet beast. So why did he favor the flaming chicken alone? Could it be that the flaming chicken has some unknown power? Huang Wenliang was worthy of being a business bigwig. His brain turned fast, and he soon smelled a hint of something unusual. Do you think that a favored beast like the flaming chicken is trashy? Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the jaw-dropping Huang Yu and leisurely said, Now I'll send you a sentence. In this world, there are no trashy pet beasts, only trashy beast masters. Come on, let your Slime King fight my flaming chicken. Just let loose. Lu Xiaoxiu had the intention to establish his authority. That was why he proposed to have a match with Huang Yu, and at the same time, he had a thought stored in his mind. That was to take the Slime King's cell division skill, steal it, and teach it to the flaming chicken. With his miracle evolution system, he could strengthen low-rank skills into super-rank skills, and if the cell-splitting skill was strengthened with satisfactory results, he would stay. If the effect is not satisfactory, then he buys a skill for getting stone and forgets the skill. Although Oblivion stones were expensive, he wasn't bad at the moment. Slime King, release the bubble attack, Huang Yu shouted. This bubble attack was a skill that the Slime King had just comprehended, and Huang Yu didn't know how powerful it was. With his command, the Slime King's stomach, instantly bulging like a puffer fish, became round. A few moments later, it rushed at the flaming chicken, spraying bubbles of air from a distance. Only countless small transparent bubbles were seen surging towards the flaming chicken. These small bubbles, as if alive, will change their own trajectory in mid-air, automatically attacking the target. Defensible, unavoidable. Only, the flaming chicken had no intention of dodging at all, as it directly unleashed the two Ren skills, Earth Chain and Immovable as Mountain. Boom boom boom. Like cannonballs, these seemingly harmless bubbles hit the body of the flaming chicken and exploded violently. The terrifying shockwave generated by the explosion caused the few people present to stand unsteadily for a while and hastily retreat. The center of the explosion was even blasted out into a huge deep pit. As for the flaming chicken, it had long since disappeared, and it was unknown whether it had been blown up to the point where its bones were gone, or whether it had been blown into a deep pit. Huang Wenliang's face changed drastically. No matter how much of a battle scum the fiery flame chicken was, it was still Master Lu's favored beast. If this blows up someone's favored beast, it will still offend Master Lu to death? You child, why are you so unaware of the limits? Master Lu is only sparring with you. Who asked you to use your full strength? Huang Wenliang angrily reprimanded. It was Master Lu who told me to let go of the fight. Huang Yu's crying face was full of aggression. He just wanted to take this opportunity to try out the new skill, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Carrick. Just as the Huang family's father and son were in a state of panic, a high-pitched rooster's crow rang out from the deep pit. The fiery chicken fluttered its wings and flew out of the pit, unharmed. The Huang family's father and son instantly froze on the spot. Only Lu Xiaoxiu smiled and said, "If you guys think that you can defeat the flaming chicken this way, then you're thinking too simply." Huang Wenliang took a look at the huge mound that was 2 to 3 meters deep that had been blown out by the bubble attack, and then looked at the flaming chicken that stood proudly on one side unharmed, and couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Is this a fiery chicken? It's a little steel egg, isn't it? He was appalled. Chapter 54, The Heavenly Club. Go on, Lu Xiaoxiu urged. He purposely let the flaming chicken only defend and not attack, just to make the Huang clan's father and son recognize a fact. Your favored beasts can't even break through the flaming chicken's defense, and you still think of defeating it? Doing so was also to better establish his authority and build up his image as a superior person in front of Huang's father and son. Huang Wenliang wants to have connections and money, and he can be used in many places in the future. Only by manifesting one's power can one make the other person feel awe from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to make the other party understand that even a Battle 5 scum flaming chicken could be transformed into a miracle as long as it came into his Lu Xiaoxiu's hands. At this moment, little fatty Huang Yu's jaw was about to drop. He stiffly turned his neck and looked at Lu Xiaoxiu, his eyes filled with admiration. A flaming chicken can be tempered by you to be so strong? Master Lu, you are my drop of God. Yoo-hoo! The Slime King seemed to be a bit unconvinced when he saw that his bubble attack actually didn't work, only to see it open its mouth and begin to inhale frantically. Its body, too, was expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the twinkling of an eye, this Slime King went from the size of a basketball to the size of a truck. It was the middle-ranked skill, multiplication, a skill that allows for larger and smaller body sizes. Now this Slime King is using the amplification effect of multiplication. After placing it, the Slime King would not only become larger in size, but its strength would also increase accordingly. However, this state is very physically draining. Therefore, the Slime King intended to use an absolutely overwhelming force and get rid of it quickly, which was also the Slime King's specialty before it evolved. Seeing that the Slime King wanted to compete with himself in terms of strength, the flaming chicken instantly became excited, and as soon as the cocktail was turned on, he directly went up recklessly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Slime King, which was as big as a truck, was directly slapped out by the flaming chicken. This scene caused Huang's father and son to suck in a breath. It was important to know that the Slime King after multiplication not only increased in size, but its weight also increased exponentially. With its current size, it should at least weigh tons, but the fiery chicken shoots it as easily as a ball. Defeating the Slime King, in Lu Xiaoxiu's mind, there was an additional skill, which was none other than the cell-splitting skill. Seeing that the purpose was reached, Lu Xiaoxiu took the flaming chicken back into the Imperial Beast space and said with a smile, "Your Slime King still has a lot of potential. Not bad, train it well." He just casually made a perfunctory remark, but in Huang Yu's ears, he was greatly encouraged. Only Huang Yu nodded excitedly, then said, "Tomorrow, our guild hall will have a martial arts gathering, and each member can bring a partner to participate together." Master Lu, why don't you come with me tomorrow? A martial arts competition party? Lu Xiaoxiu froze. It's just a rowdy party between little kids. Master Lu doesn't need to pay attention to it. Huang Wenliang laughed. It's not like that. Huang Yu hurriedly explained. The match party is organized by the guild hall's owner, who is a very powerful pet beast cultivation master, and it is said that the strength of the pet beasts he cultivates far exceeds that of similar pet beasts. This time, he is organizing this martial arts party because he wants to accept a disciple. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but be interested. Cultivate a favored beast that is far stronger than its counterparts? Could it be that the other party is also a traveler with the same system as me? Lu Xiaoxiu guessed in his heart and decided to go and see for himself. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu agree to it, Huang Yu couldn't mention how happy he was, and immediately agreed on a time. Early the next morning, there was Huang Yu's special car guarding outside the school gate. Lu Xiaoxiu slipped out of the school, then took Huang Yu's special car, probably traveled for half an hour, and finally stopped at a place called the Heavenly World Clubhouse. The clubhouse is only open to members and it is difficult for ordinary people to enter at all. Huang Yu was a member here, and after showing his identity, the security personnel at the entrance let him in. Lu Xiaoxiu followed Huang Yu in. The decor inside the clubhouse was so luxurious that it was nothing less than a five-star hotel. At this time, quite a few people had already come to the clubhouse. Seeing Huang Yu's arrival, a few of his peers, who were about his age, soon came over playfully. "Yo, Big Yellow is here. I thought you wouldn't dare to come." A well-dressed boy, but with a somewhat perverse smile, said in a provocative tone. "What's there to be afraid of?" Huang Yu seemed to have a conflict with the well-behaved boy. He rose his face and looked angrily at the other party. "For your information, my slime has evolved, and I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am today. Also, my name is not Big Yellow." That well-behaved boy cocked his head and said, "You are the most vegetable in terms of strength here. Calling you a vegetable dog is not too much, right? You are also surnamed Huang, so I think that the name Big Yellow is quite suitable for you. It's simply much more affectionate than calling you a vegetable dog." That got a chuckle from a few of the other kids in the room. Huang Yu's face instantly turned red. Lu Xiaoxiu watched coldly from the sidelines. It was obvious that although Huang Yu was a member of the clubhouse, he didn't mix well here. Those few kids just now, between their words and behavior, showed that they were full of malice towards Huang Yu. That's when a few more people came to the clubhouse. Seeing this, those kids taunted Huang Yu a few more times before leaving him behind to greet the newcomers. "Damn you!" Looking at the other party's back as he left, little fatty Huang Yu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his expression as if he had eaten a 9-turn colon loaded with. "You have a conflict with those people?" Lu Xiaoxiu asked. "Those guys were dog-eyed. Seeing that I was weak, they always mocked and bullied me. Humph, now that my slime has evolved, I will definitely make them look good this time," Huang Yu said with hatred. Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly thought of something. "By the way, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. With such a good condition in your family, it's obvious that you could have contracted a better favored beast. Why did you choose a slime with a poor great strength?" Being asked this question, Huang Yu looked a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head and said, "Because I thought the slime looked cute, so I chose it." After a while, seeing that Lu Xiaoxiu didn't say anything, he peeked at the other party and couldn't help but ask, "You don't laugh at me?" Lu Xiaoxiu smiled lightly. "What's there to joke about? My favorite beast is still a flaming chicken. Have you forgotten what I said to you before? In this world, there are no trash pet beasts, only trash royal beast masters." Hearing this, Huang Yu couldn't help but grin, his heart growing closer to Lu Xiaoxiu. "Master Lu, can I not call you Master Lu from now on? I feel that this title is too raw and distances us from each other. Is it okay if I call you Brother Lu from now on?" Little fatty Huang Yu asked blearily. This time he really had to fight from the bottom of his heart, and regarded Lu Xiaoxiu as someone close to him. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled indifferently. "As you wish." Chapter 55, Fire Salamander. The people who came to the clubhouse, without exception, were all young people about the same age as Lu Xiaoxiu, and none of the older ones. Most of these people were rich second generation, maybe imperial second generation. Everyone was gorgeously dressed and glamorously groomed. After another moment, someone was heard calling out, "The pavilion master is here." Lu Xiaoxiu's heart perked up as he looked towards the direction of the incoming person. One could only see a middle-aged man with a long body and emaciated appearance, pacing with square steps and walking towards the stage in a graceful manner. Behind him, there were two bodyguard-like figures. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, the originally noisy pavilion immediately quieted down. Only a whisper was heard around the room. "So he's the pavilion master. He looks so elegant. The pavilion master is a god. You don't see him more than a few times a year. It is said that his favored beast is a fire salamander with unfathomable strength that has long exceeded the realm of ordinary fire salamanders. I really want to see this." As Lu Xiaoxiu listened to the crowd's discussion, his heart became more and more curious about this pavilion master. After this pavilion master stepped onto the stage, he looked around the stage and said with a smile, "Welcome to the Heavenly Hall. I'm sure you all already know that Mr. Du is accepting disciples today. Here I need to remind everyone that today's disciple acceptance is not based on the competition results as the criteria for accepting a disciple. It is only based on the eye of the beholder. Even if the strength is poor, as long as Mr. Du feels that there is a destiny with him, he will accept him as a disciple." That comment set off a furor on the scene. A lot of people had excited faces. After all, there was only one first-place winner of the competition, and if they only looked at the results, many of them would have no chance of becoming Du Xiansheng's disciples. But not now. The criteria for accepting disciples is not based on grades, which means that everyone has a chance. Looking at the excited reactions of the people in the pavilion, Lu Xiaoxiu became more and more curious as to what magic this Du Xiansheng had that could make so many people scramble to be his disciple. Just then, a gecko-like red shadow slowly crawled out of Du Xiansheng's left sleeve and finally climbed to the back of his left hand. The weird thing was that this red shadow, instead of being located on top of the back of the left hand, was located under the skin of the back of the left hand, like a red birthmark. Lu Xiaoxu's pupils shrunk, his eyes staring dead on at the red shadow. Fire salamander, attributes, fire, grade, good, length of life, prime, battle value, 15,000, skills, tongue of fire, fire poison, flame spit. When Lu Xiaoxu saw the fire salamander's battle power value, he couldn't help but be shocked. Battle value 15,000, a full 15,000. This is just too much. You know, the flaming chicken had evolved a full 5 times with the aid of the miracle evolution system before it only had a battle power value of 6,500 Ah. However, this fire salamander had a full 15,000 battle value, more than double that of the flaming chicken, which was outrageous and excessive. Moreover, this fire salamander, between the real and the imaginary, was able to swim freely under Du Xianshang's skin. All in all, the feeling this Du Xianshang gave him was really evil. Many people present at this moment witnessed this scene. Unlike the surprise shown by Lu Xiaoxu, each of them acted quite excited, as if they had long been used to it. Huang Yu also had an excited expression on his face as he explained to Lu Xiaoxu, "See that shadow on Pavilion Master Du's left arm? That's his favored beast, the fire salamander." Lu Xiaoxu asked, "Fire salamander? Fire salamanders don't look like this, right? Isn't that just a birthmark?" Huang Yu waved his hand and laughed. "That's not a birthmark. What kind of birthmark can move by itself? That's a fire salamander. Only it was incorporated into the flesh and blood by Pavilion Master Du using his Imperial Beast talent, the blood melting technique, and that's why it behaves like this." Lu Xiaoxu froze. "Blood melting technique?" Huang Yu nodded. "Blood fusion is a very peculiar talent of the Imperial Beast. After integrating a favored beast into the blood and flesh, the Imperial Beast Master himself will inherit some of the favored beast's 4-dimensional attributes. Therefore, the physical quality of those who possess this talent is extremely strong. Don't look at Master Du Pavilion, who looks elegant and weak, but in reality, his strength at this moment is not at all comparable to a powerful battle pet." Lu Xiaoxu was appalled. "I didn't expect this talent to be so odd that it could even inherit the 4-dimensional attributes of a pet beast." However, it was still difficult to explain why this fire salamander, the battle value was so terrifying. It was important to know that there was an upper limit to the battle power of any favored beast. The grade of the favored beast determined the upper limit of their battle power. The fire salamander's grade was only good. It didn't make sense that it would have such a high battle value, unless Du Xianshang was like him and had the miracle evolution system and the fire salamander had evolved a very large number of times. It would be possible to pile up the battle power value to such a high level. But is it possible? If this was indeed a possibility, then Du Xianshang was more than likely a traveler as well. Lu Xiaoxu pondered for a moment, and suddenly, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he took a step onto the stage, and then turned to Du Xiansheng, making an international universal hand gesture, a backwards thumbs up. If this Du Xiansheng was really a traveler, then no matter which country he was from, there was no way he wouldn't recognize this gesture. After Lu Xiaoxu made this gesture, he had been observing the change in Du Xiansheng's expression, but after observing for a long time, he did not see the slightest crack. Since the beginning, Du Xiansheng had a strange expression on his face. Either Du Xiansheng really didn't understand the meaning of the gesture, or he was too good an actor. "This little brother, did you come up here to say something to me?" Even though Lu Xiaoxu came up to the stage and interrupted his speech, he still showed an extremely high level of stoicism and said in a gentle voice. However, the people on stage were not acting so friendly. Where did the rash young man come from that dares to disturb Pavilion Master Du's speech? Damn, he's not a member of our club, is he? Who led the— Get off! Don't be an eyesore here. There was a mass of excitement on stage, and the scene was almost out of control. "Lu, come down here." Huang Yu's face went white with fear. Lu Xiaoxu stared at Du Xiansheng for a while. See no cracks. Had no choice but to go down. Intuition told him that this Du Xiansheng didn't look like he was pretending. He really didn't understand the meaning of the gesture. But if that's the case, then things are strange. This Du Xiansheng, how did he make the fire salamander's battle power value rise so high? After Lu Xiaoxu stepped down, Du Xiansheng continued his speech. The content of the latter, Lu Xiaoxu did not listen in. He has been pondering the reason why the fire salamander's battle value is so high, but after thinking for half a day, he did not come up with a reason. At this time, Du Xiansheng had already finished his speech and announced the official start of the bout. The rules of the match are simple. Each person chooses their own opponent, and as long as the other person agrees, they can board the stage for the match. At that moment, only the well-behaved boy who had previously taunted Huang Yu walked over and said with an arrogant face, "Huang Yu, dare you fight me?" For a moment, everyone looked towards Huang Yu's side. Chapter 56, Competition. The misbehaving teenager was called Yin Wan. and his favored beast was an iron-clawed dragon. Said to be a dragon, but it's actually a lizard with a rare class. Huang Yu had fought against each other before, and every time, Huang Yu had lost. After all, slime, as a good grade pet beast, was too different from the rare grade iron-clawed dragon. So many people thought that Huang Yu would definitely lose again if he dared to answer the battle. But more people felt that Huang Yu was afraid that he would not have the courage to answer the challenge. After all, Huang Yu had lost to Inwan many times in front of him, and each time, he had lost badly. Inwan was also of the same mindset, so he deliberately provoked Huang Yu. If you're still a man, then hurry up and answer the battle. If you want to be a shrinking turtle goon, then immediately roll to the side and don't get in the way here. Huang Yu coldly grunted, there's no need for you to agitate me. I'll just answer the battle. I will definitely defeat you today. His words drew a merciless snort. This guy is really a head iron waif. After being abused 1,000 times, he actually dares to take the battle. It's really stupid and cute. It wouldn't be stupid to contract a trashy favored beast like a slime. Sit back and watch the iron-clawed dragon fancy tyrannizing slime. A lot of people are in the mood for a joke. Inwan also revealed a sinister smile of success in his treacherous plan as he clapped his hands and laughed. Yes, yes, yes. I like your head iron unconvincing energy. Let's see how I abuse you in a while and be done with it. Seeing that someone was competing, everyone immediately showed excitement. In the backyard of the clubhouse, there was a competition arena, and the crowd came here in droves. Inwan took the lead in summoning his favored beast. Roar! The iron-claw dragon let out a roar when it was summoned, and its two sharp front claws, manically rubbed against the ground in a stance ready to attack. Big Yellow, hurry up and summon your waste slime. Inwan licked his mouth excitedly. Huang Yu snorted coldly and directly summoned the Slime King. Ha! This slime, why is it bigger than a normal slime? Someone saw that something was wrong. Is it using the multiplication skill? Slimes have a skill that allows them to get bigger. Someone said, something's not right. Look at this slime. There's a 7-colored halo in the shape of a crown on top of its head. Normal slimes don't have this halo at all. Another person pointed out the problem. For a while, the club members on the scene pointed and many stared at the Slime King on the stage and talked about it. At that moment, someone lost his voice and exclaimed, something's wrong. This doesn't seem to be a slime. This is the evolved form of a slime. The Slime King. Upon this reminder, more and more people recognized it. No wonder I was looking at this slime as being out of place. So he's the Slime King. Only the Slime King's head has a 7-colored halo in the shape of a crown. I should have recognized it a long time ago. Although the Slime King looks very similar to a slime, in reality, it has long been two different species. Huang Yu's slime. When did it evolve into a Slime King? No wonder this kid dares to answer the battle. The Slime King is no less than a slime. His strength is not inferior to the Iron Claw Dragon at all. This is going to be a good show. Many people perked up, preferring evenly matched battles to one-sided sadistic matchups. At this moment, Inwan's face was a bit ugly. The Slime King's rank was precious grade, the same rank as his Iron-Clawed Dragon, and the two favored beasts were of equal strength. My Iron-Claw Dragon's attribute is Earth, and the Slime King's attribute is Water, and Earth overcomes Water, so the Iron-Claw Dragon still has an advantage. Inwan's heart was slightly more at ease as he compared the two. Neither he nor Huang Yu's royal beast talents were of the type that enhanced combat, so there was no need to compare them in that regard. Iron Claw Dragon, tickle him, Inwan called out. The Iron Claw Dragon's specialty is scratching, and the name of the skill is Backhand Hollow. The Iron Claw Dragon that received the order immediately charged towards the Slime King. The Slime King wasn't a vegetarian either, and it immediately released a bubble attack. Bubble attack skill, a long-range skill. The timing was just right as the Iron-Clawed Dragon didn't get close enough to release it, only to see the slime mouth sprayed out countless bubbles. These bubbles look harmless, like a child playing with soap bubbles, so the Iron-Clawed Dragon didn't even bother to dodge, and crashed headfirst into it. What followed was an exceptionally tragic scene. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions exploded from the Iron-Clawed Dragon's body. The terrifying shockwave lifted large swathes of the ground out. The scene was dusty and debris was flying. The Iron Claw Dragon was shrouded in a large invisible dust haze, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. With only a succession of explosions coming out of it, there was dead silence. Everyone was focused on the movement in the dust haze. Moments later, the Iron-Clawed Dragon burst out of the dust haze. Only, his entire body was a bloody mess, and most of his scales were blown away, leaving only a small portion of broken scales, half hanging from his body in an unusually tragic appearance. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath. No one had thought that the seemingly harmless bubble was so powerful. At this time, although the iron-armored dragon was injured on its body, it had not lost its ability to fight. He dragged his massive body and charged once more. Slime King, multiply. Huang Yu waited for this moment. and when he saw the iron-armored dragon charging over, he let the Slime King grow bigger at the first opportunity. In an instant, the Slime King was transformed into the size of a truck. After completing its giant form, it immediately crashed towards the iron-armored dragon. Bang! The two favored beasts clashed violently. Then, the iron-armored dragon was knocked out and fell to the ground, never to get up again. Dead silence. There was dead silence. Everyone was staring at this scene in disbelief. Seemingly in disbelief. Impossible. How could my iron-armored dragon lose? Iron-armored dragon. Get up quickly. Get up and fight. Inwon furiously gave orders to the iron-armored dragon. But at this point, the ironclad dragon had long since lost consciousness. So where could it still hear? This match, Huang Yu wins. Mr. Du capped it off at this point. Aha! Great! I won! The moment Du Xianlong's verdict was delivered, the little fatty Huang Yu excitedly almost jumped up in place. His little face reddened and filled with excitement. He was usually always taunted and bullied by Inwon, and had been holding his breath in his heart, and now this bad breath was finally out. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled faintly from the sidelines. In that battle just now, he had long predicted that the Slime King would win. Don't look at that iron-clawed dragon. With the Slime King or equally all rare level, but its battle power value, only a mere 1500. It is obvious that it usually lacks training. Not so with the Slime King. The battle power value was a full 2800, almost double that of the iron-armored dragon. Coupled with the fact that the iron-clawed dragon was clearly lighthearted and careless in the face of the Slime King's bubble attack, this led to the fact that, even if the iron-clawed dragon had some restraints on the Slime King in terms of attributes, it was ultimately hard to escape a disastrous end. Next, several more pairs of people went up to the stage one after another to compete, but in Lu Xiaoxiu's opinion, these people are just vegetable chickens pecking at each other. These rich kids, they can't eat the pain of training the pet beasts, so the pet beasts are empty of a high grade, but none of them have a high enough battle power value. Right at this moment, a scantily clad youngster walked over and tilted his nose at Lu Xiaoxiu. I'm going to challenge you. Dare you fight me? Chapter 57, Accepting a Disciple. Looking at the condescending youngster in front of him, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but freeze. I don't seem to have offended you, do I? You didn't offend me, but you interrupted Pavilion Master Du's speech earlier, so I just don't like you. This youngster is still quite rich in inner drama. Earlier, when Pavilion Master Du gave a speech, Lu Xiaoxiu went on stage and made a strange gesture. Although Pavilion Master Du did not get angry, the young man felt that Pavilion Master Du was definitely upset in his heart, only that it was not good to show it in front of people. So he planned to take the heat for Pavilion Master Du and teach the other party a good lesson. Maybe Pavilion Master Du would accept him as his disciple once he was happy. Sorry, I don't want to fight you, Lu Xiaoxiu balked. Even though this guy was about the same age as himself, he acted rather childish. In his heart, he was very disdainful of competing with his opponent. However, the youngster showed no reluctance, and he deliberately provoked. What? Afraid? Lu Xiaoxiu was full of concern. Yes. I'm scared. Now you can stop pestering me, right? The youngster choked, as if he did not expect Lu Xiaoxiu to concede so dryly, which gave him the feeling of a punch in the cotton. He was a bit unwilling to do so he agitated again. You're too much of a wimp, aren't you? You don't even have the courage to fight? Lu Xiaoxiu said indifferently. Yes. You're right about everything. That perfunctory tone was like an adult coaxing a child. Anyone with eyes could see that Lu Xiaoxiu wasn't really afraid of him at all. A wave of anger instantly rose in the youngster's chest. What else can you say but yes. Lu Xiaoxiu added. Yes. Everything you said. Put. Lu Xiaoxiu's words amused many people. That low, soft chuckle made the youngster's face instantly hang. In a fit of anger, he summoned his favored beast and attacked towards Lu Xiaoxiu. There were exclamations of surprise. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden scene. Lu Xiaoxiu's face changed slightly, and with a mental movement, he summoned the flaming chicken. The favored beast summoned by the opponent was a split-headed poison centipede. It's a dark-bodied bug that's highly poisonous. Don't look at its small size, but it is a rare grade, and its toxicity can be imagined. At this moment, this cracked head poison centipede sprayed a poison arrow containing a highly poisonous poison towards Lu Xiaoxiu. Carrick, seeing that his royal beast master was in danger, without saying a word, the flaming chicken directly blocked it with his physical body. The flaming chicken has a passive skill of impervious to all poisons, immune to any toxins, and 2 defensive skills, Earth Chain and Immovable Mountain. Therefore, the poison arrow attack of the split-headed poison centipede was not a threat to the flaming chicken at all. After blocking a strike from the crackhead poison centipede, the flaming chicken backhanded it. With this slap, the flaming chicken directly used its full strength. Under the power boost from the chicken blood beating, the body of the split-headed poison centipede was instantly slapped and exploded. The head was even slapped flat and hung up on the spot. My crackhead poison centipede. The youngster was shocked and angry, and rushed forward to inspect it. Lu Xiaoxiu watched coldly from the sidelines. Favored beasts can be saved if they don't die on the spot, if they are treated in time. However, this crackhead poison centipede was already too dead to be saved. This youngster is not a martial artist, and he just sneaked up on himself. If he hadn't summoned the flaming chicken in time, I'm afraid his own life would be in danger right now. And thanks to Little Black having the 100 poison skill, or else it would have suffered as well. In short, the youngster didn't leave any room for error. Since that was the case, it wasn't too much of a stretch for him to be courteous and let the flaming chicken lay down a death sentence. Was it? Many of the people present were horrified, both shocked at the tragic death of the crackhead poison centipede, but even more shocked was that the one who killed the crackhead poison centipede in seconds was not a rare and uncommon favored beast, but a lousy battle scum, the fiery inflamed chicken. The flaming chicken actually killed the crackhead poison centipede? And in an instantaneous second? Many people are incredulous. In the concepts of these second-generation rich and second-generation imperialists, the strength of a favored beast largely depended on its rank. The higher the grade of the pet beast, the greater the upside potential and the stronger the strength. The flaming chicken was just an ordinary level favored beast. There was no reason for it to defeat the split-headed poison centipede, not to mention the instantaneous seconds. But the facts hit them hard in the face. It made them think of Du Xianshang's fire salamander. The fire salamander was only of good grade, yet it possessed strength that was no less than that of even a rare grade favored beast. This ability to make a favored beast's strength far exceed that of its own kind seemed to be something Lu Xiaoxiu had as well. For a while, the eyes of the crowd looked at Lu Xiaoxiu differently. No one noticed that at this moment, a strong fervor was also showing in Du Xianshang's eyes. Damn it! Dare to kill my split-headed poison centipede. I'll fight you. That youngster, seeing that his split-headed poison centipede was dead, was grief-stricken to the extreme, only to see him pull out a dagger, full of resentment, rushing towards Lu Xiaoxiu, a posture of fighting for his life. Lu Xiaoxiu looked calm and was about to command the flaming chicken to resist, when a long figure blocked in front of him. It was Du Xianshang, only to see that he stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers directly clasping the sharp dagger blade, hard stopping the dagger's forward stabbing momentum. The strange thing was that he hadn't allowed himself to be harmed in any way by this dangerous maneuver, as if the hand that held the dagger blade wasn't made of flesh and blood. The next moment, something even weirder happened. As his fingers clenched, the sharp dagger was like a toy in his hands, slowly curling its blade, deforming, and finally turning into a mass of scrap metal. The little young man, he's freaking out. He stood dumbfounded, looking at the dagger twisted into a twisted ball in his hand. Du Xianshang ripped the dagger, which had already turned into scrap metal, over and then tossed it, then carried the youngster like a chicken and threw it out of the guild hall. This guy, maliciously injuring people and disrupting the order of the clubhouse. From now on, he is not allowed to set foot in the clubhouse again, Du Xianshang explained to the 2 security guards at the door. The 2 security guards, having seen the strength of the pavilion master, were coy and nodded their heads in agreement. Since the beginning, Lu Xiaoxiu was watching with cold eyes. The strength that this Du Xianshang had just shown was indeed far beyond normal. Having inherited some of the 4 attributes of the favored beasts, he could handle even 4 or 5 strong men, not to mention dealing with a child. Little brother, I'm really sorry to have frightened you with such a vicious incident in Du Mao's clubhouse. Du Xianshang came to Lu Xiaoxiu at this time and smiled apologetically. It's okay, it wasn't a big deal anyway. Lu Xiaoxiu pretended on the surface as if nothing had happened, but in reality, he was secretly wary. This pavilion master Du, I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Du Xianshang smiled and said, little brother is really a big man. I don't know what's your name. Little brother? You don't seem to be a member of our club, right? That's right, I'm really not from your guild. Du Xianshang seemed to have guessed this, and there was no surprise on his face. He looked Lu Xiaoxiu up and down and uttered a sentence that surprised everyone at the scene. Little brother and I are kindred spirits. I don't know if you're willing to worship me as your teacher? Chapter 58, The Secret World. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. One must know that the competition had only gone on for just 2 matches before Pavilion Master Du had decided on a candidate to take on an apprentice. This too, it's too casual, isn't it? Many people cast envious and jealous gazes towards Lu Xiaoxiu. In their thoughts, Lu Xiaoxiu would surely agree with joy. After all, the Du Pavilion Master had status and position, and also held a method that could cause the favored beasts to surpass their counterparts, so there was no reason why he wouldn't agree to it. However, Lu Xiaoxiu's next words made everyone freeze. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your kind words, but I'm not willing. When he heard the first half of the sentence, Pavilion Master Du still had a smiling expression, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his smile instantly froze. Little brother, think it over. As long as you worship Mr. Du as your master, there will be untold benefits. Pavilion Master Du seemed to be eager to take Lu Xiaoxiu as his disciple, and even instructed the two bodyguard-like figures beside him to summon out their respective favored beasts. Little brother, Mr. Du is very strict in accepting disciples, and has only accepted these two disciples around him until now. I can let you see how strong they are. Since the beginning, Lu Xiaoxiu had shown a look of disinterest until these two disciples of Pavilion Master Du summoned their respective favored beasts, and only then did his face change. These two people's favored beasts. One was a crocodile tiger beast, good grade, with a battle value of 9,000. One was an armor-piercing beast, normal level, with a battle value of 8,000. The two favored beasts were both of low grade, but their battle power values were frighteningly high. I only heard Du Xianshang leisurely say, I'm not going to lie to you. These two disciples of mine, who have been under my tutelage for less than a year, under my tutelage, their favored beasts have strengths that far exceed their counterparts. If you don't believe me, we can test them on the spot. After saying that, he had his two disciples, in front of the crowd, test the battle power of the favored beasts with the battle power tester. Soon, the battle power values of the two favored beasts were displayed, a 9,000, and 8,000. Lu Xiaoxiu possessed the miracle evolution system and had long known that this was the outcome, but the others don't know. The moment the battle power value was announced, many people were stunned. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Pavilion Master Du couldn't help but show his face as he continued to pull the strings. Little brother, you've just seen how the battle prowess of the pet beasts of Du Mao's two disciples is. I saw that you were able to train a low-ranked flaming chicken so well, so you must have some experience as well. Don't you want to join Mr. Du's disciples and go one step further with a 100-foot pole? For a moment, Lu Xiaoxiu did have his heart moved, but for some reason, Du Xianshang's favored beasts, including those of his two disciples, made him feel particularly evil, and he couldn't tell exactly where the evil was. His intuition told him that Pavilion Master Du's method of raising the strength of his favored beasts belonged to the evil ways. Therefore, Lu Xiaoxiu eventually refused. He had the miracle evolution system, so he could completely raise the strength of his favored beasts little by little through the orthodox method of miracle evolution, without the need to fish for a way out. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiu refused again, Pavilion Master Du's face instantly looked a little less than pretty. Lu Xiaoxiu was full of it. He wasn't in the same circle as these people in the first place and didn't care if Pavilion Master Du was happy or not. After refusing, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't linger and directly left the clubhouse. Little fatty Huang Yu immediately followed. Brother Lu, Pavilion Master Du has taken the initiative to throw out an olive branch to you. Why are you still refusing to worship under him? You're not unaware of how powerful that Pavilion Master Du is. How many people want to be under his tutelage but don't have the chance? As soon as they left the guild hall, Huang Yu couldn't help but complain. Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at him. You think I should worship under him? Huang Yu rightfully said. That's for sure. Pavilion Master Du is so strong. If I were you, I would have agreed long ago. Lu Xiaoxiu shook his head. This Pavilion Master Du, I'm afraid it's not that simple. I advise you to come here less often in the future. Huang Yu was very close to him, which was why he kindly gave a word of caution, but only to the point. As for whether Huang Yu listened or not, that was out of his consideration. For the next week or so, Lu Xiaoxiu stayed in the academy without going out. He now hoped every day that the Thunder Emperor Snake would awaken earlier. Counting, more than 20 days had passed since the Thunder Emperor Snake had fallen asleep, and as long as he waited for another 10 or so days, the Thunder Emperor Snake would be able to awaken. At that time, he would be able to take the Brain Domain opening potion and contract the Thunder Emperor Snake. Thinking that he would soon have a second favored beast, Lu Xiaoxiu's mood was extraordinarily good. Only, the peace didn't last long. Suddenly late one night, a loud bang woke him from his sleep. Those who were similarly awakened were not only Lu Xiaoxiu alone, but also the teachers and students of the entire Imperial Beast Academy. No, I should say the citizens of the entire city of Guangzhou. Even the cities surrounding Jiangzhou City were affected by the loud noise. Early the next morning, all sorts of speculations and discussions spread through the academy. Did you guys hear any strange noises last night? Hear that? That sound, boss. I was taking it at the time and I almost didn't get scared enough to fall into the toilet. Who is as miserable as I am? Last night at that time, I was rewarding myself and boom. I was so shocked that I was impotent on the spot. For S sake, I can't even get hard until now. Classrooms, playgrounds, training grounds, wherever people gathered, there was no shortage of speculative chatter about last night's loud noise. The campus network, too, was abuzz with all kinds of rumors. Some say it's a meteorite falling from the sky, some say it's a terrorist attack, and some say it's an alien invasion. In short, all sorts of oddball speculation. In the afternoon of that day, the Jiangzhou city government officially announced that last night's loud noise was caused by the sudden descent of the secret realm into the territory of Jiangzhou. When this news broke, it immediately created a furor in the academy. Heavens, A secret realm has actually appeared in our Jeonjo city. That's a first. Ah, so excited. Excited my ass. It's not like the appearance of the secret realm has anything to do with us. That's right. The ones to worry about are the Imperial Beast Bureau and the Imperial Beast Master Association gang. We should still eat and drink. Lu Xiaoxu was also the first to see this official notice and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. The secret world. It's a specialty product of this world. And it's amazing. It is like a mirage, which may appear or disappear suddenly, and can appear in any corner of the world. The secret realm often contained many rare favored beasts as well as imperial beast materials that were difficult to see outside. It's not clear to anyone where they come from, but there was a mainstream view that the secret realm was a passageway connecting to the other world. Those rare favored beasts and imperial beast materials were all from the other world. There are even hypotheses being proposed. This world they were living in now. In fact, there were no favored beasts in the past. The favored beasts all came from other worlds, and later, through the secret realm, they descended into this world and multiplied, before developing and evolving into the present Imperial Beast world. Chapter 59 Auction. Many of the students of the Imperial Beast Academy felt that the secret realm that appeared within Jeonjo City this time would not affect them. But soon, they didn't think so. The very next day after the appearance of the secret realm, the Jeonjo municipal government issued a second announcement about the secret realm. The secret realm that appeared this time was located at the junction of Jeonjo, Lingzhou, and Ningzhou, and was medium in size, with a danger level of D. It contained a variety of landforms such as volcanoes and ice fields. Considering that the danger level of the secret realm was low, the candidates who would enter the secret realm to explore it this time would be picked from the trainees of the Imperial Beast Academy in the three localities of Jeonjo, Lingzhou, and Ningzhou, aiming to exercise the trainees' wilderness survival ability. Once the announcement was made, it immediately created a furor in the three places. Ridiculous. Letting some children, who have no experience in wilderness survival, explore the secret realm. Isn't this letting them go to their deaths? That's right. Even though the danger level of the secret realm is only level D, it's not something these hothouse flowers are capable of. Who they came up with this tawdry idea? Investigate it. Many people protested this announcement. It is important to know that the secret realm, according to its degree of danger, from high to low, the grades are SABCD. The lower the level of danger, the lower the number of distribution of high-level dangerous favored beasts in the secret realm. But that doesn't mean there aren't any. For people who had no experience in surviving in the wild, a high-grade dangerous pet beast could kill them. It's no wonder that many people have expressed their displeasure with this announcement. But there are many, too, who agree with the announcement. It's long overdue. Soldiers can't be refined without practicing. Swords aren't favorable without sharpening. Only by letting the Academy's children experience the cruelty of the outside world earlier will they be able to grow up quickly. That's true. People's secret realms abroad have long since begun to open up to children. Even some secret realms with high danger levels allow children to explore them. I admit that it's inevitable that there will be casualties when a group of inexperienced children are allowed to explore the secret realm, but they have to go through this step sometime, and no one can protect them for the rest of their lives. For a while, an unprecedentedly grand debate has been raging across the internet over whether children should be allowed to explore the secret world. A lot of people are involved in the debate. Both sides have their own arguments, and neither side can convince the public or the private sector. However, arguments aside, once an announcement is made, it is rarely changed. Therefore, the selection of personnel for this secret exploration was already in the midst of intensive preparations. On the day the announcement was released, the Imperial Beast Academy in Jeonjo City, where Lu Xiaoxu was located, also released an announcement. That is, one day later, there will be a school-wide Imperial Beast competition. The top 30 students will be the candidates for the secret realm exploration. When the news was announced, the entire campus network exploded. Isn't the Imperial Beast competition held only at the end of every year? There are still several months before the end of the year now. Why is it so far in advance? It must have been advanced because of the secret realm. Otherwise, how could these 30 slots be selected? I'm just laughing. The secret realm is so dangerous. Who would compete for these 30 spots? I'll lose on purpose when the time comes anyway. The Academy has long considered people with your kind of thoughts. So this Imperial Beast competition, it is not mandatory for trainees to participate. It is all up to the individual's own volition. Voluntary is fine. Whoever wants to go. I haven't lived long enough. Once they heard about the volunteering, many people showed disdain for this Imperial Beast competition. At this time on the campus website, the university has opened the registration portal. Lu Xiaoxu clicked in to take a look. There are nearly 10,000 people in the whole school, but as of now, the number of enrollment is only a mere 300 or so, which is really pathetic. Possibly to encourage everyone to enroll, This Imperial Beast competition had a very generous reward, with the top 100 ranked students being rewarded 100 credits each. The students who ranked in the top 50 were rewarded 200 credits each. The students who ranked in the top 30 were rewarded 300 credits each. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't hesitate and signed up for the Imperial Beast competition as well. Although he currently only had 26 credits, he honestly wasn't really enrolling this time to earn credits. The purpose of his enrollment was to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm, because this time, the secret place has volcanic landscapes in it, and the next evolution condition for the flaming chicken required drawing the power of fire energy from magma. There was no volcano in the territory of China, and this opportunity had to be seized in order for the flaming chicken to complete its 6th evolution earlier. After enrolling, he logged out of the campus network and snuck out of the college. Since he was going to fight for the quota to enter the secret realm, he naturally had to properly enhance Xiao Hei's strength. Nowadays, letting Blackie evolve was a no-brainer. However, it is possible to start with skills. Lu Xiaoxiu planned to go to the black market to see if there were any pet beast skill books for sale. The black market was opened in the Tianshan clubhouse, open 24 hours a day, and when Lu Xiaoxiu rushed over there, it was already very late in the day. However, the clubhouse was still full of people, and many of the stalls were lit up in front of them. Lu Xiaoxiu searched stall by stall, strolling around the whole circle, but did not see any skill books for sale. It made him depressed. Just as he was about to leave, he heard two people passing by talking. I heard that there are quite a few treasures in tonight's auction. Yeah, that's something to see. Ha ha, the auction will start soon. Let's quickly go to the 4th floor. Lu Xiaoxiu's heart moved and he followed behind without moving. Those two men came to an exclusive elevator not far away and each took out a membership card, sticking it on the checking area outside the door. Soon, the elevator doors opened. The two were seen talking and laughing as they entered the elevator, and as the doors slowly closed, their figures disappeared from sight. Lu Xiaoxiu also came to the elevator entrance, dropping, "This elevator is for members only. Please show your membership ID and place it in the verification area for verification." Lu Xiaoxiu's head exploded for a moment. Sure enough, you can't get in without a membership card. You have to apply to become a member here. It's a pain in the ass in a nutshell. Just as he was at a loss, a fashionably dressed girl came this way. Lu Xiaoxiu was inspired and suddenly thought of a way. He first quickly turned to the blind spot of the girl's vision, then summoned Blackie and released his camouflage skill. Then, it was time to tiptoe behind the fashionable girl. The fashionable girl came to the elevator, took out her membership card, and after checking that it was correct, the elevator doors slowly opened once more. Lu Xiaoxiu held his breath, stood on tiptoe, followed the girl like a thief, and quietly slipped into the elevator. Hooray! No alarms went off. It seems that Flaming Chicken's disguise managed to fool the electronic eyes in the elevator. There wasn't much room in the elevator compartment, only room for like 2 or 3 people. In order not to be exposed, Lu Xiaoxiu stuck close to the elevator compartment, not daring to breathe, but there were still wisps of fragrant wind wafting from the girl's body, drilling into his nostrils. After a 5 or 6 second ordeal, the elevator finally came to the 4th floor. As the elevator door opened, Lu Xiaoxiu ran out in a puff of smoke, driving the airflow and lifting a lock of the girl's long hair in front of her forehead. The girl froze and looked around in dismay. Finding nothing unusual, she stepped out of the elevator. 4th floor, auction hall. At this time, a number of people had already gathered inside. Some people may be afraid of exposure of their identity, cloaked in coats, masks, sunglasses, and a duck-tongued cap on their heads, wrapping themselves up tightly. The vast majority of people, however, dressed normally and did not deliberately conceal themselves. The time of the auction was set at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Right now it's 11:30, only half an hour away. Lu Xiaoxiu first came to an unoccupied corner and lifted his disguise. Then he found a seat and sat down comfortably. This camouflage skill, it's really good. Recalling that he had just managed to sneak into the elevator, Lu Xiaoxiu could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At the same time there was a little excitement in the mind. That's a good skill to use for something sneaky. So no poking. One seems to have opened up a new way of using the camouflage skill. Hi, can I sit next to you? At this time, a pleasant female voice came from Lu Xiaoxiu's side. Sit down, Lu Xiaoxiu said without much care. Just out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure, sitting down in the seat next to his own, accompanied by a puff of fragrant wind. Lu Xiaoxiu twitched his nose twice. Why is this scent so familiar? He couldn't help but turn his head to see a fashionably dressed girl, looking at him with a smile on her face. It's the same hipster girl from the elevator earlier. Chapter 60, The Funky Girl. I'm exposed? Lu Xiaoxiu's heart thumped. Just now, he secretly followed the girl and mixed into the elevator. And the other party didn't seem to notice the difference. What do you keep staring at me for? Is there a flower on my face? Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu staring at herself with an open mouth and eyes, the girl's face slightly reddened and said with some shyness, "Ah, no. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but come back to his senses. Looking at the other party's reaction, he didn't look like he had been exposed. It seemed that the fashionable girl had simply seen that she was her age and sat over. After all, the vast majority of the people in this huge auction hall were middle-aged people in their old age. Are you a student of the Imperial Beast Academy? What did you come here to buy? The girl asked this and that like a curious baby, a pair of big almond-like eyes glancing back and forth at Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu frowned slightly. There's a little too much talk for this woman. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiu didn't reply to her, the girl wasn't annoyed and said to herself, I came here to buy the Ice Spirit Stone. As long as I get the Ice Spirit Stone, my Jade Fox will be able to successfully evolve. By the way, you guys have a secret realm here. Do you know about it? You hear? Lu Xiaoxiu keenly captured the information exposed in the girl's words. You're not from around here? Ahahaha. I didn't think I'd be exposed so quickly. Well, it's true that I'm not a local, the girl graciously admitted. Kyoto, have you heard of it? I'm from Kyoto. Kyoto? Lu Xiaoxiu's heart fluttered. Having traveled to this world for some time, he naturally knew exactly what Kyoto was. It was the largest and most prosperous city in China, and it was also a place of great talent, with a huge group of Imperial Beastmasters, bringing together countless elite Imperial Beastmasters from all over the country. I didn't realize that the girl had come from there. Kyoto has a lot of fun places to go and a lot of good food. If you go there in the future, I'll treat you to a big meal. Popcorn? Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiu didn't say anything, the girl magically conjured a big bag of popcorn out. Lu Xiaoxiu's pupils suddenly shrunk, his gaze keenly locked on top of a ring on the girl's finger. A space ring? Ah, you even know that? The girl did not deny it, and showed some surprise that Lu Xiaoxiu was able to recognize the ring's origin. Lu Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, was in deep shock. He had never seen a space ring before, but he did read a lot of internet articles in his previous life, and there were quite a few descriptions of spatial rings in those immortal and metaphysical novels. Shumi Arabi, a dry place in the sleeve. I didn't realize that in this world, even space rings could be developed. However, he was soon relieved. This world was ultimately different from the previous world, and since humans were able to open up the Imperial Beast space in their minds to shelter pet beasts, it didn't seem like it would be much of a rarity to develop a spatial ring to shelter items. There's also the space ball, which is a product of this world's technology. The feeling given to Lu Xiaoxiu was that the level of technology in the field of space in this world was quite a bit beyond the previous world. However, a spatial ring was definitely not something that was so common. At least in the Imperial Beast Academy, Lu Xiaoxiu hadn't seen anyone possess one. This shows that the girl's identity is definitely not ordinary. Just then, the auction began, and a hostess with a delicate face walked to the front of the stage to give a speech. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiu stopped talking to the girl. The hostess was brief and seemed clear that people were not here to hear her speak. After a few brief opening remarks, the first auction item was officially unveiled. It's a glowing favorite animal egg. Only the hostess' voice was sweetly introduced. As we all know, with the current level of technology, a favored beast egg can't detect what kind of favored beast is inside until it breaks its shell, and this favored beast egg is no exception. However, it will glow. The scene was a bit cold, and people didn't seem to have a problem with the glowing favored beast egg. After a pause, she then said, some people may think that it's not simple for a favored beast egg to glow, as long as the surface is coated with a layer of fluorescent powder, or some special means of artificial intervention is used, so that its surface glows is not enough. Here, our organizers can solemnly promise you that this favored beast egg absolutely glows naturally, and is in no way caused by man. As for the reason, that is unknown. If you're interested, you can take it and study it, and maybe, it'll hatch out a superb pet beast. These words caused the scene to finally stir a little. Seeing that the effect was achieved, the hostess announced the starting price of the favored beast egg, 200,000. The scene was silent for a short while, and an offer was soon made. 210, 000, 220, 000. Someone starts, and immediately there are bids. 230,000, 250,000. More and more people are getting involved in bidding. The fashionable girl beside Lu Xiaoxiu, who also seemed to be interested in the glowing favored beast egg, shouted, 500, 000. Many people on the scene were looking towards this side. Lu Xiaoxiu hurriedly moved his butt away from the girl. Nice guy. Everyone else was adding 10, 000 or 20, 000 upwards, but she was fine. She just doubled it. Once she made this offer, no one else was willing to bid anymore. The price of an ordinary favored beast egg would fluctuate around 100, 000 or so. Even if this favored beast egg could glow, 500, 000 was definitely a serious premium. That female host was also not expecting that this favored beast egg would actually explode to a sky-high price of $500,000, and her face revealed an uncontrollable surprise. One should know that as a live host, there was a commission for every item that was successfully auctioned. The higher the offer, the higher her commission. This beautiful lady just now offered $500,000 to bid on this favored beast egg. Is there anyone else willing to continue bidding? The scene was silent. The hostess said again, if not, then this favored beast egg will have to go to this lady. The scene remained silent, and so the auction entered its final countdown. 300,000 at a time, 300,000 twice, 300,000 three times. Well, let's congratulate this beautiful lady for successfully bidding on this sparkling favored beast egg. After the item is photographed, the buyer can go to the back office immediately to collect it, or wait until the auction is over. The girl didn't mean to move, obviously wanting to wait until the auction was over. Seeing that the favored beast egg was successfully auctioned off, the girl seemed to be very happy, grabbing a large handful of popcorn and stuffing it directly into her mouth. Then Lu Xiaoxiu saw that her cheeks instantly bulged like an inflated balloon. Want some popcorn? It's delicious. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu looking over, the girl graciously grabbed a large handful of popcorn and handed it to Lu Xiaoxiu. I don't eat. Oh, well then. The girl withdrew her hand, perhaps feeling that it was a little uncomfortable to put the grabbed popcorn back into the bag. She hesitated for a moment before taking the popcorn in her hand and shoving it right into her mouth. So Lu Xiaoxiu saw that the girl's cheeks, which were already bulging, once again held up a circle. Chapter 61, Who is the Great Injustice Seed? The way the girl's cheeks puffed out was comical and adorable. Aha! Much like a squirrel. Do you think the pet beast egg I just auctioned off will hatch out a superb pet beast? The fashionable girl slurred as she digested the popcorn in her mouth. Honestly, hanging. Lu Xiaoxiu did not spare blows. So, what do you think? I'm buying at a loss? What do you say? Hey, don't look at me with such eyes like looking at a great injustice. Okay, even if you can't open a superb favored beast, but the way the favored beast egg glows, don't you think it's pretty? Lu Xiaoxiu was speechless. This girl's brain circuits were a bit different from normal people, so it was better to talk to her less. That's when the second auction item took the stage. Lu Xiaoxiu and the fashionable girl looked towards the stage in unison. It's a seed from an incense-eating tree. The aroma tree can produce aroma fruit, which is a good thing for beastmasters to eat to restore their mental energy, and for favored beasts to eat to restore their physical strength, so it can be used for both human and animal purposes. The moment this seed was unveiled, it immediately caused quite a commotion in the room. A lot of people are heartbroken. After all, Pet Beast Stamina Tonic was expensive, so if he could obtain this seed, he would be able to produce Pet Beast Stamina Tonic in a steady stream. Most importantly, both human and animal, the seeds of the scent-eating tree. The starting bid is $300,000. As soon as the price was announced, many people immediately scrambled to bid. 350,000, 400,000, $500,000. Prices were shouted higher and higher, and many people looked like they were crazy. Lu Xiaoxiu, however, showed no interest at all. The seeds of the fragrance-eating tree were certainly good, but they were of little use to him. It was important to know that Flaming Chicken's stamina ceiling was very high, and the skills it had mastered, although they were all super-ranked skills, all of them were strengthened from low-ranked skills, and the stamina consumption of each skill was still calculated according to the amount of stamina consumed by the low-ranked skills. Therefore, the amount of stamina consumed by the Flaming Chicken skills was extremely low, and Lu Xiaoxiu had never fretted about the Flaming Chicken's lack of stamina. As for the role of the fragrance-eating fruit in replying to the spiritual power of the Imperial Beastmaster, it was also not very attractive to Lu Xiaoxiu. The consumption of the spiritual energy of the Imperial Beastmaster was mainly reflected in the Imperial Beast talent. Lu Xiaoxiu's talent for royal beasts was Myriad Hands. This sentinel beast talent only consumes some mental energy when teaching a favored beast skill. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't see any skills to turn in every other day, so his mental strength was always full. Only those combat-type Imperial Beast talents that could instantly enhance the abilities of favored beasts in battle had a great need for mental power restorative items. In the end, the seed of the incense-eating tree was auctioned off at a price of $1 million by a middle-aged uncle with a lewd look. Oh yeah, the scent-eating fruit is good for sex because it can restore mental energy, so eating too much of it will make one's spirit become high, which is good for sex. Looking at the middle-aged uncle's lewd smile, Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but think in the direction of dirt. After that, there were several more auction items, one after the other. None of them, however, were what Lu Xiaoxiu needed. On the contrary, it was the fashionable girl beside him who bought the long-for ice stone for a full $4 million. This made Lu Xiaoxiu wonder how rich the girl was. The auction was already more than halfway through and none of the skill books had been auctioned. Just when Lu Xiaoxiu thought that he was going to return empty-handed this time, the next auction item that was unveiled brightened his eyes. a full 5 skill books, a low-level skill book, fire control, 2 mid-level skill books, air brake lock, mud slide, a high-level skill book, clear glow night condensation, a top-level skill book, reincarnation Jedi. When these 5 skill books were unveiled, they immediately created a furor at the scene. Oh my god, there's actually a top-rank skill book. That high-level skill book is not bad either. And those 2 middle-level skill books, they look awesome too. All in all, except for that low-level skill book, the other 4 skill books are worth buying. That top-level skill book, I'll take it. Don't anyone grab it from me. Don't rob with you? Laughing, this is an auction. Not your word, whoever can afford the price, it's theirs. The 5 skill books hadn't even been auctioned off yet, and the people underneath were arguing first. It couldn't be helped that things like skill books, which were already very rare, let alone top-ranked skill books, were in high demand. At this moment, the pleasant voice of the female host once again sounded on the stage. Only a sweet smile hung on her face as she introduced the skill effects of the 5 skill books one by one. To put it simply, broken airlock belonged to control skills, mudslide and clear glow night condensation belonged to attack skills, and reincarnation Jedi belongs to the life-saving skills. As for fire control, this thing doesn't really fall into any category of skill. It's more of a juggling skill if you have to characterize it. Don't look at it as a low-rank skill, but the restriction was very high. Only fire attribute-favored beasts could learn it. After releasing this skill, you can freely control the shape, size, and trajectory of the flames action, which is very cockamamie in a nutshell. Therefore, the hostess only gave a brief introduction, and then the auction began. It's natural to save the good stuff for the finale. So, the first thing to be auctioned was the low-level skill book Fire Control. Starting bid, $200,000. When that price was announced, there were boos, because low-level skills are usually very ribbed. Many people go out of their way to spend a lot of money on forgetting stones just so that their favored beasts can forget their low-level skills in order to free up a skill bar that can be used to learn high-level skills. And how would one be willing to spend $200,000 to buy a low-level skill book? Therefore, the skill book had been open for auction for a long time, but no one had made an offer. No matter how relentlessly the hostess introduced it, it just didn't work. Instead, many people on stage showed impatience. I say there's no end to it. A broken low-level skill book, flipping around and introducing it. That's right, this crap skill book. I don't even want it for nothing. Who's going to spend $200,000 on it? Hurry up and change to the next one. Don't ink here. Seeing that the scene was gradually getting out of control, the hostess didn't dare to babble any longer, so she had to say with a helpless face, well then, since no one is bidding on this low-level skill book, then the next. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice lilted, wait, this skill book, I'll take it. The person who spoke was no one else but Lu Xiaoxiu. He was afraid that if he bid too early, someone would bid maliciously, so he deliberately waited until the last hour of the auction to open his mouth. For a moment, everyone looked over towards Lu Xiaoxiu's side. Oh my god, this broken low-rank skill book, and someone actually bought it? It's a bid from a milquetoast brat who doesn't know anything at first sight. What a stupid person. Many people scoffed and withdrew their gazes. I mean, what do you need this crap skill book for? The fashionable girl curiously came over to ask it this time. I bought it from having a wonderful use. Lu Xiaoxiu was too lazy to explain. He had come here for the skill books, and the lower ranked they were, the better they were. For one thing, the low cost of low-level skill books. Anyway, he had the miracle evolution system, which could strengthen low-rank skills into super-rank skills. Secondly, low-rank skills cost less stamina value. Even if they become super-rank skills, the stamina value consumed is still calculated according to low-rank skills. The fashionable girl didn't know that Lu Xiaoxiu had the ability to turn low-rank skills into treasure. She wrinkled her nose and grunted lightly. Actually spending $200,000 to buy a broken low-level skill book. You still think I'm a big wrongdoer? I think you're the big wrongdoer. Chapter 62, Wealth Doesn't Show. The skill of fire control, in itself, was very ribbed. As for how it would be after strengthening, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't have a clue in his heart, but that's okay. If this skill is still cocky after strengthening it, you can buy an oblivion stone and wash it out again, although a round trip would cost a lot of money. However, Lu Xiaoxiu has more than $2 million on hand right now, so he can still afford it. If the skill enhancement is awesome, it's a great deal of money. After all, the strengthened skill was a super-ranked skill. After the first low-level skill book was auctioned off, there were more people vying for the remaining few skill books. 2 middle-ranked skill books, one auctioned at a sky-high price of $4.5 million. One book auctioned at a sky-high price of $5 million. That high-level skill book was directly auctioned at a sky-high price of $10 million. The final book of top-level skills, from the initial starting bid of $10 million, soared directly to 40 million. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but sigh. This high-level skill book is a real ing steal. After several skill books were auctioned off, the last auction item was displayed. It was a rare class favored beast, just cause beast, simply because the beast's body had a full complement of 1 top-ranked skill, 2 high-ranked skills, and 3 middle-ranked skills, which could be considered a top configuration. Many people had fiery gazes and showed salivation, but when the starting price was announced, many people were discouraged from bidding. 50 million. The starting bid is a full $50 million, but the bidders were not absent, and there were a few bigwigs on the field, vying for a chance to bid. These are the real big boys, with offers in the tens of millions. In the end, this only cause beast was auctioned off for $100 million. Lu Xiaoxiu sucked in a breath of cool air. This time he finally knew. Rich people can be how rich. Thought that the pocket has 2 million. It is very rich, but compared with the real rich big brother, even the others are not even a fraction of awe. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the fashionable girl beside him. This guy was also a rich master, or else he couldn't have a treasure like a space ring. However, the other party was unusually calm about the final finale appearance of the only cause beast, and did not open their mouths to bid. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but ask, "This only cause beast, don't you have a heartbeat?" The girl struggled to swallow the popcorn in her mouth, and then waved her hand. "It's just a rare class favored beast, nothing to get excited about." With that cloudy tone, it seemed that he didn't think that rare class favored beasts were that rare, but on second thought, Lu Xiaoxiu was relieved. After all, the girl had grown up in Kyoto, where, as the place where the nation's elite imperial beast masters met, there must have been quite a few rare and exotic grade pet beasts. Once the auction was over, Lu Xiaoxiu and the fashionable girl went to the backstage together to collect the items they had won. Many people were unusually wary as they collected their items, and some even summoned their favored beasts on the spot, in a stance that they were ready to fight at any time. It couldn't be helped that many of the items up for auction this time were overly expensive, and it was reasonable to worry about someone robbing them. Although the law and order in China is one of the best in the world, but in front of the great temptation, there is no guarantee that someone will not be able to hold on. On the contrary, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't have to worry at all. Who would rob him for a broken low-level skill book? This crap skill book, give it to a robber for nothing, they'll hate it. What made Lu Xiaoxiu feel shocked was that the fashionable girl actually didn't avoid using the space ring in front of people at all. Just like this, under the eyes of the public, she put the ice spirit stone into the space ring. "Ah, this favored beast egg is so big, my spatial ring is full. What if I can't fit it in?" The fashionable girl muttered to herself, looking like she had a big head, not noticing, in any way, the several greedy glances thrown at her from around the room. Lu Xiaoxiu's brows furrowed slightly. Doesn't this guy know that money doesn't show? This kind of heartless character, shelved in the head of the net novel, simply cannot survive 3 chapters. However, he didn't want to mind his own business. After all, he was no relation to this hipster girl. However, considering that he had managed to blend into the 4th floor by borrowing her, Lu Xiaoxiu still kindly reminded, "It's too late in the day. Be careful when you walk alone at night." The fashionable girl was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect that Lu Xiaoxiu would suddenly say words of concern for her, and then smiled greatly. "It's fine, don't worry about it." Lu Xiaoxiu shook his head and said no more. He'd already detected a few hostile glances thrown his way because of his earlier remark about talking too much. Lu Xiaoxiu snorted coldly, but did not take it to heart. Although his flaming chicken, in front of many powerful people, was simply not strong enough, but the flaming chicken had a super rank camouflage skill, so it was still easy to leave. Of course, the premise was that the other party's favored beast did not master skills like ultrasonic localization. In short, the chances of getting back at him for a comment are slim. After putting away the low-level skill books he bought, Lu Xiaoxiu left the clubhouse. Now that the night is deep, the cab cannot be beaten. Walking back to the college is too far. Lu Xiaoxiu suddenly thought of that riding a leather pig Luoci Sr., so he called him. The other party also agreed to do so, promising to be there in 10 minutes guaranteed. While waiting, Lu Xiaoxiu let the flaming chicken release its camouflage skill, and 1 person and 1 chicken were hidden in the night. The surrounding wind is clear and quiet. Occasionally there are pedestrians passing by, but they have not found Lu Xiaoxiu, who is close at hand. Just then, a beautiful figure walked out from the clubhouse. "It's that hipster girl." Lu Xiaoxiu sighed softly. This guy really didn't take his words into consideration. He didn't even summon his pet beasts. He just strutted down the road alone, holding that shining pet beast egg in his arms and humming a little tune in his mouth. It was hard not to let people notice. At that moment, the fashionable girl was walking towards him. Since he was facing the girl's direction, Lu Xiaoxiu was able to clearly see the 2 young males who walked out from the clubhouse behind her. After realizing the fashionable girl's whereabouts, the 2 men looked at each other and silently followed. Lu Xiaoxu watched with cold eyes and pressed on. The two young men, before they walked out of the clubhouse, had summoned their favored beasts. Lu Xiaoxu fixed his eyes on it. Bully tiger. Attribute, Earth. Grade, Rare. Length of life, Prime. Battle value, 6,200. Skills, Tiger Slap. Tiger Tsunami. Tiger Bends Power. Split Iguana. Attribute, Wind. Grade, Rare. Length of life, Prime. Battle value, 7,000. Skills, Tearing. Finding weaknesses. Wind Sprinting. The strength of the two favored beasts were not weak. Lu Xiaoxu thought that one of them could still be dealt with, but if he faced two at the same time, it was a bit up in the air. After all, the flaming chicken only had a battle power value of 6,500, which was comparable to the other party's favored beast, and accounted for the advantage in skill level. Chapter 63, The Law of True Fragrance. Chick, stop. Seeing no one around, the two young men immediately revealed their true colors and surrounded the fashionable girl. Yo, this chick is pretty good looking, a young man said in a drippy manner, his two eyes glancing unfaithfully at the fashionable girl, not hiding his evil intentions. Another small youth said viciously, Chick, obediently take off the space ring on your hand, then take off your clothes again and let us brothers have a good time, or else I'll take your life. The fashionable girl froze, as if she hadn't expected to be in such a situation, and she couldn't help but ask, are you two going to rob me? The first young man said with a lewd smile on his face, not only rob you, but also you. The other man also laughed, be good and obedient, and I'll make sure that the two of us will make you want to die in a while. The fashionable girl bristled, just the two of you, you still want to hit on me, what are you thinking? Jade Fox, come out. As the words fell, she only saw a flash of white light on the ground in front of her, and a bright jade-like fox appeared out of thin air. Jade Fox, attribute, Earth, rank, Commander, length, Adult, battle power value, 10,000, skills, Charm, Petrifying Mist, Foxtail Strike. Lu Xiaoxu sucked in a breath of cool air. Commander level. The fashionable girl actually possessed a commander class favored beast. No wonder she wasn't the least bit interested in that precious grade-only beast at the auction. Moreover, all three of Jade Fox's skills were top-notch. The shock in Lu Xiaoxu's heart was beyond words. What was this fashionable girl's origin? And her favored beasts were actually so strong. At this time, those two youngsters didn't know that a big trouble was coming. Seeing the fashionable girl resisting, they immediately ordered their favored beasts to attack without saying a word. These two favored beasts were not bad in battle, one on the left and the other on the right in a pincer attacking position. They looked bad to deal with, but in the next second, that demon pupil tiger twisted its head as if it was possessed and let out a roar at the cracked hyena next to it. It was the demon pupil tiger's skill, Tiger Whistle. This tiger's whistle skill, which belonged to a type of sonic attack, could cause the target to be mentally confused for a short period of time and lose their ability to fight. That split-mouth hyena, caught off guard, was directly struck, instantly losing the direction of its attack, hovering in place not knowing what to do. Only, this skill has a very short duration of action. After only a second, the cracked hyena recovered, but it was this brief second that allowed it to solidly receive a powerful slap from the demon pupil tiger. It was another skill of the demon pupil tiger, Tiger Slap, only to see that the split-mouth hyena was like a rolling gourd, and was directly slapped out a long way, wailing unceasingly in his mouth. What's your demon pupil tiger up to? Why are you attacking my rift hyena? The demon pupil tiger has suddenly lost its spiritual connection with me. I can't control it anymore. It must be that Jade Fox who did this. The two youngsters quickly responded, but at this point, it was too late. Only the Jade Fox opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of white mist. The mist quickly enveloped both the split-mouth hyena and the demon pupil tiger. The two youngsters were then shocked to find that their favored beasts had actually transformed into two crystal-clear jade sculptures. Petrochemicals. Spray a mist that can turn the target into jade for 10 seconds, and the target in the mist will be in a petrified state. Incapacitated. Taking advantage of his opponent's petrification, Jade Fox launched a final general attack. Foxtail Strikes. Only the Jade Fox's tail suddenly became thick and long, like a stone mountain smashing down. The demon pupil tiger and split-mouth hyena, who were in a petrified state, were simply unable to avoid them. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, only the favored beasts of the two youngsters were seen being swept out on the spot. Get this chick under control. Seeing that the situation was not good, these two youngsters were also ruthless and directly rushed towards the fashionable girl. Tackle the thief. As long as they controlled this chick and threatened her life, Jade Fox wouldn't dare to do anything to them. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see that in their ears, there was suddenly a strange sound. Intuition told them that the situation was not good, but looking around, there was nothing out of the ordinary. In the next second, both of them all flew up, experiencing the feeling of being a bird. Before they passed out, they saw that at some point, there was one more person and one more chicken beside them. Lu Xiaoxiu finally stepped in. Ah, so you're here too. The fashionable girl seemed a bit surprised by Lu Xiaoxiu's sudden appearance. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Lu Xiaoxiu critically. You're not in league with them, are you? Ow. Sensing his master's wariness, the Jade Fox let out a roar and once again entered combat. Hey, 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 I don't know them, don't get me wrong. Lu Xiaoxiu was startled and hastily exposed himself. I'm a freshman at the Imperial Beast Academy, not some unsavory person. The fashionable girl didn't respond immediately and sized up Lu Xiaoxiu for a while before smiling brightly. Look at you. You don't look like you're in league with them either. Thanks a lot just now. The Jade Fox saw that her master had no intention to fight, so she relaxed and lay down on the ground to comb her fur. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Jade Fox's combat power was explosive. If it really had to fight, the flaming chicken really wouldn't necessarily be a match. Ha, it's a fiery chicken? At this time, the fashionable girl noticed the flaming chicken beside Lu Xiaoxiu and her eyes showed surprise. You actually contracted it as a favored beast? What? No? Lu Xiaoxiu's complexion was cold. If this girl is also likely delusional to the intense inflammation chicken trivialization contempt words, then he did not say anything, twisted his head and laughed. The way is different. No, I simply felt curious. The girl waved her hand. In our Kyoto, there are also quite a few people who contract some strange pet beasts. There are flies, mosquitoes, and maggot babies. Lu Xiaoxiu. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu not speaking, the fashionable girl thought he didn't believe it. What I said is true and there are some strange favored beasts that are still very strong. Then, her gaze once again fell on the flaming chicken. Can I pet it? Lu Xiaoxiu said indifferently. Touch it. Feel free. Carrick. The flaming chicken protested sternly against Lu Xiaoxiu's betrayal of himself, but when the fashionable girl's small, soft hands gently stroked over its feathers, the fiery chicken instantly went numb. Carrie. It couldn't help but let out a soul-crushing cock-a-doodle-doo. It's such a wonderful feeling. It's almost like floating on a cloud. The fiery chicken simply crouched down on its back, cupping its neck and letting it be stroked. Looking at this spineless appearance of the flaming chicken, Lu Xiaoxiu was both angry and amused. It's true that nothing escapes the law of true fragrance. Chapter 64 Eve of the Great Competition. My name is Su Sweet. And you? My name is Lu Xiaoxiu. Lu Xiaoxiu, do me a favor, will you? This favored beast egg is too big for me to hold. Is it okay if you keep it for me first? Su Tian held the large favored beast egg and pleaded. Don't you have a space ring? No, the space ring is full of important things. Just help me. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiu was a bit reluctant, Su Tian begged. Lu Xiaoxiu was speechless. But I don't think we'll see each other in the future, right? How am I going to return the favored beast egg to you then? It won't. I'm following the team to your area this time. And I do visit your school then. So you can just give it back to me then. Following the team? Could it be that you're not the only one who came to Jiangzhou from Kyoto? Lu Xiaoxiu keenly captured the key in the words. Right. I'm also a student of the Kyoto Imperial Beast Academy. Didn't you guys have a secret realm in Jiangzhou this time? So we've come to join in the fun and come over to practice. Lu Xiaoxiu drifted off. I didn't expect this trip to the secret realm to be quite lively. Not only were there students from the Imperial Beast Academy in Jiangzhou, Lingzhou, and Ningzhou, but even the Imperial Beast Academy in Kyoto came over to get a piece of the action. He hadn't heard that the students of the Kyoto Imperial Beast Academy would join. Early the next morning, however, the Academy issued an update. This time, there would be students from the Kyoto Imperial Beast Academy participating in the secret trial, and those who excelled in the secret trial would have the opportunity to go to the Kyoto Academy for further training. Upon learning the news, the entire campus network exploded. Oh my god, Kyoto is the biggest city in China, and it's even the home of the Imperial Beast Master. The students there, they should be very strong, right? It's got to be better than ours. Otherwise how can we call it a refresher course? It's really something to look forward to. In the dormitory, Lu Xiaoxiu is also seeing this latest news released on the campus network. I didn't realize that she's really a student of the Imperial Beast Academy. Many major cities in the country had Imperial Beast Academies, and the one in Kyoto was the largest and had the highest overall strength. Looking at the glittering favored beast egg on the table, Lu Xiaoxiu fell into deep thought. If he really got the qualification to enter the secret realm, the two might be able to meet up in the secret realm. Today is the last day to register for the Imperial Beast competition, and the deadline is 12 a.m. The list of entrants for the Imperial Beast competition would be announced in the afternoon. The Imperial Beast competition will officially begin tomorrow and will last for 3 days. It could be seen that the preparation for this Imperial Beast competition was rushed. After all, the secret realm appeared too suddenly. It's worth noting that the secret world isn't something you can enter and explore as soon as it appears. The secret realm that had just appeared which was filled with violent spatial turbulence, was not stable enough to be entered casually, and one would need to wait for a few days before doing so. It was the right time to decide who would enter the secret realm through the Great Beast Competition. In the afternoon, the list about the Imperial Beast Competition was announced. What was surprising was that there were actually quite a few freshmen participating in this Imperial Beast Competition. In addition to Lu Xiaoxiu, the names of Zhang Ye and Yang Ziqing were also listed. And at this time, Lu Xiaoxiu was busy teaching skills to the Flaming Chicken. Today, he has a full 2 skills that he has yet to teach. One skill is Cell Division, stolen from the Slime King. There was also a skill, Fire Control, which was a skill book bought from the black market. Lu Xiaoxiu first took the Cell Division and taught it to the Flaming Chicken. Every time the Flaming Chicken achieved evolution, its skill rank would increase by 1 rank. And now the Flaming Chicken had already achieved 5 evolutions, so whether it was a skill learned before, or a skill learned afterward, regardless of whether the skill rank was high or low, it would automatically become super rank in the end. Cell Division. Enhanced Cell Division. Enhanced Cellular Splitting, a superorder skill that allows you to split yourself into 4 individuals, each of which inherits 100% of the strength of the main body. When he saw this skill introduction, Lu Xiaoxiu's entire body was stunned. It was important to know that the skill of Cell Division, before it was strengthened, the split individual, could only inherit a quarter of the strength of the main body, but not now. Each split individual inherits 100% of the strength. This was tantamount to the fact that after the Flaming Chicken released this skill, its opponents were fighting 4 Flaming Chickens. Lu Xiaoxiu was ecstatic in his heart. Honestly speaking, after seeing Mr. Du's Fire Salamander, as well as Su Tian's Jade Fox, both possessing tens of thousands of battle value, Lu Xiaoxiu was deeply aware that the Flaming Chicken had a heart injury of insufficient battle value before evolving into its ultimate form. Even the 2 male youths who had robbed Su Tianyan earlier had higher battle power values than the Flaming Chicken. Lu Xiaoxiu thought to himself that with the strength of the Flaming Chicken, it would be hard to defeat them 1-on-2, but not now. Enhanced Cell Division allows the Flaming Chicken to have notable combat power even during this window before it evolves into its ultimate form. Not to mention 1 against 2, even if 1 against 4, it's not a problem. However, the skill, Enhanced Cell Splitting, could only last for 10 minutes, after which there would be a half-hour cooldown, so the timing of its use was critical. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoxiu took out the Fire Control skill book. The method of teaching the skill book was very simple. By covering the skill book with spiritual energy, the contents could be extracted, and then it could be taught to the Flaming Chicken. It is worth mentioning that skill books are disposable consumables and cannot be reused. Fire Control. Enhanced Fire Control. Enhanced Fire Control, Super Rank Skill, Self-Control of Flames. Flame power has additional bonus according to the 4 attribute values of the favored beast. When Lu Xiaoxiu taught the Fire Control technique to the Flaming Chicken, the skill effect of the Enhanced Fire Control technique was also revealed. Before the Fire Control technique was strengthened, its power was very limited. But now, the power of the Fire Control technique was directly linked to the 4 attributes of the Flaming Chicken, and its power was substantially increased. In particular, the Flaming Chicken also had a chicken fighting skill, a skill that could make the Flaming Chicken's power double tenfold, and when added to the Fire Control technique, it could make the Fire Control technique much more powerful. Xiao Hei, release a Fire Control technique for me to see. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't wait. Carrick, upon receiving the order, the Flaming Chicken opened its mouth and spat out a small flame. The strange thing was that this small flame didn't disappear immediately after it appeared, but stayed quietly suspended in the air, as if it was waiting for an order from the Flaming Chicken. Little Black, can you control this small flame? Lu Xiaoxiu asked. Carrick, after receiving the affirmation from the Flaming Chicken, Lu Xiaoxiu then ordered, make it to the left. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the little flame dutifully drifted to the left. To the right, Lu Xiaoxiu gave the order again. The little flame drifted dutifully to the right again. Can you make it bigger? In the next second, the fire had definitely gotten a lot bigger in size. Can we make it change shape? Lu Xiaoxiu had a sudden thought. The fire then took on the shape of a rabbit's ear and then a barrel-like shape. Attack that rock! Lu Xiaoxiu pointed to a half-man-high boulder not far from the side and said. Only the fire immediately floated silently towards the boulder. In the next second, the boulder exploded and the rubble crumbled. Chapter 65. If you want to, you have to listen to me. Sizzle! Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but suck in a breath. The power of this fire. It's a bit strong, and it could be big or small. If this small flame was compressed to an inconspicuous size and attacked the enemy, the other party would probably be careless and not flash. Combined with camouflage, it's definitely a proper god technique. And, it's a long-range skill. This is important. Before this, the way the Flaming Chicken attacked its targets was through close combat. But with the fire control technique, the Flaming Chicken was able to attack its targets remotely. All in all, both of the skills that Flaming Chicken had just learned were very good. Oh yeah, one more thing. Lu Xiaoxiu slapped his head and rummaged through his pockets to find a crystal core-like object. This crystal core was something that fell out of the opponent's corpse when he fought the willow tree monster a long time ago. After that, Lu Xiaoxiu forgot about it because of various trivial matters and never bothered to study the usefulness of this crystal core. At this moment, looking at the emerald-like glistening green crystal core in his hand, Lu Xiaoxiu fell into deep thought. The Pet Beast department store supermarket outside the school, collecting and selling all kinds of Pet Beast materials. There are special appraisers in the supermarket, who have seen a lot of knowledge, so they may be able to recognize. He was going to go there and ask. Before that, however, he made a trip to the Academy's favored beast store, and if the clerk in there was recognizable, he'd save himself a trip out of the Academy. It was a pity that the clerk at the school's pet animal store didn't recognize it, so Lu Xiaoxiu had no choice but to sneak out of the school again. The fourth floor of the favored beast department store supermarket was a place that specialized in collecting and selling favored beast materials. After arriving here, Lu Xiaoxiu directly walked towards the recycling area. Responsible for the recycling area is an old man over half 100 years old, wearing a presbyopia, is lying in a Taiwanese chair dozing. In front of him on the table, there are various sizes and models of magnifying glasses, as well as art knife and other tools. On the old man's shoulder stood a dream-entering parrot, grooming its feathers. This kind of pet beast, the dream-entry parrot, was considered a functional pet that didn't have much combat power. The only function is that it can send out a kind of sound wave that can make people sleep quickly. For those who do not sleep well, it is very helpful. Seeing that the other party was slow to wake up, Lu Xiaoxiu gently knocked on the table. The old man suddenly woke up, held up his old flowery glasses, and with those still somewhat drowsy and confused sleepy eyes, surveyed Lu Xiaoxiu and said, "What's the matter with you?" There was a slight hint of displeasure at being disturbed in that tone. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't care, and directly took the glittering green crystal core and put it on the table. "How much is this?" He kept his eyes open and didn't ask what it was, in case the thing was a treasure and the other party saw that he didn't know what he was talking about and deliberately said it was worthless. He was in the dark. The old man didn't think much of it, and took the crystal core in his hands and carefully illuminated it with a magnifying glass. "Ha!" Seemingly up to something, the old man let out a puzzled sound, put down the magnifying glass in his hand, and took out another magnifying glass of a larger size. After a moment, the old man put down the magnifying glass and the glowing green crystal core and looked up. "Where did you get this?" Lu Xiaoxiu didn't hide it. "I got it from a willow tree monster." "Why?" The old man held up his glasses and said, "This is a piece of wood essence, which contains extremely pure wood energy, and after a wood-type favored beast takes it, it can instantly return to full stamina, and within a certain period of time, it can greatly increase the speed of stamina recovery. If you want to sell it, I'll take it for $20,000. Lu Xiaoxiu was stunned in his heart. He didn't expect that this tiny crystal core actually had such a wonderful use. However, he didn't show it on his face in the slightest. "Only $20,000, huh? That's too little, isn't it?" Lu Xiaoxiu said deliberately. People who are in the recycling business will definitely deliberately press the price down, whether in the previous or current world. Having lived two lives, he knew this well, so he immediately haggled with the other party. The old man licked his lips and laughed heatedly. "Quite a lot, although wood essence is rare. This wood essence of yours, with cracks on its surface, must have lost a lot of the wood energy inside." Lu Xiaoxiu, however, is not moved. With this old oil pulling the skin, certainly cannot say him. After all, people specialize in this line of work. The most useful way to deal with this kind of person is to just offer up a surefire kill. "I'm not selling." Lu Xiaoxiu twisted his head and was about to leave. The old man looked, could not help but anxious, and quickly got up. Don't not sell it. The price is not satisfied. We can slowly talk about it. In this way, you make a price. If it is suitable, I will take it. 2 million, Lu Xiaoxiu said without thinking. The old man's face instantly twitched. "Little friend, you're kidding me. I offer 20,000. You directly shouted 2 million, doubled 100 times. Ah, bargaining, did not you talk like this? Ah, $1 million then? No less." Lu Xiaoxiu cut a straight right. The old man waved his hand and righteously said, "Young man, look at you. You don't know the market at all. A perfect wood essence is only worth $70,000 to $80,000. This wood essence of yours is flawed, and is worth at most $30,000 to $50,000. I'm not fooling you on this point. Tell you what, if you think it's okay, I'll take it at the top rate, 50,000. The old man's words were earnest and did not seem to be false. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiu gave up his illusions. He had thought that this essence of wood would be so precious. Since it's not worth anything, what's the point of selling it? although the essence of wood could only be used by wood-type favored beasts, and his flaming chicken belonged to the fire-type favored beasts and couldn't be used at all. But right now he wasn't too far off from these tens of thousands of dollars. Not for sale. Sell my ass. Without saying a word, Lu Xiaoxiu turned his head and walked away, his steps flying. In a puff of smoke, the man was gone. Only the old man was left standing dumbfounded. A long time before he came back to his senses. Damn it, it turned out to be just to inquire about the price. For nothing the old man so much saliva. The young man does not speak of martial virtues. The old man angry straight jump feet, but at this time Lu Xiaoxiu has long been running away, simply cannot hear. Returning to the academy, Lu Xiaoxiu immediately contacted the big-eyed budding girl. He had already thought of a use for this wood essence, and that was to give it to Big Eye's Mo's sister, whose favored beast, Flower Spirit, was a wood-type favored beast, so it would be just the thing to use. Of course, things aren't given away for nothing. Lu Xiaoxiu had his own intentions when he sent the other wood's essence. Dialing the phone of the big-eyed cute girl, Lu Xiaoxiu asked, I see that you've signed up for tomorrow's Imperial Beast competition as well? Just then, I heard the soft and sticky voice of the wide-eyed munchkin, coming from the other end of the phone. Aha! Yes, do you want to get a good ranking in the Imperial Beast competition and be rewarded with credits from the academy? Aha! Think, do you want to enter the secret realm and exercise yourself? Aha! Especially want to get a good showing in the secret world? Aha! Especially. Hearing the wide-eyed cute girl's reply, Lu Xiaoxiu revealed a satisfied smile. Very well, if you want to, you have to listen to me. Chapter 66, The Correct Way to Use the Fire Control Technique. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoxiu went to the home of the big-eyed cute girl and gave her pet beast, the Flower Spirit, a plan for the most suitable evolutionary route. The pet beast competition is tomorrow. To quickly boost the strength of the Flower Spirit, you have to hurry up and let it evolve today. Today, the Flower Spirit only needed to evolve twice more before it could metamorphose into its evolved form, the Little Flower Fairy. To evolve for the first time, simply collect a few evolutionary materials. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at it and found that the several materials were not expensive, so he paid out of his own pocket and managed to make the Flower Spirit achieve its first evolution. For this, the wide-eyed cute girl is grateful and calls out that Brother Xiaosu is so good to her. Lu Xiaoxiu accepted her gratitude with a smile. It's good to know what's good for you. When we enter the secret realm, let's repay him properly. How can I repay you? Not in that tainted way of repayment, but by having its Flower Spirit repay it. The sixth evolution of the flaming chicken requires a magma bath to draw the power of fire energy from it. The temperature of the magma was very high, and it was hard for the flaming chicken to not get hurt when soaking in it. Even though the flaming chicken had defensive skills, these few defensive skills, when the time came, could not be used. First was Earth Chain. This skill, it needed to touch the ground to work, but in that extreme environment of magma, how could the flaming chicken make contact with the ground? Next was Immobility. This skill required the favored beast to be immobile. Magma was a liquid, and a flaming chicken soaking in it would easily go with the flow, so this skill, again, could not be used. Admittedly, Flaming Chicken has an enhanced self-healing skill, but he wasn't sure if the Flaming Chicken would be able to hold out in the midst of the hot lava with just this one healing skill. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiu thought of the wide-eyed girl's Flower Spirit. At that time, in the Red Eye Hive removal mission, the Flaming Chicken had a good match with the Flower Spirit. With the double milk skin lineup, arranging the Red Eye Swarm in a clear way, I'm sure that this time, with the help of the Flower Spirit, the Flaming Chicken will be able to survive in peace. The Flower Spirit completed its first evolution and showed great excitement, screaming under its breath. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't stop and continued to prepare for the second evolution. The Flower Spirit's second evolution required tasting 10 types of nectar, and this was also good. Nectar was very sought after in this world, and when there was a demand, there was a supply, so it was very easy to buy. In just less than an hour after completing its first evolution, the Flower Spirit achieved its second evolution. With this evolution, the Flower Spirit successfully achieved a cross-species metamorphosis, evolving from a Flower Spirit to a Little Flower Fairy. Flower Fairy. Attributes: Wood. Grade: Precious. Length: Adult. Battle value: 1500. Skills: Spitting Fragrance, Sowing Seeds, Instant Healing. Compared to the Flower Spirit, the Little Flower Fairy's battle value had increased quite a bit, but the strength was limited. After all, this was a favored beast that favored assistance, not a battle pet. In addition, Little Flower Fairy has an extra skill, Instant Healing. As the name suggests, instant healing is instantaneous healing. This is a very powerful healing skill. It was important to realize that although Mouthful of Fragrance had a lot of milk, its healing was a continuous slow process, and the amount of milk that was returned at once was actually very little, and it was only when that skill was stacked up that its power would be revealed. But the instant healing technique is different. With a large amount of milk returned at once and an immediate healing effect, it can complement the mouthful of fragrance skill very well. Ee-hoo, ee-hoo. The little flower fairy danced around happily. Having achieved 2 evolutions, it had also changed a lot in terms of its form. First of all, its wings would glow, and its small arms and legs were also much thicker than before. Your flower spirit. Ah no, now it's a little flower fairy. Lu Xiaoxiu slapped his head and changed his words. Your little flower fairy. The strength is there now. Perform well tomorrow. Little flower fairy was not a combat type favored beast, so for tomorrow's Imperial Beast competition, as long as it lasted 3 minutes on the stage, regardless of whether or not it defeated the opponent, it would be counted as Little Flower Fairy's win. Now that the Little Flower Fairy has 2 healing skills, it can just keep on milking itself during the fight, and unusual favored beasts can't really do anything about it. By the way, I have another thing to give you. Lu Xiaoxiu took out the essence of wood. This is the essence of wood. After giving it to your Little Flower Fairy, you can quickly replenish your physical strength. If you meet a particularly difficult opponent in the Imperial Beast competition tomorrow, use it. Lu Xiaoxiu carefully instructed. This essence of wood couldn't be used by the flaming chicken, but it was of great use to the Little Flower Fairy. After using it, for a period of time, there was no need to even think about the lack of stamina. Just throw skills like crazy and be done with it. The wide-eyed munchkin was so moved that she was about to cry. Her big watery eyes were filled with crystal tears, and her small cute nose also shrugged as she deflated her small mouth and said, Brother Xiaosu, you are really too good to me. I don't even know how to thank you. No need to thank you. What you owe, you'll pay back in time, Lu Xiaoxiu said in his heart. On the other hand, his mouth said, we're all in the same club. It's only right to help each other. There's no need to thank me. If you can enter the top 30 and successfully obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm, that would be the best way to thank me. The wide-eyed cute girl clenched her 2 small hands and puffed up her cheeks, with a look of cheering herself up. Don't worry, Brother Xiaosu. I will definitely perform well on stage tomorrow, and definitely won't let you down. Hearing the assurance of the wide-eyed cute girl, Lu Xiaoxiu's face revealed a pleased smile. The children are teachable. On the way back, Lu Xiaoxiu passed by the playground where many boys were playing basketball. That's right, there is basketball in this world too. Moreover, both ordinary people and royal beastmasters are very fond of playing basketball. With nothing else to do, Lu Xiaoxiu sat on the playground bleachers and watched these people play basketball. The flaming chicken was also summoned by him. 1 man and 1 chicken, just quietly watching. It wasn't until the sun had set and the sun was setting, and the basketball players had dispersed, that Lu Xiaoxiu turned his head to the blazing chickens beside him and said, Come on, let's go home too. After saying that, it was about to put the flaming chicken into the Imperial Beast space. However, there was no response from the other side. The flaming chicken was staring straight at the place where the group of students had just played basketball as if their souls had been hooked. Blackie? Seeing that the situation of the lion chicken was not right, Lu Xiaoxiu gently called out, Just now, I learned through the spiritual connection that the flaming chicken was not in any serious trouble, and the reason why it turned into the current appearance appeared to be that it was watching someone play basketball and had a feeling in its heart. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiu stopped disturbing it and stood by quietly. He wanted to see what the flaming chicken would realize in the end. The afterglow of the setting sun shone down on top of the blazing chicken's black, shiny, black feathers, as if a crimson feathered coat had been draped over its body.